Chapter 1 The Purifier of Primal Air. In the primordial Kunlun Mountains, atop poppy aquarwine sandhunder converge, two celestial triastantal. Onai's resplendent in crimson, crackling with thenergy of storms, while the other, with branches resembling twisted dragons, radiates a divine light of nine colors. Millions, tens of millions, or perhaps of billion so fire shave past? He has forgotten. Eternal if feist the dream of countless shamans, but Toby comin of everlasting tree. Shin finged midst hat the shadow cast upon his psyches indeed vast. Helifsh's head, mustering gas mile, striving to present themself as a semblance of a person. Good morning, Sunday. Hath in turn sto grief this childhood companion. Between the two, or other, between the trees, he's uncertain what trular presents the celestial. Good morning, little celestial apricot. Unlike Ethiel of sun, the little celestial apricot greet shine with a sheer fuel wave. A fused trans soft delicate lightning strike he him, which is quite exhilarating. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wondrous apricot tree, surrounded by wind sandhunder, shakes its branches upon noticing its awakening, causing droplets fine tespertilicita to glide down the leaves. As the winds rise, countless drops of primordial spiritual water soar into Thessan light, sparkling brilliantly, coalescing into clear stream hat descends to his roots. Shinfeng, no known as Xuanji, wholehearted lie absorbs the silver spiritual liquid. This essence, condensed from a night's moonlight, mingles with the innate energies of Kunlun mountain, forming a premier primordial spirit, ta three light divine water. The name Suanja was not chosen by him but trivial during the fusion of a sliver of true spirit. Idison of Tebelsings bestowed upon their kind bith great Tao. Thename derives from the divine script of great Tao within him. The full name, bestowed by Tao, is the Prima Kunlun Celestial Xuan Divine Mystical Nine Kipur Spirit Cleansing World Spiritual Transformation Tree, classified among the superior or primordial spiritual roots. He has taken two characters from it, Xuanji, Ash's name. Primal Kunlun is Cecily understood as the world and location he currently inhabits. 9 Kyr first to Thenergy Sophine, Yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, representing his innate Daoic origins. He can absorb the surrounding Kunlun 9 chi, grinding away malevolent and turbide energia storfin timento postnatal purity, therabit spell and jeveland benefiting all beings. Suanja's 3 innate divine powers are the divine mystic-weave primal beings, the pure spirit of cleansing worlds, and the transformation of life. The celestial apricot, however, possesses Sanaving greater significance. With wind sandhunder eliminating Theskis, the pure yang light ninjan circlesit, the pethof wind dandhunder manifesting intermittently, corresponding to the clost had appear and vanish. With the gentle sway, it moves with the swiftness of the wind and brilliancy of lightning. Suanja cannot discern its innate Daoic divine patterns, for he would be struck by lightning, yet, Hakud possess a spiritual ruth that surpasses event the superior primordialities? It must by you, the celestial apricot that nourish thunder god. Onoft he tin supreme primordial spiritual roots, birthed from doof wind and thunder. Lakid celestial apricot, that one of fourth grade of creation green lotus, the yellow middle plum, the peach soft immortality, and the ginseng fruit tree, the aerial naturally product soft dowsum, Lakid lorland fusong tree, era products of pangus Tao, belonging to the innate wind and thunder spiritual roots. While Suanjisa product of the interwoven laws of creation, cleansing worlds, yin and yang, 5 elements, and wind and thunder, the celestial apricot tisikil doth the deothatwo cannot be compared. After atai mind thunit soft primal era, 12 a period sequiloniuan, wickamount stoten thou sand 800 years, the celestial apricot absorbs boundless spiritual essence before maturing 36 apricots. When an ordinary being consumes zazing apricot, the assimilate power of wine dandhunder accumulate for 1000 years, thus mastering the power of wind dandhunder, achieving immortality. Even a pig thought consumis and kudas into the heaven-like cortan becoming thunder deity. Of course, there are repercussions. Consuming gonapercatude tether being toersi of Tao, making jitek seeding difficult to break free from the bindings, thus avering the path to transcendence. Little celestial apricot, your craft this sim proved remarkably. After drinking the primordial spiritual water gifted bith celestial apricot, Suanjir Salvesto forego his midday slumber. Timeth primally raisin finite tesh who dindol jinanap, Hemite mis several millennia. His profound le mysterious spirit extend sutward, perceive in jeverig grain of fearth, every stone, every gust of wind, and very flash of lightning with exquisite clarity. This is the innate power bestowed by the primordial spirit, and following is fusion with the spiritual root, he possesses a vast primal origin, nurturing the primordial spirit. With amir motion off his branches, boundless deoicrithms manifest, transforming ginto innate divine powers. Born with knowledge, thedivina script toth deo granteto hemser vesis language in text. Every word resonates with Tao, harmonizing with philosophy of in and earth. Through his spiritual perception, he discerns that below the mountainside, the turbid energious of creation coalesce into black clouds, stark-like contrasting with the pure vivils. Between the two, there exists a more peculiar malevolent energy. Thoughtful wearing number than the turbid and pure energious of Kunlun range, it permeates all. This is the primordial malevolent sea birthed from Pangu deitis lang off 3000 chais demons thyron willingness stopers transformed in the prime a lessency of the earth, their posthumous resentment twined with the cataclysmic force of creation, manifesting as theme a level intereoft primal era. However, the wind and thunder blessed land situated upon oft, he highest peaks of Kunlun, for removed from the sea exceeding le ferocious malevolent energies. Themo untaint a piss barren, devoid of even a blade of grass the expansive earth, save for the celestial apricot, I centaur like claimed Bishwanji, with slender roots spreading throughout. The surrounding void is alive with the primal wind sand lightning, continuous life flickering and swirling, intermingling with the chaotic sentient creative spiritual energy, forming Ghana to Ral primal wind and hunder array, isolating them from the outside world. Theme malevolent energy has diminished some you. Haveth ferocious beasts risen? Suanji inhaleth the spiritual essence, sensing the subtle changes within. Endless pure energies, primordial spiritual essence, and the creative spiritual essence of the sun, moon, and stars flowing perpetually, replenishing the void left by the consumption of celestial apricot trinchwanji. At the base of celestial apricot, a small pool of water has formed. This is 3 light divine water, congealed bethefer sof wind and hunder, gathering into thepple. Within lies a short blade riddled with cracks itzigent body armored be fissures, thespine epoch market in an event. Thuffer broken blade, its arrayofly lethality is boundless sade it not being suppressed be thethrelite divine water and the celestial apricot. I twood have elongaja triggered celestial phenomena. This is like Clithia accompanying, spiritual treasure reef celestial apricot. Despite its sabiebi exterior, it could very well be placed beside the finished primordial spiritual Ritzbith Tao, indicating just consider by origin. Perhaps it wasn't Swiel dead be Pang himself, with his mix. Schwanji, unaware of this previously, carelessly touchedite with Abrink, and it severed his shand cleanly. The little celestial apricot arbor sastrong avernant a thebro kinblade, often wishing to retrieve it and cast it beneath Thunder Peak. Yet it is powerless stados. Each time he itis gut, Theprin elicits sacra from Schwanji, requiring considerable comfort theory after. Suanji expends great effort to persuadeth little celestial apricot, hoa sin ses worn off thebro kimblade entirely, not a winner for with it. Once more, he breathes synth the surrounding spiritual essence, refining the primordial energies and the creative sen sainto his origin, transforming the pure spiritual essence saint the primordial spirit's magical power, while channeling the stripped chaotic demonic malevolence, primordial turbid energies, and primordial obscurity into theliaves. Through his own innate talent for creation, here Phoenician reverses these energies, transforming theme into blessings for all beings. Ugh, disgusting. Thepal worse of cleansing world sand transformation off liferahis twod events, emission bestowed upon him bith Tao. Were it not for the fact that tisvery breath ku dirn hamerit soft Tao, strengthening his origin and preserving his own life, thereby avoiding becoming geshes in the cataclysmic upheaval soft primal era, hued hard libekin in his relias and arbori all air purifier. Thine a teasen si sweet and sour, the creativis and setdelightful, and thepu respiritualescent filling. But the chaotic malevolency and the turbid energies. Ugh, thetis atrocious. Chapter 2 Little One, Uncle will treat, any. At the outset, Suan hippozesedon lias liverof true spirit and lackaday solar primordial spirit. Previously, he was supposed natal mortal, and that fragment of true spirit was true lie inferior, evento the talo fatigen Kunlun, if such a thing existed. Thus, upon becoming Thespira Toftanina Kipuri Silvergen Katri, Hune Witting Limmerjed with Theonati Originov Tefirjalrut. After countless years of slumber, Hebsor bed Thesan Seoftes spiritual root, nurturing gis primordial deoic spirit. Thechism between Hynata primordial spirit and the post-natal spirit a sakin totha disparity between a prestigious academic shift tone. The former speaks the language Ef Dao, resonating with the cosmos Sassonis cultivation deepens, every action stirs the spiritual essence of Vin and earth, to the extent that simply imparter Ursdom could evoke golden lotus do bloomin myriad phenomenata arise. As for the latter, well, perhaps after several soft house and so 5 years in seclusion, one of my tachivi fraction oft deois insight softhermer. Theberthoff the primordial deic spirit demands semensi energy all established superior or primordial spiritual root condegradeto and inferior in iguito e substantial consu. Initially, Heffel tapping Gaphanic. After all, the primally ray is fraught with paralytes noting come in for the heavens sto be tornascendurand world sto facio obliteration. Thwords death canch triciate nimum terran scribe japont the forid soft nearly all beings, save for the saints. Eventually hecametoderms with it hand resolve to embrace whatever fata befalls him. After all, their eyes, the lust the longer own lives, the more Iona gains. Those numerous primordial spiritual treasures, too, Bernami not chosen be their masters boot conferred bith Dao. Through the intricate tweving goff hundred sto tin soft housen sophinate patterns within yim, that divina pattern soft dea transform into spiritual powers, that can manipulate tethafor soft heaven and earth, shaking thivera fabrico freely, and obliterating gal creation. Own lie through diffusion off both cantramin dispowerbune leashed. Upon awakening, both the innate divine beings and the primal spirits gradually explore, comprehend, and master thyronate patterns, gaining insights into the corresponding deoic powers. Through comprehensive integration, they can manifest as primordial bodies and embody the heavenlitics. Each word dan for Zereson attests with the grand principle soft universe, capable of invoking thelos and manifesting various profound mystical powers. Thus, Suan Jisawari Fees origin sand, during the rar moments of awakening, gradually discovers, learns, and employs Shai's innate divine abilities, particular life 9 breath soft calmants certain transformative power soft creation. Bothari among the 36 celestial powers, elite technique has suit after be countless shaman cultivators in latter generation saya, often eluding them. However, among the primordial beings softy early air generations, Torgarth 9 breath soft kamasmara scrap sisimiwat exaggerated knownthless, it is an undeniable fact that the vast majority of finite beings sidious possess it. This aspect of transformative creation, inherent to his divine abilities, allows him to purify malevolent energia such as sinister, turbid, and dominusauras, continuously accruing merits from the great principles. In his daily life, he simultaneously consumes malevolent energies and spiritual essence while laboriously earning merits. It is a pain fuel yet joyous existence. Yet, there remains much that eludes she's understanding. For instance, the concept of freedoms. Hisaware that in the future, Hung Jun will categorize a the cultivator soft primordial world into earth immortals, celestial immortals, true immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, great Luo golden immortals, and beyond, up to the Mixediu and golden immortals and Mixediu and great La golden immortals. The challenge is in the criteria for such divisions, which are difficult to ascertain after all, on a cannot simply inquiry of Hongjuan. Theon Lissertanius the Thun doubted lie resides above ethereal mo celestial immortals. For his swellowary fis prolong ad existence, capable fun blocking spiritual veins and dispelling malevolent energies. He optimizes the atmospheric conditions sophispalsodland, purifying the spiritual essence of the mountain sandwaters, untangling Chaeltisner guy flows, and facilitating Thismut operation of spiritual essence across vast regions. However, determining which grandrealm he belongs to remains saperplex endeavor. Moreover, there is the matter of time. Suanja surmises that the period since the inception of the universe is, not for a long, perhaps spanning since 200 softly and so 5 years in any case, he cannot treckle precisely, for in thenless passage of time, his true essence has lumbered to deply within the Jinkatri. Theon's clear Kunlun ancestral veins norbera to clarifinate malevolent energy, and the sinister forces from the outside worldery like Yevon more formidable. The upside is the Thuis born very early, During Ganaradominated be the fierce batch of primordial being, such as ferocious beasts, Hong Jun, and the ancestral dragon. The three pure ones, Nuwa, Fushi, Emperor Jun, and the ancestral sorceress will not awaken to Earth world until the catastrophic limity of Dragon Hanara. This lengthy interval affords Sunji the opportunity to develop quietly, bridging the gap between himself and six saints. In the future, should he encounter them, perhaps she might have a theachance to greet the cheerful, "Hello, little friends." Gazing Gathamunan and Theski, Zuanja possesses 9 breaths off calmant stares, vacant lie their splendid events. This moon is so large Surlin moon cakes made to be humanity will suffice to fade an entire family? Everything in the primordial world is grand, the sun is immense, the moon is vast, the mountains towering, and the trees are colossal. Despite not consciously exerting his powers, the moonlight and starlight continue to pour like a torrential downpour, drawn in beneath the celestial junca tree. That tree stands serenely atop the mountain, basking in sunlight by day and moonlight by night. Sukkah's thericness of their simply existence. With the junco tree's infantile intellect, it cannot grasp the profound anguish buried deep within Sunjashiar Tightmer lie playfully nudged him with its branches. Torasit, her recall Shora films like Harisa in Tevaland, the village of Norturn. The U3 mains blissful I unaware sorrow, and an can hardly expect tan and fauna comprehend ideather. Swish, swish, swish. The celestial gen chimera licken elst 9 breaths off calm, feeding Sunjiable and off starlight and moonlight infused with innate creative spiritual essence. Now, the 9 breaths off calm, which both Suinjian the Jinka tricultivate, has undergone significant transformation through his continuous improvements, diverge a great life from its original form. Initially, the Jinka tree lacked sufficient intelligence, oblionly tadra in moonlight and starlight from Aradias off, several 100,000 miles. In contrast, the present surrounding Seredin Sela filled with the radiancy of star sand moons, nearly forming ga pure bimofly twitheridia soft house and soft miles, causing the surrounding of clouds to darken immediately. Addressing Theflaroth the Futov Twinden Thunder Peak, he apologizes, "I am not responsible for this." Zuanja center schist hots, absorbing the brilliancy of the starlight and moonlight. Yet, still, 30% of it dissipates, blend into the surrounding spiritual soil, allowing the already vibrant 9 heaven's essence soul to flourish even more. Originally, the 9 heaven's essence soil was merely a thin layer bordering thithra light vulnerable. Suinji consumes the meat while it savors the broth. Over theans, the essence soil has spread, covering the slitlerum. Little ginkgo, iconotabs or bitally you should take samatu, lest essence soil benefitundally. Zuanjis aware that essence soilus as you prime spiritually arth, valuable for nurturing innate spiritual roots, yet he tholds little media to benefit for mortha junca tree. Up in hearing this, they jinka retract say portion of the starlight spiritual essence, transforming itin toit soundessence. Although fits intellectus quitello, itis very obedient to an awakening and possesses sanestinish and understanding goth tegrate principles. Suinji Spain staking lyrefin 9 breaths off calm, honed over 10 soft house and so 5 years, I read de grasped with justicing listen. However, allowing jitto independent lie learn and innovati is an entirely different matter. While its learning ability is remarkable, its capacity for innovation is fully-locking. Thajinko Treesper retreats 9 breaths off calmasono fits delightful day ligames perhaps of Venice delectable food. In Thebsorption of the spiritual essencio fiavin and earth, as well as thesencio de sunandmoon, Thajinko exerts den foldy fort, which is shard la typicalifan or male infants preferences. Why the extraordinary understanding gone deficient intellect? This is the result of Suinji's clever manipulation of fate. The primordial realm is decidedly unkind toward the manifestation of supreme innate spiritual roots. It is said Thetan lithe body tree manifests as beauty, and the hollow willow was yang myather supreme innate spiritual roots tapmistas, regulatory window ultimate libby come free laborers for the celestial deities. Off the setwo, only yang mice confident li believe tope the manifestation of hollow willow. Suinja suspects hat the assertion of putai being the true for mothbode hitriusmerli the old monk self-aggrandizement. Time flows inexorably, and their spaspacented. Suinja consolidate test the golden light off Timurichi has accrue, from purifying the heaven sander thinto a golden wheel, transmitting it to Thejinka tree thruff his primordial spirit. Heel soim part she's observation soft thene twinden thunder great array, sharing the insight she has gained regarding the manipulation of Sandan stones, alongside the mastery of the 5 thunder celestial powers. The merits accumulate over countless years Sarikon Sumit Bethejinko Triasif there were electable candies, eliciting joyous waso fits branches, overwhelmed with happiness. Thuin's rise, thunder flashes, electricity crackles, Zuanja sighs, wishing Hakud disciplinate. Yet, he genuinely cannot bring himself to do so. I went more. The youthful, innocent voice soft hilitaris galekois amidst the wind sandhunder say topanot. Schwanji, face-palming, thinks to himself, doyu haviani I dehauer du sidi merits? Eat, eat, eat when you grow up, you must repame. Theriums in this narrative areas follows earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, mixed yuan golden immortal quasi-saint, mixed yuan great Luo golden immortal saint realm, mixed yuan Taiji golden immortal heavenly Tao realm, mixed yuan Wuji golden immortal great Tao realm. Chapter 3. The Flesh of Tang Song, the Dance of Chang'e. A must-see. The immortal apricot tree truly cherishes him. What child would willingly share their favorite food with others, not even their own father? Yet, the immortal apricot tree is more than happy to share the precious San Guang divine water it has painstakingly accumulated, and it does so with delight. It is not in vain that he tirelessly imparts various motivational wisdom to it during every brief moment of awakening. Regardless of whether they are sweet or savory, toxic or nourishing, he has no idea how as soon as the words fell, the tree trembled violently. The intense pain elicited an involuntary scream from him. Although he had already fallen from grace, the broken blade still retained a sense of pride. Not everyone could coexist peacefully with it. Merely befriending it was already a considerable favor, yet this fellow actually sought to assert dominance over it. The sword of destruction felt a twinge of irritation. A slender root rapidly turned black, ferocious killing intent surged forth, and the innate Tao patterns of the ginkgo tree upon hearing Xianqing's urgent reminder. Su New Jersey established a connection with the Xianqing tree, transmitting relevant methods to her. Moments later, a delightful little girl, appearing no older than 3 or 4, donned in a skirt, danced joyfully around Su New Jersey, her laughter filling the small space with mirth. The skirt, woven from the power of wind and thunder, dispersed any malevolent or murky energies that dared approach. Over the years, Su New Jersey's realm had advanced. His strength amplified, and his efficiency in transforming malevolent and murky energies had doubled, leading to an increase in the merits he accrued. With an abundance of merits, the intangible restraints within Xianqing's essence began to lift, significantly accelerating her growth in intelligence. Su New Jersey, from now on, I shall be called 11-0, proclaimed the little Xianqing, her spirit hands on her hips, proudly declaring with her tiny upturned nose. Shio refers to the atmospheric energy beside the sun, residing in the 9 heavens, formless and without substance, transforming into thunder upon encountering the sun, and generating wind when meeting the yi and as for sake. The Xianqing tree is red, as are its fruits. Su New Jersey found himself momentarily stunned. The name felt vaguely familiar. It seemed that the famed sword of the notorious Liu Bang, the greatest rogue of the 9 provinces, was also named 11-0, having slain a 5-step snake and tricked a multitude into following him. Yet, using Shio as a name in the primordial world was akin to a common moniker like Zhang Wei, not to mention the illustrious Sanchio Nyang, and that Hongjun resided in the Z11-0 palace. While the Heavenly Emperor's office was famously known as the LNCO Hall, when the great Tao conferred names, it surely did not heed the thoughts of other Shios, hence the direct naming as LNCO. Hongjun likely did not care for empty titles. He was a pragmatist. Otherwise, when his disciple Haoyan ascended to the heavenly court as the Heavenly Emperor, his first order of business would have been to rename the palace. Unbeknownst to Su New Jersey, whose mind was racing with chaotic thoughts, Ch11-0 excitedly lifted her skirt, eager that Su New Jersey would notice. Her little legs swung back and forth in front of him. Su New Jersey, look, look, isn't my skirt beautiful? Su New Jersey pinched his nose, nodding with a feigned sense of integrity. In the past, when he had excited Ch11-0, he had often conveyed his experiences through his consciousness. From devouring chicken to roasting whole lambs, inundating her with a flurry of culinary delights, he never anticipated that she would embed images of food within her skirt. However, The child's sense of aesthetics was evidently skewed. Who would embroider a skirt with a flock of featherless flying chickens, a scar-faced wolf gnawing on lamb chops, and a large, comical tattoo emblazoned on its chest? Could it be that I taught her incorrectly? No, I refuse to take the blame. CH11O, this attire is simply splendid, but you should keep it hidden for everyday wear and save it for festive occasions. Sue, New Jersey, adopting a playful tone, smiled at CH11O and said, "Now, transform your outfit into this style." Instantly, he conveyed the design of a flowing celestial gown from his memories to CH11O, and in the blink of an eye, the little protagonist transformed into a petite fairy. Sue, New Jersey, satisfied, lifted CH11O's essence for inspection, nodding in approval. CH11O seemed somewhat discontent with the flowing celestial gown's design, yet being a well-behaved girl, she quickly cast aside her slight disappointment upon seeing Sue, New Jersey's delight, regaining her lively spirit. Do not be deceived by her youth. CH11O possessed an astonishing reservoir of magical power accrued over eons. Even though she had been misled into spending most of her energy nurturing him, her essence would still draw upon the spiritual energies autonomously. Should a confrontation arise, the little girl could effortlessly unleash a Tai Chingmu divine thunder. Sue, New Jersey would find himself only able to counter with the Tai Mieshan thunder, infused with the essence of destruction. Among myriad methods, the thunder technique was the most potent, and since CH11O was innately attuned to wind and thunder, the same technique wielded by her would be significantly more powerful. Even though Sue, New Jersey had improved and taught her the mastery of the five thunders, she would undoubtedly surpass him. Yet, this was a good thing. Sue, New Jersey traversed the path of life and death, absorbing the nuances of destruction and forming a cycle of existence and annihilation from his own flawed path. Conversely, CH11O, naturally aligned with wind and thunder, followed her heart to forge a path uniquely suited to her, unburdened by Sue, New Jersey's complex worries about insufficient firepower in battle or the introduction of new paths outside her innate Tao. Today, let us venture out and see what Kunlun looks like now. What do you think? CH11O's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, let us go out and play together. This place is so dull. Sue, New Jersey, I want to eat chicken. Chapter 6. What enormous cotton candy today. Eat chicken. CH11O's words left Sue, New Jersey astonished. In the present primordial world, ferocious beasts roamed widely. Finding chicken would be a challenge, let alone eggs. The Yuanfeng had undoubtedly emerged. However, whether it was a phoenix egg or a peacock egg, could they be roasted? Undercooked, they would certainly remain raw. Yet, after years of dining on celestial delights, having finally taken form, shouldn't he offer his stomach some consolation? Placing CH11O's essence upon his shoulder, Sue, New Jersey employed his transformative powers to collect a piece of land from the mountain peak, shrinking it into a ring that he adorned on his middle finger. With ample 9 heavens essence and 3 lights divine water, there was no immediate concern that CH11O's essence would wither from a lack of spiritual energy. The innate grand formation was also included, causing the mountain peak to vanish as if a razor had sliced off a thin layer from its summit, roughly equivalent to 1 billion miles of mountain being removed. From the moment the mountain was claimed by his roots, the 9 heavens essence and the stones of Kunlun had, over eons, been refined by his magical prowess, gradually being transformed. Although Sue, New Jersey's path of life and death could not transmute the mountain into the legendary vibrant small world brimming with life, crafting an independent small realm was not a daunting task. Regardless, this was the home he and CH11O had inhabited for a considerable time, where they relished the boundless spiritual energies of Kunlun. Leaving it behind stirred a twinge of reluctance within him. He had not taken everything, merely excavating a small area of about 10 miles in radius. Such an expanse was ample for him and CH11O to construct a dwelling. There was no need for their mobile residence to be overly grand. Sue, New Jersey sighed inwardly, glancing at the small pit several kilometers below his feet, feeling somewhat uneasy. After some contemplation, he deposited a portion of merits into the mountain, as a means of repaying the karmic debt for the small hillock he had removed. 11O waved her little hand vigorously at the celestial mountain below, bidding farewell in her tender voice. Goodbye, Big Brother Mountain. CH11O is going to eat chicken with Sue, New Jersey. Take care. The celestial mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, seemed to respond to the little girl's words, ascending amidst the clouds. Su New Jersey opened his golden innate divine eyes, piercing through the sea of spiritual energies. This was one of the benefits of having an innate foundation. Any innate Tao body could, upon achieving divinity, earn an additional title as a deity: godly palm, godly eye, godly heart. The most renowned among them was Yang Jian, whose father was mortal and mother divine, a half-human, half-god lineage, possessing an innate divine eye, perhaps inherited from his mother's primordial essence. Flying above the sea of clouds, the duo realized just how vast their homeland was, stretching endlessly before them. The mountains rolled, brimming with spiritual energies, and the Tao's resonance was extraordinary. However, their desire for chicken was destined to remain unfulfilled. They circled widely, only to find that due to the malevolent and murky energies, the trees of Kunlun were sparse, and living innate beings were nowhere to be seen, having mostly become prey for ferocious beasts. Most likely, they were sleeping within the innate grand formation, and the few that had emerged were akin to a drop in the ocean within such a vast expanse. Nonetheless, this did not dampen their enthusiasm for exploring Kunlun. Su New Jersey took charge of their flight, while CH-11O guided the innate transformative energies into the ring. They sought only pure innate spiritual energies, such as innate yang energy, innate yin energy, and the innate 5 elemental energies. Anything less would not pique their interest. As the majority of the innate sanctities of Kunlun remained in slumber, they eagerly gathered what would be nearly impossible to find in the future. Along their journey, they collected an abundance of materials rich in innate spiritual energies, alongside a few inferior innate spiritual roots. Due to the concealment and protection of the innate grand formation, they uncovered no spiritual roots or treasures of medium quality or above. However, this was Kunlun, even before the calamity of the ferocious beasts. The fruits of superior and top-tier acquired spiritual roots were plentiful, while the roots themselves held no allure for them. The reason they sought the fruits was simply that both were avid food lovers, especially CH-11O, whose mouth was never idle, reveling in sheer delight. They ambled along, stopping intermittently, collecting primarily inferior innate jade stones that were over 1 billion years old, disregarding those younger, as they flew over an inconspicuous valley. Seated upon Su New Jersey's shoulder, CH-11O swung her little legs, gazing below, arms open wide in a grand gesture, exclaiming, "Su New Jersey, there are so many cotton candies here." She understood Su New Jersey's fondness for absorbing transformative spiritual energies and shared her enthusiasm. Believing that what Su New Jersey referred to as cotton candy was likely of a similar flavor, Su New Jersey paused midair, surveying the depths below, where a bottomless gorge lay, yet he sensed no presence of the grand formation. However, in terms of energy perception, the distinction between superior innate spiritual roots and top-tier innate spiritual roots was not simply a matter of a significant realm difference. It was akin to 1,000 quasi-saints being eclipsed by a single saint-level Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. A mere word could lead to profound deviations. Realizing the immense benefits present, Su New Jersey decided to temporarily halt. He dared not descend directly. The terror of the innate grand formation was something he could not recklessly confront at present. Casually, he tossed out a Tai Mieshan thunder, which vanished silently upon descending for 6 miles. Su New Jersey took a deep breath. The Tai Mieshan thunder was his strongest technique. Even if the wind and thunder formation were struck, it would provoke a surge of the formation's power, yet here it had produced not even a splash, a significant catch indeed. Within this realm, there undoubtedly lies an abundance of treasures, perchance even exquisite innate spiritual artifacts. The more concealed the innate grand formation, the greater the wealth it harbors. It is not mere fish, but rather cotton candy. With a visage of utmost seriousness, Qi Shao solemnly corrects Su New Jersey's misconception. When it comes to matters of food, the little girl exhibits a remarkable level of rigor. Indeed, it is cotton candied. Su New Jersey soared to the eastern mountain peak, urging Qi Shao to unleash a Taiji Qingmu divine thunder with all her might. Qi Shao opened her small mouth, raising her hands skyward. Between her palms, the laws of thunder shimmered, and a profound surge of magical energy poured forth, merging with the thunderous laws, swiftly coalescing into a thunder pearl, gradually absorbing magical energy and expanding in spiritual essence. The silver lightning grew ever brighter, illuminating the expanse for hundreds of miles, rivaling the brilliance of the sun above. The limit of her control. The little girl forcefully hurled her hands towards the valley in a flash of silver light. The valley below silently consumed the divine thunder once more, yet this time, waves of spiritual energy rippled. Undulating for a brief moment. Soon New Jersey, that shield below is remarkable. It devoured my candy beans. Qishao danced her hands and wiggled her feet, twisting incessantly upon his shoulder, despite expending such vast magical energy. The little girl showed no signs of fatigue or breathlessness. Instead, she appeared eager to unleash more divine thunders. This reminded Soon New Jersey of the joy he experienced as a child, the carefree and innocent delight that is often incomprehensible to adults. She even drank from the waters below. Soon New Jersey was initially perplexed, but soon came to a realization. In a wonder, the spiritual essence above the earth showed no reaction. This grand formation, unlike the innate wind and thunder formations that draw upon the spiritual mechanisms of heaven and earth, relies solely on the spiritual veins of Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 7. The gluttonous tree summoning 36 special avatars, he cast them forth, and under the guidance of his consciousness, the avatars manifested into towering ginkgo trees. Each 100 meters high, arranged in a celestial formation, the ginkgo tree avatars were planted around the valley. Soon New Jersey harnessed the path of creation, willingly expending vast amounts of magical energy to cultivate vitality, compelling the avatar's roots and stems to penetrate the earth's veins, swiftly embedding themselves within the spiritual veins, thus becoming significant forces influencing the flow of spiritual energy. The valley's location was exceptionally unique. Although it was not the principal spiritual vein of Kunlun, it stood at a convergence point of 36 smaller spiritual veins. The power of the spiritual veins was immense. However, Soon New Jersey did not need to exert full control over their opening and closing, but rather to continually tighten and loosen, as the 36 lower-grade innate spiritual roots exerted their strength, causing the spiritual energy river to ebb and flow. Instantly, the hidden formation began to reveal its secrets. The grand formation, driven by the yin and yang energies, pulled upon the spiritual mechanisms of the earth for thousands of miles, causing the spiritual energy to fluctuate, rendering this innate grand formation unstable, appearing and disappearing intermittently. If a master of the main formation were to control it, it could naturally adapt and remain concealed. It turned out to be an innate Taiji formation, while yin and yang, the three talents, the four symbols, and the five elements hold no hierarchy, each capable of evolving into the primordial chaos, attaining the Tao fruit of the primordial golden immortals. In the minds of ordinary folk, yin and yang undoubtedly occupy a higher status, being closest to the concept of the limitless. Soon New Jersey believed that there were too many factors at play. Fortunately, the innate yin and yang energies served as the formation's core, with the earth's veins as its foundation. Otherwise, were they innate yin and yang spiritual treasures, he would be utterly powerless given his current abilities. Soon New Jersey meticulously observed the grand formation, extracting 2 strands of formation energy to analyze in his hands. One black and one white, the yin and yang radiance dancing upon his fingertips. Mastering the 5 elemental paths grants one the 5-colored divine light. Similarly, cultivating the yin and yang path naturally yields yin and yang divine light. The former merely brushes against all things, while the latter possesses the capability to shatter nearly anything. The golden scissors, forged from 2 dragons, one yin and one yang, during the sealing of the gods, serve as a prime example of the might of the forces of yin and yang, having achieved numerous illustrious victories. However, comprehending the intricacies of Taiji yin and yang is no simple task. Without guidance or discourse, it requires a considerable investment of time. Ultimately, the teachings of a master, reverse imitation, and innovative development are 3 distinct levels, each progressively more challenging, especially the latter, demanding time and energy that far exceeds mere imitation. But first, let us dine. Soon New Jersey unleashed a small realm of wind and thunder, entering the refined bamboo dwelling beside a small storage room, selecting several relatively rectangular pieces of Kunlun jade he had collected. He took up a lower-grade innate dagger and fashioned it into tables and chairs. The trimmings were crafted into jade cups, bowls, and pots, inscribed with portions of creation runes to enhance their durability while sealing off the outflow of spiritual energy, simultaneously drawing an external innate spiritual energy to elevate the concentration of spiritual essence. With the Tao above, Su New Jersey of Kunlun Mountain, a solitary sage, proclaims, "I have crafted several items, including a cooking stove, bowls, ladles, and basins, to facilitate the sustenance and continuation of life for all beings. I humbly report this to the Tao, wishing for its acknowledgement." After a considerable wait, the wind remained wind, and the clouds remained clouds. The only presence was a little girl, her small posterior raised as she focused intently on employing wind techniques to sculpt a large stone. Clearly, the Tao was preoccupied, lacking the time to respond to a child's trivial matters. How embarrassing! Thankfully, no one witnessed this, Su New Jersey consoled himself. The realm of wind and thunder hovered atop the mountain peak, the innate wind and thunder grand formation continuously operating, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual mechanisms to supply the 30 or so lower-grade innate spiritual roots within with boundless spiritual energy. Once Su New Jersey had completed the everyday necessities, he prepared to cleanse the gathered spiritual fruits and medicinal leaves, initiating his inaugural culinary endeavor in the primordial world. Qi Xiao had already crafted her very first handcrafted art piece, a sculpture resembling a dark monkey. Noticing Su New Jersey's gaze, the mischievous child proudly pointed at the monkey and exclaimed, "Su New Jersey, isn't it beautiful?" Su New Jersey, about to feign admiration for the sake of encouraging the child and building her confidence, was caught off guard by Qi Xiao's next remark, "I modeled it after you." Su New Jersey fell into rare silence. Taking a deep breath, he silently chanted, "I am not angry, I am not angry." "Ah, Qi Xiao, your sense of aesthetics must be corrected." The little girl widened her eyes, filled with questions. Su New Jersey casually cast a spell, sculpting a piece of scrap into the handsome visage of Erlang Shan. Although Erlang Shan had a penchant for letting his nephew off easy, it did not diminish his charm. "Behold, this is true artistry." Qi Xiao shook her little head vigorously. "The monkey is much more fun." "So, in your eyes, am I not even as good as a monkey?" "Never mind. Educating a mischievous child is not a task to be rushed." Sitting upon the meticulously carved jade stool of Kunlun, he used his left hand to form seals, skillfully controlling the heat of the innate spiritual fire, while his right hand casually lifted the innate spiritual herbs he had collected over the past few days. Opening the jade box, he extracted 2 forelegs from a fearsome beast resembling a deer, yet endowed with a pair of black flesh wings, suspending them above the spiritual fire. Utilizing his understanding of the principle of mutual generation and restraint of the 9 qi and the path of creation, he employed the medicinal vapors and divine techniques to dispel the foul and malevolent energies from the beast's legs, roasting them with spiritual flames to enhance the meat's texture. The reason these beasts are deemed fearsome is that their bodies are predominantly infused with innate malevolent energy, incompatible with heaven and earth, obstructing the development of the primordial realm, which is why they are despised by the Tao. However, with his improved culinary techniques, the flavor should be quite delightful. This was prepared for the future shaman tribe, as he had heard that the ancestral shamans were all gluttons. Whether true or not, it is better to be prepared. He had already envisioned himself as a great emperor in the heavenly court, while also dabbling as a lord of the 6 realms in the underworld. Qi Xiao obediently sat on a nearby jade stone, not playing or jumping, her eyes fixed intently on the roasting meat, her little mouth nibbling on her fingers. Regarding Qi Xiao's fondness for roasted meat, Su New Jersey could only attribute it to the innate nature of children. It was definitely not due to any misguided influence from his own past. After a considerable time of roasting, he called out, "Qi Xiao, pass me the roasting tray." With a whoosh, a fierce wind swept through, and lightning flickered. The wind and thunder escape technique is among the fastest escape methods in existence. Among the renowned wind escape masters, the great winged golden pong can soar 90,000 miles with a single wing, and with 2 wings, it reaches a staggering 180,000 miles. Thunder, needless to say, surpasses even the wind in speed. When fully unleashed, its speed rivals that of the Golden Crow clan's transformation into rainbows, competing for the title of the fastest in the primordial realm. Here, Qi Xiao held up a jade platter larger than her own spirit, which Su New Jersey intended to use for drying the meat. He placed the most delectable foreleg meat atop it and exerted force to slice the already cut meat into even smaller pieces. Then he produced a collection of superior-grade postnatal spiritual fruits, employing his magic to compress them into a jam, extracting the juice to fill jade bottles and wine cups. "All done," he exclaimed. "Hee." Qi Shao carefully set the enormous roasting tray onto the jade table. Sitting upright upon the stone stool, she first took a gentle sip of the juice, mimicking Su New Jersey's actions, rinsing her mouth before hesitantly spitting it into an empty cup, employing her magic to dispose of it into the trash bin. Then, wielding a pair of chopsticks fashioned from lower-grade innate thunder bamboo, she picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. "Delicious." Su New Jersey laughed heartily. "Then eat more." Chapter 8. Today, a seed is sown after finishing their barbecued meal. The two indulged in a few sweetling fruits to cleanse their palates. Once the meal was complete, Qi Shao returned to her original form. Harnessing the natural energies of creation, the innate spiritual essence, and the sunlight and starlight to nourish the other spiritual roots and the nine heavens soil. This task had been entrusted to her by Xianji, and she approached it with utmost dedication. Qi Shao was not one to divide her attention, yet her pure and clear mind, combined with the advantages of her original form and magical power, allowed her to execute the 9 breaths of calming with a range that far surpassed that of others. Meanwhile, Xianji absorbed the spiritual energies alongside the immortal ginkgo tree, while his primordial spirit observed the grand formation within the valley from atop a jade stone. The grand formation before him was predominantly composed of the innate yin and yang energies, resembling a black and white taiji diagram that enveloped the valley, rotating slowly and ceaselessly. For Xianji, acquiring the treasures within was of paramount importance. However, equally crucial was the understanding of the profound mysteries of yin and yang. Whether it was the path of creation or that of destruction, the essence of both was rooted in the interplay of yin and yang. The 3 talents, the 4 symbols, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 qi.to follow the natural order brings forth life. To go against it invites destruction. After 3 centuries, Qi Shao could no longer resist the urge to explore. Xianji extended his consciousness, centering it in the valley and covering a radius of 10,000 miles. As long as Qi Shao remained within this range, he had no cause for concern about her getting lost. However, it was not long before Qi Shao returned, holding her small nose. "Xianji, there's so much stench here. Why don't you plant some little Xianji?" Unlike the innate sanctity of others, Qi Shao's innate nature was constrained by the great Tao, and her consciousness had been infused with various aspects of the new era's civilization by Xianji. She lacked a profound sense of sanctity and resembled Xianji much more. Almost like a human, her speech and preferences and behavior were akin to those of a child. The little Xianji that Qi Shao referred to were the 36 inferior innate ginkgo trees surrounding the valley, which initially she mistook for Xianji's little son before learning from him that they were avatars. Suddenly pulled from her deep immersion in the formation, Xianji intended to shake his head. His original form possessed numerous branches, and due to the inherent nature of creation, they could be easily propagated. However, breaking even one would correspondingly deplete some of his essence and magical power. The conversion efficiency of ordinary clones that fell into the inferior postnatal realm was merely 1/10,000th of that of the original. In terms of gains, the merits harvested would be scant, but the loss of essence would be significant and could severely hinder his cultivation. To recoup the losses would require a lengthy period. And the clones were also susceptible to external forces, such as fierce beasts. Yet he soon recalled that they were in Kunlun Mountain, where fierce beasts were scarce, thus the chances of survival for the clones were considerably high. Moreover, restoring his essence was not particularly arduous. The abundance of creation energies and innate spiritual essence throughout Kunlun Mountain would allow him to compensate with some effort over tens of thousands of years. Reflecting on the so-called descendants of the Blood Sea and the undying river of the primordial world, he found Qi Zhao's suggestion quite feasible. The primordial river and figures like Dong Wang Gong, Di Jun, and Kuren Pong emerged together. They ranked among the 3,000 Purple Cloud's guests. Countless Purple Cloud's guests had perished during the numerous calamities in the primordial era. The river of the underworld, with a notoriously brutal character and a penchant for violence, survived countless confrontations and even secured the position of the Lord of the Underworld by leveraging its dominion over the Blood Sea. The reason was not due to its social skills, protective allies, or formidable strength, but rather its numerous clones, which were intrinsically linked to the Blood Sea. This approach was worth exploring as a viable alternative. Xianji lifted Qi Xiao onto his shoulder and presented her with a jar of meticulously brewed fruit juice. Hee, this is delicious, Qi Xiao exclaimed. Xianji contemplated his own path, diligently seeking the Tao. Attaining the primordial state and enjoying absolute freedom in the cosmos was one route. Aligning with the jade purity to acquire immense merits and becoming the great immortal of pure blessings and virtue was another. With countless clones backed by the primordial veins of the earth, establishing a moral constraint formation, even confronting the six saints would not provoke them into action, thus avoiding catastrophic karma. Xianji resolved to explore this third path. As Qi Xiao joyfully savored her fruit juice, she looked up with eager anticipation. Can we roast some fruits today? Ever since tasting barbecued meat, the little girl believed everything should be roasted. Had Xianji not intervened in time, she would have attempted to roast the three light divine water as well. This extravagant behavior nearly prompted him to swat her bottom. However, upon raising his hand and witnessing her adorable, tearful expression, he refrained. All right then, Xianji sighed, somewhat exasperated. Reluctantly breaking off 30 branches, consuming some creation energies, and investing a decade or so, he easily refined them into clones, planting them at 30 primary nodes of spiritual veins around the valley. As the branches belonged to his original form and were inherently one with it, the refining process was swift, combining insights from the innate Taiji formation and the wind and thunder formation. He activated the refining formation, embarking on a journey to create spiritual treasures. The initial success rate was low, and after wasting considerable materials, he managed to produce a rough Taiji formation plate and 2 inferior postnatal spiritual treasures, 1 yin and 1 yang, thus establishing a simple concealment formation. With the first success under his belt, subsequent Taiji formation refinements proceeded smoothly. Strong individuals could easily see through it, but for fierce beasts lacking high spiritual intelligence and divine powers, it would obscure their vision, causing them to instinctively avoid the area. The spiritual energies in the valley were equally abundant. As they lingered, another 900 years slipped by. Altogether, they had resided in the valley for over 1,200 years. During this time, Xianji made tremendous strides in his understanding of yin and yang, assisting Qi Xiao in refining the innate yin and yang spiritual essence she had gradually siphoned, cultivating the innate red sun divine thunder and the innate dark moon divine thunder. While his own realm did not break through, the foundation built upon the natural resonance of his original form was thoroughly solidified, and his mastery of the life and death Tao advanced further. The path of life and death that Xianji chose held great potential. Life encompassed the creation and proliferation of all things, embodying the path of creation, while also intertwining with the interrelations of yin, yang, the 5 elements, and the 9 qi. It was, indeed, all-encompassing. Destruction, conversely, entailed the annihilation of all tangible entities. The intangible essence and the obliteration of the laws, a grand obliteration. Yet this very nature rendered his advancement in the Tao relatively slow. Were it Qi Xiao, she merely needed to draw 2 buckets of Tao rules in the golden immortal realm, one for the principle of wind and another for thunder, to smoothly achieve a breakthrough. However, Xianji's original form was akin to an infinitely deep abyss. Merely possessing the 2 buckets of wind and thunder rules was insufficient. He needed to infuse it with the principles of creation, destruction, yin, yang, and the 5 elements, among others, from the golden immortal realm laws. Nonetheless, every matter has its pros and cons. The more comprehensive the rules of cultivation, the more robust the foundation. When the time comes to perfect those rules and question the great Luo, the path woven from countless rules becomes increasingly accessible. The probability of ascending to the realm of the primordial golden immortal and the primordial great Luo golden immortal rises significantly. While Xianji studied the innate Taiji formation, Qi Xiao frolicked in the mountains, occasionally tossing a few thunder pearls to annihilate fierce beasts and enhance their provisions. On their original mountaintop, a Taoist appeared. Cloaked in pure energy, with boundless, auspicious clouds overhead and a jade disk floating within, he emanated an immeasurable aura of Tao. The subtlety of his presence made one feel as if they were in the presence of the Tao itself. The Taoist pinched his fingers together. causing the spiritual energy of the mountaintop to surge and coalesce into a small serpent between his fingers. Such pristine innate wind and thunder essence should be unique to this place. Could it be that I arrived just a moment too late? Hong Jun relaxed his fingers and, calculating with his hands, his primordial spirit revealed an expanse of ominous clouds brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, a wisp of malevolent energy manifested before him, severing his fingers. The immortal flesh of a great Luo golden immortal was torn open, blood spilling from the wound. Frowning, he flicked his fingers, expelling the intrusive energy from his hand with great magical power. Employing the method of creation to mend his injured flesh, this wisp of energy harbored the principles of destruction, making it easier to expel. Could it be that the one who collapsed the heavens still lives? Having been struck head-on by Pangu and yet still surviving, one should not underestimate the one who collapsed the heavens. The celestial ginkgo tree's secrets were obscurely shrouded in overwhelming murderous intent. And Hong Jun was reluctant to provoke another formidable chaotic demon over a prime innate spiritual root. With a soft sigh, he felt a tinge of regret, sensing that he had missed a significant opportunity. However, it mattered little. In terms of fortune and destiny, apart from a few rare entities like Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and Qian Kuan, none could rival him in the primordial realm. With a single step, his figure vanished. Chapter 9. She is still a child. Another 10,000 years passed. Qishao finally grew tired of barbecued meat and returned to a vegetarian diet. She confidently informed Xianji that roasted spiritual herbs were far more delicious and fragrant than meat. Why must you always roast? Xianji pondered for a long time, but could not grasp the peculiar thoughts of the little girl. Perhaps children simply have an inherent fondness for roasted food. After several unsuccessful attempts to dissuade her, he resigned himself to indulging the little one's culinary preferences. The little glutton was still young. After all, that it had only been a mere 100,000 years since her spiritual intelligence awakened. Once she matured, she would naturally understand that the salty flavor represented the great Tao, while the sweet was but a minor path. Qishao, guard for me. If anyone dares to intrude, use the innate red sun divine thunder and the innate dark moon divine thunder to blast them away. The innate Tai Chi formation remains unresolved, yet Xuanji is on the brink of a breakthrough. His cultivation was originally complete, but his comprehension of the great Tao's principles lagged behind. Now, with the foundation of Yin and Yang Tai Chi, he is further solidifying his base. His Tao journey and essence have once again reached fullness, and his primordial spirit can no longer contain its own transformation. Upon hearing this, Qishao, perched on a stool, nodded vigorously. She patted her chest with her little hand, her cherubic face reflecting a camaraderie of unwavering loyalty, as though she were pledging to stand by him through thick and thin. Xuanji, rest assured, should any evildoers wish to intrude, they must first tread upon my corpse. Alas, how could he have been so careless in instilling memories of gangsters and the underworld in her? On this night, Xuanji silently entered the realm of the golden immortal. The essence of gold is eternal, enduring through the ages. The moment of his primordial spirit's ascension, his magical powers underwent a transformation, circulating through his physical form. Traversing the 5 organs, manifesting the 5 chi of the cosmos behind his head in the form of the 5 chi morning wheel. The 3 flowers gathered at the crown. The 5 chi morning wheel emerged. The 3 flowers represent essence, energy, and spirit, while the 5 chi symbolize metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It is said that only those who step into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, consolidating past, present, and future selves, transcending the river of time and attaining longevity alongside heaven and earth, can witness the transformation of their essence, energy, and spirit into the 3 flowers atop the crown. The 5 chi morning wheel, conversely, manifests once one enters the golden immortal realm. As the principles of the Tao crystallize, embodying the essence of immortality and the physical form. This transcendental metamorphosis of the physical body triggers the rise of the 5 energies within the liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, harmonizing the 5 chi with the golden immortal's primordial spirit, nourishing the 5 organs with magical power, thus revealing their outward appearance. And this is merely the beginning. Once his realm stabilizes, and he attains a deeper understanding of the great Tao, the yin-yang, the 4 symbols, and the 5 elements, his vitality shall flourish even more. Only then will the 5 Qi morning wheel further solidify, culminating in the great perfection of the Tai Yi Golden Immortal, allowing him to transcend into the great Luo Golden Immortal, transforming into the flower of essence, it, is also due to the pronounced external manifestation that Xuanji dares to confirm his own realm. The Golden Immortal, amidst the numerous cataclysms of the primordial era, occupies a middle tier. While inferior to the formidable Tai Yi Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal, it stands significantly above the lesser celestial beings such as Earth Immortals, Heavenly Immortals, True Immortals, and Mysterious Immortals. Though his status and major powers may be modest, he remains a minor sovereign in the outside world. With an elevation in realm, his vision also expands, leading to a meteoric rise in his understanding of the Tao's principles, enhancing the efficacy of his physical body and its transformation of malevolent and turbid energies. The Golden Immortal essentially represents the pinnacle of innate divine beings, with the majority of the innate formations laid out within the primordial realm existing at this level. Upon stepping into the Golden Immortal realm, Xuanji accelerated his comprehension of the innate Tai Chi formation. In just 500 years, he successfully grasped the final remnants of the principles, fully understanding the grand formation, enabling him to enter and exit freely, unharmed by its powers. Retrieving the wind and thunder-blessed land once more at his fingertips, Qi Shao perched comfortably on his shoulder as Xuanji strode confidently into the grand formation. May the Tao bless me, may Pango bless me, may heaven and earth bless me. Please grant me a few innate spiritual treasures, preferably of the finest quality, Qi Shao jubilantly called out to the heavens. As the duo traversed the grand formation, a towering innate spiritual tree came into view. It bore 9 ripe yellow fruits, each resembling a pearl, with the words Huangzhong inscribed upon them. Huangzhongli, ha, we are in for a windfall. Xuanji exclaimed, seizing Qi Shao, who was eager to rush forward and partake in the fruits. Overjoyed, he cautiously evaded the chaotic energies within the valley, flying closer. Upon inhaling the fragrance of the fruit, he felt a refreshing surge, his magical power noticeably increasing. It is said that Huangzhongli is one of the 5 great chaotic spiritual roots, born from the chaos, which fell into the primordial Kunlun mountain due to the great opening cataclysm. It was discovered by the primordial celestial master, becoming the exclusive top-tier innate spiritual root of the celestial master. However, it is also said that Huangzhongli is in the possession of the Queen Mother of the West, and its whereabouts thereafter remain a mystery. Regardless of the legends, Huangzhongli now rests in Xuanji's hands. The 9 fruits on the tree had long since ripened, and Xuanji plucked them, placing them into a sealed jade box. Xuanji, I want to roast them, Qi Shao whimpered, clutching his head. I give up. It seems your condition is beyond remedy. Xuanji chuckled as he playfully swatted her little bottom, feigning a fierce demeanor. Did you not notice the chaotic energies? You are now in your primordial spirit form, not your true celestial body. A mere touch could spell disaster. The little girl pouted, her large, sparkling eyes darting back and forth, clearly undeterred by Xuanji's stern attempt to change the subject. Still contemplating the Huangzhongli, should I roast them with spiritual fire and add a touch of sweet low-grade innate honey juice? Or perhaps a hint of tangy low-grade innate sour bamboo juice? This cannot be consumed. Doing so will hinder your growth, Xuanji replied solemnly. Huangzhongli must not be carelessly ingested. While it may elevate one to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, lacking a foundation in the Great Tao will render one vulnerable to the obstruction of knowledge. Even with the magical powers of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, one may be blinded by mere appearances, unable to perceive the essence that transcends specific forms, thus impeding the attainment of the ultimate Tao realm. Despite one's efforts, one cannot rectify the deficiencies of the Tao, missing out on the higher realm of the primordial Golden Immortal. Seeing his serious expression, Qi Shao sighed dramatically. Being a child is so difficult. Xuanji couldn't help but laugh. You will grow up soon enough. For now, I will keep them safe for you. He placed the jade box within the confines of his ring-s blessed land, within a thatched cottage, and searched the surroundings for a while. Due to the dense chaotic energies here, far surpassing those of their previous location, even Xuanji, as a golden immortal, dared not move recklessly, let alone extend his divine sense. The chaotic energies are a treasure, the finest fertilizer for innate spiritual roots. However, This substance is exceedingly rich. Even Xuanji's true form can only absorb the essence of the chaotic spiritual energy rather than directly consume it. For beings of the Great Luo Golden Immortal tier and below, contact with chaotic energies poses a life-threatening risk. After searching for some time, he discovered 3 spiritual treasures. Upon seeing their forms, Xuanji nearly laughed uproariously. Thank you, Tao. Thank you, Pangu. Thank you, Heaven and Earth. The 3 innate spiritual treasures lay outside the reach of the chaotic energies. The top-quality innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan Circle, the top-quality innate spiritual treasure. The Hunyuan Silk, and a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Gathering Treasure Basin. The Qian Kuan Circle, also known as the Yin-Yang Ring, resembles a golden bracelet forged from gold, embodying the energies of Yin and Yang on its surface while containing the power of the cosmos within. It is a treasure of utmost resilience, impervious to destruction, capable of launching devastating strikes against all things, and can alter its size at will. Its formidable might can stir the tides and shake the very cosmos. It is rumored that the golden bracelet crafted by Laozi served as a vessel for the Qian Kuan Circle. This top-quality innate spiritual treasure was initially bestowed upon the Tai Yi Zhenren by the primordial celestial master. And it is said that countless high-level practitioners have fallen to it at the hands of Tai Yi Zhenren, who later passed it on to his sole disciple, Neza, safeguarding him through the tribulations of the investiture of the gods. The Hunyuan Silk is a 7-foot-long red ribbon, a treasure for binding it can fly, entwine powerful foes, and alter its length, manipulating the forces of mountains and seas. Even when severed, it can automatically mend itself. In later tales, Neza used the Hunyuan Silk while bathing in the East Sea, causing the entire dragon palace to tremble as he unleashed its full power, shaking the very foundations of mountains and tsunamis. Together, the Qian Kuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk represent the heavens and earth, the roundness of the cosmos and the chaos of creation. As for the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Gathering Treasure Basin. While it may not have left a significant reputation in the primordial realm, it has garnered many legends in later generations, perhaps due to its lack of offensive capabilities. Chapter 10. What yours is mine's spiritual treasures possess sentience and, sensing the flow of yin-yang Dao rhythms emanating from Xuanji, offered no resistance. He adorned Qixiao's little hand with the Qian Kuan Circle and draped the Hunyuan Silk around her neck. The 2 treasures danced momentarily before quickly choosing to acknowledge her. The supreme innate spiritual root, taking form, exuded an essence so rich in the primordial Tao that it bore the highest Tao resonance. Leaving no room for complaint, it was merely a minor detail that the Tao was not a perfect fit. Before Xuanji could speak, Qixiao joyfully exclaimed, "Xuanji, is this a gift for me?" "No, it is merely a temporary loan for your amusement." Xuanji teased. Qixiao paid no heed to his response, gleefully toying with the Qian Kuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk. "Xuanji, you are too good to me, gifting me such delightful treasures." Xuanji pinched her little face, replying, "What is yours is mine." The little girl looked at him with innocent eyes and asked, "If mine is yours, then is yours not mine?" "No, what is mine remains mine," Xuanji asserted with conviction. "I understand now." The little girl nodded, clapping her hands in delight. "Mine is yours is still yours, but you are mine, so everything is mine." "Oh my, this little girl is becoming quite clever." She has learned to banter. Xuanji remarked as he picked up the Gathering Treasure Basin, breaking off 300 branches to plant within the valley's abundant spiritual energy, selecting a safe spot to bring forth his true form. "Qixiao, summon forth your true form. First, follow my instructions to refine the Qian Kuan Circle and Hunyuan Silk, then with all your might, devour every last drop of the chaotic energy here, leaving not a single speck behind for me." With a vigorous nod, Qixiao drooled at the chaotic essence before her. There was no need for her to voice her intention. She was determined not to let even a trace of the chaotic energy escape her grasp. A crimson divine light erupted from Xuanji's fingertip, descending into the very heart of the valley where the chaotic energy was densest, transforming into a celestial apricot that stood side by side with Huang Zhongli. As close as cherished sisters, Qixiao's primordial spirit surged back into her physical form, focusing intently on refining 2 innate spiritual treasures. Xuanji also reverted to his true form, dedicating himself to the refinement of the exquisite innate treasure. The Treasure Gathering Basin. This basin, entirely gilded, was carved with celestial bodies, sun, moon, and stars, along its rim, while the base bore the 4 symbols of the cardinal directions inscribed with profound divine scripts, representing the influx of wealth and treasures. The basin's underside featured an eternally swirling golden yin-yang fish, a manifestation of unique primal energies. The classification of spiritual treasures is governed by 3 primary standards: chaos, innate, and postnatal energies, alongside the number of divine scripts inscribed upon the treasure itself. As Xuanji journeyed forth, he observed numerous spiritual roots and treasures, leading him to this conclusion. The divine scripts, intricate and complex, were founded on various manifestations of grand principles, forming a singular script, which in turn was composed of multiple divine scripts. An example of this is the 5 Elements banner, created from 5 lotus leaves of the primordial chaos green lotus, each an exquisite innate treasure, and when united, they form an unparalleled innate artifact capable of transforming into the primordial 5 Elements Great Formation. One of the most formidable defensive treasures of the primordial realm. The myriad divine scripts inscribed upon the treasure-gathering basin coalesced into 38 innate divine scripts, with 19 yin and 19 yang, placing it among the upper echelon of exquisite innate treasures. Its primary function is singular: to gather fortune, treasure luck, and financial prosperity, while also suppressing and preventing their outward flow, in terms of suppressing fortune. The effectiveness of the treasure-gathering basin is hardly inferior to that of certain innate supreme treasures. Fortune is easily understood. Good luck may lead one to stumble upon treasures, while bad luck may result in choking on mere water. A quintessential example is Duo Bao. With the demise of the Jie sect, he ascended to become the Buddha of the West. Conversely, Zhang Zia faced numerous tribulations during the Fengshen calamity, ultimately reaping the rewards yet failing to attain immortality or divinity. A fleeting existence. One wonders if his repeated encounters with Shengguang Bao, who repeatedly implored him to stay, squandered his celestial fortunes. Treasure luck is intricately linked to spiritual treasures. The treasure-gathering basin can consolidate the dissipated energies of spiritual treasures from the heavens and earth, transferring this energy to compatible treasures, thereby generating spiritual treasure inscriptions and elevating their rank, potentially enhancing them by up to 40 inscriptions. This effect should be immensely beneficial for the Blade of Destruction. Originally a chaotic spiritual treasure, it had suffered a severe blow, diminishing its rank. If one could mend its fissures with the essence of spiritual treasures, even partial restoration to the level of innate supreme treasure would surely leave Xuanji grinning from ear to ear. When it comes to financial luck, its significance is self-evident. With abundant wealth, traversing the primordial realm would allow for the easy collection of various spiritual roots, materials, and medicinal herbs of high value. Spiritual herbs can be refined into elixirs, while materials can be utilized for crafting, both essential pathways for cultivation. After several hundred years, Xuanji successfully refined the treasure-gathering basin, subsequently delving into the 38 innate divine scripts. Refinement does not equate to complete comprehension. Just as Qi Xiao understands that fire can heat food, she remains oblivious to the underlying principles that govern this heat. The 38 innate divine scripts of the treasure-gathering basin are unique yin-yang laws, formed through the interplay of mutual generation and restriction, harmonizing with the intangible resonance of fortune. The path of fortune is a branch of the great path of destiny, imperceptible and intangible, yet undeniably existent. Upon grasping this concept, Xuanji found himself profoundly intrigued by the yin-yang path. Despite being a tangible path, it could interact with the intangible energies of fortune. Such esoteric principles filled him with delight. The great path is not singular. While he may lack clarity on other paths, Xuanji comprehends that the paths of destruction, creation, and space are fundamentally composed of yin-yang, the 4 symbols, and the 5 elements. Qi Xiao's path of wind and thunder equally encompasses aspects of yin-yang, the 4 symbols, and the 5 elements, rather than being purely about wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, millennia passed. Xuanji opened his eyes. With yin-yang divine light flickering, as early as several thousand years prior, he had already comprehended the innate divine scripts of the treasure-gathering basin, integrating them into the path of life and death, and attempting to manifest the 2 forms into the 4 symbols and the 4 symbols into the 8 trigrams. His essence, partly composed of 9 innate energies, was inherently connected to the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Through extensive time spent in contemplation, his realm advanced significantly, taking another step closer to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. During his seclusion, Qi Shao did not forget to nourish his physical form with the energies of creation. Innate spiritual essence, in the light of the sun and moon, while occasionally diverting some of her efforts to nurture her 300 incarnations. The innate Taiji Great Formation did not isolate the external celestial energies. Rather, it acted as a filtering net, dissipating the malevolent energies of the sun, moon, and stars, allowing only the purest rays to enter the valley. This saved Qi Shao considerable effort. Although Qi Shao and Huang Zhongli appeared quite close, almost intimate, that did not deter her from voraciously claiming the chaotic essence, leaving Huang Zhongli with barely a drop to sip. Should Huang Zhongli awaken his intelligence, he would most likely erupt in wrath. Both being manifestations of the Great Path, why the haste to undermine one another? It was a classic case of superficial sisterhood amidst the primordial chaos. Xuanji, I have seized 2 treasures, Qi Shao exclaimed, shaking her branches. With a portion of innate yin-yang essence resembling a colorful ribbon, hanging gracefully on either side of the celestial apricot, swaying gently with its branches. After Qi Shao's relentless foraging over countless ages, the power of the innate Taiji formation had diminished by 30%. However, the formation could still absorb the vast spiritual tides of the Kunlun spiritual veins, replenishing its innate yin-yang essence, and within several tens of thousands of years, it would fully restore its potency. Well done, but let us not refer to it as stealing. This place belongs to us, and our possessions cannot be deemed theft, Xuanji gently instructed. We shall not take what belongs to others, lest we entangle ourselves in great karmic consequences. However, unclaimed spiritual objects belong to the virtuous. Whoever reaches them first, they are theirs. Qi Shao hesitated, Xuanji, but isn't this the territory of Huang Zhongli? To which Xuanji replied, Huang Zhongli lacks true sentience. He is merely an innate spiritual root, not a genuine innate being. Hand over the Qian Kuan circle and the mysterious sky silk to me. You may continue to consume. Finish the chaotic essence first, then proceed to the energies of creation, until you are satisfied. Xuanji extended his hands to receive the Qian Kuan circle and the mysterious sky silk, subsequently planting 300 branches in the valley before closing his eyes once more. Concentrating intently on comprehending the innate inscriptions upon the treasures, Chapter 11. Born of slaughter, ended in slaughter. For a glutton, she could do nothing but indulge endlessly, as a supreme innate spiritual root. The consequence of merely consuming without bearing fruit was that her essence grew increasingly robust. Rapidly approaching Huang Zhongli, who ranked as one of the top chaotic spiritual roots, it is worth noting that Huang Zhongli is a true chaotic spiritual root, albeit with a damaged essence, having merely dropped in rank. Positioned just below the 36th rank of the Chaos Green Lotus and the 24th rank of the Creation Green Lotus, sufficiently comparable to the Green Willow, the Peach Tree, and the Gourd Vine. While contemplating the treasures, Xuanji continued to engage in self-cultivation, taking the successfully cultivated ginkgo branches outdoors to plant at the nodes of the Kunlun spiritual veins. Given the vastness of the Kunlun spiritual veins, it was impractical to plant them everywhere. Even countless ginkgo saplings could not saturate the Earth's spiritual vein requirements. He could only prioritize the larger spiritual vein nodes, which, due to the confluence of multiple veins, accumulated significant amounts of malevolent and turbid energies. Clearing these nodes of accumulated negative energies would also facilitate the flow of the spiritual veins, benefiting the beings residing within them. Currently, due to the rampage of ferocious beasts, the primordial beings were scarce. Once the calamity of the beasts reached its climax, and the Earth's creatures increased, the merit accrued from this endeavor would only grow. With a newfound hope in life and a glimmer of dawn for the future, Xuanji felt increasingly invigorated. What was the pain of breaking branches compared to the greater good? Wipe away tears and persist. Continue the labor. Xuanji, have there been more young men and women outside? Upon seeing Xuanji return, bringing with him a plethora of exquisite and superior postnatal spiritual fruits, along with mid-tier and low-tier innate spiritual roots to transplant into the valley, Qi Shao was overjoyed. She paused her 9-breath meditation, fluttering around Xuanji excitedly while stuffing her mouth with postnatal spiritual fruits. Xuanji crushed the innate spiritual fruits from the jade box, extracting their juices in an attempt to brew spiritual wine. He instructed Qishao to store the postnatal spiritual fruits in the low-tier storage ring he had crafted for her, reserved as a treat. From now on, without my permission, you are not to venture out unaccompanied. During this outing, Xuanji keenly observed that the malevolent energies of Kunlun Mountain had diminished by 1 or 2%, while the number of ferocious beasts had multiplied several times over. With the increase in quantity came a notable enhancement in quality. Along the way, he encountered several beasts whose physical power rivaled that of the golden immortal realm. This was due to the immense purity of the clear and turbid spiritual energies of Kunlun Mountain, which significantly diluted the malevolent energies, suppressing the strength of the beasts and preventing an outbreak of ferocious creatures. As a single leaf falls, one knows that autumn is approaching. The ultimate battle against the calamity of ferocious beasts is likely imminent. The calamity has loomed for countless years. Will the great showdown occur in tens of thousands of years or in mere epochs? In Kunlun, the emergence of celestial beings and ferocious beasts suggests that the formidable Taiji Golden Immortal and the Grand Luo Golden Immortal may soon appear. Should such ferocious and mighty creatures materialize, their intelligence will undoubtedly awaken, transcending mere instinctual behavior. This could herald the establishment of a vast and primordial empire of ferocious beasts. A sense of urgency welled up within him. According to the ancient legends he remembered, once the calamity of the ferocious beasts passed, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, the Crimson Cloud, playfully stuck out her tongue in agreement. With her formidable essence, she could easily break not just 2 of the thickest branches, but even sever hundreds without significant consequence. Once the branches for her doppelganger were refined, the two embarked once more on their journey to seek the fabled land of creation. Xuanji held this place in high regard and had no intentions of abandoning it. Thus, she made minor optimizations and upgrades to the innate Taiji formation. Although there were no creation spiritual mechanisms or chaotic energy present, the innate Taiji formation itself was the greatest treasure. As long as the grand formation continued to operate, it could ceaselessly draw various kinds of innate spiritual energy from the Kunlun veins. Over time, even a mountain of sand could become a tower. Eventually, the innate yin-yang energies and chaotic energies would gradually manifest. Furthermore, the innate Taiji formation connected to 36 major and minor veins of Kunlun, and Xuanji's current golden immortal cultivation level could not ensure the separation of the innate Taiji formation without harming Kunlun's spiritual veins. If she could not take it with her, she would optimize and upgrade it, leaving others with no path to follow. After millennia of transformation and adjustment, 3 spirit treasures were added as the foundation of the formation within the veins, preventing it from consuming the malevolent energies of the sun, moon, and stars, and instead producing the annihilation of these 3 lights. Thus, outside the duality formation, there emerged additional eyes of the sun, moon, and stars. The complexity of the grand formation increased exponentially, and its peril multiplied, making it more than twice as difficult to decipher. Xuanji, you are quite insidious. Qishao laughed as she perched on his shoulder, observing Xuanji plant 12 low-grade post-heaven ginkgo branches in the valley. Her 2 incarnations stood on either side of the valley, serving as low-grade innate spiritual roots. In a few millennia, they would flourish into a canopy, becoming Xuanji and Qishao's eyes and ears in this place. They could even temporarily descend with intent, taking human form to unleash various grand powers and techniques. Child, to thrive in the wilderness, one must occasionally be a bit treacherous, Xuanji said shamelessly, erecting a jade crystal monument beneath the Huangzhong pear tree. The front inscribed, 3 Lights Wanderer, Huangzhong Cave Heaven. He also left a jade tablet warning any powerful beings who might attempt to decipher the grand formation to refrain from taking the Huangzhong pear, lest they damage the Kunlun veins and incur immeasurable karmic retribution. Since the Huangzhong pear could not be taken, this valley must become one of their strongholds. The roots of the Huangzhong pear penetrated deep into the nodes of the spiritual veins, tightly binding the veins and mitigating the spiritual tide whirlpools and conflicts that arose from the merging of different spiritual veins. It served as the anchor for this unique node. Otherwise, even the stones of Kunlun would likely not withstand the relentless impact of 36 spiritual veins day and night. The Zhaofeng and Thunderous Abode could only sustain 1 premium innate spiritual root, and that was due to the duo cultivating a plethora of 9 heaven soil, which rarely bloomed or bore fruit, thus maximizing resource conservation. Big sister, I'm off, but I shall return. Qi Xiao waved at the Huangzhong pair, her face filled with reluctance. She sweetly added, you must not consume all the delicious treats. Leave me at least half. Well, a large portion, or I shall be quite upset. Xuanji pointed toward the 2 directions of the jade crystals and smiled. Rest assured, with the duality sealing formation in place, as long as no one breaks the boundary, all the delicacies are yours. He could not bear to feed all the innate spiritual energy collected by the innate Taiji formation to the Huangzhong pair. This was his unrefined innate essence, the resource for his doppelgangers. After all, the roots of the Huangzhong pair could absorb the spiritual energy from the Kunlun veins to bloom and bear fruit. Xuanji, you are too cunning, Qi Xiao said with sparkling eyes. Her expression filled with admiration. Are you praising me or scolding me? Xuanji replied as he led Qi Xiao's primordial spirit out of the valley, soaring through the clouds toward the sky. Following the direction of the valley's most significant vein, they flew westward. The malevolent aura in the Kunlun sky diminished, while the pure spiritual energy thickened, pressing the turbid air down to below the mountain's waist. The once sparse trees multiplied, and various post-heavens spiritual herbs, which would later be deemed as celestial treasures, proliferated, cloaking the mountains in a verdant new garb. The increase in spiritual trees and herbs consequently led to a rise in post-heaven beings. Along the way, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts, easily dispatched by the duo. Whether through the annihilation of the sun, moon, and star divine light, the Qinkuan circle, or the innate red sun divine thunder and innate lunar divine thunder, they effortlessly dealt with the beasts, which only possessed formidable physical forms. Especially effective were the lunar and stellar annihilation divine lights, which utterly subdued the ferocious beasts. Witnessing this scene, Xuanji began to understand why the demon race's heavenly court, despite its upper echelons not being able to match the witch race, could still contend with the witch race's 12 capital heavenly gods formation by leveraging the power of the Zhou-Tian star array. The reason was simple. The innate light of the sun, moon, and stars inherently suppressed those with strong physical forms but lacking corresponding primordial spirits. Once they formed a grand array, utilizing the power of ancient stars from the wilderness, their might would multiply. Meanwhile, the shortcomings of the great witches above the golden immortal rank were glaringly apparent. Chapter 13. The alternative use of the blade of destruction boom. The resounding thunder echoed across the expanse of 10,000 miles, and blinding bolts of lightning erupted, rampaging through the forest. The overwhelming force of the thunder purged the protective malevolent aura from the beasts' bodies, unleashing endless thunderfire that charred their flesh and obliterated their vitality. Qi Xiao casually tossed out several innate red sun divine thunders, annihilating an entire clan of ferocious beasts in the forest below. These beasts were at most at the early golden immortal stage, utterly no match for the little girl. "Ha ha, father has sent me sweets again," she exclaimed, relishing the merits gained from slaying the beasts. The more powerful the beasts, the greater the merits awarded by the Tao. 3 golden immortal beasts, several Xian immortal ones, and a dozen true immortal ones collectively provided a substantial amount of Tao merit. Along the way, the little girl delighted in her gains, eagerly seizing every opportunity to act. The annihilation of the sun, moon, and stars' divine light was powerful and particularly effective against the beasts below, yet she favored using her thunder techniques. This was primarily because wind techniques struggled to breach the ferocious auras of the beasts, merely slicing through their surface, while thunder techniques proved effective, consistently roasting several beasts at a time. Xuanji was curious about what level Qi Xiao would reach if she successfully took on human form. He estimated she would at least be at the late golden immortal stage, if not contending for the Tai golden immortal rank, her potential rivaling that of the 3 pure ones. And no wonder the Hollow Willow-esque transformation into Yangmei achieved the way of chaos with spatial Tao. Claiming to have reached enlightenment before Hongjun, the foundation of a premium innate spiritual root was immensely profound. Such a splendid innate red sun divine thunder. "Little girl, you and I are fated." Suddenly, they turned to see a figure clad in green, straddling the line between illusion and reality, appearing indistinct and unfathomable, eye in the blink of an eye. Without any sign of magical fluctuations or atmospheric rise, the figure stepped a myriad of miles forward. Materializing before them with no warning, Qishao subtly glanced at Xuanji, waving her little hand, the Qingkuan circle shimmering with golden radiance. Xuanji forcibly suppressed the shock within him and shook his head slightly. The figure exuded a mysterious and unparalleled aura, not even a trace of energy leaking out, making their strength virtually inscrutable, particularly impressive in the realm of spatial Tao. Even if the two joined forces, they might not land a hit. That a vague suspicion arose within him as he recalled the figure's lack of a notorious reputation, suggesting no ill intent toward them. Hence he refrained from prematurely invoking the blade of destruction from the ring. Of course, the key was the figure's expertise in spatial Tao. Any small movement on his part could potentially draw attention, and possessing a former chaos spiritual treasure, the blade of destruction of the collapse heaven Taoist, could lead to a genuine life-threatening calamity. I am the junior Xuanji, accompanied by my sister Qishao, paying respects to the esteemed elder. We have not encountered you before. May I inquire about your purpose in sharing the Tao? The green-clad middle-aged Taoist possessed an extraordinary aura, his gaze ancient and weathered, as if he had traversed countless ages. He examined the two, focusing primarily on Qishao's primordial spirit, giving Xuanji only a cursory glance, and lightly chuckled. I am Yang Mei, and like your sister, I too have transformed from a premium innate spiritual root. The Tao suppression has rendered most true spirits of the innate spiritual roots in the wilderness dormant. With little hope of attaining the Tao, I have traveled through the wilderness for several 100,000 years, imparting teachings on superior innate spiritual roots to a handful and countless mid to low grade ones. Yet those who may transform in the future are few and far between. Over these years, I have not encountered a single awakened true spirit among the superior innate roots, thinking it impossible in the wilderness. I never expected to encounter you both in Western Kunlun. It appears to be fate. After a lengthy discourse, the figure's demeanor softened, relieving Xuanji considerably, as they were not met with hostility at first sight. Nevertheless, his vigilance remained high. Having just made contact, it was prudent to maintain some distance until he better understood the figure's character. It seemed from his words that he wished to vie for the little glutton. How absurd! That little one was nurtured through his sweat and toil, having consumed countless merits over the years without even recouping his costs. How could he easily part with her? Unless he offered more. A chaos pearl, a chaos blue lotus, or some chaos spiritual treasure might be worth considering. Elder, you jest. Kunlun is but a small expanse. With your grand abilities, reaching any destination or meeting anyone is merely a matter of a few steps. Yang Mei could hardly become irate, given that Xuanji had also flattered him. Seeing that Xuanji was not falling for his bait, he had no choice but to lay bare his intentions, stating directly, you both possess exceptional talents and share a similar foundation with me. Would you be willing to seek the Tao alongside me? If you agree, I can accept you as my named disciple and your sister as my personal disciple. Xuanji truly felt a flutter of emotions, particularly if he were a native of the primordial realm. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual is destined to become a Hunyuan Daluojingxian, achieving the status of a great sage alongside Hongjun, endowed with boundless divine powers. However, he could not triumph over Hongjun, resulting in his expulsion from the primordial universe, where he could only continue his cultivation in the chaos. Should he receive his guidance, their paths to enlightenment would undoubtedly be much smoother. Yet, he soon regained his composure, reflecting on the teacher-student relationships throughout the primordial realm, each fraught with schemes and hidden motives. This observation is evident in the successive generations of divine beings, each weaker than the last. While this conclusion may seem somewhat sweeping and biased, it holds a grain of truth. Having a mentor is indeed a boon, yet it can also be a curse, potentially leading one astray and compromising their foundational understanding of the Tao. Take, for instance, the method passed down by Hongjun for slaying the 3 corpses to attain sanctity. Aside from the 6 saints who relied on the primordial purple energy and great merits to succeed. Who else has achieved this? Among the 3,000 visitors of the purple cloud, those with great fortunes like Dijuan, Tai, and Hongyun have all met untimely ends. Conversely, figures like Zenyuanzi, Zhuangmu, Mingyi, and Kuanpeng, who possess comparable foundations to the duo from the West, have lived through the journey to the West without breaking through to the perfection of quasi-saint status. To outright refuse is also troublesome. Among the great powers of the primordial realm, only the amicable Hongyun is approachable. Even Zenyuanzi, despite his gentle demeanor, harbors pride and rarely pays heed to the common folk. Otherwise, Wuzhuang Temple would not be home to only a handful of disciples. Thank you for your kind intentions. Senior, but we already have a teacher. Yang Mei, maintaining a stoic facade, pinched her right hand within her sleeve, feeling a piercing pain. She cursed the old dog of the collapsing heavens inwardly for not being filial. In an instant, she summoned her profound magical powers, causing her form to slip into the creases of space. Casting wary glances around, she feared the sudden emergence of a sword light that could obliterate all existence. Severing her head, slicing through her neck, and piercing her heart, Qi Shao chuckled softly, finding this peculiar uncle somewhat endearing. Xuanji appeared calm on the surface but found the situation amusing, as images of the broken blade in his own pool sprang to mind, leading him to a sudden realization. Logically, only a supreme innate spiritual treasure possesses the ability to conceal itself and prevent cultivators below the Hunyuan Jingxian from peering into the mysteries of the heavens. He possessed a wealth-gathering pot, while Qi Shao faced some complications. Fortunately, that blade of destruction, which merely radiated the aura of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, lay at the foot of the immortal apricot tree. It was not truly of the top grade. It genuinely belonged to the realm of chaotic spiritual treasures, surpassing innate treasures in rank. Moreover, it bore the lingering resentment of the Taoist of the collapsing heavens. Along with the remnants of the Tao of destruction and the opening heaven axe's energy, a single strike from it would undoubtedly be grievous. Chapter 14. Yang Mei is a good person. Yang Mei gazed at the obedient and adorable Qi Shao, feeling a pang of sorrow at the immense Daoic essence within her primordial spirit. Alas, she had arrived a moment too late. The Taoist of the collapsing heavens was no trifling foe. This individual was a war fanatic, reckless to the point of self-endangerment. Should he entangle them, it would hinder their cultivation and pose a significant risk in future contests against Hongjun, Qian Kuan, and others, potentially resulting in the loss of the primordial realm's Daoic fruit of Panga's half-step transcendence. Never mind, one should not sacrifice the greater good for minor gains. However, she could not allow the Taoist of the collapsing heavens to revel in his triumph. Yang Mei smirked coldly, noticing that Qi Shao possessed two top-grade innate spiritual treasures, while Xuanji wielded only a root as his spiritual treasure, immediately formulating a plan in her mind. Those who suffer from scarcity rather than abundance in times past, when Pangu garnered the favor of the Tao. He alone possessed the four accompanying innate treasures: the opening heaven axe, the chaotic green lotus, the creation jade plate, and the chaotic pearl, inciting the ire of countless chaotic deities and demons. Many chaotic beings had no weapon to their name and were forced to scavenge in the chaos. When Pangu opened the heavens, many chaotic beings did not necessarily harbor murderous intent. At the very least, he was quite aware that they merely sought to fish in troubled waters and steal the creation jade plate. Who could have guessed they would be cleaved in two by an axe? Now, the Taoist of the collapsing heavens has bestowed two top-grade innate spiritual treasures upon the young Qi Shao while neglecting to grant Xuanji any spiritual treasure. Such differential treatment would inevitably sow the seeds of discontent in Xuanji's heart. What a pity that is! Yet, let it be known, our spiritual roots manifest as form, imbued with the essence of the Tao from birth. Yet, due to our innate roots of the Tao, we are susceptible to being captured, refined, and devoured by the powerful I. In the future, we must proceed with utmost caution. Upon encountering formidable beings, we must not be deceived by their words. With a flourish of her grand sleeves, three spiritual treasures shot forth, shimmering and hovering before the two. These three treasures, acquired during my travels through the primordial realm, hold no further use for me. So I bestow them upon you for your protection. This ostentatious act of generosity and heartfelt words nearly moved Xuanji to tears. Could it be that he had truly misjudged this individual? However, my dear sir, how did you become a solitary figure in the chaos despite such wealth? Ah, your former self was a chaotic deity, and the chaos is indeed your home. Thank you for the treasures. Esteemed senior, accepting their fate with no means of resistance, he resolved to enjoy the moment. Yang Mei, you are truly a good person. Thank you, Uncle Yang Mei, you are indeed a good person. Qishao exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Waving her small hands vigorously, the 7-footed Mingtian silk danced gracefully, causing Xuanji to worry that this girl might mistakenly offer it as a hada. Yang Mei maintained an air of nonchalance. With 3 treasures at stake, it now rested upon the two of them to determine how to divide them and how to explain the situation to the Taoist of the collapsing heavens. 1 step forward, and true to his nature as a primordial spatial demon, he exuded no fluctuations of spiritual energy, only the space around him rippled like the surface of water, and he vanished without a trace. He arrived swiftly and departed even faster. Farewell, dear friends. May our paths cross again. Shouldn't we discuss the Tao and receive some guidance? Xuanji murmured quietly, feeling as though he had missed a significant opportunity. With outstretched fingers, he grasped the 3 treasures into his sleeve. He did not recognize these 3 spiritual treasures, but anything deemed worthy by Yang Mei would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Given this esteemed individual's stature and spatial abilities, the innate formations spanning the primordial realm could obscure the mysteries of the heavens, shielding Xuanji and Qishao's gaze. Yet, for this spatially enlightened Hunyuan Jingxian, it was no different from returning home. Xuanji even maliciously speculated that had Yang Mei not been of limited cultivation and held particular intentions for the primordial realm, perhaps the likes of the 3 pure ones, Zhuangmu and Zenyuanzi, would be reduced to beggars. This was the tremendous advantage bestowed by early birth and superior strength. In the days to come, Hongjun would operate alone, engaging in black market dealings, eliminating Luo Ho, Qian Kuan, and Yin Yang, effortlessly acquiring Yang Mei's treasures and harvesting the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, thereby becoming the foremost tycoon of the primordial realm. He would easily monopolize the teachings of the Chan school, human school, Kut school, Buddhist school, heavenly court, and immortal court, fattening the disciples of the Xinmen. Among these, there would be no shortage of innate treasures, such as the Taiji diagram and Panga banner derived from the 3 treasures of the opening heaven axe. The second-generation disciples of the Chan school would each possess at least 1 top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, they would not be so generous in passing treasures to their disciples. The jade-clear primordial beginning was renowned for his craftsmanship. Yet how many postnatal treasures had he forged? None were necessary. Being kind, possessing abundant treasures, and sharing them freely. Thus, it could be inferred that Yang Mei's treasures would far surpass those of Hongjun. One could only hope for no subsequent troubles. Xuanji was aware that he had uttered a futile remark. As long as he remained in the primordial realm, and as long as Qishao's true form was an exceptional innate spiritual root, the tribulations that awaited them would be anything but few. Some troubles could be evaded, while others could only be confronted head-on. They sought refuge in an unclaimed secret cave within Kunlun Mountain, a place of great fortune, with the entrance protected by a primordial earth-based formation, appearing as a smooth cliff face. Unfortunately, within this blessed land grew a rare top-grade innate spiritual root, the purple sun mulberry, bearing 360 ripe fruits. Even from a distance, Qishao could catch their scent. Though Xuanji was somewhat skeptical, the little girl spoke with unwavering conviction. The difficulty of the primordial earth-based formation was significantly lower than that of the primordial wind and thunder formation. Coupled with his cultivation far exceeding a large realm, Xuanji effortlessly grasped the formation's secrets within 300 years, gaining easy access to the cave. Inside, the cave was a vast volcanic crater, with dozens of black flames continuously burning amidst the magma. Only at the center of the volcano could the purple sun mulberry tree find respite. Sitting atop the tree, the pair of them, one large and one small, beamed with joy as they gazed at the 3 spiritual treasures floating before them. Qishao, unaware of the treasure's true worth, regarded them merely as delightful toys. However, Xuanji's happiness brought her joy in turn. When fortune smiles, it cannot be obstructed. Xuanji could not stop smiling. Indeed, it cannot be obstructed. Qishao joined in the silly laughter. Yang Mei was indeed extraordinarily generous, gifting 3 top-grade spiritual treasures, all of which were offensive in nature, seemingly fearful that the two might lack weapons for massacre and arson. Of course, for Yang Mei, being well-versed in the Tao of space, he had no need for defensive treasures. He himself embodied the strongest defense of the primordial realm. Moreover, the hollow willow, inherently teeming with vitality, had withstood Pengu's opening heaven axe without perishing, a testament to its rare prowess. The three formidable weapons were the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the breaking void cone, the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the void sword, and the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the soul-extinguishing banner. Each was ideally suited for ambush and assassination, perfectly aligning with Yang Mei's mastery of the spatial Tao. Gently patting Qi Xiao's little leg, Xuanji admonished, "Qi Xiao, strive to cultivate diligently." Qi Xiao looked down at the spiritual fruits beneath her, her eyes gleaming with desire. "Xuanji, can I have just a little to eat? If I fill my stomach, I'll have the energy to cultivate." The purple sun mulberry encapsulates the essence of the earth's fire, proving to be immensely beneficial for practitioners of the yang, fire, and earth elements. Should a postnatal mortal with a physique aligned to the fire or earth element consume even a single strand, they might very well ascend to the realm of earth immortals. However, for Qi Xiao, it merely serves as a tantalizing taste, at most, 10 strands. Xuanji remarked, "The mulberry can be utilized in medicinal concoctions, in the future. When we explore alchemy, refining it into a golden elixir may yield even greater effects." Chapter 15. The Beast's Culinary Compendium. Qi Xiao summoned her true form, rooting herself within the magma, absorbing the innate earth energy of the cave, along with the primal black flames of heaven and a portion of chaotic essence. Such is the dominion of a supreme innate spiritual root. Even the chaotic energy can be consumed. So what are mere earth flames in comparison? Xuanji's consciousness meticulously scanned the celestial cave, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Encased in the protective aura of the 9 Qi divine light, he tread upon the lava and extracted the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the diamond umbrella, born from the purple sun mulberry, from the black flames. The term diamond symbolizes unparalleled resilience, impervious to destruction. Originally an immortal innate stone crystal forged from the earth's power, it was transformed through eons of heavenly fire during the creation of the world, seamlessly merging the essence of earth and fire. This treasure, resembling a diamond, was aptly named the diamond umbrella. Its canopy shimmered a pale yellow, adorned with intertwining patterns of the Tao, forming a black and yellow dragon, embellished with mountain and fire motifs. Many treasures bear the dragon form in their divine inscriptions, their names often infused with the essence of dragons, such as the red flower of the 24th grade primal creation, Blue Lotus, which transformed into the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the coil dragon crutch, obtained by Ta Ching Laozi, though other accounts attribute it to the whisk. The apex of the umbrella was circular, adorned with a purple sun motif composed of innate Tao divine patterns, radiating warmth. The umbrella's ribs, though seemingly slender and fragile, were actually indestructible, crafted from the essence of earth after undergoing the high-temperature trials of heavenly fire. Infused with eternal spiritual light, this was indeed a strikingly beautiful spiritual treasure. Even Qi Xiao could not help but project her spirit, resting on a branch with her eyes wide in wonder. Xuanji recognized her fondness for this exquisitely diamond-like treasure, though she was too shy to voice it. Children, after all, are drawn to glittering things. With a gentle smile, he tossed the diamond umbrella and the void-piercing cone to Qi Xiao, retaining the void sword and the soul-extinguishing banner for himself. In Qi Xiao's hands, the treasures were as if they were with him. She could wield them at any moment. Moreover, with Qi Xiao possessing the umbrella, future defenses and offensives could be entrusted to her, her magical prowess vastly exceeding his own by many-fold. With great power comes great responsibility. He, Xuanji, you are simply too kind to me, Qi Xiao exclaimed joyously as she caught the two treasures, one resplendent and the other compact. Remember to refine them well and always carry an umbrella. The wilderness is fraught with storms. It's good to have one on the way home. Xuanji, maintaining a composed demeanor, began the process of refining the void sword and the soul-extinguishing banner while also deciphering the innate Tao divine scripts within the treasures. Upon successful refinement, he turned his attention to the diamond umbrella and the void-piercing cone for further comprehension. Qi Xiao remained by his side, safeguarding him. A millennium later, the two emerged from the cave, encountering a lair of ferocious beasts in the western Kunlun. Observing the remnants of divine beings savaged by the beasts, Xuanji sighed. Qi Xiao unfurled the diamond umbrella, its pale yellow canopy adorned with intertwining black and yellow dragons dancing around the purple sun at its apex. creating a semi-independent microcosm of ethereal light. The golden immortal beasts ensnared within gazed vacantly, a rib imbued with primal energy slipping from their jaws. Just moments prior, they had been feasting on the rib at the lair's entrance, singing merrily, only to find themselves in this predicament. Before the ferocious beasts could comprehend their fate, a blade of swordlight descended from the void, razor-sharp enough to cleave through space itself. The beasts, accustomed to recklessly devouring life and destroying the very roots of existence in Kunlun, were gripped by terror, attempting to flee, but before they could evade, the swordlight severed their heads, obliterating both body and soul. A young beast rushed forward, extending its neck to sniff with its bloodied snout. The essence of its true spirit was shattered, the scent of blood attracting other beasts from within the cave. Before they could grasp the situation or prepare for defense, the void-piercing cones silently pierced their resilient hides, leading to their demise, one after another. Another beast, driven by instinct, fled in a frenzy alongside its brethren, seeking to escape the looming danger. However, it had scarcely made it far before a searing pain surged through its soul, leading to its immediate demise. Xuanji, nearing the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, shook the soul-extinguishing banner. This supreme innate treasure possessed a formidable dominance. Merely sensing a hint of its target's essence allowed him to obliterate the target's soul from afar. A veritable artifact of demise, and of course, the void sword was equally formidable. Once summoned, it became formless and intangible, capable of traversing the void. Just as now, the ethereal short sword awaited the return of the Beast King outside the cave. Invisible to the other beasts, who could only roar in desperation, calling for the returning Beast King. Before long, a dark, ominous cloud, infused with malevolent energy and accompanied by flashing beastly claws, soared from the distance. Upon witnessing the corpses at the cave's entrance, the less intelligent beasts discarded the remains of a primal being of the golden immortal realm from their jaws, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy. The already mangled corpse of the golden immortal fell to the ground, its state further dismal. The ferocious dark cloud of malevolence grew increasingly rampant, scattering in search of unknown foes, further sapping the vitality of the sparse, spiritual herbs nearby. A pair of black eyes glimmered with dark light, searching for a considerable time before finally pinpointing the location of the unknown enemy, guided by a hint of essence that Xuanji had deliberately released. It was the cave's stone wall, identical to its usual appearance. Roar. Upon locating the enemy, the beast, lacking in wisdom, could not afford to delay. Bursting forth with boundless malevolence, the Beast King charged forward. Qishao attempted to intervene, but Xuanji held her back. Let us first test the Diamond Umbrella's defensive capabilities and see if it truly lives up to its name. With a resounding crash, the Beast King, a creature of flesh and blood at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, fortified by primal malevolence, collided with the barrier of the Diamond Umbrella, composed of the protective essence of earth and the impenetrable black flames. Under Qixiao's current cultivation, this barrier merged seamlessly with the land beneath, dissipating excess force across the entirety of the surrounding terrain. The result was that the barrier remained unscathed, the earth itself not even trembling. Conversely, the Beast King was left dazed, stars dancing before its eyes as it shook its head vigorously, attempting to dislodge the few remaining thoughts it possessed. The agony inflicted by the lower-grade innate black flames rendered it excruciatingly tormented, its malevolent flesh utterly incapable of extinguishing the spiritual fire. Observing its pitiful state, Xuanji harbored no intent to prolong its suffering. Channeling his divine will, he transformed the sword into a beam of divine light. With a swift thrust, the hidden blade darted forth. A faint, transparent glow vanishing in the blink of an EYE.IT pierced through the beast's head and exited through its midsection. The slicing power of spatial severance was beyond what this golden immortal beast could withstand. Black malevolent blood gushed forth, slowly purified by the laws of heaven and earth. A thread of Tao merit inexplicably entered his body, deposited by his primordial spirit into the merit wheel at the back of his mind. Xuanji regarded the black blood on the ground, deep in thought. With a mere gesture, he summoned spiritual earth to envelop the cave, burying the remnants of unknown primal beings and sacred remains deep within the earth. The Kunlun ferocious beasts were beginning to proliferate, Were they born of nature, or had they migrated? This question ultimately remained unanswered. Chapter 16. The completion of a minor goal, leaving the volcanic cave behind. The two continued their journey. Ever since acquiring the treasure trove, Xuanji noted a marked improvement in his fortune, luck, and wealth. After receiving 3 exquisite spiritual treasures from Yang Mei, they soon discovered abundant primal essence and transformative spiritual opportunities. Although most were not complete, even the smallest morsels were welcome, and Xuanji was far from picky. Thus, he embarked on yet another round of self-sacrifice. A man must be ruthless with himself, he resolutely informed Qishao. But I am not a man, she retorted. My body is a tree, but your heart is human. Trees do not consume sustenance. Are you preparing to live as a human or to remain a tree? The notion of consumption became Qishao's Achilles heel. Tearfully, she labored to create over 100 avatars. Being a child is just too difficult, became her catchphrase. It was uncertain whether the Kunlun mountain had already suffered devastation at the hands of Yang Mei, Hong Jun, and the first wave of primal beings, but apart from those within the primal array, there were scarcely any unclaimed exquisite or superior innate spiritual treasures in the outside world. However, mid-grade and low-grade treasures could be found after a few millennia, and not collecting them would likely result in others gaining possession. That would only bolster the enemy. He comforted himself with this rationale. Qishao pondered for a long time, unable to conceive of their enemy's whereabouts. Yet, she was resolute that accumulating spiritual treasures would never be a mistake. At the very least, she could increase her collection of playthings. She even devised a plan to pair the treasures, allowing them to marry and produce smaller spiritual treasures, thus providing her with an abundance of companions. Regrettably, this exceptionally clever idea was indefinitely shelved due to the treasure's resistance. Sigh, being a child is just too challenging. They continued westward, diligently planting trees and not overlooking any significant geological nodes, striving to become the ultimate model worker under the grand Tao of the primordial world. Simultaneously, they sought to comprehend the innate formations they discovered, expanding the quantity of innate spiritual roots in their blessed land, gathering transformative spiritual opportunities from various locales to replenish their essence. After mastering hundreds of diverse innate formations, he finally stepped into the later stages of the golden immortal realm. After traversing for tens of thousands of years, they arrived at the highest peak of western Kunlun. Is this truly the highest mountain in Kunlun? Qishao gazed at the towering mountains in the distance, unable to contain his astonishment. 9 serpentine peaks, shrouded in mist and imbued with the essence of the cosmos, embraced this vast and boundless summit. The divine mountain was extraordinarily expansive. Although the two stood high in the sky atop the Kunlun range, they felt as if they were merely halfway up the mountain in the presence of such grandeur. The mountains were adorned with jade trees and various superior spiritual roots, such as the bicolored jade tree, golden wood, and red sun tree, all of which were rare treasures. Xuanji shook his head gently. While the pinnacle of Kunlun lay to the east, this enormous mountain converged 9 colossal spiritual veins, undoubtedly rendering it a supreme paradise of transcendence. Let us ascend and explore, he suggested. The wind swirled beneath their feet, and in an instant, they arrived at the divine mountain. Xuanji's consciousness expanded, revealing myriad wonders within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The mountain was so immense that even with his considerable range of perception, it took nearly a century to locate the site of the innate grand formation. This was one of the rare formations that existed both internally and externally. The outer layer was the innate ravine mountain formation. Upon entering the formation, one would feel an overwhelming weight, as if the very essence of the earth surged forth, threatening to bury and seal one away if they did not escape in time. Internally lay the innate sea mountain formation, an endless world formed from heavy waters, devoid of direction, akin to infinite space. The combined difficulty of breaking through these two formations surpassed that of the innate Tai Chi formation in Huangzhong Cave by a significant margin. However, this did not deter Xuanji. Yet, upon breaching the grand formation, he hesitated. His consciousness had encountered the spiritual pivot of the divine mountain suppression formation and discovered that this mountain was known as Jade Mountain. Jade Mountain was the sacred abode of the West Queen Mother, also referred to in later generations as Ravine Mountain, Sea Mountain, and the Three Worries Mountain, named after the innate spiritual bird, the Three Ching bird. that resided under the West Queen Mother. Xuanji, let us go in and savor some delicacies. Qishao looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he lingered within the grand formation. After a few moments of hesitation, Xuanji decided to enter and take a look. He vowed that his curiosity was solely about whether there was a Yaoqi, and whether the West Queen Mother and the Golden Mother of Yaoqi were indeed different divine beings. He absolutely did not harbor any intentions of spying on a sleeping beauty, nor was he the type to sneak into a village like a rogue. He intended to enter openly. However, he found neither beauty nor Yaoqi, but rather an expansive creation cave spanning at least tens of thousands of miles, with a silvery moon wheel suspended in the sky, radiating billions of strands of spiritual light and rhythm. Within the moon wheel, a figure could be seen, instinctively drawing in the vast spiritual essence. The innate lesser Yin Tao rhythm, still intact in its 8 parts. Was she the favored daughter of the Tao? Xuanji gazed at the moon wheel, formed from the of lesser Yin energy, with envy. The heavens and earth divide Yin and Yang into 3 Yangs and 3 Yins. The sun, bright Yang, lesser Yang. Great Yin, extreme Yin, and lesser Yin. The sun is the most potent, bright Yang follows, and lesser Yang is the least. The same applies to the 3 Yins. Lesser Yang means east, eastern palace, and Yang lesser. Its antonym is the sun. Great in the Tao is interpreted as high, vast, and excessive. Undoubtedly, the 2 brothers on the sun are transformed from the innate solar energy, while the 2 sisters on the moon correspond to the innate lunar energy. The West Queen Mother and the East King should embody the innate lesser Yin and lesser Yang energies. The East King is also known as the innate Eastern Hua energy, and in later generations, he is revered as the Eastern Emperor, and the Eastern Purple Mansion's lesser Yang Emperor. It is easy to understand why the East King was subdued by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. His innate status is indeed a notch lower. Little Qishao stared at the diminutive moon overhead and murmured, "What a large mooncake! It looks quite sweet." In the eyes of a foodie, the world is merely divided into delicious and unappetizing. This frigid little moon wheel was undoubtedly a delectable treat for those with superior innate spiritual roots. Cough, cough. It seems this place already has an owner. Qishao, let us depart. Qishao tilted his head, gazing at Xuanji. Xuanji pretended not to notice, smiling as he hurriedly left the creation divine abode. The sense of danger gradually dissipated, yet inwardly he sighed. Fate was lacking. The Tao may not concern itself with trivial matters, but one could discern the future protagonist from the West Queen Mother's configuration. The West Queen Mother, indeed, was profoundly favored by the Tao. What was her name again? Miaojin or Taihua? Although Jade Mountain housed numerous innate spiritual treasures, including 2 or 3 exceptional innate artifacts, he still took Qishao away, pretending not to know that this place had an owner, and upon discovering the owner, turned and left without hesitation. Once they departed, the moon's breathing phenomenon immediately ceased. The figure within the moon squinted its charming eyes and exhaled a sigh of relief, lightly patting its chest with a small white hand. I was scared to death. I thought a thief had entered my home. Unexpectedly, that person was quite decent, not even taking a single spiritual treasure. Yet, how did that little girl detach from her body? Could the primordial spirit leave the body as well? The goddess suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had she known he was a person of virtue and integrity, she would have invited him in for a visit to discuss the Tao. At worst, they could have exchanged her spiritual treasures for his insights into the Tao. Oh dear, the more I think about it, the angrier I feel. I feel like I've missed a tremendous opportunity. Such a marvelous place, filled with treasures, yet she could not take a single one. The more she pondered, the more pain she felt, sensing the loss of a minor goal to remedy her spiritual anguish. Xuanji transformed his sorrow into motivation, continuing to toil diligently. By the time they reached the western edge of Kunlun, he had already planted over 50,000 avatars, and they had spent an astonishing 100,000 years in their endeavors. At the major spiritual vein nodes of western Kunlun, he and Qishao had essentially left their avatars behind. They had finally reached the end. Qishao, small in stature yet grand in spirit, gazed down at the endless plains beneath the mountains, cupping her hands around her mouth and calling out loudly, "Hey, how are you?" Xuanji looked at the earth, as if he could see countless dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants battling ferocious beasts. Considering that he already possessed numerous innate spiritual treasures, along with a wealth of innate spiritual roots, Xuanji felt that he could be regarded as a minor landlord in the primordial world. A small target accomplished. Chapter 17. You go, you ascend. No one would ever complain about having too many treasures. Reflecting on the West Queen Mother, Xuanji felt a twinge of regret. He returned empty-handed. Qi Xiao, it would be wonderful if you could transform into a boy. I could act as a matchmaker for you and save you millions of years of effort. Qi Xiao had consumed a considerable amount of merit, and the restrictions imposed by the Tao on her essence began to dissipate. Her primordial spirit appeared to be about the size of a 10-year-old girl. Hearing his words, she puffed out her cheeks. You go, you ascend. Xuanji rolled his eyes. The harm was minimal, but the insult was profound. Did he need to be a man who relied on others for sustenance? He had reached this point solely through his own efforts. Qi Xiao, to reach the pinnacle of life, to marry a wealthy and handsome man, to become a great sage. Let us continue to toil diligently. Smack. A small hand lightly tapped the top of his head. It didn't hurt at all, Xuanji grinned, turning to gaze at Kunlun Mountain, his eyes nearly sparkling with golden light. Kunlun Mountain, akin to Buzhou Mountain, is one of the two great treasures of the primordial world. Among the 6 sages, 4, including Fuxi of the 3 sovereigns, were born in these 2 locations to in later generations, the powerful beings of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as the mighty from the Witch and Demon clans. Along with the 3,000 Zixiao guests and disciples of the 2 generations of the 3 teachings, all possessed at least one superior innate spiritual treasure for protection. Compared to them, the quantity and quality of his treasures were but a mere drop in the ocean. The 2 resumed their scholarly journey, exploring the remaining unvisited areas of Western Kunlun. Once a complete map of Western Kunlun formed in Xuanji's mind, he donned a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the multicolored immortal garment, which he had recently acquired. The 5 elements of the spiritual garment perfectly aligned with his comprehension of the 5-element grand escape. This garment is fated to be mine. Qi Xiao, you shall wait for the next opportunity. Qi Xiao, clad in her 9-colored rainbow attire and stepping on celestial shoes of light, pouted. Xuanji silently harnessed his magical power to refine the immortal garment, and due to his elevated realm and profound understanding of the 5 elements, coupled with the fact that the garment was merely mid-grade, the refinement progressed swiftly. Upon returning to Huangzhong Cave, the multicolored immortal garment had already been partially refined. The 5-colored divine light of the garment was subdued, transforming into a simple white robe. Paired with his mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the thunder light sword at his waist, he exuded an air of a scholarly traveler. After such a long journey, both were feeling somewhat fatigued. Conveniently, the innate Tai Chi formation of Huangzhong Cave had accumulated considerable creation spiritual essence, innate spiritual energy, and traces of chaotic aura. With rich experience in nurturing superior innate spiritual roots, a certain unscrupulous uncle remained steadfast in his endeavors. The Huangzhong Li had blossomed anew, filling the entire valley with a delicate fragrance. Xuanji retrieved 3 of the 27 Huangzhong Li handed over by his avatar, preparing to brew top-tier spiritual wine, while the remainder was stored in a spirit-sealing jade box within the blessed land. The diligent fellow Taoist watches over the cave. The avatar smiled serenely, transforming back into a serene ginkgo tree. Xuanji, I still prefer Jade Mountain. Qi Xiao summoned her true form, with countless leaves capturing the sunlight and starlight, condensing into golden sunlight divine water and purple starlight divine water. Xuanji crafted a glass vial to contain the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars using the collected spiritual materials. Although the creation Tao patterns he arranged only numbered 12 and belonged to the mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, the materials were of mid-grade innate quality, impervious to the corrosion of the 3 light divine waters. Jade Mountain is the pinnacle of Western Kunlun. The West Queen Mother is likely the destined sovereign of Western Kunlun. The karmic ties are too significant. We are not yet capable of bearing them. Xuanji harbored a profound affection for Yushan, where the aura of creation and spiritual essence was exceedingly rich. However, his mind remained astutely clear. Theodore seize the territory of the Queen Mother of the West was a reckless endeavor. One could scarcely believe that the great Tao would unleash a divine thunderbolt, reducing one to ashes in an instant, leaving no chance for rebirth. while the tribulations of heavenly thunder could be negotiated. As long as one endured, the music and dance could continue. The great Tao the tutor was quite commendable, Xuanji silently praised, yet made no move to reveal himself, nor did he entertain the thought of offering healing spirit fruits to gain the favor of the young dragon. His interest lay solely in observing the character and origins of this neighbor. The little yellow dragon possessed average strength, posing no threat to him. However, the dragon clan behind it was a different matter altogether. To prevent potential troubles from a malicious neighbor, he resolved to dedicate a portion of his attention to the other party. The yellow dragon coiled beside a colossal ancient tree adjacent to a ginkgo tree. For spirit jade vases soared from the ring. Even though the lids of the wine jars were sealed, the two dragons could sense the immense spiritual energy contained within. Xuanji had devoted considerable effort to the spirit wine, treating it almost as a preliminary test before alchemy. He maintained a clear distinction. While diligence was essential during times of hard work, occasional relaxation was equally necessary. It was through this ebb and flow that one could sustain a lucid path of the heart and cultivate a more favorable mindset towards the Tao. Spirit wine was categorized into two types, innate and acquired. Among them, the innate spirit wine was brewed from mid-grade innate spiritual fruits, reserving the top grade for alchemical purposes while the lower grade sufficed to satiate himself and Qi Shao. Along their journey, they had gathered abundant opportunities for transformation and innate spiritual energy to fill the jars. As for the acquired spirit wine, that was what he typically consumed himself and offered to guests. Albeit of lesser quality, however, he had set aside a considerable amount, intending to utilize it during the impending calamity of the deification era. Using a specially crafted wine jar that had accumulated countless moments of enlightenment, continuously absorbing and purifying spiritual energy, even the finest acquired spirit wine would be presentable in the deification era. Song received the wine jar, and the young Huanglong, unable to resist the allure of the delectable spirit essence, immediately opened it for a taste. The translucent liquid flowed into his stomach, absorbed by his dragon body, filling him with surging transformative spiritual energy and pure innate qi, mending his hidden injuries. Chapter 20. You are the worst batch I have ever led. So this is what top-tier spirit wine tastes like? The dragon head revealed an expression of delight, murmuring to himself. Qi Shao cast a curious glance his way. Wasn't it just mid-grade spirit wine? How could it be considered top-tier? When it paled in comparison to high-grade innate spirit wine, Xuanji's secretly crafted spirit wine from Huanghongli was the true delicacy. Alas, being too young, he was not yet allowed to indulge in such fine wine, often relegated to merely watching Xuanji enjoy it while he himself could only sip on fruit juice. Being a child was so difficult. Song felt somewhat embarrassed nearby. Family matters were best kept private. Dear nephew, Xuanji clarified, this is not the case. Primarily, the high-grade spiritual fruits I collected are reserved for alchemical concoctions. Otherwise, using them for brewing would yield better benefits and flavors. With the prior guidance laid out, the next steps were straightforward. Xuanji produced 4 jars of mid-grade innate spirit wine aged over 100,000 years, alongside various high-grade and mid-grade innate spiritual fruits, swiftly garnering the favor of the two dragons. One took the initiative to befriend, while the other actively sought to please. As their conversation flowed, they quickly transitioned from discussing the Kunlun spiritual veins to the path of vitality, and from there, delved deeply into the Tao of wood. With their current understanding, they were unable to resonate with the Tao to manifest various phenomena. However, the Azure Dragon articulated the Taoist path of Tai Qingmu, his words commanding the laws of Qingmu to spread and transform the spiritual energies of heaven and earth into vitality, granting the postnatal spiritual roots of the treasure land a significant opportunity. The Tai Qingmu path could be said to be inherently designed to cultivate various spiritual roots. For these nascent spiritual roots with limited wisdom, innate spiritual energy and transformative spiritual opportunities had minimal impact. A single declaration from a powerful being or a line from an immortal's Tao scripture could unwittingly resonate with their root essence, awakening their wisdom and guiding them towards the path of the Tao. Xuanji's path of transformation was similarly impressive, sharing a kindred spirit. Though his realm was stymied at the level of golden immortal due to the vastness of the path of life and death, his teachings on the interplay of yin and yang and the laws of the 5 elements encompassed a wide breadth, benefiting all manner of postnatal spiritual roots present. The path of Emu articulated by Azure Dragon Song pointed directly to the essence of spiritual roots. Serving as a wake-up call, Xuanji's path of transformation elucidated the interplay of yin and yang and the five elements, consistently resonating with the essence of the spiritual roots present. Point one was refined, while the other was expansive. Both parties derived immense benefit from their discourse. Once the discussion commenced, it was impossible to halt. Soon, Xuanji's offerings of spiritual fruits and wines were entirely consumed, yet their exchange showed no signs of waning. Initially, Huanglong could still comprehend the conversation, but as years passed, he found himself utterly lost. Conversely, Qishao not only grasped the concepts fully but also adeptly contributed, leaving Tsang in awe and increasingly envious of Xuanji's good fortune in having such a talented sister. Qishao also shared insights regarding the paths of the sun, moon, and stars, which provided significant complements to the Azure Dragon's path of Qingmu. The realm of spiritual wood. None could escape the influences of moonlight, sunlight, and starlight. Gradually, several postnatal supreme spiritual roots awakened their wisdom, gaining the opportunity to transform into innate Tao bodies in the future. Others, though still mired in chaos, bore the imprints of the two's Tao laws within their essence, perhaps awakening under special circumstances one day. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon was remarkably forthright, not concealing anything. Although he primarily practiced the path of Qingmu transformation, the innate talents of the Dragon clan remained intact. Adept at riding clouds, calling winds, summoning rain, and wielding thunder, he took the opportunity to introduce the cultivation system established by the Dragon clan. Unlike Xuanji's solitary pursuit of enlightenment regarding heaven, earth, and spiritual treasures, the Dragon clan, with its greater numbers, had formed an alliance with the Phoenix and Qilin clans over 3 epochs ago to jointly combat the fierce beasts of the northern wilderness. This was due to the emergence of several Deluo golden immortals among the ferocious beasts, with the strongest among them rising as the Beast Emperor. Under his leadership, many ferocious beasts broke through the restrictions of the Tao, gaining formidable wisdom. If left unchecked, they could unify the ferocious beasts of the wilderness, creating a new beast tribe. For other races, this would spell disaster. Although the 3 clans had initiated targeted harvesting of ferocious beasts several epochs prior, reaping profits while relying on the beasts, they had not been idle. An alliance composed of the 3 clans' ancestors, numerous powerful beings, and some awakened innate deities convened, with over a dozen Deluo golden immortals engaged in discourse. The frequent exchanges among the 3 clans facilitated mutual learning and cross-pollination of ideas, particularly between the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Many laws and paths complemented one another. Thus, a preliminary cultivation system known as the Immortal Path was established. Indeed, the Immortal Path was not conceived by the ancestral figure Hongjun of the Xinmen, but was jointly founded by the 3 clans and numerous first-generation innate deities alongside the reincarnated chaos deities. Initially aimed at accelerating the cultivation of the 3 clans' descendants, strengthening their own power inherently weakened that of the ferocious beasts. This principle was not lost on the ancestral dragons. However, the Immortal Path was later inherited and further refined by Hongjun, becoming the foundation of the Xinmen. In retrospect, gratitude was owed to Master Hongjun. Had he not proposed collaborative efforts to enhance the cultivation path, the 3 clans would have remained isolated in their philosophies. Xuanji's timely display of admiration brought joy to Tsang, as it affirmed their shared aspirations. It seemed both would benefit from this senior. Uncertain of Hongjun's true nature, Xuanji could only harbor the best hopes while preparing for the worst. Should the day come when this figure ascended to sainthood, not to tread the path of kindness, but to sow chaos and eliminate him and Qishao as variables, a conflict would be inevitable. Yet, of course, it would be a battle of wits. They were all civilized immortal beings, and needless violence would be undesirable. The ginkgo and celestial apricot trees dotting Kunlun were merely the beginning. As their realms ascended to Deluo Golden Immortal, their recovery speed would accelerate, and the 9 heavens and 9 underworlds would also become their realms of learning. By that time, surely Hongjun would grant a measure of consideration to the countless manifestations. Indeed, it could be said that Master Hongjun was the architect of the Immortal Path, sharing many applicable techniques and divine abilities for everyone's cultivation. Without his leading example and sharing his own Tao fruits, others might have only skimmed the surface, failing to present genuine Taoist teachings. Song appeared to be a steadfast supporter of Hongjun, continuing, currently, the immortal path system has only been developed up to the realms of Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Shin Immortal, Golden Immortal, and Tai Golden Immortal. As for the higher realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, my elder brother, the Yuanfeng Senior, and the Shimi Qilin Senior, along with our teacher, are still exploring on their own, making it premature to discuss a complete promotion method. In mentioning this, Song expressed a hint of regret. Neither spoke of realms below Earth Immortal. Presently, the weakest new generation among the three clans was predominantly at the Earth Immortal stage, representing the 12th generation of the Dragon Clan. Essentially, from the ancestral dragon downward, each successive generation of dragon offspring was weaker, with the innate essence continually declining and their worldly realms diminishing. However, with the current spiritual energies of the wilderness, it was challenging to give birth to beings below Earth Immortal. The maternal body, long absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, was sufficient to cleanse the unborn child's innate essence. While they might not inherit a compatible innate essence of the Tao, acquiring the roots of an immortal was not an issue. This meant that Earth Immortal represented the current lower limit for beings, should an exceptional prodigy arise, breaking through the limits of the ancestors' understanding. The elders might secretly seek out some innate spiritual energy or mid to high-grade innate spiritual fruits to bolster their development. A few sips could help elevate them to the status of an immortal. Everyone cared about their reputation. Whose child was not naturally an Earth Immortal? Such a revelation would provoke laughter. However, with the end of the calamity of the ferocious beasts, this might no longer hold true. As the population of earthly beings increased, the innate spiritual energy would significantly diminish, leading to a decline in the roots of postnatal beings with each generation. At that point, those responsible for instruction would surely lament. You are the worst batch I have ever led. Chapter 21. The Disdained Spirit Treasure, the Qian Kuan ruler. Xuanji seized the opportunity to inquire about the state of affairs between the alliance and the ferocious beasts. Overall, both parties presently maintain a state of equilibrium. This war has persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. Even before the Beast Emperor's emergence, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin had commenced their slaughter of ferocious beasts. It is not solely Xuanji and Qishao who are in dire need of the merits of the great Tao. This phenomenon, which any sentient being with wisdom finds increasingly desirable, can assist in cultivation, enhance the power of spiritual treasures, mitigate karma, facilitate the exchange of spiritual objects, and serve as a reserve. It is essentially the equivalent of a medium of exchange. He is not lacking in spiritual treasures, but rather in innate spiritual energy and the mechanisms of creation. For the Dragon Clan, the significance of the treasures of slaughter far surpasses that of the mechanisms of creation. Trading a treasure of slaughter for a seemingly worthless upper-grade spiritual treasure, alongside a mechanism of creation and the favor of the Azure Dragon, yields far greater value. However, he also feels a twinge of guilt for continuing to take advantage of this honest dragon. A spiritual treasure bestowed a name by the Tao, such as Qian Kuan, is undoubtedly a prized possession in the primordial world. Whether it be Nuwa's Qian Kuan Ding, Laozi's Qian Kuan II, or the slightly lesser Qian Kuan Ring, all are renowned artifacts. The Taoist of Randalamp utilized the Qian Kuan Qi to transform the 24 sea stabilizing pearls seized from Zhao Gongming into 24 Buddhist realms, thus attaining enlightenment. This exemplifies the proper use of the Qian Kuan Qi. Such an item, even if exchanged for the finest innate spiritual root, he would not part with. Had Randalamp not ventured into the severing of 3 corpses, he might have achieved the status of a primordial supreme immortal through the 24 heavens. This is not merely an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. It is clearly a treasure of enlightenment. Exchanging a grand formation for an artifact capable of manifesting vast worlds is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. One should know when to stop and not be insatiably greedy. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the Azure Dragon, believing himself to be understanding of Xuanji's plight, felt a surge of gratitude and said, "Thank you. Fellow Taoist, I shall certainly bring more innate spiritual energy and mechanisms of creation next time." He does possess an upper-grade treasure of slaughter. In fact, he has one in his possession. Yet, as he is about to participate in a great battle, how could he sever his own arm? Nevertheless, this leaves him feeling indebted to Shinji. In the presence of Tsong, Xuanji produced the formation diagram he had previously refined and set up the Wutu Forbidden Space Formation. The Wutu Forbidden Space Formation is a product of his imitation of the innate Wutu Great Formation. The innate Wutu Great Formation, born of heaven and earth, employs the upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, the diamond umbrella, as its focal point and the essence of innate Wutu as its power, channeling the earth's energy from the Kunlun spiritual veins and the fire's might. Numerous conditional factors coalesce to forge the strength of this innate formation. Most innate formations are beyond replication. In truth, postnatal formations can rival innate formations. Indeed, their might could be even greater, serving multiple purposes. Xuanji utilized two mid-grade innate spiritual treasures as focal points in place of the diamond umbrella. Thus, the formation's power naturally diminished significantly. However, for Tsong, he had already sensed Xuanji's sincere dedication. "Thank you, Xuanji, for this kindness. I shall surely repay it." Xuanji waved his hand, unwilling to take undue advantage. The value of merely a Qian Kuan Qi to him far exceeds that of an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. This is an item that can aid him in achieving enlightenment. There is no need for excessive compensation. A small portion of innate spiritual energy will suffice. Tsong nodded slightly and said, "Good. The Northern Front demands urgency. I shall depart first. I leave the matters of guidance for Ji to you, fellow Taoist." He had intended to awaken the yellow dragon, but at that moment, the latter was consuming a significant amount of spiritual wine. A time not suitable for interruption as he digested the spiritual essence and Tao rhythm. Yet, he could not delay further. As an innate divine dragon, he must lead the charge against ferocious beasts without hesitation. However, this would inevitably leave him indebted to Xuanji. Xuanji pointed to Qi Xiao and remarked, "It is not a significant matter, nor does it require guidance. I shall teach Qi Xiao the ways of formations." Qi Xiao had previously shown little interest in formations, favoring divine abilities and artifact forging instead. The former allows one to slay fierce beasts and earn merits, while the latter permits the creation of personal toys. Formations, on the other hand, seemed overly complex. Why set up a grand array when a single divine thunderbolt could vanquish monsters? Xuanji generally used the calamity of sealing the gods to persuade the young girl. Formations serve as one of the best methods for challenging opponents of greater strength, allowing one to fight many with few, especially when paired with top-tier spiritual treasures, even enabling one to take on 10 adversaries. Only a single figure like Zhao Gongming, who relies solely on his own strength to sweep all before him, exists among the disciples of the Jie sect. Formations are the core means for Jie sect disciples to face off against the entire family of the Chan sect's second and third generations. As long as one avoids the folly of the Sanshao sisters, who became lost in their wits and ventured to challenge the saints of heaven, all would be well. Tsong saluted the two and, turning, utilized what escaped to transform into a blue light and flee. Qi Xiao lowered her voice and asked, "Xuanji, why does the yellow dragon prefer to dwell in the wilderness rather than return home? Could it be that the ancestral dragon merely shared a fleeting moment of intimacy with his mother and then abandoned her, leading Ji's mother to raise him with great difficulty, only to die in a foreign land?" When Ji sought recognition, he was cast out of the Dragon Palace, vowing that for 30 years in the West and 30 years in the East, he would never forgive that heartless father. Striving to become the most powerful true dragon in the world to avenge his mother, Xuanji, exasperated, flicked her forehead. Why not concoct a story about a broken engagement, an old ring, and perhaps a cousin named Xiao, Tang, or Yi, who shared childhood memories? Do not speak recklessly about others' private matters, especially pertaining to the three clans. Qi Xiao acquiesced verbally but cast a look of pity towards the yellow dragon. "If you were not of the dragon clan, I could forcibly take you as Xuanji's mount, and then I would ride on Xuanji, who would ride on you. Alas, you lack that fortune." After the azure dragon departed, Qi Xiao continued to compete with the lightning escape through the 9 heavens. While Xuanji sat on a stool, refining the Qian Kuan Qi not long after the refinement was completed, the yellow dragon had also nearly digested the spiritual wine he had consumed. "Xuanji, where's my uncle?" Upon awakening, the yellow dragon immediately inquired about the azure dragon's whereabouts. Previously, he had acted indifferent and dismissive, almost as if to say, "I don't care." But now he transformed into a dutiful nephew. What a proud little rascal. Xuanji suspended the 2 treasures controlling the formation before him and said, Something significant must have occurred in the north. Your uncle has been urgently summoned back by the dragon clan, likely re-entering the battlefield to combat ferocious beasts. If you have any compassion for him, you should listen to him more. His path is not easy. Chapter 23. The stubborn yellow dragon. The little yellow dragon felt somewhat dejected and concerned, clearly aware of the dangers present on the northern battlefield. Xuanji handed him 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. I made a deal with your uncle. He provided me with an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, and in return, I grant you a Wu-Tu formation. These are the focal treasures for controlling the formation: the Hindi ring and the Zhan Di Huang jar. The former specializes in slaughter, harnessing the power of the earth with immense force, capable of delivering a blow equivalent to a mountain's weight, allowing you to ambush ferocious beasts while in earth escape. Below the golden immortal realm, no beast can withstand it. The latter specializes in defense, absorbing earth-related spiritual energy to form a small defensive earthen barrier, which can also enhance your earth escape speed, enabling you to hide within the spiritual veins at critical moments, thus deterring your opponents from acting recklessly. Upon hearing Xuanji's words, the yellow dragon did not feel elated. Instead, he became infuriated. Like a family member abandoned, the ugly duckling saw its reflection upon the water's surface and, in sorrow, covered its head with its wings. Trembling incessantly, I do not want it. The yellow dragon turned away, angrily declaring, I am safe here, needing neither a grand formation nor spiritual treasures. Xuanji directly tossed the spiritual treasures toward him. For such a rebellious, proud young one, he would not emulate the azure dragon by patiently persuading or coddling him. Had the yellow dragon belonged to his family, he would have already delivered a loving fist, whether you want it or not. I have already accepted the spiritual treasures. I advise you to cherish your uncle's affection. He recited the refining techniques and operational methods of the formation, indifferent to whether the yellow dragon absorbed the information. After finishing, he departed with Qi Xiao. The rest was no longer his concern. For the yellow dragon to escape successfully, he must refine the spiritual treasures and grasp the operational patterns of the formation to exit through the gates of life. Should he err, it would not matter. With the yellow dragon's affinity for earth, coupled with the control of the focal treasures, he would merely need to rest for a century or two, absorbing some Kunlun's spiritual energy to recover his strength. He had already arranged for the yellow dragon quite clearly when he agreed to the azure dragon. In a nutshell, you have no choice. Will you be a prisoner for hundreds or even thousands of years? Or will you be a child who knows the times, understanding when to advance and retreat? The choice is yours. Yet he did not anticipate that he had truly underestimated this little rascal. Fierce and valiant against foes, when stubborn, he proved formidable indeed. During the thousands of years he spent comprehending the innate Tao patterns of the Qian Kuan Qi, the yellow dragon chose not to refine the spiritual treasures or master the Wu-Tu forbidden space formation, allowing the treasures to hover above the jade bed. Instead, he attempted to comprehend and decipher the formation in his own way. However, his realm was too low, and his strength too feeble. It was akin to a newly enlightened golden immortal aspiring to grasp the great Tao of the primordial supreme immortal. Utterly oblivious to his own limitations, yet he remained relentless, unwavering in his pursuit. Is this fellow truly the yellow dragon of legend? Sitting at the edge of the Fenglai blessed land, Xuanji held the Qian Kuan Qi, observing the yellow dragon below as he recklessly assaulted a corner of the formation with brute force. He refused to return to the dragon palace while still bearing the form of a dragon. In the presence of Xuanji, Qi Xiao exuded a subtle pride of the dragon clan. Qi Xiao's primordial spirit appeared beside him, expressing her clear disdain for the obstinate yellow dragon below. Foolish and naive, have you not seen anyone more foolish than yourself? How many people have you even seen? Here, it is essential to emphasize the need for review. According to the definition provided by Master De Dao, the human path of the primordial chaos does not refer to the shadowless human race but encompasses all sentient beings endowed with wisdom in the primordial realm. The interplay of heaven, earth, and humanity represents the formless rules, tangible entities, and intelligent beings, respectively. Therefore, Xuanji and Qi Xiao, as innate sanctities, can rightfully claim their place among the human path. At this moment, there exists no clear distinction between immortals, gods, humans, demons, ghosts, and other beings. Such delineations will only emerge following significant events like the establishment of the demon court, the confirmation of reincarnation, and the segmentation of the heavenly court. Xuanji counted on his fingers. Including himself, Yang Mei, Zhuangmu, Qinglong, and Huanglong, totaling merely 5 individuals. Alas, the primordial realm is lacking in inhabitants. One wonders when Enhua will awaken. She is the destined master of creation and holds a status comparable to that of Qi Shao, the embodiment of wind and thunder. Engaging in discourse with her could greatly expedite his own path of life. Otherwise, the burgeoning path of annihilation would overshadow the path of existence, hindering progress. What are you pondering? Qi Shao inquired. Naturally, Xuanji would not candidly reveal that his thoughts strayed towards another woman. I am contemplating what he is persevering for. Qi Shao mused aloud. Dignity, perhaps. Knowing full well you harbor no ill intentions, yet deliberately offering those 2 spiritual treasures to aid his cultivation. Such stubbornness must stem from a strong sense of self-esteem. Xuanji, taken aback, exclaimed, How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Internally, he rejoiced. The girl had matured. Her intellect now at least 125, excellent. It was his responsibility to mentor the young girl, ensuring she blossomed into a remarkable talent capable of striving for the lofty position of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Xuanji, you once spoke of Guojing, mentioning how he was ensnared by the barriers of his own heart, leading to his demise in Xiangyang, when in truth he could have escaped alive. They are all alike? Steadfast in their paths, unwilling to retreat even a step. What else did I say? Xuanji queried, bewildered. Qi Shao, with a serious demeanor, recalled, You stated that the heavens and earth are vast, but the greatest is fate. Guojing, knowing full well the futility of his actions, acted nonetheless. Such bravery is admirable, yet we must not emulate it. Heroes are but sacrifices. Only the cunning and the unscrupulous thrive in the primordial chaos. Xuanji glanced at Qi Shao, who tilted her head, awaiting praise, and opened his mouth, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The girl remained in a state of learning, yet she had made some progress in her ability to compare and associate. However, her memory was rather alarming. How could she retain such distant ramblings? He resolved to refrain from speaking carelessly, lest she internalize his words and lead her astray. Well said. I shall reward you with a bottle of premium innate fruit juice. After dismissing Qi Shao, Xuanji turned his thoughts to the little yellow dragon. This wise being, aware of shortcuts yet choosing to tread the murky path, remained steadfast for 60 years, indeed, a testament to unwavering resolve. Worthy of heroism. Yet this individual had persisted for 6,000 years. Could the Huanglong of the Fengshan possess such profound self-esteem? Xuanji shook his head immediately. Historical accounts revealed that this entity exhibited little self-esteem. Otherwise, they would not have faced repeated defeats yet continued to engage in battle, a quintessential example of being both inexperienced and playful. Those with even a modicum of self-esteem would have retreated to their caves, reciting the Huangting scripture daily. However, history is written by the victors, and those mythic tales have undergone layers of embellishment. He decided to observe further. Behind him, the fairy ginkgo tree and the silver ginkgo tree stood side by side, akin to the yin and yang energies residing at the core of the innate Taiji formation, drawing forth myriad spiritual essences from Kunlun Mountain. Countless leaves danced, transforming the fallen sunlight and starlight into divine water. These droplets coalesced and were directed into a spiritual vial. Hundreds of various innate spiritual roots unfurled their branches, joyfully absorbing the condensed mist-like spiritual liquid, with strings of innate spiritual fruits dangling, awaiting their ripening. Beneath this blessed ground, a yellow dragon struggled through swirling sands, occasionally struck down by the heavy earth element's spiritual light. Although the yellow dragon was attuned to the earth element, it did not render them immune to its harm. Even Qi Shao, born of wind and thunder, would only mitigate some damage if struck by heavenly lightning. The yellow dragon's affinity with the earth path was not particularly strong. A serene dragon-blood ginkgo tree manifested a youthful figure who gazed despondently at the grand formation, casting spells to prevent their target from being buried alive. The true self wished to avoid attending to the unruly child. Why must they be so bothersome? When will this tedious existence come to an end? I merely desire to quietly exist as a laid-back tree. Chapter 24. The ascendance of wind and thunder. Blessed land days continued to pass, and tree planting persisted. 500 years later, near the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the wind and thunder blessed land, suspended amidst the sea of clouds, absorbed boundless spiritual essences, gradually expanding outward. The vast sea of clouds above Kunlun surged, transforming into a spiritual tidal wave that flowed into the wind and thunder blessed land. One person, one spiritual treasure, and one water pool became the epicenter of this spiritual tempest, voraciously drawing in spiritual energy. The Qian Kuan scale radiated brilliance, its essence reflecting the rhythms of mountains and earth, under Xuanji's mastery as a fully realized golden immortal, illuminating the blessed land. Yin energy, yang energy, wind energy, thunder energy, water energy, fire energy, and earth energy converged. The formless laws of creation, akin to countless adept divine hands, needed the surging spiritual energy into various forms. The earth spirit energy coalesced into spiritual soil, forming small hills, while the water spirit energy transformed into spiritual water, filling depressions to create lakes. The fusion of fire and earth energies birthed a great earth-fire formation deep within the blessed land. The collision of yin energy, wind energy, and water energy produced icy snowflakes, falling upon the northern hills of the blessed land, becoming the source of a small river. The mingling of yang energy, thunder energy, gold energy, and earth energy gave rise to postnatal spiritual mineral veins along the borders of the blessed land, supporting and restraining the heavy mountains and soil as they expanded. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles. The blessed land grew ever more rapidly, and the evolution of its fruits became increasingly effortless. Surrounding the center of the blessed land, a small amount of 9 heaven soil transformed into underground veins, mountains, and waterways, forming the new foundational earth of the blessed land, replacing the roots of the fairy ginkgo tree. This was to prevent future complications should Qishao successfully transform into her form, achieving the innate body of the Tao. 8 premium innate spiritual roots, 48 middle and lower grade innate spiritual roots, and 72 innate spiritual treasures of varying ranks were distributed across 8 directions of the blessed land, stabilizing its foundation and harmonizing the yin, yang, and 5 energies. This served as a small-scale comprehensive assessment, applying the practice of his own life and death path. Creation, destruction, yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 9 energies, formations, and artifact refinement manifested as a continuous stream of laws. During this period, not only did he apply his own cultivation to practical use, but he also encountered numerous unforeseen challenges, such as the repulsion of spiritual energies, unstable underground veins, and conflicts among the intrinsic natures of spiritual treasures. These dilemmas were resolved one by Xuanji using the Qian Kuan scale, within which lay the answers he sought. His body emanated a multitude of 9 qi spiritual lights, seemingly scattered throughout the blessed land. Yet each followed a pattern, ensuring steady expansion across the land. He balanced the spirits within the blessed land, preventing the emergence of voids and fissures, utilizing the path of destruction to mitigate excessive surges of spiritual resonance, and the path of creation to replenish deficiencies. Gradually, yin and yang achieved equilibrium, and the 5 energies circulated, generating life and transformation. From the initial chaos of the 5 elements and the imbalance of yin and yang, within merely a century, he had thoroughly comprehended the underlying principles and rules of evolution, making it all second nature. Thus, after over 1,000 years of perseverance, what had once been deemed a minor blessed land expanded into a floating spiritual mountain with a radius exceeding 100 miles. Internally, it divided into yin and yang, while externally it formed the 8 trigrams: mountains, plains, rivers, marshes, volcanoes, and gold mines. Each of the 8 aspects was complete, each guarding its respective domain. The innate spiritual roots and innate spiritual treasures suppressed each area, serving as the grand formation's guardians, creating a postnatal Taiji 8 trigrams formation. This formation defended against external invasions, safeguarding its master's safety while also acting as a crucial pillar for drawing in external spiritual energies from Kunlun's yin, yang, and 5 elements. 8 premium innate spiritual roots, 48 middle and lower grade innate spiritual roots, and 72 innate spiritual treasures. Even among the dragon race, only a select few Deluo Jingshians could boast such wealth. Even the 12 golden immortals, within the confines of the Jiejiao de Luo Jinxian's abode, would consider having just one premium innate spiritual root as a mark of a true immortal's cave. A heavenly blessed land. Qixiao's primordial spirit remained within her true form, controlling the innate wind and thunder formation, concealing the ascendance of the blessed land and the myriad spiritual lights that soared and manifested. She also served as a backup in case Xuanji's spells faltered, responsible for re-establishing roots and stabilizing the blessed land, preventing significant issues from arising in their homeland. Fortunately, such a situation never materialized. As Xuanji seldom took risks, prior to executing his plans, he had already performed numerous simulations in his heart. Upon witnessing the completion of the Blessed Land's expansion and the increasingly smooth operation of the Nine Qi, Qixiao was utterly elated. Xuanji, has it succeeded? Just as Xuanji was about to nod, the cave became established, and the Taiyi Jingxian likewise came into being. The principles of his own life and death path successfully coalesced into the Taiyi Dao fruit, encompassing all things immensely substantial, far surpassing any Taiyi Jingxian they had encountered. Thunder rumbled. Within the essence of the primordial spirit, the resounding voice of the great Tao erupted. A beam of golden light cascaded down from the void, perfectly enveloping the cave heaven. The moment the blessed land ascended to the realm of cave heaven, Xuanji distinctly sensed the rewards of the great Tao's merit, and the quantity was quite substantial. As the primary force, the Qian Kuan garnered a third of the Tao merit, doubling its primordial aura, with the resonance of its spiritual light becoming increasingly profound and enduring. Xuanji himself received a third as well, equivalent to the accumulated efforts of countless incarnations over millennia. The remaining 4 parts merged into the cave heaven, divided among the 9 heavens' essence, innate spiritual roots, and innate spiritual treasures. The golden light rapidly diminished, revealing a magnificent palace complex of jade, measuring 30 miles in both length and width, divided into 9 layers. The central palace complex of the cave heaven towered 9 miles high, with each layer reaching 1 mile. The apex of the celestial palace stood 3 zhang tall, spanning merely 100 zhang across, yet it encompassed a vast internal space, akin to a self-contained microcosm. It encapsulated the pools of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, the immortal apricot trees, and Xuanji, allowing for the accommodation of thousands without any sense of crowding. Within the pool of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, a middle-grade innate fortune golden lotus was on the verge of blooming. Its 36 petals tightly closed, awaiting the moment of its unfurling. 3 golden lotus leaves floated upon the water's surface, with golden stems delving deep into the essence of the 9 heavens beneath. A middle-grade innate square jade seal found its way into Xuanji's hand, containing immense fortune, resembling the head of a 9 qi pure silver ginkgo tree adorned with the sun and moon, its roots embedded in mountains and rivers. This was the present form of the cave heaven. Xuanji, quickly show me, Qixiao urged urgently. Xuanji opened the jade seal, inscribed with the words, Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace. The smiles of both individuals abruptly halted. Xuanji and Qixiao stared at each other, wide-eyed and speechless. This name is rather ominous. Must it be so unfortunate? Xuanji's heart raced as he repeatedly engaged in self-hypnosis for comfort. It cannot be so. The great Tao is not the heavenly Tao. It treats us so well, bestowing merits and a new home, akin to reborn parents or supreme guardians. How could it possibly curse us, especially with a palace crafted from the finest innate jade? Qixiao whispered, Xuanji, I recall you once told me that the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace seems to be. Xuanji hastily darted away, covering her mouth before she could utter the words, Do not speak nonsense. Do not think wildly. We must be grateful. Great Tao above, Xuanji implored. Could we perhaps have a better name, like Zixiao or Lingxiao? Qixiao nodded vigorously. However, after a long pause, no response came. Xuanji reluctantly lowered the suggestion, saying, What about Weiyang, Fong, or Daming Palace? Bang! Qixiao retracted her tiny fist, huffing, Xuanji, I actually think Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace is quite good, girl. How can you betray so quickly? Does your conscience not ache? I am merely speaking of the name. It does not mean we will emulate them and establish a garden of 3,000 beauties, Xuanji sighed, accepting this sorrowful reality. Chapter 25. No one eats beyond Kunlun Mountain, to the north of Buzhou Mountain. Two colossal dragons were locked in a standoff with two gigantic beasts miles away. In the midst of four great Luo golden immortals, countless dragons and ferocious beasts clashed, their roars reverberating through the heavens and earth. Countless divine abilities collided with malevolent energy, thwarting the vicious claws, as myriad laws manifested into blades and swords to slay the beasts, tearing through their tough hides. The vast expanse of land was stained in myriad colors, a mixture of dragon blood and beast blood. The resounding booms penetrated the ears. The voice of the great Tao soon followed, proclaiming to all living beings that there were innate beings who had accomplished great merit for the world. The ancestor dragon and the candle dragon turned almost simultaneously, their dragon eyes piercing through infinite distances, marveling at the slowly shrinking golden column of merit. The two dragons sought to discern the target of the Tao's reward. They were obscured by endless malevolence, concealing a great terror within. Candle dragon, feeling a sense of trepidation, refrained from attempting to forcefully break through. The ancestor dragon, however, remained undaunted, employing his powers to pierce through the haze, only to be met with a rolling tide of malevolence that wounded his dragon eye, inflicting unbearable pain. What a ferocious killing intent! The other great Luo golden immortals stationed nearby were also obstructed by the malevolence and could only relay their inquiries to the ancestor dragon. The highest ranked among them, the ancestor dragon relished this moment and felt a sense of self-satisfaction, discreetly suppressing the destructive energy with his dragon power, preparing to analyze its underlying principles. He did not respond directly but turned to inquire of Yang Mei. Friend Yang Mei, you are well versed in the Tao of space. Have you gleaned any insights? 300 billion miles away, Yang Mei absorbed the energy of the Tao, concealing the peculiarities in his eyes. His injured gaze rapidly settling. Is he establishing a Tao venue in eastern Kunlun? When did the Tao of destruction also begin to create all things? Could it be that he is utilizing the innate Tao source of that little girl? If so, it is indeed plausible. I did not see it clearly, but it seems that a fellow Taoist is channeling the Tao of creation, evolving the four symbols, and establishing a blessed land, elevating it to become the first postnatal cave heaven in the world. The Tao thus manifested, bestowing corresponding rewards. Friend ancestor dragon interested in this? That Taoist resides in eastern Kunlun, not far from the summit of Kunlun. If you are interested, ancestor dragon, perhaps you could consider visiting after the battle. Hong Jun, Lua Hu, and Qian Kuan Lauren exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. This fellow was once again ensnaring the old dragon. Do not think that after the passage of countless years, they no longer recognized that treacherous spirit. A visit? Who would be foolish enough to go, only to be struck down from Kunlun Mountain to Buzhou Mountain? Candle Dragon felt a sinking sensation in his heart, seeing his elder brother genuinely entertain such thoughts, which caused him some anxiety. His elder brother had not been one to harbor ambition. Now, having become a half-leader, his status was marginally elevated above that of Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, causing considerable discontent between the two families. The reason for this discord lay partly in the strength of the Dragon Clan, as both individuals possessed power sufficient to stand alongside Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, and partly due to the deliberate flattery from their fellow reincarnated chaos deities. Clearly aiming to sow discord within the three-family alliance, the leader of the Qilin clan, the first central Wu Earth Qilin between heaven and earth, smiled lightly. I see, ancestor dragon. Why not invite them to join the Dragon Clan? Such a fierce aura surely promises surprises. The other top-tier adept practitioners present also harbored various thoughts. With their levels of attainment, they were confident they could achieve similar feats. However, they could never have imagined that there were innate cave heavens and blessed lands scattered throughout the wilderness, where one could simply move in without much effort. The idea of a cultivator going through the trouble of crafting a postnatal cave heaven seemed utterly frivolous. Moreover, they were puzzled as to why the Tao would bestow such significant rewards. Is it dissatisfied with the insufficient cave heavens in the wilderness? They could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Yet, many began to speculate that since the Tao itself had manifested, explicitly announcing this to all beings, it indicated that this endeavor could indeed be pursued further. The Tao was encouraging. Perhaps their own cave heaven could also be elevated to a small thousand worlds. A small thousand worlds were significantly larger than cave heavens, and the rewards of merit would surely soar. The Tai Golden Immortal's consciousness enveloped every corner of the cave heaven, and Xuanji discovered that certain minor flaws had vanished under the influence of merit. No longer requiring his gradual adjustments, 8 small ley lines, and the grand formation simultaneously absorbed the external spiritual essence, nurturing the spiritual roots and treasures. From the effects observed, under the combined influence of the formation, ley lines, and celestial palace, the concentration of spiritual essence within the cave heaven was now on par with that of the Jade Mountain cave heaven, sufficient for 3 top-grade innate spiritual roots to blossom and bear fruit, while also nourishing the essence of the 9 heavens, innate spiritual roots, innate spiritual treasures, and so forth. The Jade Palace complex at the center of the cave heaven consisted of 49 buildings, with the Kunlun Divine Palace at their core. Distributed around it, within the Kunlun Divine Palace were 108 rooms, each possessing ample space imbued with the power of the Tao of Space, perfectly divided into a kitchen, bedrooms, a swimming pool, a scripture repository, a training room, a refining room, and more. And there were still more divisions to be made. From the snippets of Tao energy, Qi Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xuanji, we are the first to artificially carve out a great cave heaven in the world. The girl had raised herself, and her little thoughts were hardly concealed from Xin, though not think too much. Only with extraordinary merit would the Tao bestow rewards. Have you forgotten the pots and pans I previously made? They were of no use, Qi Xiao countered. Perhaps it is because the human race has yet to emerge. No one is eating. Is everyone eating? As a matter of fact, they are not. Each of them was a celestial true body, requiring only the essence of clouds and dew. Inhaling spiritual essence, it was akin to sipping the northwestern wind. Even if consuming spiritual fruits, they would devour them in a single bite, without the need for cumbersome utensils. Xuanji pondered for a few seconds and said, then let them be. When the human race emerges, we will strive to earn a bounty. Spending a day, the two tirelessly toured all the palaces. What delighted Xuanji was that in the northern garden, not far from the main palace, there lay a natural pool complex of lower-grade innate heavenly springs. Deep within the spiritual springs was a miniature lower-grade innate heavenly fire array, intertwined with the water veins, ensuring that 18 springheads had a continuous supply of spiritual water. Originally part of the back garden, the 18 exquisite fountains had now become playthings for the two to bathe in. Truly, they were indulging in distractions. Neglecting progress, Xuanji found this utterly detestable. The greatest source of joy for Qi Xiao lies in the expansive medicinal garden situated to the east, which occupies a vast area, nearly encompassing half of the palace complex. This garden, imbued with a chaotic innate spiritual essence, belongs to a category of semi-innate spiritual soil, perfectly suited for the transplantation of innate spiritual roots. Upon discovering it, she toiled tirelessly, single-handedly relocating all the spiritual roots save for those bound by the suppressive formation. To prevent an excess of roots from depleting the soil's quality and causing a decline in its grade, she meticulously sprinkled a layer of innate Wu soil along with a few drops of Sangguang divine water. The mere thought of an unending supply of spiritual fruits in her future filled her with happiness. Soaking in the hot springs, Xianji closed his eyes, repeatedly recalling the grand process of the Blessed Land's ascension to the celestial palace of Yunding. Although he led the transformation, he was acutely aware that the key relied on the Qin Kuan ruler, compensating for many shortcomings in his own path of creation. He still lacked the ability to create all things, even the innate spiritual entities, unless he ascended to the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. This superior innate spiritual treasure, with its profound divine script, could not only measure the heavens and the earth, but also transform the virtual into the tangible. Provided there was sufficient magical power and spiritual energy, it could generate ample soil. While merely ordinary postnatal spiritual soil, it was still remarkable. Most of the earth and stone from Kunlun Mountain were also postnatal, with innate spiritual soil primarily residing within the innate formation, and its quantity was limited, much like innate spiritual essence. Chapter 26. Insufficient fate. Please recharge timely. Xianji had no intention of wasting time searching for innate spiritual soil. It was far more efficient to gather spiritual energy and cultivate the most spiritually potent Jotian Shirong from the primeval land. Just as he was preparing to refine and control the Ling Shu jade seal of the cave heaven, he was met with a cacophony of sounds. La la la, ka ka ka, Shwa shwa shwa, rising and falling incessantly. With a resigned glance towards the other side, he observed the radiant red mist that divided the hot spring area, keenly preventing his gaze from penetrating the spiritual treasure to spy on its master. Previously, Qi Xiao, who had remarked on the beauty of the fountain, had now become an adept at enjoying the hot springs, solemnly informing him that while she would graciously allow him the use of the 9 large hot springs, the 9 smaller ones must remain exclusively hers, and he was forbidden from peeking. In response to this declaration, Xianji cast a sidelong glance at Qi Xiao, held back his words for a considerable time, and finally uttered, "You are overthinking it," only to be met with a relentless pursuit by Qi Xiao's wind and thunder for miles. Xianji immersed himself in the hot springs to better relax his mind and contemplate the great Tao, while Qi Xiao's intentions were purely for enjoyment, first indulging in several spiritual fruits, then practicing her dog paddle strokes in the water, utterly content. As for her swimming skills, they were a product of her spying on Xianji. She could spy on him, but he could not gaze upon her. A clear double standard, unbeknownst to her. As the appointed master of the cave heaven by the Tao, Xianji merely needed to focus his thoughts to merge with the cave, perceiving all things. Thus, the mischievous Xianji, sensing someone was prying, intentionally restrained his magical power and swam in circles through the pool. Despite his promises to keep his gaze averted from Qi Xiao's antics, the sounds of splashing water hinted at the little girl actively paddling about. The spiritual treasure bore its own soul imprint, akin to an incarnation. Naturally, it perceived Xianji's exasperated expression. Qi Xiao's delicate, rosy complexion grew increasingly flushed as she stealthily halted her swimming, concealing herself within the pool. "Xianji, you cannot blame me. After all, you were the one who mentioned the hot springs. I shall cease swimming. But you must provide me with a jug of delicious fruit juice." The calamity of the primeval world began to escalate from the moment the azure dragon departed, continuously intensifying. The stronger the calamity, the fiercer the wars. Thus, the azure dragon's absence was felt profoundly, leaving no time to deliver the promised innate spiritual essence. Xianji speculated that the Beast Emperor, with its godly intelligence, would not fail to notice the shifting tides of war favoring the 3 tribes and, prior to the balance being shattered, would take the initiative to disrupt it. However, the prolonged duration of this battle, which even the Azure Dragon could not escape, was beyond his expectations. Seated in the leftmost principal seat of the Kunlun Divine Hall, his consciousness traversed the cave heaven, observing the Kunlun mountain range below. After refining the Ling Shu Jade seal of the Yun Ding cave heaven, he intended to control the cave and make a swift exit. As for future visits by others to the 3 Pure Ones, Xianji felt no concern. With the level of favor the 3 Pure Ones bestowed upon their Tao, who would dare to approach? They would only find themselves on the path to demise. He was merely an inconsequential passerby. With a flick of his wrist, a 3-dimensional miniature map of the Kunlun Mountains appeared before him, depicting even the tiniest beasts devouring wild spiritual roots and celestial herbs. This representation was a synthesis of what he had observed through his avatars, accurately reflecting the essence of Kunlun. Yet, a quarter of the map remained blank. He could not afford to be idle. This was not the time to rest. Gazing at the 3-dimensional map, Xianji accelerated the flight of the cave heaven. He needed to plant trees swiftly. Otherwise, once the great calamity passed and the heavenly malevolence was exhausted, acquiring a wealth of merit would become exceedingly difficult. He had already planted nearly 80,000 avatars, and miraculously, none had encountered any mishaps. With each avatar advancing in tandem with his own cultivation, breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, the laws of life and death were perfected, enhancing the transformation efficiency of malevolence and turbid energy once more. Collectively, these 80,000 avatars garnered daily merit equivalent to dozens of times that of his true body at the Golden Immortal stage. The avatars tirelessly purified the malevolent energy accumulated at the Kunlun ley line nodes. Clearing the spiritual veins, his primordial spirit increasingly sensed the spiritual resonance of Kunlun merging with himself and the cave heaven. If previously Xianji considered himself merely one among the myriad offspring of Kunlun Mountain, with the 3 Pure Ones and the Queen Mother of the West as his favored progeny, alongside Huang Zhongli and Qi Xiao ranking highly, He could now confidently declare himself the fifth kin of Kunlun Mountain. Together with Qi Shao, he could even surpass the Queen Mother of the West, standing just beneath the three Pure Ones. With each display of his divine powers, he could effortlessly summon the boundless spiritual essence of the surrounding region. Aided by the intangible forces of Kunlun Mountain, it was indeed a time when heaven and earth joined forces. However, Xianji preferred the subsequent phrase, "The hero is not free." He even made a point to hang this saying on the wall above his bed, reading it each morning to remind himself. Reflecting on the historical evolution of the primeval world, the once mighty saviors, the three tribes of dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants, had dwindled, the shaman and demon overlords had vanished, the three sovereigns and five emperors were imprisoned within the fire cloud cave, and even the sects protected by saints had crumbled. The sight was chilling, and the implications were dire. Without achieving the status of a great Luo golden immortal, everything was merely a house built upon sand. Easily toppled, becoming a saint merely made one a sturdier ant, still unable to roam freely. "Let us take a few days to rest. I am so tired from swimming," Qi Shao pouted, seated in the right principal seat. Nibbling on a low-grade innate spiritual melon, Xianji shot her an exasperated glare. "If you keep eating like this, there won't be enough spiritual fruits left to brew spiritual wine." Qi Shao swallowed a mouthful of the red melon flesh and declared with righteous indignation, "Xianji, I can't forego the wine, but the melon must be consumed. Let us find some more delicious spiritual melons." Once a child, she had been unable to resist the temptation of the Taoist merit, devouring everything in sight. Now, having matured into a 13 or 14-year-old maiden, she negotiated each time, compelling Xianji to condense the merit golden wheel for her own protection. Yet, the essence of a foodie was hard to change. "Since we're done playing, let us start preparing for work." Qi Shao rolled her eyes playfully, grumbling, "Heartless boss," mistreating the adorable little employee. After refining the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the gathering treasure basin, Xuanji could clearly perceive the unclaimed fortune flowing slowly towards him from Kunlun Mountain. Accumulated over time, this fortune had increased several-fold, surpassing that of the Azure Dragon by a significant margin. Moreover, he and Qi Shao had long supported each other through the passage of time, their fortunes interlinked, sharing glory and suffering alike. Fortunately, the gathering treasure basin, being an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, suppressed this fortune. Otherwise, a magnificent phenomenon of violet qi and auspicious clouds would have manifested above the cave, attracting the gaze of countless beings. With favorable circumstances, the chances of discovering treasures had significantly increased. During these days, innate spiritual energy and transformative spiritual mechanisms had frequently been blown near the cave, becoming its captured offerings. Even during the tree planting at the nodes, nearby spiritual roots and treasures would actively approach, reminiscent of a drifting soul longing for a worthy master, expressing a desire to serve as a foster child should the master not refuse. Xuanji was discerning. He would not indiscriminately gather every spiritual root or treasure, as that would result in a waste of resources. Spiritual treasures and roots required nurturing through spiritual mechanisms, akin to raising a foster child. He adhered to principles, retaining only those with fateful connections. Those below the innate level, lacking sufficient fate, were politely dismissed. Chapter 27. I shed blood for the great way at the southern edge of the Kunlun Mountains. Standing here, even with Xuanji's divine sight, he could see the endless volcanic clusters in the southern expanse of the primordial land. Black smoke and toxic flames surged, connecting heaven and earth. Xuanji planted his 129,600th avatar at this critical node of the immense fire spiritual vein pertaining to the southern primordial land. This enormous spiritual vein bifurcated into 9, extending southward. The originally towering mountains transformed into peaks thousands of miles high, further branching southward, resulting in smaller mountain ranges. With his hands forming seals, the laws of life manifested in the void above, as myriad spiritual mechanisms coalesced into a 108-petal white lotus. Slowly blossoming, the white lotus veiled the sky, boundless and expansive. Endless spiritual energy surged like ocean waves towards the white lotus. The reflections of the sun, moon, and stars converged in the sky, dispelling malevolent energy, leaving only essence. Moments later, the white lotus, imbued with transformative life force, transformed into a torrential spiritual rain that fell upon the earth, rejuvenating the land, flora, and fauna with a refreshing downpour that alleviated the scorching heat brought by the fire's spiritual vein. Qi Xiao, standing aside, sipped from a jug of fruit juice. Xuanji's spell this time was a combination of 9 breaths of breath control, transformation of creation, 3 lights divine water, and summoning wind and rain. Since elevating his blessed land with the Qinkuan, he had developed a penchant for continuous spellcasting. This not only tested his own cultivation and abilities, but also allowed him to identify and resolve issues during the process, thereby enhancing himself. For example, utilizing the spirit control technique, he connected with his various avatars through his primordial spirit, retaining a comprehensive 3-dimensional map of Kunlun in his mind. Events occurring across Kunlun's spiritual veins were all encapsulated within his primordial spirit. Through continuous experimentation, his mastery of this technique became increasingly proficient. In an instant, his primordial spirit could traverse countless distances, directly arriving at the spiritual treasure land near the summit of Kunlun. After repeatedly deploying the spirit control, traversing mountains, he faintly sensed a thread of the spatial Great Way. When the celestial rain had finally descended, the sound of the manifestation of the Great Way echoed once more in his ears. A thunderous resonance that was incessant. Turning around, he beheld the northern primordial land, where pillars of merit descended from the void. Not a single one, but dozens. Under the influence of the Great Way, the luminous pillars of merit illuminated countless spaces, making them clearly visible to the beings of the primordial world. The brilliance was blinding, nearly dazzling Xuanji's eyes. Moreover, akin to a golden sea of clouds raining down merit, golden lotus flowers of merit rewarded those who vanquished ferocious beasts. The gathering treasure basin within his primordial spirit gently rotated, capturing a wisp of the Great Way's essence from the void and settling in his hand, allowing him to comprehend the underlying reason. Qi Xiao, too, found it simpler. With her exquisite innate spiritual root and the way of wind and thunder, she could intercept the essence of the Great Way directly from the winds and thunder of the primordial realm without needing to operate spiritual treasures. What a grand reward, Qi Xiao remarked with envy. This is far more than our tree planting. Regrettably, her strength was insufficient, leaving her to spectate from the rear. Although Qi Xiao had received Xuanji's true teachings, she was still profoundly influenced by the origins of wind and thunder. Harboring a keen interest in contests, different innate origins exert profound effects on innate sanctity and beings. Wind is formless and restless, never lingering in one place. Thunder is tumultuous, ravaging the heavens at will. Qi Xiao, accompanying Xuanji on his travels through Kunlun, planting trees and slaying ferocious beasts, was already a significant suppression of her innate origins, a result of restraining her temperament. Much like the chaotic demon god, who, to prove his path, must incite chaos, for chaos is his ladder to strength. The perilous endeavors he undertook naturally surpassed their leisurely tree planting, Xuanji, being merely in the early stages of Tai Golden Immortal, still had a distance to traverse before reaching the mid-stage. This level of strength was sufficient for self-preservation in Kunlun Mountain, but in the northern battlefield, death's threat loomed at any moment. Moreover, unlike the Azure Dragon, who had the Ancestral Dragon and the Candle Dragon watching over him, Xuanji lacked such protection. Entering the blood-soaked mill of ferocious beasts carried immense risks. One glance at the journey to the west reveals that those with backing return home safely, while those without are struck down mercilessly. Once the Qi Tian de Shang, he ultimately lived to embody the form he detested most. As the calamity began to recede, it seemed the tribulation had indeed come to an end. Xuanji was no longer as anxious as before. The Great Way's restrictions within Qi Xiao's true form had been dissolved by merit by 90%, with only a remnant that could be eradicated in a few years. Once Qi Xiao took form, given her years of foundation, she would undoubtedly attain the Tai Golden Immortal realm. After a few more sessions of arduous cultivation, the pair would surely step into the Deluo Golden Immortal realm before and after the Dragon Han calamity. At that time, with their cultivation and innate advantages, they would navigate freely. Whether to remain in Kunlun to comprehend the Tao or venture into the chaos for secluded cultivation would depend on the unfolding of events. Qi Xiao closed her eyes, releasing her consciousness, which was not far inferior to Xuanji's, sensing a radius of 100 million miles within her mind, perceiving the world for a considerable span of time. With the calamity receding, murderous energy diminished, and the vitality of heaven and earth blossomed, the clarity and turbidity thrived. Henceforth, Kunlun would likely see little of malevolent energy. The young girl was filled with concern. Akin to a goddess fretting over the potential loss of her long-term sustenance, fearing she might go hungry, she had resolved to live off Xuanji for a lifetime. Xuanji smiled faintly. The chaos of creation may have ceased, but the turbidity of creation remains. Once the witch clan is eradicated, the turbidity will dissipate. Additionally, the countless casualties from previous calamities, the grievances, malevolence, and resentment born of the aftermath, will likewise infiltrate the earth's spiritual veins, necessitating the cleansing and transformation by my avatars. Moreover, Xuanji smiled and said, "It's all right. For our next step, we shall plant trees in the sea of blood. The primordial malevolent energy is most abundant there. Enough for me to labor through several calamities. It is indeed a reliable source of sustenance. Furthermore, I aim to purify what the heavenly Tao can cleanse, and I will especially purify what it cannot. To seize first and cleanse later, the Great Way permits it. As for the child of the river Styx, let him play aside and not disturb the great tree's labor. Otherwise, I shall end your existence." Having completed the planting of the last clone, the long-awaited Kunlun tree planting festival, which spanned several epochs, finally reached its conclusion. The two soared back to the celestial palace above the clouds, riding on the mist. To celebrate the arrival of this day, they hosted a hot spring barbecue. At the pinnacle of their revelry, Xuanji ascended within the Kunlun temple, expounding on the path of life and death. The primordial spiritual roots and treasures of the entire celestial palace could draw a thread of the Taiji Golden Immortals' Tao fruit from this discourse. Whether they could extricate themselves from chaos and awaken their self-awareness depended upon their individual fortunes. Teaching the Tao was not merely an act of self-promotion, but also a means of introspection. The celestial palace had only two sentient beings, rendering it rather desolate. Every time Xuanji observed Qishao playing alone with a collection of spiritual treasures, he felt a twinge of neglect. However, the thought of selecting a group of beings from the vast wilderness was indeed a tiresome endeavor. Once beings were gathered, they would require guidance and resources for cultivation. Furthermore, the presence of sentient beings would inevitably lead to conflicts of interest and disputes. Contemplating such trivialities, Xuanji deemed it safer for Qishao to engage with the innocent spiritual treasures instead. They continued their journey, steering the celestial palace back through the skies. Although the return was not as swift as their earlier ascent, since its elevation to a celestial palace, it could no longer be condensed into a ring. This could be seen as a gain and a loss. Chapter 28. On defense, I am a professional. The celestial palace was concealed above the Huangzhong cave. The two first inspected the Huangzhong Li, which had borne fruit in a new cycle of 9. Yet, to reach maturity, it would require another 10,000 years. The branches of the ginkgo tree left in the celestial palace transformed into human form. Retrieving a jade box hidden within, sufficient to craft a small battalion of Deluo golden immortals, Xuanji had consumed quite a bit of Huangzhongli for brewing, its essence rich beyond measure. Undoubtedly a top-tier elixir for replenishing magical energy. Once ingested, it could also serve as a fundamental restorative. With a smile, Xuanji completed his inspection of the jade box, storing it within his meticulously crafted postnatal treasure ring for safekeeping. However, this was merely a temporary arrangement. He would not be foolish enough to carry all his valuable items on himself only to be robbed by merciless bandits, ultimately losing all his hard-earned wealth to outsiders. Upon returning to the celestial palace, he would stow the jade box within the 3-light divine water pool. This would not only further seal the spiritual fruit's transformative essence, but also allow the blade of destruction to serve as its guardian. The celestial palace boasted 3 formidable protective formations, each more powerful than the last. The outermost was the innate wind and thunder great formation, enhanced and upgraded by Qishao, with Qishao's true form as the focal point and the celestial palace as its foundation. On ordinary days, Qishao's 2 wind and thunder avatars presided over the formation, their might capable of withstanding late-stage Taiji Golden Immortals. When necessary, Qishao could utilize the divinely improved method of the Wandering Spirit to swiftly return to his true form. employing the superior innate treasure, the Qian Kuan circle, and the misty heaven silk to summon the natural winds of the cloud sea and the might of thunder and earth. Even an ordinary Deluo golden immortal would find themselves at a loss against such forces. The winds of the cloud sea and the chaotic thunder, while typically dispersed and mundane in power, could inflict considerable harm upon those below the true immortal realm. However, once concentrated, even a single divine thunderbolt could spell disaster for a careless golden immortal. With his intelligence awakened, Qi Xiao had mastered his innate essence and vast magical energy. Combined with the great formation and the full potential of his spiritual treasures, he could harness the boundless power of the cloud sea, condensing it into various weapons of wind and thunder, such as the golden wind blade, the divine thunder of the red sun, the cold wind of the dark moon, and the true fire of Samadhi. In the face of such relentless and formidable divine winds and thunders, the absence of top-tier innate defensive treasures posed a significant danger. The second formation was the postnatal Taiji Bagua formation, previously laid down by Xuanji. Although it bore the title of postnatal, many postnatal formations and treasures exceeded innate ones in combat efficacy. The Taiji Bagua formation, while lacking the overwhelming force of the innate wind and thunder great formation, excelled in its adaptability, particularly the numerous treasures concealed within the intertwining energies of the formation could launch ambushes of unparalleled treachery, often orchestrating coordinated assaults with groups of 10 or more. Should even the slightest defensive flaw be exposed, they would be infiltrated by the treasures and formation energies, thereby amplifying their advantage. The final and most potent formation comprised the 49 palaces of the Celestial Palace, known as the Celestial Star Array of the Celestial Palace. As the name suggests, it could activate the great divine texts of the 49 palaces, resonating with the ancient stars above the 9 heavens of the wilderness. Centered around the Sun Star, the Moon Star, and the Ziwei Star, supplemented by 46 principal stars of the central heaven, it transformed into a projection of the stars, generating boundless stellar power to annihilate formidable foes. This was the true killing formation, a source of confidence for Xuanji. The formation's greatest strength lay in Xuanji's ability to remotely control it from within a 10,000-mile radius of the Celestial Palace using the Celestial Palace's spiritual seal, striking down any formidable beings from the wilderness that posed a threat to him. This was also the reason Xuanji sought to cultivate trees while keeping the Celestial Palace close at hand. In the vast and infinite cloud sea, locating a Celestial Palace with a radius of merely 100 miles was no simple task, especially since the innate wind and thunder great formation harmonized exceptionally well with the cloud sea. Using the surging cloud energies as an additional veil, with 3 formidable formations concealing them, along with Qi Xiao's exceptional innate roots and the blade of destruction suppression, their safety far surpassed that of the Celestial Palace of the 3 Pure Ones or the Western Queen Mother. On ordinary days, the 3 formations primarily aided in hiding the Celestial Palace within the cloud sea. Simultaneously, they would gather the energies of the cloud sea, nurturing the spiritual roots, treasures, and soil within the Celestial Palace. Notably, the Celestial Star Array could continuously draw in the sun, moon, and stars scattered throughout the cloud sea, refining them into the divine waters of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. The 3 light divine water and innate spiritual energy collected through this formation saved Xuanji a considerable amount of time. As Qi Xiao put it, with the Celestial Palace, there was no longer a need to squat at the doorsteps of others, waiting for innate spiritual energy and opportunities, akin to a beggar seeking alms. Qi Xiao did not utter this sentiment, but Xuanji sensed it was her implication. After observing for a while through the ginkgo tree avatar, Xuanji noted that Qinglong Tsong had already undone the Wutu Forbidden Space Great Formation and was currently explaining matters to his furious nephew. Qi Xiao, cease your chatter and focus on your cultivation. He interrupted Qi Xiao, who was introducing the Eastern Kunlun to Huang Zhongli, urging her to abandon the impossible goal of awakening Huang Zhongli. Xuanji, wishing to avoid facing Huanglong's wrath directly, decided to join her in refining the innate spiritual energy and transformative essence within the Celestial Palace. Their realm significantly improved, both achieving the status of Taiji Golden Immortal Tao fruits, and their efficiency in refining innate spiritual energy was dozens of times greater than in the past. Once they had refined the accumulated innate essence of the Celestial Palace and emerged from their retreat, they discovered that Huanglong's anger had diminished by half. Before entering, Both Qishao and Xuanji instinctively cast defensive spells. Just in case, Song, my old friend, it has been many years. Your charisma remains undiminished. Xuanji greeted with a smile, not because he wished to avoid knocking, but simply because there was no door. Moreover, the formation was one he had established. So Huanglong, having not refined any treasures, should normally enter directly. Greeting Song outside the formation would only expose his presence, inadvertently admitting to monitoring others, even though it was unintentional. Qishao followed Xuanji, carrying a basket woven from the finest postnatal spiritual gourd vines, devoid of any grand divine inscriptions. Yet, the inherent script of the vine was sufficient to preserve the freshness of the fruits within and imbue them with a modicum of vitality. Brother Song, congratulations on attaining the status of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Song would not harbor resentment towards Xuanji due to his nephew's prolonged confinement. He felt rather indebted. The promised installment payments had been delayed for several millennia. The opportunities he had orchestrated had been squandered by Huanglong, leaving him feeling exhausted. Why was everyone so rebellious? I have met your friend Xuanji and your companion Qishao. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. Xuanji replied awkwardly, it's nothing significant, merely some 3 light divine water. Occasionally, when Huanglong suffered severe injuries within the formation, Xuanji, unable to ignore it, would discreetly drop a few drops of 3 light divine water. It was unavoidable. The mischievous child had not accepted the treasures, rendering the transaction quite awkward, and he could only use the 3 light divine water as a small compensation. As for returns, that was out of the question. Even the ancestor dragon could not change that. Chapter 29. Love is a crime. Song had never intended to breach the agreement. Rather, like Xuanji, he felt a twinge of guilt. Nearby, Huanglong lay despondently on the jade bed, tears glistening in his dragon eyes. Xuanji and Qishao exchanged glances, puzzled as to what could provoke such a stubborn little yellow dragon into such a state of distress. However, they chose not to pry further. Matters of the dragon clan were beyond the reach of ordinary folk. My friend, after a millennium of fierce battles, please accept these superior innate purple sun mulberries as a token of celebration. The purple sun mulberries take a millennium to mature a single batch, each consisting of 360 clusters. They are a superior grade of innate spiritual roots, corresponding to the energies of purple yang, terrestrial fire, and the element of earth. Their abundance and rapid maturation are remarkable. Moreover, they contain a trace of innate purple yang energy and a minuscule amount of earth spirit vitality, which can enhance the body and elevate one's magical prowess by 1,000 years with just a single cluster consumed by a celestial being. For true immortals and profound immortals, they can comprehend the path of purple yang, increasing their magical capacity by 200 to 300 years and enhancing their chances of breaking through. However, for the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the effects are quite negligible. Only the finest innate spiritual fruits can assist the Tai Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal in their cultivation. Nevertheless, these are particularly suitable for Huanglong, aiding in the recovery of his physical injuries, enhancing his Taoist path, and allowing him to comprehend the transformative principles of the earth element for a breakthrough into true immortality. This mere basket represents only 1/3 of a millennium's worth of harvest. Yet, it is precisely what Xuanji requires. He possesses treasures such as Huang Zhongli, immortal apricots, and the pristine silver ginkgo fruits condensed many years ago, but there is no need to present them. Huanglong is merely a rebellious child. Should he inadvertently reveal this, it could attract the attention of the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the Dragon Clan, which would spell disaster. The primordial wilderness has never been a peaceful or friendly realm. Bloodshed occurs daily. Song observed Qishao placing the flower basket upon the jade table and sighed silently. He opened his sleeve, releasing 2 fruits. The fruits exuded a robust aura of creation, faintly imbued with the essence of chaos. Their skin adorned with the intricate patterns of yin-yang, the 4 symbols, and the 5 elemental laws. Merely inhaling their fragrance instilled a sense of comfort and relaxation in both the primordial spirit and the physical body. Xuanji felt a stirring at his core. Consuming one would mend the injuries he sustained from a recent branch fracture. Xuanji, my friend, to speak candidly, my elder brother has expelled Huanglong from the clan, severing all ties and consequences with him, thus terminating their father-son relationship and forbidding any clan members from contacting him. Xuanji understood immediately. recognizing why Huanglong, who had previously been filled with rage and pride, had turned into a disheartened youth within mere years. The little fellow, once proud of his true dragon lineage, now faced the severe blow of being disowned by his own father. Yet, the ancestral dragon situation is similarly perplexing. A venerable ancient dragon engaging in conflict with a young dragon of over 10,000 years. Song, my friend, we have witnessed these years. Ji is merely young and stubborn, lacking understanding, only knowing to rebel against the ancestral dragon. Yet, he has always regarded the ancestral dragon as a role model and a great hero, taking pride in his true dragon bloodline. As children grow, they come to realize that while the world is vast, home remains the best sanctuary. Is there truly enmity that lasts overnight between father and son? Song, perhaps you should bring Ji back to reconcile with the ancestral dragon. Qi Xiao stifled a laugh at the side. Xuanji had a way with words. He deftly refused Song's request while presenting it as a heartfelt concern for them. Had Huanglong been obedient and less obstinate, steadfast in his ways for over 10 millennia, Xuanji might have been inclined to offer him an opportunity. However, this dragon is far too stubborn and oblivious to the times, prone to breaking under pressure. Such a disposition, if taken under his wing, would only invite incessant troubles. The crux lies in his refusal to heed counsel, his failure to act on teachings. The 500 Zhang Huanglong stands as a rebellious 499. Tong, with a bitter smile, continued Xuanji, my friend, I mean no ill will. I merely wish to entrust you both with sending Ji back to his mother. Xuanji tentatively inquired, is his mother from the Qilin clan? Given the ancestral dragon's temperament, it would be quite extraordinary for him not to have a child with the allied Qilin clan. Perhaps he even shares blood ties with the Phoenix clan, as seen with the dragon sparrow, which clearly exhibits the lineage of both dragons and phoenixes. The dragon and phoenix symbolize auspiciousness, do they not? Is it not said that the Yinglong possesses wings? Song nodded slightly, gritting his teeth as he replied. Indeed, Ji's mother is Zhao, the granddaughter of the primordial Qilin, who has always been cherished by the primordial Qilin. Years ago, when my elder brother journeyed to Qilin Cliff to negotiate a tripartite alliance, he fell in love with her at first sight. Thus, the two clans became intertwined, forming a steadfast alliance to combat ferocious beasts and safeguard the primordial wilderness. However, my elder brother is rather sentimental. Upon hearing this, Xuanji stifled his expression, striving to maintain composure. Qi Xiao, lacking such restraint, cast a glance that nearly revealed her thoughts on his sentimentality. The primordial wilderness does not adhere to monogamy. A supreme being possessing multiple partners is not an object of envy or jealousy. On the contrary, in these times, most individuals are devoted to progress and the pursuit of enlightenment, with few inclined toward romance. The Emperor of Monsters marrying two lunar goddesses is a match made in heaven. A harmonious balance of yin and yang, truly a cosmic couple. Similarly, the Jade Emperor and the mother of Yaoqi share a comparable situation, being the appointed rulers of heaven by Hongjun, tasked with educating the beings of the primordial wilderness. The ancestral dragon's romantic entanglements merely invite quiet ridicule from others, seeing him as neglectful of his duties and ambitions. It could almost be stated that within the worldview of the innate deities and beings of the primordial wilderness, romance equates to chaos of the Tao heart, obstructing the pursuit of enlightenment. Thus, it is a sin. Therefore, romance is indeed a sin. Of course, Xuanji, having observed countless tales in his previous life, knew many prominent figures possessed multiple consorts, such as the likes of Nuwa and Hutu, supported by the Queen Mother and traversing the realms. Perhaps even the likes of Sanxiao, Jinling, and Wudong are not exempt from such fates. Yet, the issue lies in his lack of consorts. Unable to make a choice or claim a reward, whether it be the Chaos Pearl or the Heavenly Axe, or even to obtain a vial of Panga's essence effortlessly. One Qi Xiao is already a considerable headache. Adding a few more would surely lead to a breaking point, if not the complete fracturing of his spine. Tong, aware of his elder brother's disposition, swiftly moved past this topic, saying, Ji's mother, in a fit of anger, returned to Qilin Cliff, yet she was already with child at that time. When Ji turned 100, he secretly left the family to seek out my elder brother on the battlefield. I recorded him in the clan registry, accepting him back into the dragon lineage and providing for him within the dragon palace. At this juncture, Song revealed a hint of regret. Most of our adult clan members are on the battlefield, leaving the Dragon Palace to the care of the Dragon Mothers and the aquatic servants. The Dragon Mothers are burdened with numerous responsibilities and seldom discipline the children. Furthermore, my elder brother has many offspring, and the young dragons are quite lively and boisterous. G, being one of the few without a mother, often fell victim to bullying. He endured 400 years of torment, and upon my brother's return, there was no fair resolution, prompting Ji to leave the Dragon Palace and venture to Kunlun for cultivation. Qi Xiao gazed at Huang Long with sympathy. What a tragic fate, neglected by his father, unloved by his mother, and constantly bullied by his peers. Were it her, she would have rebelled long ago. Song spoke softly. This recent victory in battle was hard-earned. Yet during the contention for spoils, our clan clashed multiple times with the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Inciting my elder brother's wrath. At that moment, someone maliciously informed him of Ji's departure from the Dragon Clan, leading to the decree of his expulsion, severing all ties. Chapter 30. Soaring in the heavens, Xuanji's mind raced. Curious about what sort of spoils could provoke a conflict among the three clans, disregarding the bonds of comradeship forged over countless calamities. Was it the fabled Chaos Pearl that had fallen from grace? Or perhaps shards of the creation jade plate? Surely it could not be that a single extraordinary innate spiritual treasure would incite such enmity. He longed to inquire but refrained, fearing it would put Song in an awkward position. The ferocious beasts dominate the northern expanse of the primordial wilderness, with the beast Emperor Shan and I possessing unfathomable might, being the reincarnation of a chaos demon god, and the first beast emperor to awaken intelligence. The treasures that could be collected by such a being must be of the highest caliber, quite possibly even innate treasures. A mental note was made to search thoroughly upon venturing northward. He cast a glance at Ji, now a pitiful little yellow dragon. It would be cruel to expose his plight. The poor creature's self-esteem might shatter completely if the truth were revealed. Thus, sending a discreet message would suffice. Song, my dear friend, forgive my bluntness. Do you truly believe sending Ji back to Qilin Cliff is a wise decision? I wish to know how a 100-year-old young dragon can safely navigate the battlefield and locate the Dragon Clan's encampment. Over such a lengthy period, if his mother were concerned, she would surely inquire, has she asked you about him? Xuanji's probing questions, sharp and direct, left Song momentarily speechless. He did not hastily refute to save face for the clan but pondered earnestly. In his view, returning the child to his mother should have been the most prudent course of action. However, Xuanji, as an outsider, had peeled away the facade, and the fog of confusion dissipated. Had she inquired? Indeed, a Qilin had come to ask about this matter. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to reveal the truth. What could he say? That his nephew had been bullied by his own cousins for hundreds of years before running away to Kunlun? Ridiculous. Did the ancestral dragon not care for his reputation? Did the Dragon Clan not value their dignity? Reflecting on the solitary inquiry from the Qilin clan over the years, a chill ran through him. Filled with deep sorrow and empathy, Ji would rather come to Kunlun than return to Qilin Cliff, indicating that life there had not been pleasant. Qi Zhao's gaze flickered between Xuanji and Song. She was unaware of their secret communications, yet her determination to uncover the truth grew stronger, recalling a series of tales Xuanji had shared with her. The likes of Emperor Yi, Emperor Xiao, and the Dragon King had all experienced such dire beginnings, rising to prominence only to gain recognition in the world. Huang Long's current plight, though tragic, might eventually lead him to become a disciple of the second generation of the Chan teaching. One could say he would achieve success and fame in due course. She truly believes that the yellow dragon before her, which is on the verge of collapse, is indeed the ill-fated Huang Long Zhenren of the future. The latter, eager to stand out and make an impression, is not without reason in demonstrating his loyalty and diligence to Yuqing Yuanshi, fervently seeking a modicum of affection from his master. However, his overall capabilities fall short, rendering his actions somewhat foolish and inept. He considers himself fortunate to have encountered Xuanji, a steadfast guardian who remains unwavering through the passage of endless years. Unbeknownst to Xuanji, he has unwittingly bestowed upon the yellow dragon a card of goodwill. Observing Song in contemplation, he refrains from speaking further. In truth, he harbors words unuttered, fearing that to voice them might summon the Tao, which would erase his unique existence from the cosmos. Presently, tensions already brew between the Dragon clan and the Qilin. In the future, a great war among the three clans looms, with the Phoenix and Qilin allying against the Dragon. It would be exceedingly awkward for a yellow dragon to find himself among the Qilin ranks. He would be caught between two worlds, truly an outcast. It would be far wiser to seize this opportunity to remain in Kunlun Mountain for further cultivation, thereby evading the impending calamity of the Dragon Han. Were it not for the profound assistance the Qinkuan ruler offers in his evolution of the Tao, Xuanji would not have taken it upon himself to care for the yellow dragon. This spirit treasure has indeed aided Ran Deng in achieving enlightenment, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Song gazed at the silently weeping yellow dragon, recalling how he had been bullied at his maternal home, only to face further humiliation in his own abode, ultimately finding himself forced to seek refuge in the wilderness of Kunlun. Despite Song's inherently gentle dragon nature, he finds himself in a dilemma. It is clear that the fault lies with the elders, yet a child bears the burden of their mistakes. Alas! One can only remark that the Qinglong is, after all, distinct from the other dragon clans. And with a sigh, he manages to regain his composure. Were it Xuanji, he would find it difficult to resolve his inner turmoil without establishing his authority through the elimination of a few adversaries. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Song approached the yellow dragon, offering comfort by stroking its head and scales. What others say is of little consequence, yet my dear, you are my nephew, as long as your uncle is present. No one shall harm you. I shall take you back to my cave, where it shall be your home henceforth. The yellow dragon lifted its head, the stubborn resolve that was nearly unbearable crumbling entirely. Though not into darkness, tears welled up in its eyes, large droplets cascading down, splattering upon the jade bed. Undoubtedly, Song has become the last pillar of spiritual support in its heart. Only Song, the uncle who has consistently shown care for his brother, could impart the strength needed for the yellow dragon to persist in its struggle for survival. Uncle, it could no longer hold back, It cried, filled with boundless grievance. The yellow dragon wept profusely. Xuanji and Qishao exchanged a glance, quietly departing from the spiritual pulse node. Xuanji, what a loss! Xuanji soared through the clouds, carrying Qishao with him. Yet it was not a loss. With the Qinkuan ruler present, they had already recouped their investment and would earn even more in the future. Xuanji, if we had not appeared, the yellow dragon would surely have been sent back to the Qilin clan by that foolish Song, right? That seems likely. Then the yellow dragon would inevitably sneak away again, returning to Kunlun. Indeed. Thus, in the impending calamity of the Dragon Han, it may yet preserve its existence, free from the Dragon clan's overwhelming karma, and it is highly probable that it will encounter Yuanshi in Kunlun, smoothly joining the Chan teaching, correct? As Xuanji pondered, he navigated the clouds. That seems plausible. His aptitude is average, and aspiring to be that fellow's disciple will undoubtedly be arduous. Yet his steadfast character and sincere filial piety may well resonate with Yuanshi. Qishao's spirits lifted immediately, exclaiming, "Does this mean we have altered the yellow dragon's fate?" Xuanji sighed. Being close to Song is not necessarily advantageous. Qishao fell silent. Finally, she remarked, at the very least, Song should survive the calamity of the Dragon Han. With Song's protection and severing ties with the Dragon and Qilin clans, the future should be promising. She gazed at Xuanji's flowing robe, fluttering in the wind, and softly added, moreover, I believe the yellow dragon might prefer to remain by Song's side rather than join the Chan teaching. Xuanji halted mid-air, turning to face the node's direction. The Wutu Forbidden Space Array had been lifted, leaving only the original Taiji concealment formation. Yet, a more sophisticated concealment array had been added, shrouding the node's aura. Two true dragons, one blue and one yellow, soared upward, nodding at Xuanji and Qishao before darting eastward. A blue dragon scale flew towards Xuanji, landing in his palm. Xuanji, I must first thank you for your guidance in avoiding a grave mistake. The mental fluctuations of the blue dragon's song were transmitted through the scale. According to the agreement among the three clans, the areas encompassing Buzhou Mountain and Kunlun Mountain are jointly governed by all three. Henceforth, any entrance into Kunlun by the three clans is bound to incite conflict. This item serves as my personal token, which may compel the Dragon clan to yield somewhat. Now, the vast expanse of the primordial land has been divided among the three clans. Chapter 31. The Moral Coercion Array. Based on Song's introduction, long ago, during the formation of the three-clan alliance, a vow was established under the witness of the Tao, with Hongjun, Luo Ho, Qin Kuan, Yang Mei, and others present. To better unify their forces, the three clans delineated clear guidelines. The dragon is the leader of all scales, the phoenix of all birds, and the qilin of all beasts. However, following the war, the three clans privately sought to divide the primordial land anew, re-establishing an agreement that no longer delineated by clan, but rather by territory. The eastern rivers, lakes, and myriad bodies of water belong entirely to the Dragon Clan, with Song stationed in the east, leading countless scaled aquatic beings. The south is occupied by the Phoenix Clan, with the cave heavens of the volcanic mountains serving as their nest. The western mountains, rolling and undulating, are dominated by the Qilin Clan, surrounded by the Baihu, divine apes, and immortal deer. The area centered around Buzhou Mountain and Kunlun Mountain is jointly governed by the three clans. This region is vast, yet its significance far exceeds that of other locales. The three clans gather here to jointly combat the ferocious beasts of the north. For hundreds of thousands of years, their powers have intertwined, with each clan intermingling within the other. Each occupies top-tier cave heavens, producing abundant spiritual herbs, fruits, and materials, making it impossible for any clan to withdraw and allow others to seize control, as for a rupture over the contest for this primordial resource that is improbable. After expending tens of thousands of years to eradicate the main forces of the ferocious beasts, they are all weary and in dire need of recuperation. Moreover, the primordial expanse is vast enough to accommodate all. Currently, the territories delineated by the three clans remain unfilled, and the central region of the primordial land is sufficient for the three clans to expand into hundreds of gatherings. Qishao, having heard enough, tugged at Xuanji, urging him towards the Huangzhong cave heaven, fearful of being a moment too late, allowing the three clans to emerge and assert their dominion. Xuanji, we must once again upgrade the array of the Huangzhong Li cave heaven. It cannot fall into the hands of others. Only treasures placed within the clouds are secured. No, they must be kept under close surveillance to ensure their utmost safety. The Huangzhongli, rooted at the node of the earth veins, cannot be transplanted. Thus, it is essential to strengthen the protective array. Xuanji found himself compelled to yield to Qishao's insistence, racking his brain for a means to initiate a new round of upgrades to the innate Taiji array. The Huangzhong cave heaven had already undergone multiple enhancements, brimming with martial virtue. Even if a great Luo Jingxian were to discover its secrets and forcibly intrude, they would face considerable difficulties. However, a single top-tier innate spiritual root is indeed invaluable, especially one like the Huangzhongli, a former chaotic spiritual root. Even the six saints of the future would be tempted to vie for it. One fruit, one great Luo Jingxian. Even in the massive scale of the future Wuyao War, great Luo Jingxians are undeniably the elite. The Demon Clan expended immeasurable resources to gather 365 great Luo Jingxians to preside over the Zhou Tian Star Do Array's main star. Indeed, why didn't I consider this sooner? Xuanji exclaimed, slapping his forehead as an upgrade strategy dawned upon him. Returning to the Huangzhong cave heaven, he extracted the gathered half-portions of the innate yin and yang energies. With unparalleled alchemical skills, he infused the yin and yang energies into two lower-grade innate ginkgo trees. These trees represent the strongest killing intent among the 36 special avatars, exuding both the annihilation ferocity of the Blade of Destruction and the transformative vitality of the pure ginkgo tree. After 300 years, he allowed the two ginkgo trees to merge their innate origins with innate spiritual energy, thus becoming the lower-grade innate Red Sun Life and Death ginkgo tree and the lower-grade innate Dark Moon Life and Death ginkgo tree. Following Xuanji's intent, the internal innate Tao source coalesced into postnatal Taoist inscriptions, in matters of life and death, yin and yang. He had amassed an extensive reservoir of experience and technical expertise. Over the past 100,000 years, he had first thoroughly absorbed numerous innate formations and an abundance of innate spirit treasures. With hundreds of thousands of pieces of postnatal spiritual materials from Kunlun Mountain at his disposal, he crafted over 100,000 sets of postnatal Taiji concealment arrays, including many top-tier postnatal spirit treasures. At this moment, numerous innate beings and deities remain in slumber, leaving no one to contest for materials. and the readily available innate and postnatal spiritual materials and mines are his for the taking. There is no need for excavation. The resources of Kunlun can be found lying around. Practice makes perfect. Now that the technological conditions have matured, he has finally attempted to use the innate dual energies of yin and yang, along with the ethereal roots of the ginkgo tree, to refine a more advanced spiritual treasure. Centering on the original life and death patterns of the spiritual root, he incorporated 3 additional life and death patterns, forming a configuration of the 4 symbols. This was further complemented by 6 patterns resembling the circle of heaven and earth, 6 patterns of the mixed sky silk, and 6 patterns of the gathering treasure basin interconnected. The solar life and death ginkgo tree avatar possesses 12 solar annihilation divine inscriptions, while the lunar life and death ginkgo tree avatar holds 12 lunar annihilation divine inscriptions. Altogether, they number 34 postnatal great path divine inscriptions. If it were a spiritual treasure, it would indeed be of the highest caliber. Although not born of innate origins and limited by his own Tai golden immortal realm, the patterns cannot achieve perfection and remain postnatal. However, the essence is still innate, infused with the primordial energies of yin and yang, and under the control of the divine light of solar and lunar annihilation. Its power is merely a notch below that of high-grade innate yin-yang spiritual treasures. It took 500 years to condense the Great Path divine inscriptions. I leave it to you, Xuanji said, raising his fist in salute to the 2 avatars. The 2 avatars exchanged knowing smiles and spoke in unison, naturally. As they simultaneously activated their divine powers, they transformed into the divine light of yin and yang. Entering the eye of the Great Formation, the Taiji yin-yang fish, the innate dual energies they merged with were of the same origin and root as those of the Taiji Formation's eye, gradually shedding from the celestial ginkgo. Moreover, Xuanji had long comprehended the Great Formation, allowing the avatars to easily bond with the innate dual energies, thereby fully mastering the innate Taiji Formation. With the formation transitioning from ungoverned operation to controlled manipulation, its operational efficacy was utterly transformed. Most importantly, with 2 avatars presiding over the formation, in the event of an assault by a powerful Deluo Golden Immortal, the avatars could clearly step forward to inform that the formation is connected to the Kunlun ley lines. If they seek treasures, let them try. With 36 ley lines severed, both parties would share the burden of overwhelming karma. For the sake of the unknown spiritual roots and treasures, bearing the terrifying consequences of dissipated fortunes and accumulated karma. Unless one is a madman, there is no choice but to abandon the pursuit. It can be said that in terms of moral coercion, Xuanji has already mastered a third of the teachings of the Chan sect. Qi Shao gazed with satisfaction at the figure suspended in midair above the yin-yang fish, acknowledging that Xuanji was indeed the most reliable in handling matters. Shall we proceed to the Sea of Blood next? Xuanji nodded. We must flee. We cannot wait for the 3 clans to assault Kunlun and engage in a chaotic struggle for wealth and territory. Against this group of arrogant warriors fresh from battle, encountering the Cloud Summit Cave would most likely result in a massacre and pillaging. Whether it be the top-grade innate spiritual root celestial ginkgo or the high-grade innate spiritual root of the pure ginkgo, both would undoubtedly entice the Deluo Golden Immortals of the 3 clans, producing 36 Tai Golden Immortals of the Wind and Thunder Great Path over 10,000 years. What force would not be tempted? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Yet, one should not place their hopes on the kindness of others. That would be an irresponsibility towards oneself. Chapter 32. Striving brings me joy. The Sea of Blood lies far from Kunlun Mountain. Xuanji may not know its exact location, but he has a general sense of the direction. After the first calamity of ferocious beasts in the primordial world, countless ferocious creatures were slain, and the immeasurable blood that flowed, unable to be transformed, surged into the Sea of Blood, forming a blood tide that reached the heavens. This caused a small portion of the 9 heavens to be stained crimson. Therefore, one need only head towards the northwestern expanse of the vast Scarlet Blood Cloud. After departing from the Kunlun Cloud Sea, the speed of the Cloud Summit Cave diminished significantly. This was primarily due to the natural synergy of the Kunlun Cloud Sea, which provided abundant spiritual energy, while the external Cloud Sea lacked much of that vital essence. Additionally, upon leaving Kunlun, they had entered the territory of the Qilin clan, necessitating the concealment of their cave as they flew slowly through the Cloud Sea. Xuanji sat in the main seat of the Kunlun Divine Hall, focusing his energy on refining avatars. The innate spiritual energy captured by the three great formations gathered in the hall, coalescing into swirling mists of various colors, accumulating to half a meter high upon the jade floor. Over 100 ginkgo tree avatars transformed into innate Tao bodies. They sat on jade benches on either side, quietly cultivating through 9 breaths of inhalation without interruption. Having tasted the sweetness of tree cultivation, they naturally wished to persist in this glorious endeavor, accumulating as much great path merit as possible without hindering their own cultivation. After all, upon entering the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, the pace of ascension slows significantly, allowing ample time to consume primordial essence to refine avatars during this gradual improvement in cultivation. It is quite possible that despite minimal breakthroughs in realm, one could fully restore themselves using the innate spiritual energy accumulated in the Divine Hall. Another portion of consciousness melded with the cave to monitor the surroundings. The Kunlun Divine Hall originally lacked furniture, and the Great Path Elder had already gifted 49 sets of exquisitely furnished mansions. One could hardly expect him to provide furniture as well. Thus, Xuanji and Qi Xiao toiled for over 300 years, utilizing some postnatal materials to craft a set of postnatal spiritual treasure-grade furniture. For instance, in the current hall, the offering platform, the paintings hanging above it, the table and chairs at the main seat, and the 36 sets of tables and chairs for guests were all products of their labor. Although the warehouse brimmed with innate materials, Xuanji, being somewhat of a miser, believed that until one reached the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, it would be unwise to squander resources. The 2 Grandmaster chairs fashioned from a few branches of Huangzhong Li were reasonably comfortable. They contained elements of innate wood attributes and the Great Path divine inscriptions of transformation, capable of converting spiritual energy into life energy. Ordinary mortals who sat upon them for decades might very well live for thousands of years. He had no affection for sitting cross-legged on a mat. It was not due to discomfort in his legs, but rather a personal preference. Although not of the dragon or Qilin lineage, which specialize in physical fortitude, his body would undergo transformations alongside each elevation in realm, aligning with his primordial spirit, with the nurturing of the 5 energies sustaining vitality for millions of years, not to mention sitting cross-legged. Even executing other complex movements would pose no issue whatsoever. Yet, if he could render himself a bit more comfortable, why endure unnecessary hardship? The guest seating materials were less extravagant, utilizing some branches of mid to low-grade innate spiritual roots. The Huangzhongli tree was not particularly large, and excessive harvesting would impede its fruiting. Changing to a more comfortable position, he leaned back against the feathered pelt of a flying ferocious beast, stretching his legs and propping his feet up. The tea table situated between the 2 main seats held a pot of spiritual wine brewed from high-grade innate spiritual fruits. If one wished to drink, they could pour themselves a glass. Now, this is life. Reflecting on his diligent efforts over several 100,000 years, the small landlord couldn't help but sigh in contentment. Nearly 130,000 avatars of Kunlun Mountain continued to strive, working diligently to accrue great path merits for the main body and laboring towards the establishment of a brighter future. Life was indeed becoming increasingly promising. The avatars exclaimed, "The main body is not human." Qi Xiao squatted beside the considerably enlarged pool of the 3 lights divine water, delightedly observing the fortune golden lotus, which had begun to unfurl several petals. However, upon noticing that the stem of the golden lotus was perilously close to the blade of annihilation, merely a meter away, a sense of worry set in. "Little lotus sister, you must be cautious. Do not approach that cursed blade. Stay as far away as possible, I tell you, while the wicked heavenly path has yet to emerge, and the world is still under the management of the old man. Hurry and take form. Once you take form, I will protect you, ensuring you live luxuriously and abundantly." Listening to Qi Zhao's incessant chatter, Xuanji's mind inexplicably conjured images from many years past. A branch of a ginkgo tree leaned against the trunk of a celestial ginkgo, similarly chattering away, using its still-maturing consciousness to convey memories. "Little cabbage has grown up," Xuanji smiled with satisfaction, secretly vowing that should any pig dare to come and uproot it, he would chop it into dumplings without hesitation. Due to the countless memories of various tomatoes instilled by a certain individual, Qi Xiao genuinely believes that the Great Tao is her father and Kunlun her mother, while the Fenglai blessed land serves as her foster-mothered it, is concerning to place such a perilous weapon of mass destruction beside the Fortune Golden Lotus, which inevitably raises her apprehensions. As a unique fortune spirit object suppressing the Yunding Cave heaven, the Golden Lotus is intricately linked to the cave. Should it suffer a severe blow from the blade of destruction, it would adversely affect the cave's operations. As the mistress of the cave, she feels a profound responsibility to safeguard every flower, grass, and tree within. Thus, she visits thrice daily, fearful of any harm befalling the Fortune Golden Lotus. Each conversation stretches over several years, reminiscent of a certain someone's demeanor. The blade of destruction is exceedingly formidable. Only the three lights divine water combined with the nine heavens Shirong can isolate its ominous aura. If left exposed, its emanating destructive energy could cause even mid-grade innate spiritual roots to languish and low-grade ones to wither, unless one finds a way to mend the blade's fissures or employs immense powers to seal it. The Tao's resonance would uncontrollably radiate outward upon its emergence. Xuanji sipped a cup of fruit wine, his primordial spirit surveying the vast expanse of the primordial land. Since the calamity of fierce beasts had subsided and the malevolent energy dissipated, the vitality of the universe has surged. Kunlun's flora flourishes, teeming with postnatal-grade spiritual roots, elixirs, and celestial herbs. Beyond Kunlun, the scenery is no less vibrant. Although lacking in spiritual roots, ordinary spiritual trees abound, cloaking the earth in a verdant mantle. With the presence of plants, animals will soon follow, estimated to emerge in merely a few 100,000 years. Contemplating the Tao, planting trees, imparting teachings, resting and contemplating again. The primordial land transforms daily, with an increasing number of postnatal beings. Many innate deities, upon emerging from their meditative retreats, find the world strikingly different from before. As the Yunding Cave heaven continued its ascent towards the northwest, Xuanji abruptly halted his crafting of a clone. His gaze involuntarily drawn eastward, a profound intuition whispered to him that a grand opportunity awaited him in that direction. He produced a shard of the azure dragon scale, using his magical power to manifest a map. Comparing it to the mountains and rivers depicted, he realized he was within 100,000 miles west of the Buzhou Mountain, the closest point to it while flying northwest from the eastern Kunlun. Buzhou Mountain? Clearing his throat, he remarked, "It seems there lies a significant opportunity at Buzhou Mountain." Qi Xiao, momentarily forgetting her near mishap with the water, exclaimed with excitement, "Then let us go to Buzhou Mountain. You mentioned it holds countless treasures." "I want the Baolian Ding." Xuanji nearly choked on his wine, reflecting on why he had recounted the tale of Chunxiang and Xiaoyu. The Baolian Ding is said to have originated from the heavenly fire at the dawn of creation, transformed from the essence of the sun and moon, ranking above the other three lights. The Yu Su Liuli Ding, the Lingjiu Shanling Qiu Ding, and the Yuan Du Dongba Jing Gong Ding. Lu Chunxiang relied on this lamp to achieve parity with the sea deity Yang Jian multiple times. Although the sea deity allowed a mere trickle of water to flow, it nonetheless attests to the remarkable power of this spiritual treasure. While Buzhou Mountain may merely be a mountain, it is larger than the numerous celestial and divine mountains of Kunlun, making the prospect of encountering the Baolian Deng rather elusive. The sound of wind and thunder reverberated through the grand hall as the Xian Xing trees swayed. Outside the cave, the gale shifted direction, subtly veering towards Buzhou Mountain. The journey to Buzhou Mountain would still require considerable time. Qi Xiao, seated in one of the two primary seats, poured wine for Xuanji while engaging in light conversation. Their discourse drifted from the blood sea to the figure of Mingyi, eventually touching upon several treasures associated with him. The blood sea contains a plethora of treasures, the Yuan Tu and the Ubi twin swords, both exquisite innate spiritual treasures that kill without entangling in karmic consequence, embodying the path of slaughter in the world. The 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, another supreme innate spiritual treasure, boasts astonishing defenses, capable of burning away karma and unleashing karmic flames in attack, thus adeptly balancing offense and defense. With these three supreme innate spiritual treasures, Xuanji would have enough to traverse the blood sea. Presently, he possesses a heavy treasure of innate slaughter, but lacks a defensive artifact, awaiting the acquisition of new equipment. He is not greedy. One lotus flower suffices. Xuanji, you hold Mingyi in such low regard. Yet he possesses three supreme innate spiritual treasures. Why do we only have one between us? Moreover, it's a flawed one. Xuanji couldn't help but glance at the three lights divine water pool, which had expanded to a radius of 5 meters. Fearing the blade of destruction might emerge and threaten Qishao. The three pure ones are also one, he mused aloud. Combining the three treasures of Mingyi would not match the postnatal merit treasure. The heaven and earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower, indeed, they wouldn't stand against the blade of destruction either. Besides, only the Ubi belongs to him. The Yuan Tu sword is his companion treasure, while the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus was likely discovered in the Blood Sea. Qishao pressed further, but you said Mingyi is the master of the Blood Sea, a mere caretaker, while the three pure ones are ordained saints with disciples scattered across the heavens, their followers spread throughout the primordial world. Why then does the great Tao bestow upon Mingyi two supreme innate spiritual treasures while granting only one to the three pure ones? Shouldn't there be a one-to-one distribution, at the very least? The eldest should receive a supreme treasure, while the second and third should each have a supreme spiritual treasure. I can't shake the feeling that Mingyi is the favored child while the three pure ones are raised by a stepmother. Xuanji found himself at a loss for words. Although the three pure ones later emerged and discovered the 24-grade creation Qinglian, acquiring three supreme innate spiritual treasures, one being the Panlong Bian Guai, belonging to Taiji Laojun, the second being the Sanbao Yuru, belonging to Yuanchi Tianzuan, and the third the Qingping sword, belonging to Tongtian Jiaozhu. Initially, they had only the heaven and earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower, rather meager endowment. Moreover, there are claims that the three treasures born from the 24-grade creation Qinglian were only of high-grade innate spiritual treasure quality, with only the Panlong Bian Guai being supreme. Considering the creation Qinglian is of the 24th grade, it is at least an innate treasure, possibly even a chaotic spirit treasure, far surpassing the likes of the 12-grade merit Golden Lotus, the world-destroying Black Lotus, and the purifying White Lotus. The likelihood that all three treasures are supreme innate spiritual treasures is exceedingly high. Additionally, the second and third of the revered three pure ones resorting to high-grade innate spiritual treasures to achieve the Tao seems implausible. What level are they at, akin to what Qishao wields? It is not that he looks down upon Qishao. Supreme treasures are indeed attainable, and so are treasures for attaining the Tao. However, the three pure ones are manifestations of Penga's primordial spirit, inherently possessing the destiny of opening, evolving, and concluding the primordial world. They could not have fallen to such a state of destitution. Qishao's reasoning does carry weight. Even if the great Tao were impoverished, it would not be incapable of bestowing two supreme innate spiritual treasures to the three pure ones. Even Tai's bird possesses the chaotic bell. Unless the three pure ones were originally a singular entity, thus the great Tao only granted them one treasure that encompasses both offense and defense. Xuanji was startled by the conjecture that emerged in his mind. If someone else, much like him, had recited the supreme Tao scripture while the three pure ones' primordial spirits were being conceived, that primordial spirit might have been muddled and incomplete, subconsciously learning the Tao scripture, thereby severing itself. Even if the great Tao were to rage, it could only lament the failure of a tiger's cub to resemble its father. Rumors suggest that Taiji Laojuan's transformation of the three pure ones was a theft of the primordial essence of the Yuqing and Shangqing. Yet what if he did not steal it but had it from the outset? With the abilities of Yuqing and Shangqing, it is implausible that they would fail to discern the roots of the Tao's resonance in the transformation of the three pure ones. Bah! Falling into conspiracy theories. Those three have nothing to do with me. Xuanji dismissed the errant thoughts, reinforcing the Yunding star array to isolate the internal from the external, redirecting the conversation back to the Blood Sea. The three pure ones have the protection of the great Tao. We should focus on how to locate Mingyi. Qishao, oblivious to Xuanji's wandering thoughts, continued to chat casually. What if Mingyi awakens and objects to us taking the Ubi and Yuan too? Xuanji replied nonchalantly, we shall win him over with virtue. Win him over with virtue? Qishao inquired curiously, do you mean to kill him? She hesitated, contemplating her words before eventually expressing her concerns. That doesn't seem right. To seize someone else's companion treasure and then kill them? The great Tao would not condone that. I think it would suffice to incapacitate him and extract his innate essence. Goodness, you might as well just kill him outright. Upon contemplating the magnificent and formidable river of Hades, stripped of its innate essence and reduced to a mere salted fish adrift in a sea of blood. Xuanji promptly eradicated this disconcerting imagery from his mind. As Qi Shao aptly remarked, one should not fail to regard their position with the respect it commands. Even in the humblest of roles, it remains an official post, ordained by the grand design of the Tao. Moreover, others regard him as the future lord of the upper three realms within the six paths of Hades. With a snap of his left fingers, a resplendent golden wheel of merit emerged behind his head, instantly elevating his stature and reputation. In that moment, the hall was ablaze with golden radiance, transforming into a resplendent temple of gold and jade. Qi Shao shook his head and said, "I believe it is better to engage in combat." Xuanji could only chuckle in disbelief. Chapter 34. I am the authentic one dividing the wheel of merit in half. Xuanji bestowed it upon Qi Shao for her consumption. Qi Shao's primordial spirit enveloped the merit and returned to her corporeal form. Pausing for 9 breaths to regulate her breath, harnessing the immense power comparable to a Tai golden immortal to wield the Tao of merit, cleansing the intangible and formless constraints of the immortal apricot tree. The tree shimmered with golden light, its essence flowing like a river, as the rhythms of wind and thunder manifested. Intricate patterns of innate wind and thunder Tao interwove, appearing upon the trunk, branches, and leaves of the immortal apricot tree. This phenomenon elicited a powerful resonance with the Tao of wind and thunder in the cosmos, as 2 formless paths emerged, intersecting at the immortal apricot tree, materializing from the boundless void with no discernible origin, disappearing into the infinite expanse with no apparent endpoint. The manifestation of laws caused thunder to erupt in the stillness of the temple, where the lightning birthed winds. With a mere thought, the star array of the celestial dome retracted its power, revealing 49 stars suspended in the air above the temple. The light of the stars cascaded down, forming a spherical luminous barrier that ensnared the immortal apricot tree, preventing the manifestations of wind and thunder from wreaking havoc upon the temple and endangering the auspicious golden lotus. Naturally, Xuanji would not squander this opportunity to harness the laws. He immediately opened a conduit to absorb the wind and thunder laws, integrating them into his own cycle of life and death. Simultaneously, his consciousness melded with the cave of the heavens, closely monitoring the fluctuations within the temple. From the moment Qi Shao began refining her essence through merit, an elusive and profound aura gradually emerged. As if suppressed through the ages, Xuanji strained to observe, only able to sense a faint trace. Hidden within the void, it was nearly impossible to discern, suppressing the ages, at the base of the immortal apricot tree. The 3 light divine water dripped precisely upon the blade of the destruction blade, where black mist surged forth, the restraints of the Tao and the malice of destruction dissipating in opposition. The remnants of both forces caused the speed of the celestial dome to plummet, as if burdened by the weight of several divine mountains. Previously, when his realm was lower, he remained oblivious. Now, having ascended to the status of a Tai golden immortal, he could feel the overwhelming terror. Due to the fusion with the cave of the heavens, the restraining force expelled by Qi Shao through merit fell into the temple's pool, allowing Xuanji's primordial spirit to similarly perceive this immense oppressive force. It was not a tangible divine power or immense magical pressure, but rather an intangible suppression akin to the Tao. Fortunately, this faint aura was swiftly eradicated by the destruction blade. Otherwise, its accumulation would hinder his mastery over the cave of the heavens. In merely 30 years, Qi Shao expended all the merit. The appearance of her primordial spirit remained largely unchanged, yet her own aura became increasingly harmonious, flowing with greater ease and naturalness, no longer requiring tenfold of her primordial will to perform spells that once demanded only a third of her magical energy. "Xuanji, I have glimpsed a flag," Qi Shao exclaimed, her primordial spirit detaching from her body, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Just a moment ago, my primordial spirit connected with the Tao of wind and thunder, and I beheld a small flag amidst the distant western sea of clouds. The instant I laid eyes upon it, I knew it was my path-certifying spiritual treasure." The conjunction of west, cloud sea, and flag immediately conjured an image of a renowned supreme innate spiritual treasure in Xuanji's mind. The western cloud realm plain flag. "What does the flag resemble?" Xuanji inquired. Qi Shao struggled to articulate it, then waved her right hand, conjuring an ethereal scene in the AI art. In a vast expanse of cloud sea, a flagpole of white jade stood tall, adorned with a plain white banner, enveloped in various auspicious clouds, as if it were the sovereign of the cloud sea, guiding an endless tide of purity toward the east. The spiritual treasure exuded an aura of grandeur, capable of purging the impurities within the cloud sea, creating wondrous phenomena where heaven and earth illuminated. Indeed, it is the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag, Qi Xiao exclaimed joyfully, her initial suspicions confirmed. The Western Cloud Realm Plane flag, a widely recognized supreme innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 directional flags of innate origins, alongside the central earthly yellow flag, Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure flag, Southern Flamelight flag, and Northern Xinyuan Water Controlling flag. They govern the innate 5 elemental Tao. These 5 supreme innate treasures were said to be fashioned from the 5 lotus leaves of the first great wealth of the primordial chaos, the Chaos Qinglian. Together, they form the supreme innate treasure, arranging themselves into the innate 5 elemental great array, standing as both defense and offense against the execution of a mortal sword array. Which is mightier, the spear or the shield, remains a challenging question. Each of the 5 directional flags can stand alone, and any one of them is among the most formidable defensive treasures in the realm. Their protective capabilities are unparalleled, earning them a reputation for repelling all evils and rendering them impervious to myriad laws. The Western Cloud Realm Plane flag, with its connotation of cloud realm and gathering immortals, signifies the treasure's intrinsic power to connect the internal cloud realm with the external sea of clouds. In the absence of a master, the cloud sea stirred by this spiritual treasure nearly matched the overwhelming momentum of the cloud sea formed by Qi Xiao's full mastery of the innate wind and thunder great array. According to Xuanji's recollections, this flag was obtained by Hongjun and bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. In the future, when the Heavenly Court was established, the Queen Mother would raise this flag at the Jade Pool gathering, proclaiming it to heaven and earth, thus alerting all immortals to its significance. Hence, it is also known as the Gathering Immortal Flag. Xuanji pondered quietly, should Qi Xiao wield this spiritual treasure and awaken the cloud realm? With her mastery of the wind and thunder Tao, she could effortlessly connect with the 9 heavens cloud sea, establishing an innate great array. It would transcend mere wind and thunder, evolving into an innate cloud realm great array, an entire heaven and earth. With the prior formidable defenses of the cloud sea augmented by wind and thunder offensives, Qi Xiao exclaimed, "Indeed, you are the destined master of this treasure, unworthy of the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. Then let us first journey to Mount Buzhou and subsequently to the west to reclaim it," she added with joy. Xuanji deliberated. Based on the map provided by Tsong, the territory of the Qilin clan extends only to Wanshou Mountain. Wary of venturing further west, likely due to the presence of Luo who stationed at Mount Sumuru, the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag would eventually fall into the hands of Hongjun, but it is not outside the realm of possibility that it was first acquired by Luo who, then lost and subsequently obtained by Hongjun. Go acquire this treasure. We cannot enter the West until you take form and obtain a supreme spiritual treasure to conceal your aura. Qi Xiao nodded earnestly. Suppressing her elation, I shall strive diligently in the near future. Xuanji produced the remaining half of the Wheel of Merit, but Qi Xiao vigorously shook her head. We agreed on an even split. The Western Cloud Realm Plane flag lies hidden within the Cloud Sea, and it will not be easily discovered by Luo who, seeing her resolute demeanor, Xuanji reluctantly stowed the Wheel of Merit away. His thoughts wandered to another treasure of the River of Hades. The illustrious supreme innate treasure, the Northern Xinyuan Water Controlling flag. It is rumored that this defensive treasure would later fall into the hands of the River of Hades, becoming the Shura flag. Some say it ended up with the Northern Zhenwu Emperor, transforming into the Zhenwu Black Rock flag. Regardless of the narrative, all paths lead back to the Northern Underworld. The proximity of the Northern Underworld to the Blood Sea may have allowed the River of Hades to seize it first. The two continued to discuss the Tao for some time. Xuanji's cycle of life and death encompassed various paths, including wind and thunder. The path of wind and thunder is notoriously difficult to attain. Among the 6 saints, only Nuwa achieved the title of Mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal through the path of creation. Others, such as Tai Ching, practiced Tai Chi. Yuqing traversed the 3 talents. Shangqing engaged with the 4 symbols. Jane entered the realm of true vacuum, and Zhuanti held the 7 treasures. Expanded to the primordial realm, only Yangmei attained mixed yuan through the path of space. Luo who could have achieved sanctification through the demonic path. Yet he met his demise at the hands of Hongjun, Yangmei, Qian Kuan, and Yin Yang. Xuanji remained unaware that Qishao held little interest in achieving mixed yuan. Much like Xuanji had once envisioned Qishao attaining enlightenment through her supreme innate spiritual root. Resting easy while she advanced, Qishao shared the same sentiment, contemplating Xuanji's journey while she basked in the joys of life. Both were delighted by each other's promising futures, each setting a small goal to facilitate Xuanji's or Qishao's path to enlightenment. After all, winning effortlessly is the most desirable outcome. Fortunately, the pressure of survival remained substantial. The primordial demonic lords were numerous, with the first among them, the formidable Hongjun, instilling a sense of urgency in both to avoid squandering time. Occasionally indulging in leisure was acceptable, yet diligence remained paramount. Chapter 35. Young friend, please have some tea. Your numerous avatars serve little purpose. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Xuanji's heart involuntarily tightened. Yet his right hand remained steady as he executed the art of transformation, condensing 1/5 of the creative spirit from the spiritual nodes into liquid form to supply his avatars. Turning around, he beheld Yangmei perched on a nearby branch, which came as no surprise. Among his acquaintances, only a few were capable of idling about, and none could traverse space with such ease as this formidable being. Xuanji's feelings towards this affluent friend were complex. If avoidance were possible, it would be ideal. However, since she had taken the initiative to approach, he resolved to confront the situation head-on. How could one be of no use? Xuanji feigned indifference, not even bestowing a respectful title. After their last encounter, he was certain that Yangmei harbored an exceedingly intense fear of the celestial breaker, yet he had no choice but to devise a means to confront it. In an instant, Qishao appeared before Xuanji, his large eyes cautiously observing him. Yangmei paid no mind to Xuanji's address or Qishao's demeanor. For their group of chaotic deities and demons, social niceties were the least of their concerns. Only transcendence remained their eternal pursuit. You have no inkling of the terrifying nature of the path of destruction. A flicker of profound trepidation crossed Yangmei's eyes as he recalled the cataclysmic battle eons ago in the chaos. That figure, that axe, had wrought upheaval upon the chaos, heralding the dawn of creation. With a single stroke, space, time, yin and yang, and fate were rendered non-existent. Even the most elaborate of spaces could not evade its strike. There was no escape, absolutely none. Only one possessing similar destructive power, the celestial breaker, could contend with him, managing a meager exchange. The celestial breaker declared, "Life and death are intertwined. If he lives, I shall perish. Only through action can one ascertain the utility. Inaction guarantees futility." Xuanji produced a palm-sized inferior innate stone, etched with the patterns of the 2 instruments' concealment. Placing the stone at the base of his avatar, a petite concealment array was activated, with the pure ginkgo tree as its focal point, drawing upon the Earth's spiritual energy to envelop this branch of the Buzhou Mountains meridian. Quite a delightful trinket. Yangmei glanced at the stone, abruptly shifting the subject. "Esteemed one, your words compel me to continue the ensuing discourse. Shouldn't you offer a few critiques, then demonstrate your spatial Tao, imparting to me some techniques of spatial preservation?" Xuanji replied, "If you desire, senior, I can bestow upon you several sets." Yangmei raised an eyebrow. "What use would I have for such shabby trinkets? Where is that person?" Xuanji's heart raced. How had the matter come to such a point? Unbeknownst to him, the junior had indeed acquired a piece of information to present as a token of gratitude for the previous gift. It is said that the Sun Star houses one of the 3 treasures forged from the axe of Pangu, revered for its ability to cleave heaven. Given your penchant for collecting spiritual treasures, it would be worth your while to visit. For a moment, Yangmei was at a loss for words. Should he commend Xuanji for his gratitude or chastise him for his ingratitude? The Sun Star, birthed from Panga's left eye, was a place he had naturally visited, where he had witnessed the 2 golden crows still in the process of manifestation, as well as the innate supreme treasure that bore the essence of the heavenly cleaving Tao. But they were destined children of a calamity, chosen by the Tao, and a mere touch could lead to death. He was no longer the primal chaos Unya Luo Jingxian. Emir de Luo Jingxian could be reduced to fertilizer by a single divine lightning bolt from the Tao. Reduced to ashes, no less, Suddenly, he grasped the implication. You mean that fellow's Tao weapon was shattered, thus he seeks to find a few formidable spiritual treasures? Xuanji responded with a courteous smile, acknowledging the super-rich friend. Yang Mei mused to himself, with an air of certainty. Indeed, that individual clashed with Pangu, and the sword of destruction has been destroyed. Only treasures of innate supreme caliber can withstand the might of his Tao. Ordinary top-tier innate spiritual treasures would shatter after but a few uses. One could easily imagine the most fatal consequences. Xuanji felt a chuckle rising within him, yet he maintained his professionalism and refrained from laughing. It was hard to fathom that Yang Mei could harbor such intense fear of another. Perhaps it wasn't fear of the celestial breaker, but rather a dread of death itself. Surviving beneath the axe of creation and once more inquiring of the Tao within the primordial wilderness was indeed a stroke of immense fortune. Who could guarantee that one would not meet their demise the next time? The Tao does not favor the same individual repeatedly. Your information is quite valuable. I am most satisfied. With a grand gesture, Yang Mei conjured a tea table from the ground, all innate spiritual treasures. Even the teacups were inferior innate spiritual treasures, adorned with 2 Tao symbols, one azure and one crimson, gracefully swirling like the azure dragon and the vermilion bird, attracting spiritual essence to coalesce into water. Truly a display befitting a wealthy magnate. Yang Mei brewed a cup of tea, gazing at the premium innate enlightenment tree leaves floating atop the divine water. His heart ached profoundly. Xuanji inwardly cursed. No wonder the tea sets I invented proved useless. They had evidently been registered long before at the Tao, these ancient figures of the primordial wilderness. Had it not been for the protection of the Tao, would have left nothing for those who came after. Fortunately, their lofty standards often rendered them indifferent. Thankfully, my emergence was not too late. I may still partake in a share. Of course, were I in their position, I would likely do the same. Yang Mei made a gesture inviting him to partake in the tea. Young friend, please. Xuanji dared not drink directly. What if it contained something akin to the fallen Saint Pill? The 3 foolish sages of the Sanqing had forgotten their own father at the behest of Hongjuan's favored disciple, consuming the fallen Saint Pill foolishly and thereby relinquishing their fates to another's whims. Despite Yang Mei's formidable strength to compel, the looming threat of the celestial breaker's blade behind him was indeed quite intimidating. Yang Mei chuckled, shaking his head as he lifted the teacup, drinking first. Even so, Xuanji and Qishao remained unmoved. Alas, I had intended to assist you in reaching the mid-stage of the Tai Jingxian, but it appears you are fated to be without enlightenment. I shall bestow upon you a grand technique as a reward for the information you provided. This technique is known as a step away from heaven and earth. Should you master it, you may traverse the vast primordial wilderness at will. I shall speak only once. Whether you comprehend it depends on your innate understanding. After saying this, Yang Mei began to expound on the cultivation method of a step away from heaven and earth. As the great Luo Jingxian elucidated the spatial Tao, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and divine nectar rained down, manifesting the nuances of the spatial Tao. Streams of spiritual essence converged here, coalescing into the symbols of the Tao, while myriad patterns of laws enveloped the surrounding space. The laws responded, resonating with the Tao. Xuanji absorbed the teachings with an insatiable thirst, akin to a parched traveler in a desert greedily consuming the wisdom imparted by Yang Mei. Conversely, Qishao, after a brief period of listening, soon regained his clarity, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Yang Mei continued unperturbed. A year later, he gazed at Xuanji in astonishment, silently praising. This youth possesses an extraordinary comprehension. No wonder the typically solitary celestial breaker refrained from shattering his true spirit, ultimately taking him under his wing. Initially, Xuanji grasped everything perfectly, and he could comprehend it all. After all, he was already a Tai Jingxian who had followed the celestial breaker for countless years, mastering some aspects of the path of destruction. Yet, halfway through the discourse, Xuanji continued to absorb the teachings, remaining in a state of enlightenment, which took him by surprise. However, it mattered little. When it came to the spatial Tao, none could rival him. The deceased Pangu did not count. If he truly met his end, should Xuanji genuinely pursue the spatial Tao, he would forever trail behind himself, destined to never attain enlightenment. The celestial breaker indeed did not instruct his disciples. after all these years? He had merely reached the Tai Jingxian, with no mastery over the path of destruction, but that was quite all right. By enlisting Xuanji, he might one day pull a fast one on the celestial breaker, gaining a significant advantage during critical moments in the pursuit of the Tao. Merely a casual game, the cost was negligible, compared to the support offered by Hong Jun, Yin Yang, and Luo Ho to the Dragon Clan. Such a minimal investment was well worth it. Thus, Yang Mei did not pause but continued to speak incessantly, transitioning from the original grand techniques of the spatial Tao to the closely related principles of the spatial Tao. Chapter 36. The Tao. I report that someone is cheating. 300 years slipped by quietly. Xuanji opened his eyes to find that Yang Mei had vanished, leaving behind a single statement. Young friend, your comprehension is exceedingly high. It is a pity that you have encountered unworthy individuals. If you could seek out the elder of the universe and borrow the path of creation to merge it with the path of destruction, you would surely achieve Hunyuan.is. That true or false? Considering Yang Mei's previous life as a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian and his extensive experience mingling among the three clans for hundreds of thousands of years, it seemed his assessment should be quite accurate. So I am a peerless genius, Xuanji exclaimed with delight, turning to Qi Shao beside him, inquiring, how long have I been cultivating? Qi Shao covered his mouth, raising his left hand and spreading his fingers, grinning. 300 years. Xuanji's smile instantly vanished, his face darkening to the hue of charcoal. 300 years to learn a single grand technique. Is this truly high comprehension? He sensed that Yang Mei was being condescending. Yet he had no evidence. Sun Wukong, atop the Ling Tai Fengzuan mountain, took only 20 years to master the somersault cloud, the 72 transformations, and the grand immortal technique. Compared to him, he feared he was even more foolish than Zhu Beiji. Rather than seeking the perilous elder of the universe to learn the path of creation, it would be far more enjoyable to play in the mud with the delightful little Nuwa in the future. One word, the world is vast, but life is paramount. Let us return home. INA flash, Xuanji vanished, utilizing a step away from heaven and earth to instantaneously enter the Kunlun Divine Hall through the connection between the Cloud Summit Cave and his primordial spirit. No sooner had he returned to the hall than a streak of lightning pierced the cloud sea, crossing the cave's great array, transforming into the 9-colored celestial garments of Qi Shao. Such swiftness, more convenient than the thunder escape to the 9th heaven. Xuanji, you are truly remarkable. With the praise from Qi Shao, Xianji's inner gloom dissipated significantly. Yet, the mere thought of 300 years and 20 years brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. Feeling weary, he decided to indulge in a little wine to soothe himself. In the Cloud Summit Cave, he refined the concept of within reach, yet distant for a century, and engaged in 100 sparring sessions with the of Qi Shao. Fully prepared, Xianji began to devise his plans. The Cloud Summit Cave halted 3,000 miles away from the Unzao Mountain. Xianji temporarily borrowed Qi Zhao's diamond umbrella, opting not to erase the imprint left by Qi Shao, but instead to refine the spiritual treasure on the spot. Utilizing the spatial techniques he had mastered, he merged with the diamond umbrella's earth element barrier, creating a semi-independent space that straddled the line between reality and illusion. Qi Zhao's descended onto a robust branch, transforming into a doppelganger that could only exert the cultivation of a terrestrial immortal, yet possessed a strength comparable to that of a golden immortal's physical form. Surveying the temporary space composed of Earth's spirit energy beneath him, Xianji felt he had discovered the path for the Cloud Summit Cave to ascend into a small thousand worlds. The elevation of a cave into a small thousand world represented two entirely different levels. The former remained a part of the primordial chaos, relying on the essence of heaven and earth for vitality. Even if Xianji gathered the yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, laying down numerous intricate pathways and assembling a land of creation, the Cloud Summit Cave could not detach from the primordial chaos to draw power from the void and the chaos, thereby existing independently. In contrast, the latter was an independent small world, severed from the primordial chaos, capable of preserving itself amidst the chaos. Moreover, it was not one of those desolate small worlds, lacking in the 5 elements, where creation was incomplete and vitality extinguished. True small thousand worlds might not encompass the entirety of the great paths within, and their spiritual energy might be sparse, yet they would undoubtedly be founded upon the 3,000 great paths. capable of nurturing living beings, evolving great paths, and completing the laws. Tio transformed the Cloud Summit Cave into a smaller Kunlun. The foundation of the spatial Great Path must be established, subduing the earth, water, wind, and fire, though that was a matter for after attaining the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Suppressing these thoughts, Xianji stepped forward, reaching the foot of the Unzao Mountain, the foremost divine mountain of the primordial chaos. Unzao Mountain was not significantly smaller than Kunlun. Both were characterized by their limitless expanse, defying measurement. Here, the great power of the path suppressed all things, in stark contrast to the creative aura of Kunlun Mountain. Time, space, fate, yin and yang, the five elements, every force was subdued here. To ascend the mountain, there was only one way. To walk, with every step Xianji took, the weight upon him increased. The higher he climbed, the stronger the invisible suppressive force became. After traversing over 1,000 miles, the power of the Tai Golden Immortal manifested as fragments of the life and death Great Path's divine inscriptions floating on his surface. Even with the support of his own path fruit, he felt as though he had reverted to his mortal self, experiencing a long-lost fatigue. In contrast, Qi Shao, throughout the journey, showed no signs of discomfort. After much contemplation, Qi Shao reached a conclusion. The sealing traces of my true form bear some resemblance to the great power of Unzao Mountain. Perhaps it is a similar suppressive path. However, Mai has grown accustomed to it, making it difficult to perceive any anomalies. Sitting upon a large stone, Xianji pondered for a moment before saying, Qi Shao, why not attempt to unravel the last trace of the sealing path and transform it into your own? The more he thought, the more appealing this path seemed. In a sense, the great path imposed upon Qi Zhao's true form could be considered an unconventional innate divine ability. However, this ability had confined her true spirit. Now, having resolved 90% through merit, the remaining 10% constituted the essence of the great path's divine seal, undeniably a supreme path that pointed directly towards the primordial chaos, if it could be refined. It could instead become a new route for Qi Zhao's path to enlightenment. Furthermore, possessing the innate divine seal's great path origin, her cultivation would not be inferior to the wind and thunder great path. With far-reaching potential for the future, Unzao Mountain was destined to be struck down by Gong Gong. If he acted swiftly, seizing a portion of the mountain before the primordial began, it could serve as a treasure for Qi Zhao's path to enlightenment. One person, one treasure, an innate resonance. Qi Shao shook her head, replying, it is difficult. That suppressive divine seal is exceedingly complex, and I do not comprehend it well. Xianji did not relent, believing that perhaps this was the greatest opportunity bestowed upon Qi Shao by the great path. It surpassed wind and thunder in elevation, strength, and ambition. Contemplating the might of Unzao Mountain, which suppressed the primordial earth and upheld the celestial stars, all temporal, spatial, fate, and yin-yang forces were contained here. This was no mere primordial great path. It might involve fragments of the primordial Tai Chi and the great Luo Golden Immortal's path fruits. Encouraging her, he said, it matters not if you cannot grasp it. We shall study it together. In the following millennia, Xianji simultaneously contended with the suppressive force of Unzao Mountain and engaged in a reverse comprehension of this exceedingly tyrannical great path. His body surged with the 9 Qi divine light, while a wheel of merit spun behind his head, and the wheel of 5 energies gradually rotated. The life and death great path, the 9 Qi divine light, the merit wheel, and the 5 energies wheel. All of his arduous cultivation manifested as he resisted the suppressive great path of Unzao Mountain. Within this intense confrontation, Xianji reaped great benefits. His magical powers grew increasingly solid, his physical form subtly strengthened, while the flaws within the life and death great path were identified and subsequently mended. The merit wheel, under suppression, became ever more substantial. Xianji's state of mind and true spirit also underwent rare refinement amidst the suppression, ensuring that when he faced stronger opponents in higher realms, he would not be overwhelmed by their formidable might. Through repeated experimental confrontations, he gradually became familiar with the suppressive force which bore the lingering essence of primordial power. The true suppressive great path of Unzao Mountain resided in its control over the primordial time and space. Fate. The path's resonance that permeated the mountain was merely a trace of this primordial might. the Tai Golden Immortal, who commands the laws of the Great Path, possesses an immortal divinity, allowing even a fragment of true spirit to be reborn, entering the flow of time and space, traversing heaven and earth, achieving the manifestations of Great Path laws. The Dharma body becomes boundless, and one may also govern the rules of small worlds. Xianji, taking the life and death Great Path as his fundamental path, encompassed the creation of heaven and earth, space, and nine qi. Yet, he found himself immobile, suppressed by a mere trace of energy. This discovery further convinced Xianji that there were significant issues behind Gongong's impending collision with Unzao Mountain. How immensely powerful must the primordial Great Path be to suppress the entirety of the primordial chaos? Not to mention Gong Gong. Even any one of the 6 saints would likely find it impossible to shatter such a manifestation of the divine mountain. Unless they had an external aid. Chapter 37. The map of mountains and rivers. The two persevered, traversing mountains and rivers, undeterred. Having lost the ability to fly, their speed was astonishingly slow. This journey lasted over 6,000 years. They sensed it, just ahead. Xianji gazed forward, his view obstructed by towering spiritual trees. Yet, he felt remarkably close in the primordial chaos. This truly felt very near. How far is it, really? Qi Xiao waved the Hunyuan silk, which reluctantly soared forward to wipe the sweat from his brow. At this moment, they had already ascended 1/3 of Unzao Mountain's height. Xianji closed his eyes, estimating the distance to the sense location using the spatial Great Path. It was roughly 1,000 miles. Qi Xiao rolled her eyes, muttering to herself, "That's so close, just 1,000 miles." Qi Xiao had managed to unravel a small portion of the innate divine seal traces, equivalent to about 1% of a Great Path inscription. The beginning is always the hardest. Given their current realms, grasping the confinement imposed by such a Great Path was indeed a formidable challenge. However, once initiated, the subsequent progress would be much smoother. The two engaged in mutual exploration and learning. Xianji could not sense the divine seal path within Qi Xiao's true form, but could use the suppressive force of Unzao Mountain as a reference. Conversely, Qi Xiao could not perceive the power of Unzao Mountain, but could feel the invisible suppression of her within her true form, if it were a complete Great Path divine seal. Qi Xiao's meager intellect would be incapable of understanding it. At this moment, Qi Xiao's intellect had been partially awakened, and the majority of the divine seal's derived laws had been dismantled, leaving only the final core. Further consumption of Great Path merit was required to assist in enhancing comprehension. The two combined their efforts, leading to the emergence of Qi Xiao's divine seal path. However, as they approached closer, the pressure on Xianji became overwhelmingly heavy. Yet, he had a strong intuition that if he missed this opportunity now, returning after attaining the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm would mean he would completely lose this great chance. Consequently, he chose to persevere. Continuing onward, he grinned. Having come this far, how could he stop? With shoulders burdened as if carrying a mountain, Xianji pressed on. Walking behind, each step felt like a struggle against another self, one that urged him to give up, until he arrived at a primordial great formation, stepping into it with 1 foot. Dozens of immortal mountains plummeted from the sky. They granted no respite, utterly devoid of martial ethics. A beam of annihilating sword light transformed into a blooming sword flower, its azure petals swirling and dancing, shattering the descending immortal mountains into countless streams of spiritual energy. Finally, they entered the primordial great formation. Xianji felt a rush of joy. Climbing the mountain terrified him, but he feared not breaking formations. With the void sword in hand, he swept through the energies of the primordial formation, cutting them into countless fragments. The two strode boldly forward. In just a few years, Xianji breached the primordial formation. 1 foot, stepping into a vast cavern resonant with his. The suppressive force of Unzao Mountain seemed to vanish, while the creative spiritual energy rivaled that of the Cloud Summit Cave and Kunlun's divine palace. A blank scroll appeared before him, slowly unfurling horizontally. The image was entirely empty, as if waiting for a master to inscribe or paint upon it. Upon connecting his consciousness with the interior of the scroll, for intertwining innate Great Path inscriptions released a portion of their spiritual essence, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers. After years of hard work, only to receive an auxiliary-grade exquisite innate spiritual treasure? Xianji felt somewhat astonished. The Great Path. Where were the promised innate supreme treasures? I may have read little, but you cannot deceive me. Isn't this merely bullying the honest? Of course, the map of mountains and rivers is not without merit. Like the investiture of the gods, the Earth Book, and the Book of Life and Death, the map of mountains and rivers is also transformed from the petals of the primordial treasure, the primal chaos blue lotus. However, akin to these treasures, it is not an offensive artifact. It stands in stark contrast to the Tai Chi diagram, Panga Banner, Chaos Bell, Excalibur, and God-slaying Spear. Its only notable achievement is when Yang Jian borrowed it from Yuhua to subdue Yuan Hong. Compared to several other innate treasures, it is far less renowned, a fact that is also tied to Yuhua's rare interventions. Naturally, as the foremost among the 7 monsters of Meishan, Yuan Hong cultivated for a millennium, mastering the profound arts, and could contend evenly with Yang Jian, proving himself to be a formidable demon cultivator. The ability of the map of mountains and rivers to easily suppress Yuan Hong is not too shabby. Qi Xiao, upon learning the name of this map, felt somewhat disheartened. She had initially thought it was the Tai Chi diagram or the Pango Banner. Xianji pondered that the map of mountains and rivers should possess projections of the primordial lands, chronicling the mountains, rivers, and water veins of the world, containing myriad life forms and boundless spiritual energy within a grand cosmos, right? As Xianji gazed at the blank canvas, his mind probed the innate principles contained within the treasure. This artifact emanated a majestic primordial aura, surrounded by swirling chaotic energies and the breath of the innate nine qi, among other spiritual essences. If all goes as expected, these unique energies would be the ink with which the map of mountains and rivers would later inscribe the primordial heavens and earth. Embracing a mindset of better to mistakenly kill than let escape, Xianji seized the painting scroll, preparing to collect the treasure. Just as he made contact, the 4 innate Tao inscriptions of the map of mountains and rivers surprisingly showed no resistance. Effortlessly merging with him, as if he were its rightful master. In that instant, his primordial spirit achieved unity. The original Tai golden immortal primordial spirit was infinitely elevated by the 4 innate Tao inscriptions of the map of mountains and rivers. Qi Xiao felt overwhelmed by the aura radiating from Xianji, struggling to breathe. Though the figure was right before her, it seemed separated by an infinite distance. The silhouette traversed time and space, reminiscent of an entire realm. This aura was several times more potent than that of Yang Mei she had encountered before. Meanwhile, the 129,600 incarnations stationed far away on Kunlun Mountain connected with the primordial spirit. Under the map of mountains and rivers yearning for sentience, Xianji's primordial spirit instinctively summoned his incarnations, drawing a thread of the earth vein's primal essence. Through the combined effects of the spatial Tao of his main body and the peculiar Daoic power of the map of mountains and rivers, 129,600 threads of Kunlun's primal essence flowed into the scroll through the connection between the incarnations and the primordial spirit. Beyond the 4 innate Tao inscriptions of the map of mountains and rivers, a small portion of the primordial, chaotic, and innate aura separated and fused with the 129,600 threads of Kunlun's primal essence. With a surge of inspiration, Xianji refrained from extracting the precious essence of the treasure to inscribe Kunlun's realm. Instead, he invoked the merit of the Tao. The merit golden wheel, accumulated over the years, flew into the scroll, akin to golden ink tracing the mountains and rivers, slowly sketching an ethereal Kunlun mountain. Upon the emergence of these landscapes, the 129,600 threads of Kunlun's primal essence responded in kind, revealing an infinite Tao of creation, resonating with countless laws in the map of mountains and rivers. The fusion of Kunlun's primal essence with primordial, chaotic auras manifested as a spectrum of colors, extending into numerous Daoic patterns. These patterns coalesced into the 8 innate Tao inscriptions of Kunlun, Jade Capital, and the 8 seized, as the Tao of creation dissipated. The suppressive power of the Tao manifested, a cavern spanning tens of thousands of miles shattered, transforming into countless shards of light that flowed into the scroll. Just as Xianji felt a headache from insufficient merit, the Tao rewards arrived. The merit divided into 2 parts, with 7 parts entering the map of mountains and rivers and 3 parts ascending to Xianji's crown. Thus, without hesitation, The newly acquired merit was once again deposited into the scroll. Qi Shao covered her mouth in astonishment, watching as Xianji closed his eyes, his primordial spirit merging with the Tao, the 9 Qi integrating the laws of life and death, transforming into 9-colored divine light that radiated immeasurable brilliance from his back. She could sense the terrifying force entwined within this energy, infused with the essence of yin, yang, the 5 elements, and the divine lights of wind and thunder. Even the finest innate spiritual roots could hardly withstand a mere brush of this power. Boom! The brief state of unity between heaven and man came to a swift end, as the primordial spirit and the Tao inscriptions of the treasure were expelled by the Tao. The space shifted. Xianji and Qi Shao reappeared at the entrance of the innate Great Formation, where the overwhelming suppressive force once again loomed, yet it posed no hindrance to Xianji, for within his hands. The map of mountains and rivers had quietly manifested Mount Buzhou. Within the scroll, the Tao inscriptions of Buzhou pressed down upon Kunlun, rivers, and the realm, a trace of primordial power suppressing the various Tao inscriptions. Its might vast and boundless. Chapter 38. The escaping vitality. Ha ha ha. Xianji threw his head back in laughter, as though his life were ascending to its pinnacle. Qi Shao leaped up, playfully tapping the top of Xianji's head. Xianji, have you lost your wits? Why would you squander precious merit to refine this rather unremarkable treasure? After a bout of laughter, Xianji steadied his mind and quietly explained with his thoughts. While intercepting Yuwa's treasure might seem somewhat unethical, Xianji believed it was better placed in his own hands. Using boundless merit as ink, gathering a trace of the primordial essence of heaven and earth, and combining it with the primordial aura of creation as a brush, he inscribed the mountains and rivers, sun, moon, stars, and the innate Tao inscriptions of the 9 heavens and 10 earth. On the day his merit reached completion, even if the map of mountains and rivers could not ascend to the status of an innate treasure, the innate Taoic essence within it would at least allow for the inscription of 40 Tao inscriptions, enabling the mobilization of the primordial forces of the earth, thus becoming a treasure of merit encompassing the finest innate power. Innate treasures and treasures of merit, regardless of which, both are among the top 10 treasures of the primordial world. They can establish a home, traverse the chaos, and open up a vast cosmos. Moreover, by collecting the essence of heaven and earth and recording the energies of the world, Xianji could seize the opportunity to comprehend the cycle of life and death. This process is a journey of enlightenment and realization of the Tao. This is a treasure that aids him in achieving the Tao. With this grand opportunity in hand, they ceased their ascent. Qi Shao sensed the locations of the transformative spiritual essence within Mount Buzhou, yet the challenge was in ascending it. The most enticing target, the 24-petal primal creation Blue Lotus, likely lay atop Mount Buzhou. Secondly, the second greatest wealth-dispensing child, the innate gourd vine, was also probably concealed somewhere. However, Xianji, feeling a sudden impulse, sensed that attempting to ascend would certainly result in being kicked by some burly man wielding an axe. Some treasures he could collect, yet some artifacts were beyond his fate to possess. In the primordial world, certain destinies are preordained. The primal creation Blue Lotus, a wasteful shame. With a sigh, they descended the mountain with an overwhelming sense of regret, returning swiftly to the cloud summit heavenly palace, racing toward the northwest. If they delayed any longer, the forces of the 3 clans would be upon them. Not long after, a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal from the Dragon Clan, along with several hundred Golden Immortals and Xian Immortal cultivators, gathered at the foot of Mount Buzhou to set up a meeting venue. This location was merely 1,000 miles from where Xianji hovered at Cloud Summit Cave Heaven, easily visible to the 3 Tai Golden Immortals. The Tai Golden Immortal of the Dragon Clan, Yazi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, occupied the sole main seat and quietly exchanged glances with his 2 old comrades. A hint of pride on his face. Kai Feng, Yu Qi Lin, not long ago, I selected a small blessed land in the Water Mansion and successfully transformed it into a cave heaven using the spirit gathering method. Have you had similar gains? Today marks our 62nd discussion on the division of the central region. The clan leaders are yet to arrive, so why not engage in some discourse? The Phoenix Maiden. Kai Feng smiled outwardly, though her heart was filled with skepticism. Very well, I too have transformed a volcano into a cave heaven. I nearly faced failure. Indeed, She had attempted to continue gathering merit through this method to elevate her own realm. But instead of gaining merit, she accrued a mountain of karma due to the failed transformation of the cave heaven. After slaying fierce beasts, without the assistance of merit, her cultivation speed had drastically slowed. Accustomed to the swift progression of the past few tens of thousands of years aided by merit, facing such a slow cultivation speed for merely a few hundred years felt excruciating to her. The thrill of having a shortcut was delightful, but once that shortcut vanished, after much hesitation, she sought a small, blessed land to attempt the transformation. However, elevating the blessed land to a cave heaven proved unexpectedly challenging. She could easily create a small thousand worlds, yet there existed a significant distinction between a small thousand world and a blessed land. Much like the stars in the astral realm, although they are all stars, some can nurture life while others remain lifeless. The underlying Daoic principles are invisible to the naked eye, yet anyone with sense should comprehend the vast differences. Similarly, a cave heaven capable of nurturing life and a small thousand world devoid of life are fundamentally different concepts. The complexities of yin, yang, the five elements, and the laws of creation and destruction far surpass the usual Daoic level of a Tai golden immortal. Kai Feng cast a glance at Yazi, realizing that even with her fire and earth affinities, she had failed. You succeeded? Certainly. While it is often said that one may see through something without revealing it, the three pretenders to success, each an innate being, have nonetheless amassed a considerable amount of experience. Engaging in mutual discourse proves to be highly beneficial. The dragon tribe excels in controlling water and thunder. The phoenix tribe harmonizes with wind and fire, while the Qilin are masters of metal and earth. Under the premise of sharing their core paths and divine abilities, their complementarity is exceedingly strong. The issue of lacking merit in cultivation has already caught the attention of the higher echelons of the three tribes. Yet the means to acquire merit through unblocking ley lines, elevating blessed lands, and expounding the teachings to sentient beings remain woefully scarce. Several great Luo golden immortals have attempted various methods and discovered that indeed, the great Tao bestows merit. However, for them, this merit is not substantial. Under the guidance of certain individuals, the leaders of the three tribes have simultaneously unearthed a more expedient approach to subdue the myriad spirits of their territories, establish order, and consolidate the fortunes of sentient beings. By harnessing great fortune to diminish the barriers of cultivation, they can elevate their mastery of the great Tao, compared to the arduous path of cultivating merit. Consolidating great fortune is swifter and more suited to the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, the initiating Qilin, and the three tribes. As Xuanji journeyed towards the northwestern reaches of the primordial world, he discovered his avatars. Planted across various cave heavens and nodes, encountering innate beings such as the Qilin, White Tiger, and Divine Ape, who roamed freely, gathering spirits from all corners and preaching rudimentary, earthly immortal cultivation methods, in pursuit of superior techniques and greater resources. They felt compelled to align themselves with the Qilin tribe. For the multitude of beings in the primordial realm, their inherent deficiencies in aptitude left them yearning for the path, unable to directly comprehend the great Tao. Faced with the convenient portal extended by the emissaries of the Qilin tribe, most chose to accept. As they pledged their allegiance to the Qilin tribe, a portion of their fortune flowed like rivers into the sea, merging into the ocean of Qilin fortune, thus laying the foundation for the tribe's expansion. Atop the summit of Mount Shumi, the source of the spiritual veins in the western primordial realm, a young man clad in black and standing upon a black lotus gazed down upon the east. A sneer of arrogance and malevolence etched upon his face, a vast cloud of karmic retribution coalesced, swirling towards Luo Ho. The black lotus beneath his feet shimmered with ethereal light, suppressing the dark clouds beneath it. Groups of celestial beings, true immortals, mystic immortals, and golden immortals, all with vacant eyes and bewildered expressions, bore black lotuses upon their foreheads, scattered throughout the sacred mountain-s ley lines, arranging various formations of varying sizes. In the heavens above, Hongjun stood at the edge of the palace, focusing intently on the three golden pillars of fortune that stood erect upon the earth, his hands continuously forming seals. At that moment, the three pillars of fortune, situated in the east, west, and south, exhibited subtle changes. Originally entirely golden, the The pillars now bore white specks and a few black dots in relation to the pillars of fortune. The white spots and black dots were but a drop in the ocean. Yet, the Taoist displayed a mixture of gravity and reverence. The pursuit of the Tao is fraught with peril. A misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Today's cause may yield tomorrow's fruit. How pitiable, how lamentable, how sorrowful. Chapter 39. The first charmer of the mortal realm. This should be one of the rare periods of tranquility in the primordial realm, with the likes of Hong Jun, Luo Ho, and Yang Mei vanishing from the world. The ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and initiating Qilin took residence in the Dragon Palace, Phoenix Nest, and Qilin Cliff, respectively, imparting the teachings of the Great Tao to the Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals who followed the three tribes. Gathering the hearts of both humans and beasts, the emissaries of the three tribes traveled great distances, preaching to various clans and promoting the methods of immortal qi cultivation. Each tribe maintained its own domain, refraining from encroachment upon one another, and even engaging in mutual exchanges of various spiritual herbs and materials. In such a fervent atmosphere of peace, the vitality of the primordial realm surged ever more vibrantly. Upon discovering a multitude of Qilin emissaries active west of the Unzao mountain, Xuanji altered his defensive line, opting to first soar towards the northern abyss, traversing the desolate northern expanse before turning westward. North of Unzao mountain lay the battlegrounds where the three tribes had once clashed with fierce beasts. The ley lines were fractured, the spiritual energy sparse, and the malevolent aura lingering. Venturing this way was significantly safer than directly crossing the territory of the Qilin tribe. The map of mountains and rivers required the essence of the Earth's ley lines. Thus, whenever he arrived at a major spiritual vein node, he would descend to plant trees. Yet, the landscape he beheld was one of desolation. In the latter stages of the great calamity of fierce beasts, protracted and intense warfare wreaked havoc here for several epochs, inflicting tremendous destruction. Although Xuanji merely needed to extract the essence of the ley lines, intuition compelled him to restore the primary ley lines along his path as closely as possible to their original form, as depicted in the map of mountains and rivers. For the great powers of the primordial realm, repairing ley lines is a laborious task. However, for Xuanji, who possessed an abundance of nine heavens earthly soil and was well versed in the Tao of Nine Qi transformation, it merely required a modicum of time. The restoration of ley lines also served as a means of testing and optimizing his own Tao fruits. Moreover, the lingering malevolent aura in the north was a prime commodity for the exchange of merit, indicating that the avatars within the temple should be put to work. It would not do for them to languish within the temple, enjoying provisions and training without contributing. Additionally, the battlefields left behind by numerous great Luo Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortals bore traces of their great paths, providing Xuanji with invaluable reference material. Particularly when they disrupted the ley lines, the convergence of laws and spiritual energy allowed for direct absorption and refinement. Even many of the traces of the Tao left by mystic immortals offered him significant insights. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. The myriad paths of the primordial heavens remain incomplete, and the heavenly Tao itself is fragmented. How much more so for the paths of Qi cultivators? Learning from the paths created by sentient beings, even if they are deemed unorthodox, serves to enrich one's own understanding of the great Tao. Planting trees, turning the soil, shaping mountains, and comprehending the Tao. Qi Shao remained in the cave heaven, day and night, studying the map of mountains and rivers, contemplating the innate Taoist inscriptions of the Unzao characters. Seeking to unravel his own Taoist prohibitions, he repaired hundreds of thousands of ley lines and millions of massive ley line nodes, delving ever deeper to the north. The avatars in the Huangzhong cave heaven communicated with those along the way, transmitting information layer by layer, and collected several batches of Huangzhong pairs. At this rate, he could sell them by the weight. Upon returning to the temple, he summoned the treasure basin from his primordial spirit and poured it into the three luminaries' divine water pool. The nine heavens' earthly soil within the pool diminished by half, yielding a vast wheel of merit gold behind Xuanji. The diverse spiritual treasures gathered over the years fell into the pool. Consumed entirely by the blade of destruction, the fissures had reduced by several hundred, and restoration was in sight. Xuanji felt elated, envisioning the day when he would wield a chaos-grade killing treasure, capable of cleaving through the southern heavenly gate and reaching the purple cloud palace. Even the sword array of exterminating immortals would find itself retreating beyond the three heavens. The collection continued. During the calamity of fierce beasts, the dragon, phoenix, and Chilean tribes suffered severe casualties, and the loss of spiritual treasures was equally significant. While innate spiritual treasures possess an indestructible radiance, making them rarely shatter, the same cannot be said for acquired treasures, many of which lay damaged and scattered across the northern lands. Song had once remarked that due to the dragon tribe's lack of spiritual treasures, Hongjun, Qian Kuan, and others generously bestowed many innate treasures and abundant heavenly materials. The Qian Kuan ruler in Xuanji's possession originated from Luo Ho. Luo Ho, treading the path of demonic cultivation, sought to obliterate all things in the primordial realm as a means of proving his Tao. The Qian Kuan ruler, which opened worlds, was inherently incompatible with him. The dragon tribe received a bounty of spiritual materials, enabling them to forge numerous acquired treasures, among which were several high-quality acquired treasures. Xuanji allocated 1/3 of his merit from the great Tao into the Blade of Destruction. The merit he had accrued over millennia of enlightenment was consumed without a ripple, swallowed whole by the blade. The destructive power remained intact, yet the resentment of the blade's body lessened slightly, significantly enhancing its affinity with Xuanji. 3 epochs passed, and Qi Xiao began to take form. Compared to the commotion of Xuanji's transformation, Qi Xiao's emergence was monumental. Within the Kunlun divine palace, thunder and wind roared. Countless Taoist laws and divine patterns radiated outward from the three luminaries' divine water pool, manifesting the great Tao of heaven and earth. With an endless resonance of Tao emerging, various furnishings and the 9-colored divine light upon the surface of the grand hall rippled continuously. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Xuanji, far from being startled, was instead delighted, repeatedly uttering 3 words of praise. He was untroubled by the magnitude of the commotion. Rather, he feared the absence of significant disturbance. With a wave of his right hand, the space within the grand hall rippled. The distance seemed insurmountable as various items were transported to the warehouse. To shield them from the increasingly violent laws and Tao patterns within the temple, as for the jade disk of the grand hall. It was, after all, crafted from inferior innate materials, imbued with innate divine inscriptions, and fortified by the celestial formation of the Yunding. Yet, it was relentlessly battered by the ceaseless laws of wind and thunder, causing an incessant cacophony within the temple. The tranquility-loving Xuanji found himself slightly vexed. This was merely the beginning. Qi Xiao's transformation, constrained by the divine prohibitions of the Tao, could only progress step by step, making rapid success unattainable. As he accumulated the transformative opportunities of several primordial years. The innate spiritual energy surged wildly toward the immortal apricot tree, yet Xuanji felt no remorse. Grasping the Yunding spirit seal in his right hand, he fully activated the 3-layered formation, isolating the interior from the exterior. Divine light blazed brilliantly, and due to the hindrance of the divine prohibitions, the wind and thunder roared ever louder. Lightning dragons, born of the Tao of thunder, surged forth in a relentless stream, crashing into the immortal apricot tree's essence, eroding the omnipresent binding force. Birds of wind, materializing from the principles of Xuanfeng, soared and darted into the immortal apricot tree. This continued for thousands of years, just as Xuanji pondered whether to expend a modicum of merit to exploit a backdoor deliberately left open by the Tao. The once lively temple suddenly fell silent. The torrent of spiritual energy calmed. The Tao gradually receded, and the divine patterns vanished. Xuanji anxiously gazed at the center of the hall, where the divine light blazed. Fearing a failure in the transformation, as the radiance dimmed, an exquisite maiden, seemingly 18 or 19 years of age, appeared, dressed in a flowing white gown with wide sleeves. Her features were flawless, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her large, clear eyes curiously surveyed her new Tao-bodied, the center of her immaculate forehead, a half-inch long, enigmatic golden Tao rune manifested. Xuanji's gaze fell upon her, and he felt a faint sensation of suppression upon his primordial spirit. The divine prohibitions of the Tao had indeed materialized. No wonder Qi Xiao's transformation had proven so arduous and prolonged. The innate Tao body differed greatly from the primordial spirit. The latter was required to employ divine powers to form a protective shell composed of divine laws, Observing the primordial spirit was akin to viewing it through a thick black veil, far less clear than the innate Tao body point. One could only wonder how the destined true maidens, such as Zhuangmu, Yaodi Jinmu, and Inhua, must appear, so elegant and transcendent, surpassing all in the world. The two, filled with excitement, remained oblivious to the fact that the golden lotus of fortune in the Three Lights divine water pool had quietly blossomed. Chapter 40. The chess pieces laid in advance, the newly emerged Tai Golden Immortal was thoroughly engrossed in examining herself, her delicate hands pinching her own skin and feeling her face. Previously, she had envied Xuanji's freedom to roam, while she had to employ the techniques of spirit wandering and qi manipulation, cautiously safeguarding her primordial spirit, often hiding within her avatar. Now, having successfully transformed, she felt no overwhelming excitement, merely a sense of ordinariness, as if there were little difference from her primordial spirit. Nonsense. Xuanji chuckled as he approached her, saying, with the innate Tao body, you will harmonize more seamlessly with the Tao, enabling faster cultivation and unhindered movement, free from the limitations of your true form. Noticing her continued indifference, he decided to employ a stronger argument. For instance, dining with your primordial spirit is vastly different from dining with your Tao body. I speak from experience. If the taste remains unchanged during transformation, then what was the point of the transformation? He contrasted the flavors of consuming an immortal apricot with his primordial spirit and secretly savoring one after his transformation. The difference in taste was considerable. In truth, the primordial spirit leaned more toward perceiving the spiritual mechanisms of creation and the laws of the Tao. The Tao body, while less sensitive to spiritual mechanisms and laws, possessed superior taste and texture perception when savoring all things. One was more ethereal, the other more substantial, each with its own strengths. No sooner had he spoken than Qi Xiao transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared, only to return from the kitchen with the fruit juices and spiritual wines she had chilled with Xianbing. She delicately sampled each in turn. Indeed, Qi Xiao's face lit up with satisfaction. The flavors were undeniably superior, the texture even more delightful. To celebrate her successful transformation, Qi Xiao decided to cook herself. Although her knowledge of pharmacology and medicinal properties paled in comparison to Xuanji's expertise, she excelled in the pursuit of flavor. Xuanji prioritized spiritual efficacy, considering taste secondary. Qi Xiao, rich in origin and believing that the abundance of treasured spiritual fruits at home rendered any waste inconsequential, focused primarily on deliciousness. After a moment of regret, Xuanji resolved to let Qi Xiao handle the cooking, taking on the role of a quiet seeker of the Tao. He would not let the opportunity for free indulgence slip. It was not mere gluttony. Rather, he lamented that in his previous life, he had not graduated from New Oriental and only possessed a few rudimentary culinary skills. Otherwise, he could have taught Qi Xiao those intricate recipes, and while he might not have been able to prepare a full banquet of 108 dishes, he could at least have managed a feast of dragon liver and phoenix claws. In the days that followed, Xuanji proceeded methodically. Qi Xiao diligently studied the comprehensive tome of primordial knowledge that Xuanji had inscribed with divine runes, eagerly learning about various spiritual herbs, the origins, properties, forms, and flavors of living beings. She even took time to experiment with cooking the exquisite postnatal spiritual herbs that Xuanji had gathered from the earth. Leaves were stir-fried, fruits juiced, and roots cleaned and sliced for soup. Occasionally, she concocted some extreme dishes, seeking Xuanji's assistance to analyze the terrifying flavors of primordial dark cuisine, though it remained uncertain whom she intended to ensnare in the future. Until they arrived at a mountain resembling a colossal human head within the Yunding cave heaven. The divine mountain towered 1,000 miles high, enveloped in the essence of innate copper, devoid of any flora. For miles around, the foul air receded, and malevolent energy dared not approach. Xuanji recalled that Song had casually mentioned that the Dragon Clan had once stealthily dispatched powerful members to the territory of the ferocious beasts at Shouyang Mountain to mine for innate copper or in order to forge a batch of spiritual treasures. Coincidentally, the map provided by the Qinglong clearly indicated the location of this divine mountain. Shouyang Mountain, also known as Shoshan, was rumored to be a transformation of the skull of Pangu the Great, embodying the indomitable spirit of the divine and the intention of righteousness. It was also said to be a transformation of the divine's yang root, thus abundant in yang energy. Consequently, the copper produced here was red, inherently infused with the innate Tao patterns of the red sun, possessing the ability to preserve righteousness and exorcise evil, earning it the moniker of red copper. The spiritual treasures refined from the copper of Shouyang Mountain were exceptionally durable. And due to their innate spiritual mechanisms, their potency was not significantly inferior to that of innate spiritual treasures. This visit to the northern region, to mark a visit to Shouyang Mountain, was a minor objective. Xuanji descended from the cave, and Qi Xiao, who was busy in the kitchen, followed suit. Shouyang Mountain was not conducive to planting trees, so Xuanji could only personally employ the gene escape technique from the 5 elements Great Escape, delving into the core of the mountain, intending to extract a trace of its essence to infuse into the map of the mountains and rivers. The two ventured deeper until they encountered a formation encircled by innate red copper Tao patterns. Blocking their path it seemed the core lay within. Xuanji gazed at the innate Tao patterns ahead, sensing the presence of superior innate spiritual treasures, and not just one I cannot see through. You try, he urged Qi Xiao. Utilizing her wind thunder divine eye, she attempted to penetrate the Tao patterns, her silver divine light piercing through. The union of wind and fire, the melding of gold and thunder, facilitated a harmonious convergence, coalescing into a unique magnetic gold. The Tao patterns obstructing Xuanji did not hinder Qi Xiao's divine insight. Inside lay a small, square stone, still unformed, shrouded in innate Tao patterns, undergoing a process of crystallization. The innate essence was overwhelmingly dense. Qi Xiao could not resist boasting, of course, it is slightly inferior to me. Beside it were 9 spiritual treasures, at least of superior innate quality, resembling 9 great tripods, possessing form but lacking the Tao patterns. Likely also in the process of crystallization. Xuanji's gaze flickered, his voice taking on a somber tone. It should be the Kongtong seal and the 9 tripods. Odd. The Kongtong seal was said to have been refined from the copper of Shouyang Mountain by Taiji Laojun after his sanctification, and the 9 tripods were crafted by the great human Emperor Yu to stabilize the fortunes of the 9 provinces. How did they become innate objects? Kongtong, implying the supreme position beneath the heavens, was the very embodiment of the purple tenuity star. The Kongtong seal would later become the seal of the human emperor, the spiritual treasure that would confer authority upon the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Controlled by Taiji Laojun, alas, if the Kongtong seal had already been born, he could have attempted to seize it early. Xuanji sighed softly. The lack of fate was regrettable. To wield such a treasure of fortune would yield untold benefits. Merely the ability to confer the title of human emperor, influencing humanity, absorbing the great fortune of the human race, and aiding in cultivation through immense merit was enough to entice him. Even Lao Jun, who was solely devoted to the path, was compelled to establish humanity and govern the human realm, indicating the tremendous benefits involved. Let us see. Perhaps fate will come later? Xuanji murmured to himself, for no one despises an abundance of fortune. Perhaps there was a slight chance. He employed a technique to extract a trace of the essence of Shouyang Mountain, then drew a thread of essence from the nearby meridian nodes, expending considerable merit to successfully inscribe the words Shouyang upon the map of the mountains and rivers. To ensure that he could promptly detect the emergence of the Kongtong seal, he left behind a projection of 36 inferior innate spiritual root avatars, merging with the essence of innate red copper. Concealed within, awaiting the opportune moment, a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Thunder Light Sword, and a multicolored celestial garment were also left behind to enhance the strength of his avatar. Naturally, this was not to contend with Taiji Laojun. It was all about fate. Chapter 41. Wake up, someone is stealing vegetables in the primal copper mine of Shouyang Mountain. It would be foolish not to excavate. The two deliberately employed golden escape techniques to extract a modest target of 700 million tons from the outer layer of the core innate patterns. With their journey to Shouyang Mountain concluded, Qi Xiao completed his transformation, and the expedition westward became imminent. However, a direct approach to the west was fraught with uncertainties. Who could predict if a figure clad in black would emerge mid-journey, silent yet wielding a divine weapon to strike? Xian Ji did not believe that Luo Hu, the master of the demonic path, was one to engage in idle chatter. The rules of antagonism might not apply to him. With such a slight physique, Xian Ji was hardly a match for Luo Hu's wrath. Despite his realization that this primordial realm differed greatly from his previous understanding, he was not foolish enough to tempt fate in the presence of a demonic master. Though his cultivation had reached the Tai golden immortal level, he found himself adrift in the depths of this world, which seemed infinitely profound. Moreover, the abundance of formidable adversaries was staggering. Each combatant surpassed the last in prowess. As a young figure, he felt immense pressure. The challenge of overcoming the predecessors was daunting. Thus, he resolved to take a detour, circumventing the northern depths of the primordial landscape and entering the northern region of Wanshou Mountain in the west. If Shumi Mountain is regarded as the western Kunlun, the ancestral source of the Earth's spiritual veins, then Wanshou Mountain holds a position in the west akin to that of Buzhou Mountain in the east. However, the disparity between the two is magnitudes greater than that between the east and west. Xianji speculated that when the great Pangu split the heavens and the earth, delineating the bounty of the primordial realm, he likely chose the following division: 1 part to the east, 1 part to the west, 1 part to the east, 1 part to the 9 heavens, 1 part to the east, 1 part to the underworld, 1 part to the east, 1 part to the 4 seas, 1 part to the east, 1 part to the star realm. Ultimately, it appeared to be a decision that was fair, just, and reasonable. Thus, the 4 saints of the east merely had to raise their voices to the heavens and smoothly attain their sanctity. Meanwhile, the duo from the west toiled for countless years, repairing the earth's veins, nurturing Shumi Mountain, and enlightening the beings of the west, only to find that attaining sanctity required them to curse and swear. Borrowing an additional 500 billion merits from the heavens, alas, after laboring as beasts of burden for years, they found themselves burdened with an immense debt. Were Xianji in their position, he would surely lament, "Oh, the West, such hardship." The Qilin clan held a certain trepidation towards their more westerly neighbors and thus stationed a group of celestial beings at their outpost, neglecting to assign any formidable figures above the golden immortal level. Consequently, Xianji could surreptitiously traverse the spiritual nodes throughout Wanshou Mountain, planting a tree and extracting a trace of the source without detection. One such site was their very outpost. To his delight, he discovered that the Shanhua Sheiji map had acquired the divine script of the Wanshou Dao, which could indeed grant sentient beings an additional 10,000 years of lifespan. The Shanhua Sheiji map, the divine list, the Earth Book, the He Luo manuscript, and the Book of Life and Death were all transformed from the leaves of the Chaos Blue Lotus, and they collectively govern the destinies of celestial, divine, human, and spectral beings in the primordial realm. With Wanshou Mountain now appearing on the Shanhua Sheiji map, the mountain before him held no secrets. The renowned Earth Immortal Zhen Yuanzi and his Wuzhuang Temple lay hidden somewhere within. Xianji, accompanied by Qi Xiao, quietly approached, and within a century, they unraveled the Earth Book's grand formation and entered. Wuzhuang Temple was shrouded in clouds and mist, suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy. It was a splendid place, suitable for cultivating vegetables. Qi Xiao glanced around the inner courtyard and found it devoid of anything, lacking the celestial offering platform that Xianji had previously mentioned. It seemed that the Tao treated all equally, without favoritism. Xianji shook his head with a smile. In a place capable of nurturing the finest innate spiritual roots, who was to say whether he was the vegetable or the land? Pointing at the ginseng fruit tree, Xianji remarked that the tree bore fruit once every 10,000 years, yielding 30 fruits each time. In comparison to other spiritual fruits, the ginseng fruit merely enhanced one's magical power by 10,000 years and imbued the consumer with an additional 47,000 years of lifespan. While it may seem inferior to the peach of immortality, Huangjongli, and the immortal apricot, it was indeed quite beneficial, especially for someone like Xianji, who frequently depleted his own essence, magical power, and vitality. Was there really a distinction between vegetables? After all, they were all destined to be consumed. Qi Xiao chuckled, his eyes sparkling with delight as he relished the prospect of the joy in pilfering vegetables, delighting in the thought of making others weep. Zhen Yuanzi remained in a deep slumber within the innate earth of Wu, seated beneath the ginseng fruit tree, his spirit entwined with the essence of the earth, accompanied by a floating earth book. Thus, Qi Xiao took it upon himself to seize all 30 fruits, leaving none to waste. After all, it was better to gather them now and return in 10,000 years for another harvest. He set aside 2 for tasting and stored the remainder in a red copper box for safekeeping. He and Xianji each took a branch from the ginseng fruit tree, intending to cultivate a long-term scheme of vegetable theft. Wastefulness was a disgrace, while frugality was a virtue of the primordial realm. Subsequently, Xianji sat beneath the ginseng fruit tree and, addressing the slumbering Zhen Yuanzi, shared his insights into the way of Wu Earth. The 9 breaths of breath control, summoning winds and rain, riding clouds, and the latest advancements in the 4 great heavenly techniques. He also elaborated on the realms of the immortal path, the methods of breaking through realms, and the forging of spiritual treasures. To my friend, do you have any uncertainties? Zhen Yuanzi's spirit, unable to maintain the pretense of slumber any longer, finally ceased his charade. I dare not. I, Zhen Yuanzi, have encountered 2 esteemed seniors. Ah, you are awake, Qi Xiao exclaimed, brandishing a piercing cone, scrutinizing the back of Zhen Yuanzi's head, as if contemplating where best to strike. Noticing the endless malice emanating from Qi Xiao, Zhen Yuanzi felt a chill at the back of his head. Ahem, I apologized. I was concerned that malevolent individuals might invade. Unable to resist, I was left with no choice but to feign ignorance to preserve my life. Xianji chuckled. Qi Xiao, cease your antics. I am Xianji. It is a pleasure to meet you, Zhen Yuanzi's fellow seekers of the Tao. Why must we distinguish ourselves? Let us refer to each other as friends. Titles are but superfluous words that cost nothing. Actual benefits are what truly mattered. In this regard, Xianji was remarkably clear-headed. Qi Xiao put away his playful demeanor, sheathed the piercing cone, and even graciously presented a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 3-mountain glass pearl. He sent the pearl into the essence of Wu Earth through the Earth Escape method. I have met your elder brother Zhenyun. On our first meeting, having partaken of your fruits, I present you with this pearl. As the saying goes, one who eats must repay. Qi Xiao, for the sake of the ginseng fruit, was willing to be shameless, boldly calling him brother, determined to secure a favorable rapport and claim the entirety of the ginseng fruit. The 3-mountain glass pearl possessed formidable power. When unleashed in full force, it harbored the strength of the 3 mountains. Should Zhen Yuanzi refine it and infuse it with a trace of Wanshou Mountain's essence, even Tai golden immortals would be unable to withstand its might within Wanshou Mountain. Thank you, esteemed seniors, friends. Zhen Yuanzi, observing Qi Xiao's glare, was compelled to amend his address, feeling an immense relief within it was precisely due to Qi Xiao's gift of the innate treasure resonating with his innate Tao source that he became convinced these 2 were not malevolent figures, but rather a fortuitous encounter. Just moments ago, Qi Xiao's remark about vegetables being destined for consumption had nearly terrified him to death. He had yet to emerge into the world, not even catching a whiff of the ginseng fruit's aroma, and he had nearly been consumed. What a tragedy! Fortunately, it was merely a matter of collecting a few fruits he could not partake in, meant to intimidate him. Rather than let the ginseng fruit rot on the branches, it is better to offer it to the 2 of you. I wouldn't hesitate to part with 9 fruits, even 900, if it means sharing with you. In comparison to the supreme Tao expounded by Xianji, a few spiritual fruits paled in significance. Chapter 42. A friend worth making. Zhen Yuanzi's heart brimmed with boundless joy. With the profound 9 breaths of breath control, he would no longer need to rely on his rudimentary insights and could achieve transformation thousands of years earlier. Furthermore, Xianji's teachings on the way of Wu Earth surpassed his own discoveries by several magnitudes. Not to mention the additional 3 profound techniques he had imparted, particularly the cloud riding and elemental escape, which were invaluable for survival. With the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 3-mountain glass pearl, bestowed by Qi Xiao, his defensive capabilities soared. Reflecting on this, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, friends, for imparting your teachings. And thank you, Qi Xiao, for your generous gift of the innate treasure. Xianji shook his head with a smile. I do not take without giving. This ginseng fruit tree bears fruit once every 10,000 years. Rather than waste it, allow me to harvest it. I will not take advantage of you. I shall leave half of the fruits from each harvest for you. When you achieve transformation and emerge into the world, we shall conclude our collaboration. The ginseng fruits that belong to you will be returned in full. Compared to the immortal apricot and Huang Zhongli, the ginseng fruit was more beneficial to him. Consuming an immortal apricot meant losing one, and upon discovering Huang Zhongli, he ceased its consumption altogether. Huang Zhongli could not be eaten directly, lest one become a grand Luo golden immortal without a path to the Tao. It could only be used for brewing, but its effects paled in comparison to the ginseng fruit. Zhen Yuanzi promptly replied, You are too courteous, dear friend. If you do not take them, the ginseng fruits will fall and vanish on their own. Going to waste on a few fruits are hardly of any worth, especially when compared to the profound Tao you have shared, which is as the bright moon contending with the blazing sun, completely negligible. If you desire them, please take them all. Should I refuse, how could I dare to practice the techniques and refine the treasures? This fellow truly knew the way of the celestial. Such words were spoken with wisdom. Not accepting would be a grave error on my part. In a wonder, he navigated through life with ease, reaching the end. Qi Shao silently praised, feeling that his own spiritual treasure had not been given in vain. This friendship was indeed worth cultivating. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xianji, signaling that it was time to move forward. Zhen Yuanzi was indeed one of the few genuinely generous individuals in the primordial realm. Upon witnessing the situation, Xuanji felt it unnecessary to continue feigning indifference. He indeed required a substantial quantity of ginseng fruit. Thank you, dear friend Zhen Yuanzi. He proceeded to discuss various nuances of primordial spirit cultivation and transformation techniques, providing detailed answers to related queries that had previously eluded him. Zhen Yuanzi, increasingly delighted, took the opportunity to expound upon his comprehension of the Wu-Tu Dao, facilitating guidance for both Xuanji and Qi Shao. Xuanji could not help but acknowledge that the innate aspiration for enlightenment possessed by the primordial beings of the Honghuang realm was beyond the understanding of him and Qi Shao. Two anomalies. Were he in their position, he would never divulge the essence of his own path to two individuals he had just met, regardless of their apparent benevolence, or the possibility that they might possess superior wisdom regarding his own way. This was, of course, also related to Zhen Yuanzi's Wu-Tu origin, which had yet to engage with the world and comprehend the human heart. In simpler terms, he was akin to a newly awakened child, incapable of grasping the sorrows and tribulations of adulthood. Furthermore, the earth is receptive and a gentleman should carry great virtue. Zhen Yuanzi, being a junior with limited cultivation, was significantly influenced by his origin. However, once he fully assimilated his source, achieving a perfected primordial spirit and manifesting his form, a transformation would undoubtedly occur. The two lingered at Wuzhuang Temple for over a century before bidding a fond farewell, extending a warm invitation for Xuanji and Qi Shao to return whenever possible. That sounds splendid, Qi Shao nodded, expressing, I hope that when we next meet, we can share a drink and discuss the Tao together, for we possess the finest spiritual wine of the Honghuang. Haha, I shall do my utmost. Zhen Yuanzi replied with a hearty laugh, brimming with confidence. He was indifferent when it came to food and drink, yet he fervently anticipated the opportunity to transform into a primordial Tao body, endowed with superior cultivation potential. Concealing the Yunding cave heaven deep within the clouds of Wanshou Mountain, Xuanji resolved to dispatch a clone. Indeed, considering the multitude of demons in the west, he decided to exert himself further with his avatars. Even if misfortunes were to arise, the worst consequence would merely be the depletion of his clone, while his true self remained unharmed, capable of recuperating over several millennia. After all, the purpose of a clone was to shield the true self in critical moments. Right? To facilitate a hasty retreat in the face of danger, he had deliberately allowed his clone to consume a Huangzhonglide. The clone only possessed the equivalent of a primordial spirit at the Shenxian level. Even with the backing of the true self's will and the timing principles, the pinnacle divine abilities it could wield would amount to no more than the strength comparable to a late-stage Jingxian. This was a shared predicament faced by most clones, and also the reason why, despite having an exceptional innate spiritual root, the Pan-Tao tree capable of nurturing the Luo Jingxian, Tian Ting still required hundreds of mid to high-ranking celestial beings. A weakened primordial spirit could not fully harness the power of spiritual fruits or golden elixirs of the Deluo Jingxian grade. Conversely, if the clone's strength were excessive, it would undermine the true self's primordial spirit, posing a risk of a fall in cultivation. To maximize the potential of this Deluo Jingxian level clone, Xuanji devised a method based on the principles of creation and destruction, circumventing the protective constraints of the clone's physical form, temporarily enhancing the clone's realm through the absorption of primordial essence, thus exchanging for a temporary boost in combat power. As for the potential permanent harm to the clone, that concern was disregarded. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Xuanji felt that given their current auspicious fate, they were unlikely to encounter such misfortune. The odds were overwhelmingly in favor of a smooth journey. After preparing everything, the two of them took their true forms within the Yunding cave heaven, channeling part of their consciousness into the clone. Under the guidance of Qixiao's primordial spirit, Xuanji controlled the clone to execute the technique of Zixishianyuan, expending energy to surge westward at great speed. After all, the Deluo Jingxian possessed abundant magical energy, sufficient for extensive exertion. With nearly limitless magical support and spatial divine abilities, they swiftly located the cloud sea Qixiao had mentioned. As they gazed upon the scene, they beheld a condensed mass of red clouds, akin to a plump sphere, being effortlessly propelled by the Western Cloud Realm's plain-colored flag. The plump sphere joyfully returned, allowing the spiritual treasure to kick it away once more, a treasure and a spirit, fully engrossed in their amusement. Just as the plain-colored flag of the Western Cloud Realm prepared to strike the red sphere again, it sensed the unexpected appearance of its destined master ahead. Its kicking motion abruptly halted, and with astonishing speed, it transformed into a streak of white light, accompanied by a deafening roar of wind and thunder. Launching itself into Qixiao's embrace, leaving behind a straight cloud line stretching for miles. The red cloud stood frozen, gazing incredulously at the girl wielding the Western Cloud Realm's plain-colored flag, effortlessly stirring up tumultuous waves in the cloud sea, accompanied by boundless wind and thunder. Though her magical pressure was not particularly strong, her will was entwined with the cloud sea, as if she were the sovereign of this domain. Her divine majesty was blindingly radiant. Boom! The thunder within the cloud sea coalesced into a dragon, weaving through the endless mist, while fierce winds howled and torrential rains poured down. Amidst the lightning, raindrops as large as beans fell continuously. Resembling tears, Xuanji gazed upon the red cloud with pity, contemplating its emotions, likely resonating with the lyrics. I hide within the clouds, holding onto the spirit of the moment, wishing to bring you joy in this game. Alas, to witness the once magnificent goddess, who had served him for countless years, suddenly become a plaything for another, would undoubtedly shatter that fragile heart. I am Xuanji, pleased to meet you, dear friend. Qixiao, meanwhile, reveled in the exquisite innate spiritual treasure in her hands. Savoring the delight of embodying the supreme of the cloud sea and commanding the grand forces of heaven and earth, she soon realized her exceptional compatibility with it. Together they formed a harmonious unity, easily mastering the vast cloud sea's spiritual nuances over a distance of tens of thousands of miles. She understood now why some could triumph over higher-tier adversaries solely through a single spiritual treasure. Once she refined it, she would likely be able to effortlessly arrange the grand array of the innate cloud realm that Xuanji had described. One person, one array, an unparalleled combination of offense and defense. Just the thought of it brought her immense joy. Returning to her senses, she noticed the distant red sphere staring at her. I am Qixiao, honored to meet you, dear friend. The red cloud remained silent for a long while, as though it were grieving. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure that had accompanied it for countless years had turned its back, embracing another, allowing that other to toy with it at will. This scene struck a painful chord in its heart. More agonizing than death itself, on ordinary days, it was a struggle even to embrace it. A childhood friend could not compete with a sudden arrival. Xuanji subtly transmitted, "Look, this is what happens when one becomes a love-struck fool." Qixiao nodded in empathetic agreement, completely oblivious to the fact that she herself was the third party in this love triangle. Xuanji, could it be that this is the red cloud? Xuanji stroked his chin, feeling that it was likely, perhaps. This place was not far from Wanshou Mountain, and Red Cloud and Zenyuanzizi shared a rare bond as intimate confidants, their connection profoundly deep, akin to blood brothers. It was possible that upon their emergence, they crossed paths, engaged in deep conversation, and, having felt an immediate connection, pledged loyalty to one another, vowing never to part. Dear friend, are you well? I have matters of great urgency. Red Cloud gazed skyward, straining to hold back tears. All is well. I am Red Cloud, and I congratulate you on earning the recognition of the Cloud Realm's plain-colored flag. He was a good man, not one to cause unnecessary trouble. Since the Cloud Realm's plain-colored flag chose to follow Qixiao, it indicated a fate unfulfilled with him. Yet, why did his heart ache so? Dear friend, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Truly, as the first red cloud to emerge since the dawn of creation. Its affinity with the cloud sea was scarcely inferior to that of Qi Shao, who had already manifested and attained the realm of Tai Jinxian in the blink of an eye. It vanished amidst the wind and thunder, leaving even Qi Shao unable to discern its exact location. Qi Shao blinked and whispered, "Xuanji, should we take him to Wuzhuang Temple and let Xinyuan Zizi mend his heart?" Xuanji pondered briefly before resolutely shaking his head. "This fellow is rumored to be a glutton. I fear that if he remains at Wuzhuang Temple, he may wreak havoc on the ginseng fruit." The red cloud had yet to take form, nor could it summon divine energy, rendering it incapable of speaking. However, unlike the essence of the earth element, which was confined and stable, it was unbound by the whims of the wind and the formlessness of clouds. It possessed the ability to transform at will, capable of concealing itself until the opportune moment for manifestation and indulgence. Upon sensing someone disturbing the fruits in its pot, the red cloud promptly sealed its mouth. Such pity or sympathy paled in comparison to the value of the fruits it harbored. Yet, before the two could depart, they witnessed the red cloud, which had just fled, return with even greater haste. As if pursued by a formidable demon. "Fellow Taoist, we must flee," it communicated urgently through thought while in flight. A fearsome entity was approaching from the west. It had searched the sea of clouds for millennia, relentlessly seeking the whereabouts of the cloud realm's pure color banner. Previously, it had been far off, but now it had unexpectedly come close. The red cloud, in its innocence, did not mention that it was the commotion caused by the red sky that had drawn attention. Xuanji sighed inwardly, acknowledging the goodness of this being. He gestured to the red cloud from a distance, indicating the location of Mount Wanshou, and then, with a thought, conjured a spatial law beneath his feet. Transforming it into a spherical form, it was Xuanji's improved version of near and distant, which allowed him to vanish instantaneously into the vast sea of clouds. Parting ways would certainly be safer than remaining together, especially since the pure color banner of the Western Cloud Realm was in their possession. Given the innate abilities displayed by the red cloud, it was indeed prudent to leave it behind. The red cloud, momentarily taken aback, thought, "Why this sudden rush? Why tell me about that mountain? I am not like you who must descend. The sea of clouds is my true home," with the thought of the formidable entity from the western Mount Shumi approaching. And lacking the luxury of time to ponder further, it instinctively harnessed the winds and thunder of the cloud sea, darting towards Mount Wanshou. Staying at a distance was certainly a safer option. Not long after the two vanished, Luo Ho, standing upon the 12th grade Black Lotus of Annihilation, shattered countless winds and thunders, appearing at the epicenter of the storm that had erupted within the sea of clouds. With a sweep of his right hand, the tempest of winds and thunders within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly subdued, and a trace of magical energy was gathered. Among these energies was a distinct aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Along with the corresponding principles of spatial Tao, there was also an aura resembling wind and thunder, and another that appeared to be cloud energy. Sensing the residual magic of the great Luo Golden Immortal and the essence of the spatial law within his palm, a face filled with arrogance and malice emerged. Great Luo Golden Immortal, spatial Tao, Yang Mei. Scanning the vast expanse of the primordial world, only one individual he knew could possess a manifestation of the great Luo Golden Immortal while mastering the principles of spatial Tao. Although the other party concealed their aura with an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the presence of the spatial Tao served as irrefutable evidence, in terms of combat, wielding the innate divine treasure, the god-slaying spear. He would concede second place to no one, yet, in the realm of escape, even unarmed, Yang Mei was unparalleled in the primordial world. Should the other party wish to avoid confrontation, he would find it challenging to contend with Yang Mei. Generally, one would be difficult to locate. If found, one would be unable to catch up, and if caught, one would be unable to fight. This frustration, which could only simmer silently without an outlet, fueled the fury of this demon lord, who had already claimed dominion over the West. Despite possessing the 12th grade Black Lotus of Annihilation, one could never have too many defensive treasures. With the dual protection of the Annihilation Lotus and the pure color banner of the Western Cloud Realm, his odds of victory in future confrontations would be significantly enhanced. A reckoning awaited. In a certain spatial realm, an unexpected chill enveloped Yang Mei, prompting a yawn. Strange, who could possibly be thinking of me? Chapter 44. The watchdog delivered to your doorstep. Xuanji and Qi Xiao waited near Mount Wanshou for a millennium, certain that Luo Ho would not come knocking, thus sparing Zhen Yuanzi and the Red Cloud from entanglement. Before quietly departing, before leaving, Qi Xiao, with a twinge of conscience, transmitted 9 breaths of reassurance to the Red Cloud. What? Feeling guilty towards him? Xuanji navigated the cave world, directing his flight towards the predetermined destination of the Blood Sea. Not at all, Qi Xiao replied with a smile as she sat in her chair. I just fear that Zhen Yuanzi might become too lonely. When he eventually emerges, if the Red Cloud has yet to take form, how can they become a pair? Such morbid amusement, where did it stem from? Xuanji shook his head, as if someone were blissfully unaware. With the pure color banner of the Western Cloud Realm under Qi Xiao's stewardship, the spiritual energy of the cloud-top cave world intensified, accelerating their flight and enhancing their concealment. The outer innate wind and thunder formation had quietly transformed into an innate cloud realm formation. After such a lengthy period, the overwhelming malevolence of the Blood Sea had dissipated significantly, as the purifying power of the primordial heavens was exceptionally potent. Only the innate energy posed some difficulty, requiring special methods for treatment. Merely observing with his divine eye, Xuanji could no longer locate the Blood Qi pillar at the northwestern extreme. However, with prior guidance, they would not lose their way as they journeyed. Planting trees and flying, they did not forget to gather the primal veins of the earth. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Blood Sea, standing at the edge of the cave world, they could smell the stench of blood from several thousand miles away. Yet, even with the innate cloud realm formation in between, the odor remained pungent. Xuanji felt that calling it the toilet of the primordial world was a generous compliment, from a high vantage point. The Blood Sea indeed lived up to its name, sprawling as an immense and boundless ocean. The waters, predominantly black and red, were suffused with endless miasma, deathly energy, malevolent energy, tainted energy, blood energy, and resentful energy. Countless remnants of souls and shattered true spirits wandered aimlessly in the waters, gradually being corroded and assimilated by the Blood Sea. Sensing the boundless filth contained within the Blood Sea, Xuanji resolved to alter his plans. You need not descend, he stated. He possessed the 9-color divine light for protection, along with the Tao of life and death, capable of refining various energies beyond the chaotic essence. Even if the Blood Sea harbored the innate malevolence left by the creation of the heavens and the most polluted post-heaven energies, he need not worry. Qi Xiao hesitated slightly but ultimately nodded. Letting a little fairy like her dive into the Blood Sea in search of spiritual treasures may not end well. Xuanji, why not send your avatar down instead? Xuanji declined. The range of my avatar's search would be too limited. The Blood Sea is vast, and without a guiding spirit, only my main body can proceed. Furthermore, the Blood Sea gathers the filth and blood essence from across the primordial realm, inevitably involving the spatial Daodem. My main body must descend for better comprehension. With a sigh, Qi Xiao reiterated her concerns. Very well, but before you return, remember to cleanse yourself thoroughly, wash multiple times, and ensure you do not bring back anything unclean. Understood, Xuanji replied, suppressing a smile at Qi Xiao's earnestness. He certainly had a penchant for cleanliness. Before entering the Blood Sea, he utilized a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Void Sword, to carve out a small spatial realm, and then employed the Qinkuan measuring ruler to evolve the 5 elements, forming a diminutive post-heaven 5-element formation. The energies of the 5 elements rotated continuously, ready to decompose and suppress any tainted energies that might invade. Considering that the 12th grade Karma Red Lotus was the manifestation of karmic power and part of the Tao of cause and effect, it might be related to the Golden Wheel of Merit. Xuanji summoned the small sun from his primordial spirit to rest upon the back of his head. Having made all necessary preparations, he leaped down, plunging from the heights into the Blood Sea. Upon entry, he discovered that compared to the sea of clouds above, the Blood Sea exerted a far more formidable suppression on his divine consciousness, perception, and awareness. The various negative energies intermingled, forming a chilling and malevolent aura that naturally repressed the bodies and minds of immortal cultivators. Compared to the original 9-Qi pure silver ginkgo tree, the innate Tao body was inherently weaker, let alone the exceedingly fragile primordial spirit, It was no wonder that it was said that true immortals rarely ventured into the blood sea. Otherwise, they risked contamination of their Tao bodies and the fall of their true spirits. Were it not for Xuanji's primary focus on the Tao of life and death, which imbued his consciousness with a profound sense of annihilation, he would have had to sever time to expel the negative energies from his consciousness to withstand the invasion of the malevolent aura. Sensing the emergence of living beings, the overwhelming vitality of creation incited an insatiable longing among the countless resentful spirits and remnants within the blood sea, all of whom turned their gaze towards him. However, as Xuanji swept his divine consciousness across the area, the overwhelming sense of annihilation surged forth, causing the remnants, driven solely by obsession, resentment, and hatred, to scatter in all directions, instinctively avoiding this harbinger of death. Despite their lack of intellect and their deceased state, they still understood the principle of fearing the strong and preying upon the weak, with no guide to be found. Standing beneath the blood sea, Xuanji's divine consciousness expanded to map out the environment within a radius of several 100,000 miles. He discovered that the blood sea also possessed spiritual veins. However, unlike mountain or water veins, the spiritual veins of the blood sea resembled the ocean's undercurrents, concealed deep within the boundless depths. Following the currents of the blood sea's spiritual veins upstream, he quickly located a convergence point. It was not a particularly significant node, nor were there any beings or spiritual treasures gestating within the blood sea. Testing the waters, he planted an avatar and observed it for a decade, confirming that his avatar could indeed thrive within the blood sea. After collecting a trace of essence, he took his avatar with him and continued to pursue the thicker vein. After searching for over 10,000 years, planting 1,000 avatars and consuming 10 ginseng fruits, he accumulated 1,000 primordial Tao patterns of blood within the map of mountains and rivers, revealing a substantial portion. It was then that he finally encountered a living creature. Its appearance resembled that of a tiger, yet it was no larger than a mouse, sporting dual wings upon its back and exuding a fierce aura. It was originally meant to possess a fearsome visage and a terrifying demeanor. But as a remnant spirit, it was incomplete and diminutive, drifting along the undercurrents, appearing somewhat pitiable. To his surprise, the creature known as Qiongqi still had remnants of its spirit lingering in the eyes of Xuanji. With the encirclement and annihilation by the dragon, wind, and Qiling clans, the beast Emperor Sheni and his 4 formidable Deluojin Xian-level beasts should have been completely reduced to ashes, their true spirits shattered. However, given Qiongqi's current state, it was nearly akin to having its true spirit fragmented. Once a proud Deluojin Xian, it now languished in a state worse than that of a mere salted fish. Swept away in the chaotic currents of the blood sea, absent external intervention, complete obliteration was its destined fate. When Xuanji effortlessly extracted the palm-sized remnant spirit, he was taken aback to find that the entity bore no traces of karma or malevolence. This indicated that its identity had been cleansed, its sins absolved, and it was no longer despised by heaven and earth. Upon seeing Xuanji, particularly the golden wheel of merit hovering behind him, the remnant spirit of Qiongqi seemed to be provoked, letting out a fierce roar, albeit in a somewhat pitiful manner. Its incomplete limbs kicked out, and its tattered wings flapped in fury as it attempted to leap and bite at his neck. Yet, it was thwarted by a peculiar barrier formed by Xuanji's palm. A stray hound presented to him. Should he save it or not? Xuanji regarded the Qiongqi remnant spirit in his hand, feeling indecisive. He had long desired a divine canine for guarding his abode. However, in the wilderness, seeking a dog with sufficiently good lineage, formidable strength, and immense potential, devoid of complex connections and karma, was akin to searching for a beautiful, wealthy, obedient, intelligent, magnanimous wife who truly loved you. Such a creature existed only in dreams. If one could not be found, then one must be nurtured from scratch. The Qiongqi remnant spirit was quite promising. It had lost its innate essence. With all karma and fate thoroughly settled, not a trace of innate malevolence remained. Had it not been for its inherent ferocity, it would have long been engulfed by the blood sea. Its fierce nature assured that it would serve well as a guardian in the future. By combining his path of creation with the 9 heavens Shirong and the 3 light divine water to cultivate its physical form and supplementing it with a few ginseng fruits, it would emerge as a top-tier postnatal creature. Endowed with innate transformative potential, its cultivation would be significantly easier than that of postnatal beings, if all else failed. He also had those immortal apricots he had secretly preserved over the years as a backup. If it proved unworthy, he could simply feed it an immortal apricot, allowing it to ascend to the realm of Tai Jin Xian, becoming a wind thunder flying tiger, before restoring the remnant spirit and finding some spiritual herbs to replenish its essence. It would undoubtedly surpass Lei Zhenzi. Qi Shao had once decreed the prohibition of unclean entities. After cleansing this being, it should be deemed clean, right? Chapter 45. An unexpected harvest opening his wine gourd, he began to wash the remnant spirit with top-quality postnatal spiritual wine several times. A faint stench of blood arose, which Xuanji directed into the blood sea. Although Qiongqi remained fierce, its demeanor had noticeably improved. Compared to the highly corrosive filth of the blood sea, the postnatal spiritual wine was akin to a luxurious hot spring. Once cleansed, despite its wings still being tattered and its limbs uneven, and its body riddled with numerous holes, the red hue had vanished, leaving behind a battered white skin that now bore some semblance of a fierce beast. He extracted a few drops of 3 light divine water, mixed with a hint of creation qi, and fed it to Qiongqi. The little creature instinctively sensed the value of the offering, opening its mouth without hesitation to consume it. As its hatred dissipated somewhat, it wobbled and collapsed into his hand, entering a state of slumber to recuperate. With Qiongqi's demise, the past had severed, leaving nothing but emptiness, thus it became white, with the remnant spirit reborn. Marking a new beginning, henceforth, it shall be known as Baiqi, nicknamed Little White. As if responding to Xuanji's words, the sleeping flying tiger stirred its wings slightly, seemingly in acknowledgement, placing the little creature in the pocket of his sleeve. Xuanji continued his search for the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. After a considerable search, the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus remained elusive, yet he had successfully collected 6,540 major bloodline sources from the Blood Sea. At last, with the final tree, his merit was complete. Xuanji gazed with satisfaction at the ginkgo tree floating at the convergence of the 3 major bloodlines. With his unique lineage, even a clone ginkgo tree could refine the essence of the Blood Sea, resisting the corrupting malevolence in the depths of the lightless Blood Sea through the path of creation. The clone refined the Blood Sea's essence. Its adaptability to the environment would gradually enhance its resistance to malevolence. Perhaps it would transform into a Blood Sea purifying ginkgo tree, much like the dragon blood purifying ginkgo tree, successfully manifesting a cluster of bloodstains in the northwestern corner of the Mountains and Rivers Nation map. 2 innate Great Tao Divine scripts coalesced within the blood orifice. Initially, Xuanji thought it was merely a remnant of the Blood Sea. He did not anticipate that this blood orifice character would emerge. However, the Blood Sea was originally formed from the navel of Pango, serving as the lower dantian of the innate Tao body, thus representing a crucial ACU point. It was said that during its formation, it intertwined with the tainted blood from Panga's injuries and various innate malevolent energies, possibly even the blood of the chaotic demon gods slain by Pangu, hence, collecting the essence of the Blood Sea and resonating with the remnants of its Tao rhyme to manifest the blood orifice was entirely reasonable. What Xuanji did not expect was that this blood orifice's innate Great Tao Divine script was exceedingly unique. Unlike the Tao patterns of divine prohibition, the Kunlun that creates all things, or the Jiangshan Sheiji that evolves all beings, it was composed of numerous innate divine patterns forming 2 characters, resembling an innate Tao body with a blood-colored exterior, emanating endless blood light. Delicate blood vessels, akin to meridians, bones, and muscles, intricately linked thousands of complex divine patterns, forming the head, internal organs, and limbs. Together, the blood light Tao patterns lacked spirit or qi, consisting purely of innate spiritual essence, akin to a powerful innate being. Xuanji's primordial spirit pondered continuously, inexplicably recalling that colossal figure who opened the heavens. Could this be a remnant of the innate Great Tao Divine script from Panga's corporeal form? Innate beings, innate deities, and the natural laws of the Great Tao transform into innate Great Tao Divine patterns within their bodies, wielding authority over various Tao. Just as Xuanji's own incomplete innate creation Great Tao Divine pattern was one such example. Upon successful transformation, these great Tao divine patterns would still intertwine within the bloodline and primordial spirit. Although he had never slain innate beings or deities, he had fought alongside Qishao against numerous ferocious beasts, including those at the Jin Xian level, which also possessed similar innate Tao patterns within them. However, their essence was composed of innate malevolence, rendering them entirely different from innate beings or deities. Yet, the essence remained the same. The ferocious beasts obtained fragments of the Tao from the obsessions and malevolence of chaotic demon gods, manifesting as incomplete laws. Yet when these ferocious beasts perished, these fragments of the Tao and incomplete laws would be devoured anew by the great Tao, becoming part of the 3,000 great Das. As Xuanji traversed the northern wilderness, he often discovered the remnants of Tai Jin Xian level ferocious beasts. Apart from a few traces of Tao and the essence of laws, little remained. But Pangu was different. This being had formed within the chaotic treasure, the chaotic green lotus, and possessed another enlightenment treasure. The creation J Dish.it was said that he had created an immensely powerful physical cultivation technique known as the 9 transformations of the profound origin. The 9 transformations of the profound skill focused on the physical form, traversing the path of strength, capable of accommodating boundless might within the body, corresponding to the realms of the celestial path. Pango had reached the pinnacle of the 9 transformations, cultivating countless cycles in the chaos, devouring endless chaotic chi, and with his physical form alone, he had withstood the onslaught of 3,000 demon gods. With his invincible physique, he had stepped half a pace into the realm of the mysterious unity of the Golden Immortal. Merely a breath away from the great Dao. Was through this strength that he could single-handedly slay thousands, defeating all 3,000 chaotic demon gods of the Deluo Jin Xian level. After Pangu's fall, the 3 pure ones, inheriting portions of his primordial spirit, created the 8-9 profound skill based on the remnants of the 9 transformations. Also known as the 9 transformations of the primordial origin. 1 transformation to Earth Immortal, 2 transformations to Heaven Immortal, 3 transformations to True Immortal, 4 transformations to Profound Immortal, 5 transformations to Golden Immortal, 6 transformations to Tai Golden Immortal, 7 transformations to Deluo Golden Immortal, 8 transformations to Mysterious Unity Golden Immortal, 9 transformations to Mysterious Unity Deluo Golden Immortal, with remarkable transformations and boundless magical methods. Relying on his formidable physique and profound skills, Yang Jin would later engage in battles with various celestial beings, traversing the world and overcoming challenges, repeatedly turning peril into safety. The Wu clan, inheriting much of Panga's blood, also acquired the 9 transformations of the profound skill, competing fiercely with the celestial demon clan of the heavenly court through their powerful physiques and myriad divine abilities. Xuanji could not resist the temptation, delving deeper into the blood sea in search of the elusive Mingi and Red Lotus, while simultaneously contemplating the blood orifice with his primordial spirit. In just 500 years, he confirmed that this indeed was part of the great Tao divine pattern of the 9 transformations of the profound origin. Regrettably, it was severely incomplete and mixed with the remnants of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods Tao, transforming into a powerful body-refining technique requiring vast amounts of pure qi, turbid qi, malevolent qi, and merit as resources for cultivation, later necessitating the refinement of endless chaotic qi in the chaos. This technique, also divided into 9 layers, corresponded to various realms. However, due to the inherent conflicts between the refining of pure qi, turbid qi, malevolent qi, and merit, each layer posed significant danger. The methods of the primordial immortals did not possess self-destructive maneuvers. Xuanji felt that the aspects of the technique he comprehended from the blood orifice bore remarkable similarities to those demonic techniques. The 3 pure ones' 9 transformations of the primordial origin primarily relied on pure qi, while the Wu clan's 9 transformations of the profound skill fed on turbid qi. If I were to collect their techniques and merge them with this 9 transformations of the demonic skill, I could likely extract 7 or 8 parts of the essence of the 9 transformations of the profound origin. However, this task would not be easily accomplished. The Wu clan, characterized by their impulsive nature, possessed keen intellect and would not divulge the foundation of their lineage to outsiders. As for the 3 pure ones, they were similarly guarded. Among their disciples, only Yang Jin practiced the 8-9 profound skill. As long as there was a demand, a breakthrough would always be found. Xuanji offered a faint smile, keeping the matter close to his heart. As for the 9 transformations of demonic arts, he had no intention of practicing it. Chapter 46. How to Guide Qi into the Body. The deeper one delved into the blood sea, the thicker the sinister aura became. This malevolent energy, mingled with blood essence, transformed into a peculiar purplish-black mist. The spatial barrier and the power of the 5 elements array that Xuanji invoked were continuously eroded and corroded by this strange mist. To his astonishment, it was the seemingly feeble spirits and remnants that thrived in this environment. As if they were fish in water, despite the suppression of his divine consciousness, the sights before him were utterly shocking. Countless, perhaps billions, of ferocious beast remnants and the souls of living beings were inexorably drawn from the depths of the primordial world into the upper layers of the blood sea. Never to disappear, ultimately sinking here, a colossal vortex silently spun at the bottom of the blood sea, exhaling endless sinister energy while devouring the soulless remnants. Xuanji's gaze lingered upon a crimson lotus at the center of the great vortex. It blossomed with 108 petals, rooted in the vortex, emanating an infinite crimson light that enveloped the seabed. This red light was, however, composed of karmic fire, unlike the pure fire of Liuli, which eradicates karma and purifies the Tao body. The red lotus of karmic fire specifically targets intangible matter, utilizing sinful karma as fuel. Once it clings, it becomes inextinguishable. One must endure until the sin is completely incinerated. If one has committed numerous atrocities yet lacks the strength or means of defense, their soul and true spirit would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, before the remnants of spirits were swept away by the great vortex. Strands of karma were extracted, becoming the essence of the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus. Countless ferocious beast souls were ignited by the red light of karmic fire, utterly reduced to nothingness, sensing the pure sinister energy surging upward. Along with the profound aura of an independent world, Xuanji felt an impulse to plant trees. Could it be that the underworld lay beneath the great vortex? At present, the benevolent ancestral which had yet to emerge. And the 6 paths of reincarnation were nowhere in sight. However, the underworld and the 9 heavens, like the stars in the galaxy, had always existed. Upon death, living beings could not reincarnate. They were either purified by the forces of heaven and earth, transforming into countless spiritual essences, completely dissipating in the primordial realm, or if they possessed formidable strength before their demise, their souls and true spirits could be reintegrated into spiritual roots, spiritual treasures, and other spiritual essences for recultivation, perhaps even regaining the potential to manifest in the world. Others, lacking the strength, with souls that were incomplete and above ordinary yet below the pinnacle, could only descend into the blood sea. With a stroke of luck, they might endure the endless darkness and corrosion of the blood sea and enter the realm of the underworld, becoming part of the ghostly race, awaiting the day when they would be enlightened by Hutu and join the ranks of the underworld. Conversely, with ill fortune, they would merely become a wisp of spiritual energy within the blood sea. Empowered by the 9 colors divine light, Xuanji cautiously approached the great vortex. Initially, he feared the ferocity of the karmic fire, which was indeed on par with the likes of Nanmingli fire, true sun fire, 9 heavens profound fire, phoenix nirvana fire, and samadhi true fire. However, he soon realized that his worries were unfounded. The red light completely disregarded his magical power upon contact. It made sense, after all. With a heart full of righteousness and a spirit untainted, dedicated to the benefit of the primordial realm, what karma could he possibly possess? With a sense of relief, yet proceeding with utmost caution, he utilized the Tao of space to neutralize the vortex's pull, steadily moving closer to grasp the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus. The lotus resisted somewhat but could not withstand his forceful retrieval. With the release of the infinite divine light from the karmic fire red lotus halted, the remnants of the ferocious beasts gained an unexpected reprieve, escaping the fate of being reduced to ashes. To Xuanji's surprise, rather than incurring karma, he instead found himself enveloped by countless strands of merit. It seemed that by safeguarding this group of beast remnants, he had inadvertently strengthened the powers of the underworld, resulting in a significant boon. He had anticipated the need to refine and eliminate karma using the karmic fire red lotus, yet a smile graced Xuanji's face. These souls and remnants, having withstood the corrosion of the blood sea. Though they had lost their innate essence, were once beings of extraordinary cultivation. Even if they possessed but a trace of Tao resonance, upon entering the underworld, they would instinctively absorb the sinister energy. Given sufficient time, they would inevitably evolve into powers of the underworld. In the future, as the three realms coexisted, their presence would impede the reckless interventions of the disciples of the six saints in the cycles of reincarnation. And the heavenly court's dominance over the future of the three realms might be challenged. Since you have encountered me here today, I shall ensure you receive another great opportunity. Xuanji seated himself at the center of the great vortex, considering that they had lost their original essence and would need to start anew. Drawing from his own experience of absorbing innate essence to solidify his primordial spirit from a single true spirit, he began to impart the path of cultivation. In many ways, his own journey mirrored those remnants, as he himself had evolved from nothingness to existence, from a single true spirit to a primordial spirit. However, they would have difficulty locating innate spiritual roots in the underworld, so he simplified the difficulty of the 9 breaths convergence technique and streamlined the methods of refining qi. He transmitted the techniques of guiding qi into the body, refining essence back into qi, transforming qi into spirit, refining spirit back into the void, and merging the void with the Tao, the postnatal techniques of qi refinement. Fragments of the innate Tao patterns and tiny segments of the laws of the Tao manifested as he spoke, gradually revealing themselves. The path of cultivation from earth immortal to heaven immortal was a profound test of one's comprehension. Yet, with the perspective and experience of a Tai golden immortal, combined with his past experiences, he was able to form a modest postnatal cultivation method with relative ease. It was akin to teaching Qishao the concept of 1 plus 1, where 2 fingers or 2 twigs placed together yield the number 2. To his delight, the Tao responded that a beam of golden merit light descended from the void, illuminating him, acknowledging and rewarding his act of redemption in the blood sea. Countless golden lotuses emerged, merging with the fragments of the laws that Xuanji had elucidated, falling into the great vortex, shattering into myriad golden specks of light that descended into the world of the underworld and the endless darkness of the depths of the blood sea. The resonances of the Tao echoed continuously. Xuanji's voice acted as a natural beacon, radiating boundless light of redemption. Billions of remnants and true spirits, devoid of consciousness, strained to escape the dark currents of the blood sea, swimming towards the source of that sound. Many did not fully hear it, being swept into the underworld by the great vortex. Yet the figure imbued with 9 colors divine light and a golden wheel of merit behind his head left an indelible imprint in their souls. Awaiting the day when their true spirits would be complete, their consciousness awakened, and they would embark upon the path of cultivation anew. Subsequently, he shared his insights on the cultivation of earth immortals, heaven immortals, true immortals, profound immortals, and golden immortals, refraining from discussing specific paths such as the path of life and death, the path of creation, or the path of destruction, nor did he impart the 36 celestial techniques. Instead, he focused purely on the essence of realm cultivation and breakthroughs. Even so, this constituted a rare opportunity in the external world. Thus, he expounded for 1,500 years. Only then did Xuanji cease. Whether these remnants, lacking full consciousness, could absorb much or become golden immortals was of little consequence. Whether they would express gratitude in the future was also unimportant. What truly mattered was that Xuanji discovered an abundance of fortune and merit flowing into his possession. Filling his golden wheel, a significant portion of it had risen from the depths of the great vortex. The celestial path is elusive, while the ghostly path is obscured. The celestial path values life, while the ghostly path values endings. The celestial path often brings good fortune, while the ghostly path often leads to misfortune. The lofty, pure, and refreshing realm resonates with the sorrowful songs echoing in the vastness. I wish only for the success of the celestial path, not for the decline of the ghostly path. Xuanji recited a passage from his memory, addressing the countless souls and remnants surrounding him. Raising his hand to speak, storage position, may you all one day escape calamity, free from disasters, roaming the heavens and earth, discussing the primordial realm. Upon uttering the final sentence, Xuanji glanced at the blood cocoon hidden within the blood-colored sludge miles away. With a light laugh, he vanished in an instant. The river of the underworld mistakenly believed that by concealing itself within this exceedingly filthy blood sludge, it could shroud its presence, unaware that the two ferocious killing intents within the blood cocoon had exposed its existence. Unfortunately, the river of the underworld was intrinsically connected to the blood sea and the energies of the underworld. Those two supreme innate spiritual treasures were one with the river of the underworld, unable to be moved. As Xuanji departed, the original spirit of the river of the underworld commanded the four ferocious remnants nearby to lift the blood cocoon back to the most potent node of the blood sea's essence. Poxin, Wuma, Defintion, Indra, if there is anything you do not understand, feel free to inquire of me. The remnants of the souls emitted intermittent thoughts. How to guide Qi into the body, the river of the underworld. Chapter 47. The Irreversible Path. Without delving into the future path of the Shura Lord or the Blood Sea Lord's methods of teaching his subordinates, who possessed the intelligence of infants, Xuanji traversed the distance of a single thought, directly emerging from the Blood Sea to return to the 9 heavens above. To avoid any lingering foul odor, he took the still slumbering Baichi and summoned thunder from a radius of several thousand miles, transforming it into a thunder pool for a cleansing bath. The thunder, being of the yang essence, was best suited to counter the miasma of the blood sea. Yet, this proved to be a torment for Baichi, who, even in sleep, was plagued by nightmares due to the shocks. Poor little white cat. Upon seeing Baichi perched on Xuanji's shoulder, Qi Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. She reached out her hand to cradle Baichi. Watching the snoring little creature with growing affection, Xuanji, did you pick this up from the blood sea? Xuanji nodded and replied, yes, it was once one of the 4 ferocious beasts under the Beast Emperor Shini, known as Qiongqi. However, with the dissolution of karmic ties and the cleansing of its karma, it is no longer associated with ferocious beasts and will henceforth serve as our household guardian. This is a cat. Qi Xiao emphasized earnestly, reiterating, a white cat. Surely a winged tiger can be considered a member of the feline family, right? Yet, it still feels somewhat incongruous for one of the 4 ferocious beasts, Qiongqi, to be transformed into a cat, especially as she stroked Baichi with her fingers. Had it not been so small, she might have already begun to pet it. Xuanji mumbled to himself. Be it cat or dog, they were all meant to guard the home. Sort of, I named it Baichi. You can call it Xiaobai. Qi Xiao was taken aback, glancing at Baichi with surprise. Isn't that inappropriate, Baichi? It is so adorable. How could it resemble Baichi? However, it does seem fitting. Qiongqi is one of the 4 great ferocious beasts, certainly having taken countless lives. Yes, it is worthy of such a name. Qi Zhao's remarks left Xianji momentarily bewildered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled. It signifies Bai as in white, and Qi as in restart, symbolizing the cleansing of past sins, becoming as blank as paper, and the notion of a fresh beginning. It's rather splendid, even surpassing my initial thought of Fei Hu. Qi Xiao grinned. Fei Hu is still not suitable. Otherwise, in the future, Huang Fei Hu might take issue. Qi Xiao suggested, Xianji, how about I raise him within the star tree? The star tree, officially known as the supreme innate spiritual root of the Southern Dipper longevity star tree, is not to be confused with the top-tier innate spiritual root of the star tree. The Southern Dipper signifies birth, while the Northern Dipper signifies death. The Southern Dipper longevity star tree bears fruit once every 3,000 years, yielding 6 fruits each time, akin to the stars of the Southern Dipper. Consuming a star fruit can heal various ailments, alleviate both minor and severe injuries, dispel acquired malevolence, and extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years. However, within the confines of the Cloud Summit Cave, the spiritual roots are somewhat overly competitive. The star tree, which produces spiritual fruits solely for healing and longevity, possesses an average taste and utility, rendering it somewhat undervalued by Qi Xiao. Xianji infused a trace of true spirit, merging with the ginkgo tree to take form. Qi Xiao contemplated helping Baichi retrace the steps Xianji once traversed. Too slow. Xianji could not recall how many years he had spent within the tree to condense his primordial spirit. Furthermore, the star tree held no significance for them, yet it was of great use to ordinary immortals and postnatal beings. Presenting it to the family's guardian cat would be a waste. For modest households, frugality is essential. I plan to wait until my cultivation improves, using the 3 light divine water, 9 heavens breath soil, and the creation spirit machine to forge a body for Baichi, Qi Xiao nodded in agreement. Favoring this approach, with Bai Qi possessing a body sooner, she could indulge in petting the cat earlier. The maiden gazed at the slumbering Bai Qi, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Bai Qi felt a chill creeping down his back. Involuntarily shivering, with the 12th grade infernal fire red lotus in hand, Xianji entered seclusion to refine the top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Qi Xiao took the cave heaven spiritual pivot seal, mastering the Western Cloud Realm's plain banner. Guiding the cave toward Mount Wanshou, the dragon, phoenix, and Qiling clans were expanding rapidly. Neither of them desired any conflict or association with them. Mount Wanshou was a splendid location, uniquely positioned with abundant spiritual mechanisms. A no-man's land and devoid of any threatening entities. While refining the infernal fire red lotus and comprehending the path of cause and effect, Xianji still refrained from utilizing the merits of the great Tao. Relying instead on his own efforts, the journey through the Sea of Blood not only led to the discovery of the 12th grade infernal fire red lotus, but also allowed him to impart the path of transcendence to countless lingering souls, reaping immense fortune and merits. Moreover, the audience of spiritual tribulations felt a resonance. Death is a profound terror. For those of great powers, transforming into such chaotic remnants after death is even more horrifying. Confronting this cruel scene, Xianji felt his Tao heart tremble. Previously, he had always spoken of the wilderness of the primordial era as savage and bloody, even in the northern territories, yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. Spending 10,000 years enduring compassion, traversing the path across the Sea of Blood, he continually saw once exalted figures like the great Luo Golden Immortal and Tai Yi Golden Immortal, now reduced to remnants in the Sea of Blood. Undergoing tribulations, this served as a repeated tempering of his own Tao heart. Reading a myriad of books pales in comparison to traversing vast distances. Traveling vast distances is inferior to encountering countless individuals. Encountering countless individuals is less than having a renowned master guide you. And having a master guide you is not as good as realizing it yourself. By unraveling numerous innate great formations. Traversing billions of miles, observing the suffering of the remnants in the Sea of Blood. Receiving guidance from the infernal fire red lotus's cause and effect Tao, combined with his insights along the way. His Tao heart solidified, and his perspective on life and death became increasingly indifferent. He grasped portions of the cause and effect Tao, understanding the intricate connection between cause and fate, thus mastering the methods of divining heavenly secrets and the path of cause and effect. A year passed in the blink of an eye. By the time Xianji emerged from seclusion, he was already at the mid-stage of Tai Yi Golden Immortal. What delighted Xianji was that Qi Xiao had not merely indulged in play during these years. Utilizing the Western Cloud Realm's plain banner, she gained considerable insights into the path of wind and thunder, and with the Shanhua State Map's unparalleled divine script, she successfully unraveled portions of divine restrictions. Steadily advancing to the mid-stage of Tai Yi Golden Immortal. While Qi Xiao lacked innovation, her skills and imitation were remarkably exceptional. This piqued Xianji's curiosity about how terrifying her aptitude would be once she broke free from the restrictions of the Great Tao. Upon emerging from seclusion, the two refrained from disturbing the rambunctious red clouds above or the tranquil Zhan Yuanzi in meditation. They arrived quietly and departed quietly. They continued to steer clear of locations like Buzhou Mountain and Kunlun Mountain, flying northward from the Cloud Summit Cave, continuing to restore the Earth's veins, blessed lands, and caves, while sorting through the spiritual roots of the land. They collected various spiritual herbs nourishing true spirits, whether innate or postnatal, transplanting them into the medicinal garden of the Cloud Summit Cave. Little by, it's time for your medicine. A stunningly beautiful maiden held a jade bowl of verdant green, containing a pitch-black medicinal liquid that exuded a potent herbal aroma. Even from several miles away, the little white cat could detect the dreadful bitterness wafting from it. Hiding amidst the piles of jade stones in the storage, Bai Qi shook his head vigorously, wishing he could twist his neck off. If not for the absence of a physical form, he might very well be shedding tears by now. Qi Xiao crouched down, producing a top-tier postnatal spiritual fruit. Shaking it before the narrow gap. Little Bai, would you like to eat? The little creature hidden inside nodded repeatedly, its tiny mouth emitting soft cries, nearly drooling. If you want to eat, then come out, I'll give it to you. Qi Xiao said with a cheerful smile. Bai Qi took 3 steps forward, the overwhelming medicinal scent hitting him, and immediately retreated 2 steps. "Come out, and it's yours." The master's voice was filled with the temptation of hell. To emerge or not to emerge, that was the dilemma. What seemed to be a simple question posed a challenge to its limited intellect. Ultimately, it yielded to the pressure. Xianji was not like Qi Xiao. She would not soothe him with spiritual fruit. Drink you must, whether you like it or not. First, he would have to endure the bitterness of the medicinal liquid before indulging in the sweetness of the spiritual fruit. Bitter before sweet, strengthening true spirit, savoring the essence of life. Chapter 48. Who rang the death knell. Half of the Yuan conference passed quietly. In the northeastern expanse of the primordial earth stood a towering mountain resembling a great bell. Xianji and Qi Xiao stood atop Bell Mountain, jointly wielding their divine powers. Xianji activated the cloud summit's celestial star formation, drawing upon the moonlight and the boundless brilliance of the starry sea. By Qi, having consumed an unknown number of spiritual herbs and pills concocted by Xianji, now fully restored, lazily lay across Qi Xiao's left arm, lifting his head and opening his small mouth, foolishly preparing to catch a few drops of spiritual rain. Alas, the master was unwilling to be drenched, allowing the wind to blow away the rain that fell upon his head. This region, located in the northeastern part of the earth, had naturally escaped the ravages of the ferocious beast wars. However, the earth's veins of Bell Mountain originated from Buzhou Mountain, with the upstream suffering severe damage, leading to a significant reduction in spiritual mechanisms, adversely affecting the beings downstream. Had it not been for the spiritual mechanisms replenished by the Northern Sea and Eastern Sea, countless spiritual trees and celestial herbs would have perished, observing the rejuvenation of the previously listless mountains and forests. The two once again reaped the merits of the great Tao. "Xianji, I feel as though we have taken on the work of the 3 clans." Xianji turned her gaze toward Buzhou Mountain, where strands of calamity energy were already rising. The northern part of the primordial era had been damaged by their conflicts with the ferocious beasts. However, they possessed the merit of salvation, outweighing their transgressions, thus receiving corresponding rewards from the great Tao, if they had been mindful after the battle. Restoring these spiritual veins and blessed lands would have been a timely aid for the heavens and an embellishment for themselves. Alas, the great Tao does not tread its own path but instead takes shortcuts. Shortcuts may indeed be quicker, but the foundation is unstable, leading to swift downfall. Xianji shook her head, lamenting, if one of the 3 clans had actively worked to restore the northern lands instead of vying for the well-preserved central domain, perhaps they might have enjoyed a semblance of heavenly favor. Having grasped a portion of the causal path, he discerned that the reasons involved were not solely attributed to the 3 clans themselves, but also to external interferences. Had it not been for the disturbances caused by the reincarnated chaos deities, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans might have opted to venture northward, uniting their forces to atone for the causal transgressions they had inflicted upon the northern lands. This collaboration revealed to the 3 parties the complementary nature of their respective paths, naturally leading them towards a more suitable avenue for enlightenment, attainment, and realization. In such a scenario, it is conceivable that the cataclysm of the Dragon Han era might have been averted, giving rise instead to a triad of clans standing in equilibrium, collectively nurturing the primordial world. Alas, a single misstep led to an utter downfall. The path of fortune and imperial dominion is one of exclusivity, with no room for others. The 3 clans had tasted the sweetness of great fortune, and the inertia was too profound to reverse. Even if someone foresaw the calamities of the future, there remained only one path, dark and unyielding. The causes of yesterday yield the fruits of today. Theo aid the beings of Zhongshan, spanning 100,000 miles. The essence of Zhongshan's earth veins was harnessed, and from this, 2 complete innate divine texts of the Frost Bell were replicated from the map of mountains and rivers. Frost. When thin and cold, it congeals into Frost Bell, representing time. The Frost Bell is a branch of the Great Path formed by the convergence of the mysterious and the temporal. Where time flows, all things meet their end, and everything descends into an icy apocalypse, awaiting the rebirth of heaven and earth. Zhongshan would later become the sacred ground of the Candle Dragon. Following the calamity of the Dragon Han era, the Dragon clan gradually declined, their strong ones perished, and the Candle Dragon resided in Zhongshan, guarding the Eastern Sea. He instilled fear in external forces, particularly the Kuanping of the northern Sea.at that time. Emperor Jun and Tai established the heavenly court of the monster clan, with Kuanping rising to become one of the actual powers, reigning as the uncrowned king of the northern sea, overshadowing the dragon palace. In the primordial realm, a cultivator who does not aspire to enlightenment is certainly not a virtuous one. Ambitious and resolute in his pursuit of the Tao, Kuanping harbored disdain even for the monster emperors. Jun and Tai in a bid to seize the great fortune of the monster clan. He created a script based on the innate divine texts, gaining considerable prestige and power within the clan. Naturally, he sought to leverage the might of the monster clan to annex the Eastern Sea, the most prosperous of the four seas, thereby expanding his own influence. Yet, the friendliest of camels is still larger than the strongest horse. Unlike the Phoenix and Qilin, the Dragon clan, despite suffering grievous losses during the Dragon Han calamity, retained the presence of the Candle Dragon, the foremost powerhouse of the primordial world. The Candle Dragon cultivated the path of time. Resonating with the rhythms of Zhongshan, he opened his eyes, and the sunless northern underworld transitioned into daylight. Upon closing them, the northern underworld fell into darkness, as long as the Candle Dragon remained in Zhongshan. The aquatic denizens of the northern sea would not wholly turn to the monster master court. Kuanping would be unable to completely dominate the northern sea and acquire its great fortune, thus safeguarding the Dragon clan's status and territory as sovereigns of the four seas. The fact that the Candle Dragon recognized the merit of Zhongshan indicates that it possesses exceptional conditions, with its unique path resonances being a significant factor. The path of time is one of the most enigmatic, intricately linked with fate and causality. Xuanji derived a portion of fortune and causal branches from the treasure basin and the blazing red lotus, and naturally would not overlook Zhongshan, a divine mountain born of the innate manifestation of the path of time. The two would engage in quiet cultivation for several years, based on the true spirit of Baiqi. Xuanji endeavored to forge a compatible physical form using the 9 heaven soil, the 3 lights divine water, and the creation spirit machine. When Nuwa created humanity, she had already severed her 3 corpses. Achieving perfection in the quasi-saint realm, with her path of creation nearing completion, aided by the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuanding. This enabled her to create the most potential-laden human beings of the postnatal realm. Although Xuanji falls short of Nuwa's prowess, he does not need to replicate her feat of conjuring life from nothing. He merely seeks to craft a body comparable to a top-tier innate foundation. The Taizhenren, a Deluo golden immortal, cultivates the branch of the path of creation known as the Qinghua path and can utilize innate lotus roots to forge a body for Neza. Thus, he too can employ the path of creation to shape a body that resonates with Baiqi. The blood orifice divine texts from the map of mountains and rivers provided him with substantial guidance. Had it not been for the absence of divine essence, it could have transformed into a being akin to an ancestral witch. The essence composition, meridian structure, and divine patterns of the corporeal shell inspired him greatly. After countless attempts at deduction and experimentation, Xuanji finally crafted a form for Baiqi that met his satisfaction. Using Baiqi's true spirit as a template, the blood orifice divine texts as a reference, he melded the 9 heaven soil to form flesh, the 3 lights divine water as blood, the creation spirit machine as vital energy, Kunlun Mountain's jade essence as bones, and Buzhou Mountain's stone essence as the spine, with the innate red copper of Shouyang Mountain as the cranial dome. The divine patterns are postnatal, the essence is innate, and with the true spirit of one of the 4 fearsome beasts. The potential for cultivation is quite promising. It is at least suitable for practicing the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. Little Bai, learn from me, meow, Qi Xiao said playfully while stroking the sizable Baiqi. Meow, Baiqi extended its neck, opened its mouth wide, and shamelessly emitted a cat-like sound in pursuit of a fruit. It had cast aside the dignity of the 4 great fierce ones from its previous life into the depths of the northern sea. Ha, too clever! Qi Xiao tossed something into the air with her left hand. Baiqi shook its head and deftly caught the spiritual fruit, then swiftly rolled its tongue to crush and swallow it whole. Roar! The large cat let out a contented roar, rubbing its tiger-like head against Qi Xiao's palm, and roaring, "You should meow instead," Qi Xiao instructed with amusement. With Xuanji's grand design at play, Baiqi was innately a true immortal spiritual beast. Though it didn't quite reach Xuanji's peak level of Xianxian, nor the early stages of Tai Golden Immortal that Qi Shao was born into, it belonged to the intermediate echelon among innate beings. Although its primordial spirit was still immensely weak, with Xuanji's guidance and an ample supply of spiritual fruits, it progressed rapidly, consuming a bit of ginseng fruit flesh each year on the last day. Chapter 49. The war horn of catastrophe sounds the tranquil life of cultivation and cat petting was abruptly interrupted by a passing army of the dragon clan. Banners fluttered like forests, and clouds obscured the sky. The vanguard, Yaji, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, led 20,000 water clan golden immortal elites, deliberately not fully transforming into innate corporeal forms, mainly comprising golden immortals, among whom there were not a few Tai golden immortals serving as leaders. Chonyo played the war tune, commanding a small contingent of 1,000 troops. 3 true dragons sat in the center, commanding 100,000 water denizens. Baxia guarded the rear with a force of 3,000 towering dragon tortoises. These water denizens mostly had humanoid fish forms, possessing the physique of innate corporeal forms, yet sported bizarre fish heads and scaled exteriors. 6 Deluo golden immortals, over 100 Tai golden immortals, along with 150,000 water denizens formed a long line like a dragon. This was merely an elite celestial army of the dragon clan. Roar. Upon sighting these elite dragons, Baichi felt an inexplicable surge of fury, roaring incessantly, only to be interrupted by a slap from Qi Shao seated on its back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It feels as though my entire head is being smashed. Tears the size of beans were on the verge of spilling forth. What are you yelling about? A single remark from Qi Shao shattered the endless resentment Baichi felt upon witnessing the dragon army. Baichi's tiger eyes were dazed, unable to comprehend why it harbored such hatred towards them, wishing only to devour them all. Did it bear any grudge against them? No, it was their first encounter. Where could such animosity arise? Meow. With the hatred shattered and the hostility dissipated, its clever intellect reclaimed dominance. That's more like it. Qi Shao chuckled as she fed Baichi a low-grade innate spiritual fruit. Leaning against Baichi, Xuanji, perched atop a stone at the mountain's peak. Stretched and sighed in resignation, he had never favored warfare, especially after witnessing the tragic scenes in the northern primordial realm. His aversion to destructive violence that could not foster creation grew ever stronger. The dragon clan's insatiable greed for fortune through conquest and pillage was certainly not to his liking. Yet, the momentum had been set. Unless a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal appeared, the war horn of the Dragonhan calamity would inevitably sound. How long had the peaceful days lasted? Actually, it's been rather long. The formations were mediocre. Aside from Yaji, the other de Luo golden immortals would certainly not withstand me, as long as I could draw them into the cloud realm. They would all kneel and surrender. Qi Shao smirked at the distant dragon army, revealing an enigmatic confidence. This was not arrogance or disdain for the dragon clan. Rather, it was perplexing that the dragon clan, occupying the eastern sea and the eastern primordial realm, seemingly had no means of absorbing the abundant innate formations scattered throughout, nor acquiring various spiritual treasures. Yet, it appeared they possessed many spiritual treasures. But true formation masters were conspicuously absent. This long dragon formation truly did not impress her. It was riddled with flaws and vulnerabilities. With a single clash of the innate cloud realm formation, it could be easily scattered, unable to consolidate the massive strength of the army into a singular force. Xuanji, are they the ones you referred to as having muscles for brains? Cultivation of the physical body had led them to rely solely on brute force, capable of delivering a single fatal blow, hence they would not think to complicate matters. Xuanji gazed at the muscle-bound half-human, half-fish army, feeling his aesthetic sensibilities were somewhat insulted, in dire need of cleansing his eyes with the 3 lights divine water. Innate beings, as deities formed from the essence of the great paths, possessed perfect and exquisite innate corporeal forms, with lucid intellect, best suited to showcase their natural talents and understanding. It was absurd to see them deliberately compromise their essence, taking on mere form while forsaking their spirit. Premature transformation, pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and paying the price for their insufficient intelligence. No wonder the likes of Bin Boer Ba and Ba Boer Bin appeared in Journey to the West. Paying dearly for their folly. Of course, he understood that for them, Such forms could exploit their formidable inherent advantages while also allowing the flexibility of innate corporeal forms. However, an excessive pursuit of personal power would necessitate a longer transformation process, requiring the absorption of more spiritual essence while risking overextending their innate potential, ultimately lowering their cultivation ceiling. The white dragon glanced at Zhongshan, unable to detect any traces of Xuanji or Qi Xiao. Feeling somewhat perplexed. What's wrong, third brother? The black dragon, with an air of casual inquiry, posed a question. The white dragon responded with caution. I sense there are eyes upon us from that direction, though I have found no evidence. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. The mightiest of the golden dragons spoke solemnly. The sacred mountain harbors two distinct auras, yet they are concealed by formidable powers and exquisite spiritual treasures, making it impossible even for me to discern their presence. Our mission is to conquer the Xuanwu clan, unify the North Sea, and establish the North Sea Dragon Palace. As long as they remain uninvolved, there is no need to complicate matters. Indeed, elder brother. Both the black and white dragons echoed in unison. The dragon army continued its northern advance. The Xuanji quietly cautioned, that golden dragon is formidable. He is no ordinary Deluo golden immortal. Just now, their probing transcended the barriers of space until it was halted by the map of mountains and rivers. Although the map possesses merely 22 innate Tao inscriptions, classifying it as a superior innate spiritual treasure, it contains a trace of genuine primordial power. Kunlun embodies the force of creation, while the map of mountains and rivers channels the power of the earth. Within it lies the essence of chaos, primordial and innate energies, coupled with other innate Tao inscriptions and the integrated merit of the great Tao, along with Xuanji's own mastery of the Tao. The resultant power is scarcely inferior to that of ordinary superior innate spiritual treasures. The Qi Xiao chuckled softly. A divine lightning will roast the whole serpent. She had long awaited the opportunity to savor roasted dragon meat. Yet, now was not the time. She would have her chance once the ancestor dragon perished. The Zhu Long was preoccupied, and the dragon clan was beset by the errant and sin dragons. They had no choice but to leave Kunlun, their hearts heavy with unspoken sentiments. Bai Qi's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. Meow, master, let us feast on roasted serpent. You eat the meat, and I shall relish the bones. Qi Xiao replied, Little Bai, I adore your cleverness. Xuanji remained silent. Bai Qi had such an insatiable appetite that Qi Xiao had to prepare a simple pot of assorted meat soup in addition to their meals for the three of them. A small beast of such gluttony. One could only wonder how Shin and I managed to sustain such a voracious creature. It was likely that the fierce beasts under his command had suffered greatly. As they brushed past the dragon army, the two set forth on their journey to the North Abyss, distancing themselves from the dragon clan's military route. The North Abyss was not merely the North Sea but also encompassed the vast northern wilderness. Here, throughout the year, there were only brief moments when the sun graced the land with its light. The imbalance of yin and yang resulted in a dearth of vitality, with few innate beings and even fewer postnatal beings. What little life there was had been further diminished by the cataclysmic events wrought by fierce beasts. Only after Xuanji and Qi Xiao dedicated several millennia to restoring the primary ley lines and continuously employing their powers of creation did some semblance of vitality return. The land began to revive, while the North Sea experienced a measure of prosperity. Numerous aquatic clans had migrated here. Not all of them were willing to subjugate themselves to the Dragon Clan, relinquishing their autonomy and resources. Many from the East Sea brought their families, entire clans retreating to the North Sea. Xuanji and Qi Xiao encountered several of them at Zhongshan, engaging in discussions of the Tao with the stronger members among them. These water clan ancestors were innate beings, generally of the Tai Golden Immortal or Golden Immortal realm. Without the Dragon Clan's interference, they could easily have become local overlords across the four seas. Their descendants, mostly postnatal beings, were of varying strengths, with the weakest still achieving the Earth Immortal stage. However, it was easier to challenge the weaker factions than to contend with the formidable Feng Clan or Qilin. Among the four seas, the North Sea was the weakest. As they approached the fringes of the northern wilderness, the Qian Kuan ruler seemed to sense something, its indestructible spiritual light urging Xuanji to proceed northward. In light of this, Xuanji naturally quickened his pace. Then, for the first time, he beheld the chaos of war. The northern wilderness great river flowed northward to the sea, once a rare and optimal region for habitation within the North Sea. Now, however, hundreds of thousands of aquatic warriors were besieging a colossal landmass, the North Sea Xian turtle, the first turtle of the world. Its lineage was comparable to that of the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initiator Qilin. Were it not for the turtle clan's innate laziness, this venerable Xian turtle would have been a paragon of strength, yet it chose to slumber, neglecting worldly affairs and failing to cultivate its power or expand its clan. Even so, it was not a foe that the young dragons could easily bully in later times. Its forelegs were severed by the saintly Tongtian, wielding the Qingping sword, with Nuwa utilizing the Qiankuan Ding to forge them into the pillars supporting the heavens. Each leg was as thick as a mountain. When truly enraged, this primordial turtle could summon tempests across the North Sea. The evidence lay scattered across the ocean, a multitude of bodies attesting to the chaos. The heavens twisted, colossal weapons fell, and the icy waters of the North Sea roared with tumultuous waves, shaking the very fabric of the sea realm. Mountains crumbled, and the North Sea became murky. The gargantuan turtle, with an incredulous eyes, tossed its head in fury, letting out a thunderous roar. It withstood the assaults of 3 Deluo golden immortals, sending their superior spiritual treasures flying. The shockwaves of their clash generated violent waves stretching for billions of miles, crushing countless aquatic warriors who were unable to evade the onslaught, leaving many water demons without a shred of intact flesh. Thousands of golden immortals perished, including several Tai golden immortals. What a resilient turtle head! This Xian turtle not only possessed a formidable shell, but also had skin as tough as iron, slippery and elusive. Even several superior spiritual treasures, imbued with boundless spiritual energy and crashing down like celestial artifacts, merely left behind faint imprints. With a simple shake of its head, an immense force erupted, rippling through the very fabric of space. Truly, a testament to its indomitable nature. It was no wonder that the already sainted Tongtian chose to confront this Xian turtle personally rather than deploying Taba or Zhao Gongming. Xuanji felt a surge of emotion. Extraordinary strength yields miraculous results. When power is sufficiently potent, it can indeed reshape the world. The tumult of the North Sea was dictated by the Xian turtle. A mere flick of its being could incite cataclysmic tsunamis. Upon the shell of the Xian turtle, a formation reminiscent of the Bagua enveloped it, akin to a colossal protective array for the land. This array appeared to create an independent realm of aquatic spirits, effortlessly repelling the long-range spells and spiritual attacks of the dragon army. It even captured many spiritual treasures. The defenders of this grand array were predominantly aquatic beings, many of whom were familiar to Xuanji and Qi Xiao. Among them was a giant turtle from the East Sea, an ancient being adept in the art of celestial calculations, sensitive to the great calamities of the world. Previously, during discussions at Zhongshan, he had offered valuable insights to Xuanji. The Yazi, Golden Dragon, Black Dragon, White Dragon, and other early Deluo golden immortals bombarded the array, producing mere ripples upon the surface as the overwhelming divine waters continuously diminished their power. They could not breach the formation, rendering them incapable of inflicting meaningful harm upon the aquatic beings sheltering beneath the turtle shell, nor upon the refugees from the East Sea. It was simply too resilient. Even if Xuanji himself were to confront it, he would find it impossible to cleave through this aquatic realm without resorting to the blade of annihilation. The so-called Kuanping, renowned for its insatiable appetite, would seem trivial in comparison. That moment, the Qian Kuan ruler in Xuanji's grasp pulsed with heightened vigor, yearning to merge with the world upon the Xian turtle's back. He drew nearer. He swiftly retreated 1,000 billion miles. Xuanji maneuvered his cave, heaven to soar rapidly through the clouds, evading the notice of the Deluo golden immortals ahead. If it were me, I would simply swat it dead with a single hand. Qi Xiao boasted from within the cave heaven, gazing at the water mirror image. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. Although it did not comprehend the words, it did not hinder its approval. Xuanji's eyelid twitched. What a team he had, one who boasts and another who believes. Qi Xiao was pleased by Bai Qi's nod, rewarding it with a spiritual fruit. Just as Xuanji guided the cave heaven in swift retreat, a furious roar erupted as the white dragon, who had been bombarding the turtle with spiritual treasures, was sent flying by a single swipe of the Xian turtle's flipper. The space shattered over thousands of miles. and countless gusts of wind tore through the sky. The white dragon fared poorly, its armor and scales shattered, and its spine visibly dislocated. Though add insult to injury, it was propelled directly toward the cloud-topping cave heaven. Could one be caught in the crossfire from such a distance? The Deluo Golden Immortal's avatar materialized instantaneously behind the white dragon, hands tracing circular motions. The essence of his Tao empowered the avatar, and the avatar's Deluo magic divided into two, manifesting a colossal Taiji diagram. This Taiji diagram caught the immense white dragon, the divine image concaving backward, transmitting an overwhelming force that forced the Deluo avatar to retreat several thousand miles. The Taiji diagram spun rapidly, dissipating the terrifying force upon the white dragon. Cough, cough, cough. The white dragon, aided by Xuanji, mitigated the majority of the overwhelming force unleashed by the Xian turtle, yet a fraction remained, leaving him considerably wounded. Before he could express his gratitude, he spat forth several mouthfuls of essence blood. Then he beheld Xuanji's right hand extend, collecting every drop of his fallen blood into a small jade vial. Noticing the peculiar gaze directed at him, Xuanji, the avatar, chuckled. No need for thanks. The white dragon was left speechless. I am Xuanji, a friend of the Azure Dragon Song. Consider this dragon blood a small token of assistance. To let it fall to the earth would be a waste. The innate dragon's blood is infinitely more precious than that of the yellow dragon. The white dragon, momentarily lost in thought, cast a wry smile towards Xuanji before hastily stuffing a portion of spiritual herbs into his mouth. As Xuanji conversed with the white dragon, Qishao and Xuanji collaborated to discreetly maneuver the cave world into a rapid retreat. Sensing the eagerness of the Qian Kuan ruler, Xuanji's thoughts crystallized. Dear friends, the expanse of the North Sea is vast. Even the reluctant elder of the Black Turtle cannot provide even a modest resting place. In my humble opinion, since we find ourselves at an impasse, why not each take a step back, transforming hostility into harmony? I implore you to reconsider your actions. Let us leave behind a word, forging a bond of goodwill. With that, his avatar swiftly took to the clouds. Vanishing into the mist, the white dragon, coiled in midair, narrowed his eyes, contemplating Xuanji's words. The majority of the North Sea had already been subdued, leaving only this small faction of resistance, barely holding on. Were it not for the presence of Xuanwu, the spiritual turtle, they would have no desire to clash with this seemingly innocuous ancient being. Though their realm surpassed that of the turtle, its magic was undeniably formidable. After battling for over a millennium, further conflict would yield nothing but futility and attrition. Moreover, prolonged engagement would lead to suspicions from the ancestral dragon regarding their capabilities. Should a change in command occur, the early victories they had secured would be at risk of being usurped. And the Dragon Palace was not devoid of dragons coveting the position of North Sea Dragon King. Brother, Xuanji has shown kindness to us. Let us extend him the courtesy of peace negotiations. Chapter 51. Auspicious fortune. Xuanji's presence provided the dragon race with a graceful exit. Had it not been for his intervention, the two sides, having already drawn blood, would have found it exceedingly difficult to convince one another to cease hostilities without significant casualties. Even the merciful turtle, often a paragon of patience, would harbor resentment if continuously belabored. With the white dragon's entreaty, the golden dragon, who had long wished to halt the conflict, immediately commanded a withdrawal. Observing this, the black dragon also chose to retreat. The surviving elite of the dragon race hastily distanced themselves from the North Sea's spiritual turtle, many displaying expressions of relief. The turtle's party, originally in a defensive posture, did not pursue further attacks upon witnessing the abrupt retreat of the dragon race. Instead, they pondered how to conclude the affair. The leaders were acutely aware of the fragile equilibrium that existed. Reliant solely on the first-generation dragons like the ancestral and candle dragons refraining from intervening. Should they become serious, the turtle's realm alone could not protect them. It was time to concede and negotiate for peace. Survival necessitated such measures. After years of relentless warfare, a temporary truce was established. The golden dragon, the most powerful among them, engaged in discussions with Xuanwu and the turtle chief for several months, with both parties lamenting their predicaments. Ultimately agreeing to cease hostilities, the North Sea's spiritual turtle proved too resilient to conquer. At this juncture, Xuanji, Qishao, and Baichi had already sensed the disturbances in the western cloud realm and were advancing towards the northern expanse of the North Sea. Perceiving numerous unusual threads of causality linking to himself, Xuanji refrained from hastily severing them. Instead, he calculated their significance. A group of water beings, once on the brink of death, had found a path to survival through his words, fostering profound gratitude and a desire to repay their debts. Intrigued by the intricacies of the causal path, he sought to trace its origins, only to sense that it might lead to a formidable being, causing him to halt. The causal threads of the dragon race, particularly those of its most potent members, were not to be trifled with. Xuanji could only speculate about the source of the millions of fragile causal threads based on his observations. Could it be that among the ancestral dragon or the candle dragon, one had intended to take action, seeking to intimidate others, only to be thwarted by his intervention? With their might, they could undoubtedly dismantle the great formation and annihilate the water beings dwelling upon the spiritual turtle's back. However, the white dragon had been persuaded by Xuanji to halt the senseless conflict, rendering their plans to act untenable, thus granting these beings a chance at life. With a gentle stroke of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the void sword, empowered by the path of causality, the sword energy sliced through the void, severing the imperceptible threads of causality. Only one thread remained, remarkably resilient. How curious it is to encounter such benevolent souls in the primordial realm. Xuanji murmured. He continued his journey, but upon his return, he would undoubtedly seek to resolve the matter with the spiritual turtle, in the primordial world. Both owing and establishing causality were matters best settled promptly. Otherwise, one risked becoming ensnared in unforeseen calamities, meeting an inexplicably tragic end. The North Sea was not significantly smaller than the northern continent of the primordial realm, but as one approached the extreme north, vitality dwindled. Icebergs loomed everywhere, and the extreme cold, combined with a lack of sunlight, rendered the marine life exceedingly scarce. According to the map, only the coastal areas near the continent were conducive to the proliferation and cultivation of life. Where numerous water currents flowed from the eastern and western seas, traversing the North Sea, bringing with them warm currents and rich spiritual energy, serving as lifelines for many schools of fish. Moreover, the shallow seas and numerous islands, accompanied by scant sunlight, allowed for the birth of various underwater flora. Yet in this lifeless wasteland, Xuanji spotted a colossal fish. In the furthest north lies the abyssal sea, with the heavenly pond, where a fish dwells. Vast as thousands of miles and long as a measured it is called Kunlun. There is also a bird, named Peng, with wings that drape like clouds, its body immense. This great fish, in a foul mood, leapt high from the ocean, shattering an iceberg that had existed for millions of years. It then resurfaced, opening its gaping maw, as countless shards of ice were drawn in by an overwhelming force. Swirling into its mouth, after a few crunches, it devoured them all. Xuanji observed several pieces of ice jade being consumed by the Kunlun and felt a pang of regret at the waste. The ice jade, formed from the fusion of innate energy and ice over eons, was of little use to him but held tremendous benefits for postnatal beings, stabilizing their hearts, suppressing emotions, and quelling heart demons and distractions. Having shattered several icebergs and consumed a vast quantity of shards, the Kunlun's wrath began to subside, lazily floating on the water's surface as it prepared to slumber. Xuanji withdrew his gaze, contemplating whether he should descend and strike with a sword to collect some ice jade. Even if he had no use for it himself, it would serve well as a permanent ice storage in the kitchen, potentially replacing the shimming formation and conserving some spiritual energy. Qishao remained in seclusion. While within the Kunlun temple, there was a poor creature, Qiongqi, who fancied itself a cat. Baichi lay at its feet, inhaling the rich spiritual energy that filled the hall, its gaze fixed on the 3 fortune-laden golden lotuses in the divine water pool. Naturally, it dared not consume the fortune lotuses, not even to touch them. This was a lesson learned from childhood, when Qishao had scolded it. Instead, it envied the fortune lotuses for their daily access to the divine water. It, however, could only indulge in premium innate spiritual fruit juices. It had been 3,333 days since its master had last cooked, and without the mistress in the kitchen, it could scarcely sip a meaty broth. Subsisting solely on spiritual fruits and juices. Heavens, I am a cat. a large cat that craves meat. How splendid it would be to be a golden flower, Baichi lamented, casting envious glances at the golden lotuses. Since its master had entered seclusion, it had become the third most powerful figure in the Cloud Summit's cave world. The elder had told it that as a celestial cat, it must shoulder the responsibility of guarding the cave. It felt it was necessary, so it nodded in agreement. Thus, it took on multiple roles as a gardener, fruit farmer, apothecary, and blacksmith, the immense pressure compelling it to strive forward with tears in its eyes. After all, the elder had promised to find it a suitable mate, perhaps a Sanqing bird or a jade rabbit. For the sake of social standing, it was crucial to enhance itself in every way. Do not linger, little Bai. Your fortune is sufficient to go below and find some jade for me. Xuanji nonchalantly kicked at Baichi beneath him, compelling Baichi to take on yet another role, that of nature's porter. Before long, he returned from the North Sea, bearing several massive chunks of hundreds of thousands of years' worth of glacial jade. Fortune favored him immensely. Upon his descent, an iceberg unexpectedly cracked open, revealing a plethora of innate cold jade. Requiring no exertion of his powers, such occurrences had become second nature to him. The capricious flow of primordial fortune dictated that acquiring such luck depended on various factors. For instance, Xuanji's treasure basin continuously absorbed unclaimed fortune. When Qishao successfully transformed and attained the status of a Tai Golden Immortal, he garnered a portion of the heavenly fortune, leading to the blossoming of the first fortune lotus. As Qishao acquired the Western Cloud Realm's plain flag and successfully refined it. The second fortune lotus quietly sprouted, with the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus discovered and refined, and after imparting teachings amidst the great whirlpool of the Blood Sea, they harvested a share of the underworld's fortune, prompting the second fortune lotus to bloom. Both individuals advanced to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortals, repairing the primary meridians of the northern wilderness and directly obtaining the unclaimed fortune of the northern lands, resulting in the third fortune lotus flourishing in tandem. The most conspicuous trait of the three blossoming fortune lotuses was the tripling of spiritual insight within the Cloud Summit Cave. The creative energies within the Grand Hall surged, and the innate aura increased correspondingly, with the three-light divine water pool expanding outward by over a yard, reaching a radius of 9 yards. Though the fortune of the Cloud Summit Cave could not rival that of the three clans, the share attributed to Xuanji and Qishao was indeed considerable. The combined fortune of the two had far surpassed that of the 6 great Luo Golden Immortals, including the Golden Dragon and Black Dragon. Enhanced by this great fortune, their comprehension of the Tao became increasingly effortless. Encountering numerous challenges, they would inadvertently cultivate spiritual herbs, survey the mountains and seas, and refine spiritual treasures, leading to moments of enlightenment. Qishao, observing the frigid winds above the North Sea, was struck by an inexplicable inspiration. This was quite extraordinary. Chapter 52. The gratitude offering of the North Sea Xian Turtle. Ever since their encounter with the North Sea Xian Turtle, the Qiankuan ruler had become exceptionally lively. After contemplation, Xuanji resolved to seek a transaction with the North Sea Xian Turtle, for the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag was indeed a rare find. The two turned back, following the spiritual resonance of the Qiankuan ruler, arriving at a cluster of volcanic islands in the North Sea, just in time to meet with a party of the North Sea Xian Turtle. This particular region was one of the few volcanic areas amidst the North Sea's glaciers. The magma surging from the depths of the primordial earth had formed islands spanning thousands of miles, varying in size and scattered like stars. The subterranean volcanoes provided not only fertile soil but also rich fire spirits, earth spirits, and metal spirits, alongside the blazing fire spirits mixed with innate fire essence. Neutralizing the extreme cold of the North Sea, coupled with the volcanic veins, the oceanic water spirits, and the wood spirits brought forth by the island's spiritual flora, a complete 5-element, 5-chi region emerged. The North Sea Xian Turtle lay at the heart of this volcanic cluster, its shell regaining a suitable environment and beginning to restore vitality, no longer reliant on the Xuanwu clan's yin-yang divine powers to maintain the equilibrium of the 5 energies. The younger Xuanji had previously encountered the venerable Xian Turtle, and before this ancient being, who had lived countless years, he felt reluctant to be presumptuous. Qishao, his avatar, perched upon the back of Qiongqi, playfully exclaimed, "Grandfather, dawn has arrived. Awaken and rejoice." The peculiar roar of Qiongqi reverberated through the heavens and earth. This creature had completely abandoned the dignity of a fierce beast, reducing itself to Qi Xiao's playful companion. The Xian turtle, still somewhat drowsy, had eyelids that fluttered incessantly. It seemed that after successive battles and the exhausting journey from the hospitable fringes of the North Sea to this location, it was utterly fatigued. Xuanji and Qi Xiao did not shatter its slumber. However, Baiqi's bellow proved remarkably effective in rousing its spirits. The Xian turtle, with its two large, dark brown eyes, scrutinized Xuanji closely. Seated in the main position within the Kunlun Divine Hall, Xuanji sensed the creature's gaze probing his essence, but fortunately, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the treasure basin, concealed him from the old turtle's scrutiny, alleviating his concerns. Xuanji felt as though he stood before a celestial mirror. His own insignificance akin to that of an ant. What a paragon of virtue you are! In my long existence, I have never encountered a Taoist with such profound merit as yours. A deep male voice resonated softly in Xuanji's ear. Given the Xian turtle's vocal capacity, if it were to speak, the sound would undoubtedly be more terrifying than thunder itself, likely overwhelming the beings within a radius of several hundred miles. Curious, Xuanji inquired. Senior, why do you not transform? The Xian turtle yawned, still lethargic. I embody the essence of the 3,000 great paths, capable of manifesting a world. Yet my Taoist resonance is too weighty. To transform, I must reach a higher realm. Xuanji and Qi Xiao were momentarily taken aback before quickly grasping the meaning. In essence, this ancient turtle's foundation was akin to that of a supreme innate spiritual root, exceedingly profound. Its innate Taoist essence was even thicker than that of a supreme innate spiritual root, thereby making transformation increasingly arduous. Had the old turtle diligently cultivated and actively sought enlightenment, it might indeed have been possible for it to transform into an innate Tao body. Yet this being, residing in the North Sea, frequently succumbed to slumber. Such a languid turtle could achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal simply through its rest, leaving countless innate beings and divine entities in despair. Transformation or not, it matters little, the old turtle remarked nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. It's quite satisfactory. Xuanji and Qi Xiao exchanged glances, hesitating to voice their thoughts for fear of retribution. Senior, we have come to resolve the karmic ties between us. My proposal to mediate the conflict between the Dragon Clan and yourselves stems from your prolonged hostilities, now tempered by mutual desire for peace. Should you feel indebted, a simple offering of materials would suffice. To obtain, one must first give. Seizing upon the old turtle's propensity for slumber, Xuanji hastily articulated his intentions. Addressing you as senior, with such courtesy, I trust you would not be so petty. Xuanji's reasoning was not misplaced. His casual suggestion inadvertently put the old turtle in a predicament. Several golden immortals upon the turtle's back, including Tai golden immortals, had already arrived. Upon seeing Xuanji and Qi Xiao, they hovered in midair, respectfully bowing to the two. Xuanji and Qi Xiao reciprocated the courtesy. The North Sea Xian turtle, overwhelmed by fatigue, felt its eyelids grow increasingly heavy, its head resting heavily upon the water's surface, appearing utterly drained. 12 Azure, crystalline pearls and 3 massive turtle shells soared toward Xuanji from the turtle's back. Had Xuanji not caught them in time, they would have plummeted into the ocean. These 3 turtle shells are remnants of my molting every Yuan meeting. Although the innate spiritual essence and postnatal spiritual energy are mixed, they can still be refined into 3 commendable upper-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. The 12 calming pearls were gathered while I drifted in the North Sea during my slumber. They are not particularly advanced, merely inferior innate treasures, so I present them to you. As Xuanji gazed at the 12 spiritual pearls playfully spinning in his palm, after losing the Xian turtle's original imprint, a profound realization blossomed within him. Had he chosen to remain indifferent and merely observe after rescuing the white dragon, the 12 calming pearls, which constituted the foundation of the turtle shell water formation, would have been utterly shattered along with the divine water world by the ancestor dragon. Consequently, the 36 calming pearls would have forever dwindled to just 24. The prospect of acquiring supreme innate treasures would have been utterly diminished, and the 36 heavens would remain an unattainable dream. Thank you, Senior. Thus, This karmic thread is resolved. Excellent. The North Sea Shin turtle released a burden from its heart, unable to withstand the drowsiness any longer, promptly succumbing to deep slumber. Its immense innate body resembled an island. Quietly nestled amidst the volcanic archipelago, Xuanji stored the spiritual treasures and turtle shells within his storage ring. Xuanji, my friend, I have arranged a banquet for you. Please stay, urged the current leader of the Xuanwu clan. Qi Xiao glanced at Xuanji, her fondness for lively feasts evident. Upon hearing this, Baiqi's tail began to wag eagerly. Feasts, after all, were a delight for him, especially those where free meat was served. After partaking in an open-air banquet, at the suggestion of several Tai golden immortals from the North Sea Xuanwu, both parties engaged in a popular traditional discussion on the Tao of the primordial realm. Although the Xuanwu clan was primarily a water clan and closely related to the Xian turtle, their innate yin-yang essence led them down the path of yin-yang Tao. However, due to the harsh conditions of the North Sea and the abundance of formidable beasts, most Xuanwu focused on the yin-yang conflict, emphasizing the principles of celestial combat. In later times, the mount of the North Polar true martial emperor was a Xuanwu, rather than a dragon, Kuanpeng, or Xian turtle. The Xuanwu's martial prowess was a significant factor in this choice. Born of the human race, the true martial emperor aspired from a young age to vanquish demons and monsters. Upon achieving immortality, he did not rest on his laurels, but instead continued to strive, leading celestial soldiers to purge the demonic horde. Gradually, he ascended from a celestial general to the revered North Polar true martial Xintian emperor, surpassing the once idling grand marshal of the heavenly pavilion, the foremost among the 4 sacred beings of the North Pole. His status ranked just below the 4 sovereigns and 5 elders, placing him in a position of great influence. Now, by fostering amicable relations with the Xuanwu clan, he might one day converse with the human sword immortals regarding the path of sword cultivation. When it came to swordsmanship, the most formidable swordsmen of the primordial realm were none other than the supreme clear Tongtian, followed closely by the North Polar true martial. However, at that time, should he still be present, he would likely have attained at least the status of a great emperor. The potential for greatness indeed. Xuanji secretly chuckled to himself. Chapter 53, 3000 Turtle Shell Patterns, a Grand World. In this discussion of Tao, Xuanji gained considerable advantage. This was due to the fact that the leader of the Xuanwu clan attended while injured. He was a Deluo golden immortal, having mastered the profound yin-yang divine light. Had he not been besieged by 6 Deluo golden immortals, armed with high-grade innate spiritual treasures of a lethal nature, he would not have sustained such severe injuries. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, with a little effort, he could secure a win. Against 3 opponents, he would not be defeated. Regrettably, there were 6.6 young and impetuous second-generation dragons, who, at the slightest disagreement, chose to besiege an elderly Xuanwu. How utterly devoid of martial virtue. As the foremost innate Xuanwu of heaven and earth, the clan leader possessed profound insights into the principles of yin and yang, knowledge that Xuanji could not hope to attain through mere comprehension. Others in this regard were not significantly less gifted than he. Had the Xuanwu leader not been bound to protect his clan and descendants in the Northern Sea, he would have seized the opportunity to participate in the great calamity of fierce beasts, thereby sharing in the merits and fortune of the Tao. Moreover, the Northern Sea was barren, far inferior to the Eastern Sea, Southern Wilderness, or the West, and its strength was not necessarily less than that of the ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, or primordial cheilants. Alas, he was born in the Northern Sea, lacking the innate advantages. This discussion of Tao lasted a considerable time, not only due to the presence of Deluo golden immortals, but also because other aquatic clans' Tai golden immortals were in attendance. The Xuanwu clan's Yin-Yang Tao, the Lingue clan's Celestial Calculations, the Giant Kuan clan's Path of Strength, and the Haibei clan's Path of the Moon, among others, all featured diverse paths that could be mutually referenced and learned from. For Xuanji, their teachings were all beneficial, but the most advantageous was undoubtedly the Yin-Yang Tao of the Xuanwu clan. After the discussion concluded, Xuanji received a plethora of gifts presented by the leaders of the various clans, Tai golden immortals, and golden immortals alike. From turtle shells, seashells, and pearls to snake skins and scales, all were specialties of the aquatic clans. with the most abundant being various high-grade and medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasures in the form of pearls. This left Xuanji both amused and perplexed. The crafting of pearls was a unique talent of the Haibei clan. According to the enchanting and captivating female golden immortal clan leader of the Haibei, they gathered moonlight and absorbed spiritual energy, using a mere trace of innate spiritual stone as a source. Through countless refinements over hundreds of years, they could produce a pearl capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation. These pearls could either be absorbed to elevate one's magical prowess or be stored for use in battle. Xuanji gazed at them a moment longer, only to receive a cold snort from Qi Xiao. He felt somewhat wronged. His curiosity was solely directed at that magnificent 10,000-year magical pearl, not at the towering mountains concealed beneath the other's celestial garments. Baiqi, who also admired the pearl, immediately straightened his posture. What was so remarkable about merely a pearl, with a beautiful, generous, adorable, and gentle heroine in sight? Would he ever have to worry about lacking superior spiritual essence in the future? Apologies, Xuanji, this pearl is a relic left to me by my mother. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to gift it to you, the Haibei clan leader said, understanding Xuanji's gaze. Naturally, Xuanji harbored no curiosity about how the other's mother had perished. The Northern Sea was never peaceful. The Xuanwu clan had witnessed countless martial conflicts, and the other aquatic clans were no exception. As a token of gratitude, Xuanji reciprocated with equivalent treasures: high-grade postnatal spiritual fruit seeds, the miraculous Sanguang divine water capable of nurturing the seeds, and essential innate materials like red copper and fine iron. Though the quantities were modest, the quality was assured. In truth, there were many postnatal spiritual fruit seeds. He only needed to ensure Baiqi did not consume them all. But the Sanguang divine water was exceedingly precious. One should not flaunt wealth. More valuable innate spiritual roots were utterly out of the question. Wealth should not test human hearts. It was not uncommon in the primordial world for benefactors to meet untimely ends. With a certain cloud being the most tragic epitome of this, the aquatic clans were elated. They had been driven from their ancestral lands and fled to the northern sea Xuanwu, losing vast amounts of resources, including various spiritual fruit trees. Although they were postnatal roots, they were far better than having nothing at all, not to mention the red copper and fine iron, which would allow them to forge a batch of postnatal spiritual treasures for protection and to cultivate islands. After lingering for 3,000 years, Xuanji discreetly engaged in trade with the Haibei clan for their external alchemical methods. The pearl refining method of the Haibei clan could be considered a variant of alchemy. The stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. In truth, refining pearls was essentially an external alchemical method, greatly aiding the enhancement of alchemical skills. His interest was not merely due to the pleasant discourse with the captivating and mature female clan leader. Qi Xiao was present as well. Upon returning to the Yunding Cave Heaven, Xuanji and his cat organized their recent acquisitions. Xuanji began secluding himself, refining 12 Dinghai pearls and seeking methods to use them to open a small 1,000 worlds. Unfortunately, the northern sea Xuanwu was too exhausted. Otherwise, he could have consulted it about the relevant methods. Had it not been for their presence, this venture would have resulted in a loss. Qi Xiao sorted the materials into several piles: turtle shells, scales, skins, etc., while the pearls ready for immediate use were placed into a jade vial, soaking in the Sanguang divine water. Among the numerous materials, the 3 turtle shells gifted by the northern sea Xuanwu were the most precious. Turtles must shed their shells, a necessary process for their growth until they could transform into innate Dao bodies. Each shell contained a portion of the spirit turtle's essence, blood, and magical power. The northern sea Xuanwu shells were extraordinarily resilient, formed from the essence, blood, and magical power of a Xuanwu's Yuan Hui, making them postnatal supreme materials. Even a Deluo golden immortal wielding high-grade innate spiritual treasures with all their might not cleave through them. According to the Xuanwu clan leader's account, the ancestor used to shed shells in his youth. Once he came into existence, the shell was refined along with his body, growing together, thus no longer requiring periodic shedding. Consequently, these 3 shells from the spirit turtle of the northern sea were undoubtedly among the top-tier postnatal materials in the primordial world. Particularly, the first shell shed by the Xuanwu radiated a magnificent and vast innate spiritual essence akin to the ocean. Its surface divided into 3,000 segments, each bearing distinct Tao divine patterns. They resembled square characters. yin, yang, metal, earth, wood, water, fire, wind, thunder, cloud, rain, mist, creation, prohibition. Qi Xiao's divine sense perceived the resonances of the divine patterns and quickly recognized the heavenly laws represented by these simplified symbols on the shells. 3,000 characters, 3,000 foundational Tao patterns. If the Kunpeng or Zhangjia were to behold them, they would need not create their own script but could simply copy these. It was no wonder that a formation could be established using the turtle shells as the eye and the 12 Dinghai pearls as the foundation, evolving into a vast world of divine water. Unbeknownst to Qi Xiao, the Northern Sea Xuanwu encountered the Kunpeng, who was similarly oppressed by the Dragon clan along the way. The Kunpeng, seeking camaraderie, was scorned and driven away by the giant Kun clan. For he had initially chosen to be among the traitors of the Dragon clan, but soon discovered that joining them brought neither the grand Tao methods nor innate spiritual treasures he sought, only hard labor and battles. Thus, seizing an opportunity when the Dragon clan was unprepared, he transformed into a great Peng, spreading his wings to cover a distance of 100,000 miles. Had it not been for the giant Kun clan and the Xuanwu clan, the Northern Sea Xuanwu, whose descendants perished and millions of lives were lost, would have easily formed a friendship with the similarly oppressed Kunpeng due to their shared plight. Given the Xuanwu's nature, it would be only natural for him to offer his modest, seemingly useless spiritual items to the Kunpeng. The great tides of the primordial world remained unchanged, yet the minor currents were significantly altered by Xuanji. However, the parties involved, including the Kunpeng, remained oblivious to this fact. Xuanji had a vague sense of this, but the allure of the 12 Dinghai pearls captivated most of his attention, preventing him from placing too much emphasis on it. When he finally refined the Dinghai pearls and emerged, obtaining the turtle shell, he discerned the underlying connections through the Tao of causality. The Yao Master Palace was no more, Xuanji chuckled to himself. Realizing he had inadvertently intercepted the lair of a significant catch, in no matter, the Yao court was affluent and powerful. They could undoubtedly assist the Kunpeng in constructing an even grander Yao Master Palace, albeit without the impenetrable resilience of the Xuanwu divine armor. He now understood why the Xuanwu had gifted him 3 turtle shells. Perhaps he was aware of Xuanji's intentions, and the foundation of the divine water formation lay in the turtle shells and Dinghai pearls. After all, Xuanji had explicitly requested some divine water. With this turtle shell in hand and his own mastery of life and death, it took him merely a few hundred years to uncover the method to open a small 1,000 worlds. Chapter 54, The Path to Enlightenment. Xiao Bai, come, read with me, Yin, shadow, bang, meow. With a sharp cry, a beastly shadow darted past. Qi Xiao retracted her fist and waved to Baiqi, who was over 1,000 meters away. Xiao Bai, come back, continue. Baiqi was tough and resilient, quite impervious to blows. However, Qi Xiao's methods were naturally not so feeble. She was capable of unleashing electric shocks. The essence of Su New Jersey cannot withstand the pressure, let alone BIQ. With a smile, Su New Jersey emerged from the training chamber, observing H11O as he patiently and meticulously instructed BIQ in the comprehension of innate Tao patterns, awakening the little one's spiritual intelligence. As the guardian cat of YND Ing Diang Tian, lacking a high degree of education, it is imperative to acquire knowledge to avoid being easily deceived. Should he encounter GNGBO? A mere utterance of fellow Taoist, please stay, could lead to his manipulation. Where else could he find such an innocent little cat? Furthermore, learning the simplified version of the 3,000 great Tao patterns would lay a solid foundation for the great Tao. Any Deluo Jin Xian, upon achieving Deluo through a particular path, must inevitably explore other avenues to enrich their primary Daoed. No singular path exists in isolation. Rather, they are interconnected and mutually supportive. For instance, CH11O's wind and thunder can be divided into yin, yang, and the 5 elements. However, CH11O is not delving into other paths. Instead, he is consolidating other principles related to the wind and thunder Tao. Achieving the transformation from point to line, and from line to plane, if H11O wishes to attain the status of a Hunyuan Deluo Jin Xian, he must thoroughly comprehend certain laws among the 3,000 great Tao that are linked to wind and thunder, as well as divine bands. Similarly, BIQ must learn the foundational patterns of the 3,000 great Tao to achieve the status of a Hunyuan Jin Xian. Ignoring the pleading gaze of the little one, Su New Jersey took his seat at the main throne of the temple and assumed control of the cave realm. It was time to seek the northern Suin water controlling flag. To the far north of the Northern Sea, south of the volcanic archipelago, upon a glacier thousands of miles high and spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, Su New Jersey sat atop a crimson lotus. With its 11-0 riding BIQ.IT should be just below here. 11-0 held the Western Cloud Realm Plain flag, and after a moment of sensing, he spoke with conviction. Su New Jersey pointed towards the glacier below. A beam of 9-colored divine light pierced through the iceberg, reaching beneath the water. The opening resembled a large circle, wide enough for several BIQ to enter and exit. Such vertical openings were plentiful among the nearby massive icebergs. The 3,000 Tao patterns spread from the red lotus, extending outward and then converging upward, forming an independent space resembling a circular dome. The three beings resided within the space, descending through the ice tunnel. As before, they emerged empty-handed. Su New Jersey gazed thoughtfully at the omnipresent volcanic hot springs beneath the SEA. 11-0-2. Sensed the issue and suspected he had been misled by the spiritual essence within the hot spring water. Only BIQ remained oblivious, drooling over the fish swimming in the hot spring. This large shrimp is suitable for frying. This crab is perfect for braising, and this big fish is ideal for steaming. The underground dark spring, heated by volcanic magma, surged forth with volcanic spiritual essence, soil, and stones from countless spring mouths. The largest dark spring had a diameter of merely a yard. A crab the size of a calf clung to the spring mouth. Indulging in a feast, BIQ looked at the giant crab with a sympathetic gaze. How pitiful it is, a majestic 8-foot beast reduced to such a fate of scavenging for water. This is the consequence of not having clung to a powerful ally. It is simply that the Master's expectations are a tad too high. Why should a cat bother to study? Let us go explore underground. The two disregarded the gaze of the third powerful figure of Yingdiangtian. Employing the size manipulation divine art to shrink the space to dust, thus diving into the hot spring. They retrieved the Western Cloud Realm Plain flag. Ich 11-0 did not understand the reason behind it but refrained from inquiring. As the Western Cloud Realm Plain flag detached from the primordial spirit and appeared behind her, the dark spring waterway was illuminated by the flag's boundless radiance. The light was gentle, not blinding, yet extraordinarily unique, capable of penetrating bubbles and spring water. A wondrous spectacle unfolded, illuminating the world, causing all evils to retreat, impervious to myriad laws, a hallmark of this exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Su New Jersey was utilizing precisely this remarkable effect of universal illumination. Following the current of the hot spring, they swam upstream along the main waterway for 60,000 miles until they entered a massive water eye. Endless seawater gushed forth from the water eye. Flowing in all directions, the myriad water-based spiritual energies led one to wonder if they had stumbled into a realm of water. Sensing the spiritual call of the map of mountains and rivers, Su New Jersey delved deep into the water eye, extracting a trace of its essence. Not enough. This was merely a convergence of water veins from the northern CS water eye. Su New Jersey commenced his journey through the water eye. After searching for over 3,000 years and gathering more than 20 sources of water essence, he finally encountered the Suin water controlling flag deep within the northern sea's water eye. The reason for such 11-OS earlier misinterpretation was precisely due to the innate water spirit of the Suin water controlling flag carried by the spiritual water of the sea eye, appearing in various water eyes and misleading her. However, acquiring it would not be an easy task. Deep within the sea eye lay an abundance of Sunim in heavy water, the three light divine water. Sunim in heavy water, blood sea polluted water, heavenly river weak water, yellow spring water, lunar true water, and pure water, among others, are some of the rarest spiritual materials in existence, each with distinct properties. Among them, Sunim in heavy water is said to weigh 100,000 June per drop and carries a chilling essence that freezes all life. This substance stands in stark contrast to the three light divine water, which saves lives. It is a lethal weapon of mass destruction. Of course, if mastered properly, it can also be used for sealing, whether in terms of weight or the Sunim in cold essence. It is an unparalleled tool for suppressing powerful beings. Before Su New Jersey, The northern Suin water-controlling flag was surrounded by this divine water of heaven and earth. This was far more formidable than any innate great formation. Even with the protection of the Western Cloud Realm Plain flag, the two were reluctant to venture deeper. Exchanging glances, they realized they had no choice but to diligently refine the heavy water. Jelevino glanced at BIQ, and with a smile, said, "Little BI, come with me to study and read." "How arduous it is," BIQ hung his head, surveying his surroundings, longing to escape class. Yet here in the CI, where could he possibly flee? A bleak future awaited his cat life. Within the unique space of the northern CI, where the edges were invisible, an independent realm floated atop the heavy water. Emanating sounds of instruction and cries of despair, boundless white light illuminated this lifeless world. Su New Jersey utilized the Dinghai Pearl to collect and refine the Suin in heavy water, thereby enhancing the pearl's offensive capabilities. He possessed no other suitable treasures to contain the Suin in heavy water. The superior innate treasure, the Four Seas bottle, was the most fitting. Regrettably, this treasure remained unfound and would likely end up in the hands of Enhua in the future. However, storing it within the Dinghai Pearl was not a poor alternative. The only concern was that the northern Suin water-controlling flag seemed to be intended for suppressing the CI. The Suin in heavy water of the CI was a byproduct of the flag's endless suppression of the seawater over time. Once the flag was refined and removed, the boundless seawater would surge forth from the CI, stirring the northern CS waterways and unleashing endless waves, incurring considerable karma. While here, he could still utilize the powers of a Tai Jin Xian to maintain suppression. However, to depart, he would need to present a significant treasure as a substitute for himself. Chapter 55. Opening up the semi-small thousand-world, Su New Jersey scanned his surroundings and ultimately fixed his gaze upon the third northern sea Xian turtle shell. The first item was the textbook of the innate 3,000 Great Tao patterns, which would serve as the best introductory material for accepting disciples and passing on teachings in the future. Aiding in establishing a foundation for the Great Tao, should fate allow. The second turtle shell, while not as primal as the first, surpassed the third in quality, being an exquisite piece among postnatal materials. The third item, while still commendable, paled in comparison to the previous two. However, as it was derived from the essence of the northern sea Xian turtle, it still contained the laws of the 3,000 Great Tao and could be arranged into a divine water grand world. He planned to use the Qingkuan ruler to refine the third turtle shell, combining it with various materials he had gathered to forge the first exceptional postnatal treasure. Its primary purpose would be singular: to carve out a small thousand world, suppressing the northern CI and containing the boundless waters of the northern underworld sea. When suitable treasures become available in the future, he could retrieve the turtle shell. At that time, a round of upgrades could transform it into a divine water grand formation akin to the northern sea Xian turtle, integrating formation diagrams, focal points, and foundational bases into one. When deployed, it would manifest a boundless realm of Suin in cold water, capable of defending against formidable foes, serving as a protective treasure for the Tao. It could also function as a heaven-toppling seal, wielding the power of the realm and the boundless Suin in seawater to strike down adversaries with a single blow. If opponents do not enter the grand formation, they can still hide within the turtle shell, cultivating with the boundless northern sea spiritual essence accumulated within the shell, sufficient for several millennia of training. When the future water general assumes office and SHNGNGBO takes command here, retrieving the turtle shell would be equally feasible. BO. It is not my curse upon you, Su New Jersey mused inwardly. I actually admire your revolutionary spirit against feudalism, oppression, and the heavenly order. However, I believe, given your talent for attracting enmity, it is far safer for you to remain hidden here. The position of the water dividing general, a leisurely role with a monthly stipend, does not require the constant commotion of the Star Lords, Thunder Gods, or Divine Generals. It merely necessitates a steadfast presence at the eye of the sea for cultivation, allowing one to accrue merits and fortuitous energy, which is indeed a favorable circumstance. After all, one can also forge avatars to wander freely. Should Yuqing Yuanshi become truly incensed, a figure loathed and detested, akin to a celestial broom star, would be more suited to Shan Gongbao. The original essence of Xuanji is connected to the avatar residing in the Yunding cave. utilizing the unique link between the primordial spirit and the avatar to manifest the path of spatial transcendence. From an endless distance, it retrieves materials such as tortoise shells stored within the cave's repository. This spatial teleportation technique was serendipitously comprehended during a prior encounter at Mount Buzhou. Without hesitation, Xuanji set to work, integrating the innate flawed divine patterns of the first tortoise shell with his own principles of life and death. Alongside the Qiankuan ruler and drawing upon the divine waters of the North Sea's Xiangui as a reference, Xuanji refined the tortoise shell, augmenting it with various yin-yang and five elements spiritual materials to enhance its divine patterns. The path of creation manifested, absorbing boundless spiritual energy, transforming the ethereal into the tangible, harmonizing the five elements into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The yin-yang path intertwined, devouring the frigid waters of the North Abyss, transforming into yin-yang fish that hovered above Xuanji, radiating immeasurable divine light that illuminated the ground beneath. The 3,000 divine texts of laws descended from above, linking with Xuanji's own principles, forming the cornerstone of this embryonic microcosm. After enduring 30,000 years, an embryonic microcosm was cultivated within the tortoise shell. Although several missteps were made along the way, wasting materials, such initial errors are forgivable. Ultimately, success was achieved. The microcosm, housed within the North Sea tortoise shell, was expanded by Xuanji through the path of space. The original 3,000 divine laws inscribed upon the tortoise shell were extended, supplemented, and interwoven into a web of laws that enveloped the shell. Capable of containing boundless seawater, the 9 heaven soil absorbed immeasurable water vapor, transforming into a massive island at the center of this small world. The 9 heaven soil possesses a unique trait. It can consume all postnatal spiritual energy and convert it into earth element spiritual energy, allowing for limitless growth. Given enough time, this island will continue to expand. At the heart of the island, a low-grade innate silver ginkgo tree flourished, utilizing the principle of life and death to absorb earth and water energies, releasing wood energy and vitality to nourish the island's flora. Above the ginkgo tree, a taiji diagram, crafted from medium-grade postnatal xuanwu armor and red snake skin, rotated gently, emanating a crimson glow. The radius of the taiji diagram exceeded 10,000 miles. Suspended at the apex of this small world, it absorbed the chilling energy that enveloped the island, transforming it into postnatal sunlight through the principle of yin-yang generation. The warmth descended upon the island, nourishing the vegetation below. After rotating 1,440 times, it would reverse its rotation, emitting a silver light that converted the cold waters of the North Abyss into postnatal yin energy. In the southern part of the island, a small volcano, part of the Earth fire formation within the 5 elements array, continuously exuded intense heat to dispel the chilling energies of the North Abyss. Additionally, 9 innate red copper water buffalo, inscribed with divine prohibitions, stood guard at the center and cardinal points, preventing the island from being submerged by the waters of the North Abyss in the future. Thus, both yin and yang were present, and all 5 elements were accounted for in this manner. This space was transformed into a quasi-small microcosm, as long as time continued to pass at the eye of the sea. The 9 heaven soil would consume the waters of the North Abyss to become a continent, while the taiji diagram absorbed sufficient spiritual energy to manifest as the sun and moon. The island's trees and spiritual herbs would continue to grow and proliferate, eventually taking shape as a true microcosm. In summary, Xuanji used the foundational 3,000 divine texts of the tortoise shell, supplemented and refined them, resulting in 36 postnatal divine patterns, forming a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure. Externally, this bore no resemblance to the tortoise shell, appearing instead as a magnificent azure water pearl, exuding the aura of the 3,000 laws. Extracting the core divine texts, combined with a pearl, it was named the Zhenhai Shimming Pearl. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Zhenhai Shimming Pearl, and the island shall be called Zhenhai Shimming Cave. 2 portions of merit descended from the Great Path, one part entering the Zhenhai Shimming Pearl, and the other part into Xuanji's possession. However, compared to the rewards from the promotion of the Wind and Thunder Blessed Land, these merits were rather meager and subtle. The cave was situated at the core of the Earth's veins, harmonizing the chaotic energies of the primordial Earth. Though the microcosm bore a similar function, it paled in comparison. Xuanji reflected on this, acknowledging that the Great Path is akin to commerce. While sentient beings may earn a little, the Great Path itself never suffers loss. He cast the Jinhai shimming pearl into the eye of the sea, and the pearl rapidly expanded. Boundless waters of the North Abyss surged in, dramatically increasing the weight of the Jinhai shimming abode. After 2,500 years, while Xuanji had yet to completely refine the heavy waters of the North Abyss, the Jinhai shimming pearl had already supplanted his Tai golden immortal powers, effortlessly suppressing the chaotic currents of the Eye of the Sea. Using the divine prohibitions of Buzhou as the core, the 3,000 divine laws unfolded, calming the waves of the Eye of the Sea. Additionally, the crafting of spiritual treasures, the suppression of the Eye of the Sea, garnered a portion of Great Path rewards. The fourth luck-laden golden lotus emerged from the Three Lights divine water pool. Without the need for divided focus, Xuanji's speed in extracting and refining the heavy waters of the North Abyss increased significantly. Once all the heavy waters were collected, the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner flew to his hand. Resonating with the 12 Dinghai pearls, resembling a small formation, its power evidently enhanced. Xuanji, it appears the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner resonates with you quite harmoniously, Qishao remarked with a cheerful smile. Like Xuanji, she was indifferent to who wielded the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. Her pursuit in the North Sea for this supreme innate spiritual treasure was purely for the innate five elements formation, renowned for its ability to contend with the extermination sword array. Xuanji was unreserved, recognizing that the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner could amplify his control over the Dinghai Pearl, while conversely, the Dinghai Pearl could enhance the defensive capabilities of the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. Together, they might even bestow the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner with offensive capabilities, transcending its mere function as a defensive treasure. For now, let it remain with me. I shall return it when you require it. Qishao entered the Jinhai shimming pearl, planting a portion of herself beside the ginkgo tree. We should establish a residence here. Perhaps in the future, it could serve as a vacation spot. The ginkgo tree's avatar responded, this island serves as a residence. If you insist, let the main body refine a celestial abode using Kunlun jade. But let's defer that discussion for a future time. Qishao felt it was not yet the moment for leisure and relaxation. Chapter 56. The Evolution of Worlds. Subsequently, Xuanji began to refine the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner on site. The Eye of the Sea is a splendid location. Its spiritual aquatic energies are hardly inferior to those of the premier caves atop Kunlun Mountain. The sole drawback is the homogeneity of the spiritual energy. Without the balance of yin-yang, the five elements, or the four symbols of mutual generation and restraint, non-water cultivators may encounter difficulties in their practice here. Xuanji was merely a step away from the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet he constrained himself. He intended to utilize the tortoise-shell world to organize his own path, embarking on a cycle of supplementation, correction, and adjustment. Golden Immortals can effortlessly establish small worlds. In such a world, where the laws are incomplete, it is a far cry from the myriad paths of existence. This realm resembles a diminutive celestial body adrift in the primordial cosmos, governed solely by a singular law of the Golden Immortal. Devoid of any semblance of vitality, Xuanji does not yearn for such a world, constrained by merely a few laws and paths. His ambitions are vast, as he endeavors to replicate a small version of the primordial chaos. A realm conducive to cultivation, the pursuit of truth, and the proliferation of life. In this envisioned world, one could draw endless vitality from the oceanic eye. Beings would cultivate within, birthing new methods and divine abilities, thereby evolving autonomously, refining the laws, and providing Xuanji with references at the level of the Great Tao. Yet, he remains merely at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, even with the most suitable North Sea Xian turtle shell for the evolution of heaven and earth. Certain gaps in the laws remain. Even higher realms, such as the primordial Golden Immortal, though appearing as independent heavens, are similarly incomplete in their Tao. Like the Great Clear Heaven, opened by Ta Ching, or the Upper Clear Heaven, opened by Tong Tian, the primordial chaos would not have reached its current state without the infusion of 3,000 chaotic deities and demons, nor the attainment of a half-step primordial Wuji Golden Immortal's Tao fruit. Otherwise, it too would be severely flawed. It may be said that the divine and demonic energies are offerings to the heavens, boundless in their paths. He resolved to refine the process of creating the Zhenhai Xianming Pearl multiple times. scrutinizing the foundational laws of this world in search of his own shortcomings. Once he identifies these flaws and rectifies them, advancing to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal will be more advantageous, allowing him to journey further and faster in the future. Seated beneath the ginkgo tree on the island, holding the Qingkuan measuring ruler and the North Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, he fused his primordial spirit with the Zhenhai Shimming Pearl. 3,000 Tao patterns manifested in the sky of the Zhenhai Small Thousand World, resembling stars. A phantom azure path of life and a gray path of destruction chased each other in a ceaseless dance around him. Countless laws of the great Tao emerged, merging the yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 9 energies, creation, force, celestial mechanics, destruction, slaughter, and reincarnation, all converging into the essence of life and death. Both paths of the great Tao bore 3,000 patterns. Yet their essences were starkly different. Among them, the path of life resonated powerfully with the 3,000 patterns in the sky, the Tai Chi formation in the heavens, the 5-element formation on the island, and the life and death formation on the walls of the Small Thousand World all accelerated their rotations simultaneously. Under the manipulation of the North Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, the endless shimming water vapor from the oceanic eye surged forth. Where water nurtured wood, wood ignited fire, fire birthed earth, earth yielded metal, and metal gave rise to water. Water is the source of all things, the seed of life, the spring of heaven and earth. And here lies the oceanic eye, rich in immeasurable shimming waters, which can be transformed into boundless spiritual energy. This is why Xuanji chose to pause, prioritizing the refinement of this exceptional innate spiritual treasure. With the aid of the North Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, he could cultivate the Zhenhai Xianming cave heaven more swiftly, effectively, and conveniently. Sharpening one's tools does not hinder the workman. To excel in any endeavor, one must first hone their instruments. The postnatal energy of the 5 elements permeated the air, transforming from the abstract to the concrete, giving rise to mountains, rivers, mineral veins, and vital energies. This cycle continued unceasingly, with portions of it manifesting as postnatal vitality covering the island. The island, which would typically require countless years to expand, rapidly grew at a visible pace towards the boundless sea. The postnatal spiritual fruit cores scattered across the island, nourished by a trace of the creative energy from the 9 heaven soil and the postnatal life force. Sprouted green shoots, breaking through the earth. The yellow earth began to transform into green from the center, a path of creation encompassing yin, yang, and the 5 elements enveloped the entire world. As the hazy spiritual light of the postnatal spiritual roots instinctively gravitated towards the Tao's resonance, hungrily consuming the spiritual essence. This harkened back to the initial method of qi cultivation, which Xuanji had elucidated in the Blood Sea as the genesis of his cultivation path. As flowers bloomed and withered, a cycle of time passed. This period of seclusion was exceptionally prolonged, so much so that Qi Shao found himself unable to resist returning to the cloud summit to converse with the Fortune Golden Lotus, guiding his avatars in harvesting the fruits and even indulging in crafting some trinkets. While his avatars toiled, his true self reveled in leisure. Qi Shao had indeed been influenced by Xuanji, the once humble island had, through Xuanji's lengthy endeavors and grand sorcery, evolved into a land spanning nearly 100 million miles, akin to a continent. The island was now adorned with spiritual trees, flourishing herbs. Each tree, whether of superior, medium, or inferior postnatal spiritual roots, brimmed with vitality. The ability to transform the finest and high-quality spiritual fruit cores, merely descending a tier or two, was a testament to the effects of Xuanji's path of creation and the synergy of the 3 luminaries' divine water. Under normal circumstances, they would only evolve into postnatal spiritual trees. For others to achieve such feats, they would need to utilize innate spiritual energy, the essence of creation, and the nourishment of innate spiritual water to replenish their sources. Such an undertaking would be quite costly unless one were a primordial deity with substantial resources. The true essence of the island's primary beings lay in the vast, boundless spiritual trees and medicinal herbs. Their ancestors were both innate and postnatal spiritual roots. Regrettably, the source of the innate great Tao had fallen over generations, leaving them devoid of even a single Tao pattern, merely containing a trace of innate spiritual essence. Upon stepping into the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, Xuanji opened his eyes, countless Tao patterns flickering within, his essence growing ever more robust yet revealing nothing. If one were to disregard his eyes, he would appear almost indistinguishable from a mortal. This was the manifestation of his magical power, vitality, and primordial spirit merging and becoming increasingly full. Should he so desire, he could now step into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet this would inevitably hinder his chance to achieve the 12 flowers in the upper realms. If possible, he naturally hoped to blossom into 12, directly aspiring towards the primordial. This was the rationale behind his dedicating much of his focus to the evolution of his Dao fruit. Mending its flaws and solidifying his foundations, a golden wheel of virtue illuminated all things. Throughout these years, the inhabitants of the small thousand world became imbued with Xuanji's Dao resonance, their virtue and spirituality dramatically heightened. Numerous spiritual roots and essences blessed by him rejoiced, regarding him as the creator. The entirety of the world's power lay at his command. Every blade of grass, every tree, every water wave, he could instantly discern their states and actions. This was the authority of the sovereign of the world. Although the Zhenhai Shimming Pearl was originally a further validation and extrapolation of Xuanji's Dao fruit, a precursor to the establishment of the dimensional pearl for the vast world, every inch of this realm bore his laws and magical essence. Even should the Zhenhai Shimming Pearl be passed on to another, upon reclaiming his primordial spirit imprint, he could swiftly regain dominion. For the essence of this world was forged by him, akin to a biological father. The evolution of a medium thousand world, with its severely incomplete 3,000 great Daos, is indeed unfathomable, propelling my Dao cultivation to unprecedented heights. Thus, mastering the position of a sage, wherein one can observe the transformations of the primordial heavens, earth, and humanity, how rapid might the advancement of the great Dao be? Xuanji began to grasp why the six saints nearly dominated other quasi-saints. Even without the realm of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, simply possessing knowledge of an opponent's great Dao, along with countering paths and flaws in their divine abilities, would allow one to easily maneuver against them. Furthermore, the saints entrust their primordial spirits to the heavenly Dao, observing the transformations of the primordial heavens and earth, while mastering the cycles of all things. It was as if one were perusing the cultivation diaries left by the half-step great Dao being. Pangu, requiring only to read the notes of a master, as though Pangu were personally imparting wisdom. Compared to other Qi cultivators fumbling blindly, they could fathom the great Dao that took others millions or even billions of years to comprehend in a remarkably brief time. Thus, the fervent obsession of the primordial saints with achieving sainthood is easily understood. Chapter 57. The Epicurean of Dragons and Snakes. Xuanji, are you truly leaving it behind? Qi Xiao gazed at the Zhenhai Shimming Pearl within the oceanic eye. Feeling a profound reluctance, it represented half of Xuanji's Dao fruit. Although it was merely a manifestation of the path of life, should someone enter and refine the spiritual pivot left by Xuanji, they could glean insights that might lead them to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Rest assured, without my consent, no one shall enter, Xuanji replied with a confident smile. Perhaps Hongjun, Yang Mei, and others could forcibly seize it, but they could never truly possess it. With a mere thought, he could detonate the spiritual treasure. Of course, these great beings would not covet such an exceptional postnatal spiritual treasure. They possessed ample treasures of their own and had no need for such a trinket. Those who might desire it would be unable to suppress Xuanji's remote control. Moreover, as this was a Zhenhai spiritual treasure, anyone daring to forcibly seize it would bear the corresponding duties of Zhenhai, lest they be entangled in endless karma, ultimately meeting a dismal fate. From one perspective, this served as a potent reinforcement of Xuanji's moral coercion. Upon departing the oceanic eye, the two noticed that the chaotic energies had swelled significantly. Yet it was still far from the tumultuous battles with ferocious beasts. They first ventured to the volcanic archipelago, where they discovered an orderly realm. The shell of the North Sea Shin turtle had nearly evolved into a prosperous world, becoming the core of the volcanic islands. Fortunately, the innate beings possessed a predominant Dao nature, lacking the 7 emotions and 6 desires, coupled with their unique origins, resulting in a minimal chance of reproduction. Otherwise, over the years, this place would likely have transformed into a den of monsters. However, as generations progressed, the innate Dao nature waned while postnatal spiritual essence increased, making the emergence of a monster realm an inevitable trend. Having met two fellow Taoists, I extend my congratulations on your significant cultivation progress. The elder of the Xuanwu clan, possessing the highest cultivation, was the first to notice their arrival. Of course, this was also due to Xuanji intentionally leaking a hint of his aura. Otherwise, with his unique realm, he could have completely concealed his spiritual presence from detection. You flatter me, senior. Xuanji paid no heed to the elder Xuanwu's compliment and inquired, Senior, I noticed that the chaotic energies have surged once more. Do you happen to know the details? Qi Xiao, displaying her treasures, produced a set of flying carpets, a tea table and chairs, inviting Xuanji and elder Xuanwu to sit. This was crafted during Xuanji's seclusion, made from materials of innate origin. Perfectly suited for entertaining the elder of the Xuanwu clan. Thank you. Old Xuanwu took the spilled tea from Qi Xiao without a hint of haste and remarked, I fear that a great calamity is upon us once more. In the days of yore, when the three clans battled against the fierce beasts, the ominous aura rose incessantly, ultimately leading to a cataclysmic upheaval, with blood flooding the northern lands and leaving not a blade of grass to grow. A flicker of trepidation danced in old Xuanwu's eyes. He had once stealthily observed the main battlefield and witnessed the brutal clashes between the three clans and the ferocious beasts, where he saw the severing of spiritual veins and the blood-soaked transformation of mountains and rivers. The catastrophic scenes of Great Luo Golden Immortals perishing and Tai Golden Immortals vanishing were etched in his memory, compelling him to resolve against participation, retreating instead to the North Sea. Although the rewards following great calamities were undeniably high, the risks were far too great. Little did he expect that merely a few years had passed, and the once united alliance of the three clans was on the brink of mutual slaughter. Xuanji and Qi Xiao exchanged glances, perplexed. Was this truly a fleeting moment? Old Xuanwu, believing the two young prodigies were oblivious, sipped his tea before continuing. The Dragon Clan has already consumed the North Sea and is now waging war in the South Sea. The South Sea is not as destitute as the North. It brims with spiritual energy, boasts abundant resources, and possesses formidable clans that rival the East Sea, with the Phoenix clan subtly offering support, providing guidance in divine arts and spiritual treasures. A tinge of envy colored old Xuanwu's tone, tinged with bitterness. The North Sea had always been impoverished, and now, retreating deep into its confines, while it lacked in spiritual fruits and herbs, the demand was exceedingly high, especially with the emergence of descendants beyond the 9th generation, their bloodlines diluted, their nascent powers regressed to the Earth immortal realm, necessitating a substantial infusion of spiritual essence to replenish their waning foundations and elevate their cultivation. Ironically, these progeny were particularly prolific. Should Qi Xiao learn of the elder's predicament, he would undoubtedly find amusement in the struggle to procure funds for nourishment. In the South Sea, the various aquatic tribes, led by the Black Water Xian Snake clan, had clashed with the Dragon clan multiple times, with both sides suffering significant losses. The name Black Water Xian Snake rang a bell. The enemy's enemy is a friend. To counter the Dragon clan, the Snake clan had even allied with the Phoenix clan, revealing the formidable strength of the dragons. Among the Phoenix clan, there were indeed many who relished consuming snakes, including the already transformed flood dragons, particularly the Pong bird lineage. For instance, the Phoenix's offspring, the golden-winged Great Pong, was a notorious connoisseur of dragon and snake delicacies, with legends claiming that this individual consumed a large dragon and 500 smaller dragons in a single day. Truly outrageous. With the support of the Buddha Mother Peacock and the Western Buddhist realm, the golden-winged Great Pong bullied the Dragon clan at will. Living most comfortably, however, it was likely that the golden-winged Great Pong had yet to be born. By the time he gained renown, the Dragon clan may have already declined, or else the ancestral dragon and the Candle Dragon would surely have dealt with him. The future for the Black Water Xian Snake would undoubtedly be grim. Places conducive to their cultivation must be rich in water spirit, and following the phoenix to perch by a volcano would eventually lead them to become roasted snakes. Did the ancestral dragon not intervene? Qi Xiao, having filled old Xuanwu's teacup, couldn't suppress his curiosity and inquired, Hee. Old Xuanwu chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude, seemingly recalling the past grievances when the Dragon clan had bullied them. This too was one of the drawbacks of longevity. While the long-lived might forget favors, unavenged hatred festered and accumulated year after year, embedding itself deeply in their hearts, gradually transforming into a knot of resentment. the great calamities of the primordial era accumulated slowly. When the contradictions of cause and effect reached their zenith, they would explode, reshaping heaven and earth and shattering the very ground. It was said that the Yuan Feng lurked in the shadows, and the ancestral dragon remained unmoved, merely allowing the candle dragon to engage in combat with the Xian snake, resulting in hundreds of clashes, each yielding no clear victor and leaving both sides severely wounded, ultimately forcing a ceasefire. Xuanji was somewhat astonished. Indeed, the renowned serpent of later generations managed to hold its ground against the dragon clan's second-in-command, the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon, an established Great Luo Golden Immortal, likely boasted a complete cultivation level. Logically, the Dragon Clan, having dominion over the East Sea, North Sea, and Eastern Wilderness, with the immense fortune they amassed, should have been sufficient for both the Ancestral Dragon and the Candle Dragon to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Ascending to the quasi-saint domain. Of course, it was also plausible that the Candle Dragon opted not to partake in the distribution of resources, choosing instead to prioritize the enhancement of the Ancestral Dragon. Thus, it remained that the fully realized Candle Dragon was evenly matched with the Black Water Xian Snake. Could the South Sea withstand the Dragon Clan's onslaught? Knowing full well the impossibility, he still posed the question. Indeed, old Xuanwu shook his head, responding, difficult. The Phoenix clan will not provide unlimited assistance. After all, the Phoenix itself requires a substantial amount of spiritual herbs and materials. I suspect both sides are more likely to engage in mutual aid, with the South Sea producing spiritual herbs that the southern wilderness may lack. Once the ancestral dragon grows impatient, disregarding the Yuan Feng's threats and truly takes action, the Yuan Feng certainly would not descend for the sake of the Black Water Xian Snake. As their leader, they would not dare to engage lightly. The South Sea is destined to fall. Chapter 58. Discussing at the grave. I once observed those three from afar. The ancestral dragon acted with unparalleled tyranny, adhering strictly to his will, harboring immense ambition, and permitting no dissent. Even the Candle Dragon dared not oppose him openly. In contrast, Yuan Feng was harmonious and broad-minded, deeply valuing the descendants of the clan. He would surely refrain from direct confrontation with the Dragon Clan over the South Sea, which the Phoenix Clan could not occupy. Faced with the ancestral dragon's encroachment, Yuan Feng would undoubtedly retreat. Old Xuanwu suddenly chuckled coldly. With Yuan Feng's retreat, the South Sea is destined to be lost. The ancestral dragon will surely take advantage, further pressuring the Western Sea, unifying the four seas. At that point, given the ancestral dragon's temperament, it would be a strange occurrence indeed if he did not cast his gaze upon the primordial lands. Yuan Feng will likely find himself with no escape. Forced to confront the ancestral dragon, Xuanji understood. While the legends of later generations may not be entirely reliable, the general trend was accurate. Old Xuanwu's judgment was remarkably astute, though he lacked foresight into future developments. A mere glance at their styles of action allowed him to predict subsequent events, showcasing his keen intuition. No wonder that in later times, while the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans fell into decline, the Xuanwu clan had already made their move, establishing themselves as the true martial emperor, ascending to the heavenly court, and quietly becoming a prominent northern family, guarding the northern domain. The path of survival is the true path. Hearing old Xuanwu's assessment of the Dragon and Phoenix leaders, Qishao grew intrigued and inquired, Elder, what of the primordial Qilin? The primordial Qilin is sincere and benevolent, Xuanwu recollected. I have conversed with him a few times. Though brief, this individual possesses a good nature and can accommodate a myriad of beasts, thus earning the loyalty of countless spirits. His personality resembles that of our ancestral dragon, embodying both the decisiveness and courage of the ancestral dragon and the magnanimity and benevolence of Yuan Feng. Even those fierce beings of the White Tiger clan, known for their ferocity, exhibit extraordinary loyalty to him. The auspicious beast Qilin reigns over the central earth, embodying profound virtue. Xuanji silently marveled. The ancestral dragon acts with tyranny. Yuan Feng follows the royal path, and the Qilin represents benevolence. Should the three factions continue to unite, with the ancestral dragon suppressing all dissent, Yuan Feng bestowing grace upon the myriad spirits, and the primordial Qilin embracing all beings, they could likely sweep through the primordial realm, establishing a world replete with order, harmonizing both civil and martial aspects, and subsequently advancing the primordial world, absorbing the energies of the chaotic void to achieve a transformation in the world's status. What a splendid scene that would be! Alas, this was merely his wishful thinking. Wherever there are people, there exists a web of complexities. The struggle for the path of the Tao is fraught with intricacies. The final battle of Feng Shan saw the primordial realm shattered, transformed into the 4 great continents. Countless beings perished, and innumerable celestial beings fell. The world did not ascend. Rather, it diminished further. This great calamity can be traced back to the first responsible party, Hongjun. What were Hongjuan's thoughts during that time? Xuanji found it difficult to fathom. After discussing the current state of the primordial realm, Xuanji and Qishao engaged in another discourse with old Xuanwu. Although neither Xuanji nor Qishao had attained the status of great Luo Golden Immortal, their understanding of the Tao was profound, rivaling that of the great Luo Golden Immortals. During Xuanji's seclusion, Qishao had not merely indulged. He had also cultivated for tens of thousands of years, with the innate source of the Tao being robust. Qishao was akin to the favored daughter of the wind and thunder Tao, progressing at a pace that was hardly slower than Xuanji's, particularly after obtaining the Western Cloud Realm's plain flag. His comprehension of the wind and thunder Tao surged rapidly, akin to a master of clouds, standing at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Had it not been for Xuanji's prior admonition to solidify his foundation and not rush into breakthroughs, striving for the flowering of 12 petals, he might have already achieved the status of great Luo Golden Immortal. In truth, Xuanji had worried unnecessarily. With Qixiao's unparalleled innate spiritual root from the dawn of creation, coupled with the accumulation of essence over countless eons without flowering, his starting point was at least the 9 petals 3 flowers, on par with the exceptionally gifted Yangmei, who also possessed a supreme innate spiritual root. Such was the foundation of a supreme innate spiritual root, enviable by none. The 3 Tao practitioners discussed the Tao, with golden blossoms filling the sky, golden lotuses emerging, and manifestations of the yin-yang Tao. Wind and thunder Tao, and creation Tao swirling in the void, the essence of the Tao permeating the atmosphere. Strands of Tao laws cascaded down, enveloping the world. Various phenomena appeared in succession, stirring the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. The beings residing on the back of the Xuanwu in the North Sea, each wielding spiritual treasures, unleashed their escape lights, yearning to sprout wings and rush to the scene to listen to the sounds of the Tao. The Xuanwu clan arrived the quickest, having been notified in advance by their elder. However, compared to the previous discourse, the profundity of the Tao discussed by the 3 this time was exceedingly profound, leaving most attendees bewildered, only able to absorb the essence of the Tao into their souls. When their realms elevated, these imprints of the Tao would naturally be comprehended. After a millennium of discussion, amidst the reverence of the beings in the North Sea, the 2 departed with grace. The son of the Xuanwu clan leader, the young clan leader Xianling, gazed enviously at the departing figures of Xuanji and Qishao, asking, "Father, are those 2 great Luo?" "I do not know," old Xuanwu replied calmly. "Huh?" Xianling turned back in surprise. His father was the first Xuanwu of heaven and earth, now at the pinnacle of mid-great Luo Golden Immortal, close to the late stage. How could he not discern the cultivation levels of those 2? Those 2 possess immense fortune, great blessings, and tremendous merits. Their paths and practices differ from ours. The venerable Xuanwu, with a serious demeanor, spoke gravely. "It seems to be a Luo Golden Immortal, yet perhaps it is not. The truth eludes me, shrouded in profound mystery. Fortunately, we have fostered a bond of goodwill, akin to a flicker of incense. Dispatch a message forthwith. Our kin must not stray beyond 1,000,000,000,000 miles. They must remain concealed in this North Sea's extreme abyss, evading the cataclysm, sufficient for self-preservation. As for the dragon clan, once the ancestral dragon has perished and the candle dragon extinguished, we shall confront them at their graves to discuss matters." Xianling was taken aback. Is this truly the formidable father she once knew? Xuanwu, not a proponent of benevolence like the Qilin, practiced in the treacherous deathly sea of the north, is not adept in slaughter and warfare, and will face extinction in terms of combat and sorcery. They are not lacking either. Yet, Xuanwu glanced at his descendants. The clan is faltering. Their power is insufficient. Where shall we venture next? Qishao, perched upon Baichi's back, gazed at Xuanji, who stood upon clouds, aided by wind and thunder. They had traversed the northern lands, and the North Sea was nearly explored. The west is off-limits, the east belongs to the Dragon Clan, and the South Wilderness and South Sea are fraught with unrest. Xuanji looked skyward, seemingly left with no other choice but to venture there, though the primordial starry void to plant trees, and see if they can discover the innate starfruit tree. Were we not to visit the sun to observe the golden crows, and the moon to gaze upon the rabbits? Qishao expressed her reluctance. Meow. Baichi, with his massive tiger head, nudged Xuanji's foot, reminding the lord of his prior commitments. He may not comprehend the essence of love, but rabbit meat is undeniably delectable, particularly in a hot pot. The lord claims the jade rabbit is quite charming. It must surely be tastier than the fierce rabbits of the northern lands. Let us first visit Changxi. Shiha is also commendable, Xuanji mused. He was immensely curious about Changxi, eager to see just how enchanting this fairy must be to have captivated Hou for countless years, transforming into Wukong to chop the laurel tree. Poor Hou, with all his strength, could not sever even one, a fate worse than that of Bald Chong. However, the innate laurel tree belongs to the 10 innate spiritual roots. Alongside Huangzhongli, the peach tree, the ginseng fruit tree, the fusang tree, and the immortal apricot tree, classified as an innate spiritual root, born in conjunction with the lunar star, teeming with endless vitality. Any injury it sustains will swiftly heal. As long as the lunar star persists, the laurel shall endure. It is understandable that Hou could not cleave it. No, let us first explore the ancient starry void. Upon hearing Xuanji's words, Qishao promptly revised their initial destination. She feared that the goddess might hinder Xuanji's swiftness in drawing his sword. Very well, Xuanji replied casually. His curiosity was purely innocent. He had no intention of casting aspersions upon Dijuan. He is, after all, a man of integrity. Chapter 59. Planting trees in the starry void. As the starry void resides above the ocean of clouds, accompanied by the cloud-topped cave heavens, it necessitates the expenditure of one's own profound magical power. Thus this journey required the two to travel lightly. Before their departure, Xuanji divided the accumulated merits of the Tao over the years in half, using one portion to nourish the blade of destruction. To his surprise, a third had diminished. Observing the many fissures in the blade's body had significantly reduced, and the resentment of the chaotic demons had also lessened considerably, Xuanji's mood immediately brightened. Possessing a fine blade for protection always brings a sense of security, particularly for someone like Xuanji, who is prone to feelings of insecurity. The primordial chaos is perilous. Without ascending to the status of a Deluo golden immortal, one cannot enjoy a peaceful slumber. You consume far more than I do, Qishao lamented. Indeed, the blade of destruction devours merits more voraciously than Qishao. Over the years, Xuanji had cultivated over 1 million avatars, tirelessly inhaling and exhaling, amassing enough merit to forge a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. Coupled with the substantial merits acquired from the Blood Sea and the North Sea, it astonishingly only mitigated a third of the blade's damage. That was indeed a fierce blow. Xuanji reached out to touch the blade of destruction. The sense of resistance had entirely vanished, no longer rebounding with destructive intent. Offering wealth is akin to a father. Nurturing is like a mother. It had indeed become a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Not a drop of my labor wasted. The merits of the Tao had dispelled the remnants of the primordial Tao's great power within the fissures, and the divine patterns of the blade of destruction reconnected, restoring its rank to that of a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Although Xuanji possessed a top-tier innate treasure, the treasure-gathering basin, and the 12th-rank fiery lotus, neither served as instruments of slaughter. They leaned more towards assistance and defense. Top-tier innate weapons dedicated to destruction are rare in the primordial world, particularly those like the blade of destruction. Only the river of underworld possesses such great fortune to wield 2 weapons of slaughter. Qishao is not far behind. The Western Cloud Realm's plain-colored banner is itself a defensive treasure, capable of evolving into a weapon of slaughter, relying on Qishao's innate Tao. Furthermore, the alleviation of a third of the Tao's damage could restore it to its prime. Should it fully recover, the blade of destruction holds promise of becoming a primordial treasure. As for chaotic spiritual treasures, those are beyond consideration. He cannot retrieve the shattered half of the blade from the primordial earth. Perhaps when he ascends to the status of a Deluo golden immortal, using the might of the primordial Tao, he may resonate with the other fragments and summon them back. Only then might there be a possibility of mending this chaotic treasure. Can it be refined? Qi Xiao inquired curiously. She has always believed that something is only truly hers when it is in her possession. The blade of destruction, unrefined, always leaves her feeling somewhat unsettled, it can be. But we must wait, at least until the resentment of the fallen heaven dissipates, Xuanji replied, retracting his hand, his palm as flawless as jade, untouched by a trace of divine water. The reluctance and resentment of the fallen heaven Taoist at the time of his demise still lingered. Entwined with the blade of destruction, a portion of Xuanji's merits would be utilized to dispel these chaotic demons' malevolent thoughts. To refine it now would subject him to the backlash of fallen heaven's resentment. Though he possesses great fortune and merit, Xuanji is unwilling to take risks. Haste makes waste when it comes to fine treasures. Patience is key. The blade of destruction returned to the pool of the three lights' divine water, absorbing the essence to restore its origin and suppress the malevolent thoughts and murderous intent. The fourth golden lotus of fortune in the pool had already blossomed fully, on the verge of blooming. As the blade of destruction mended partially and its rank elevated, this golden lotus of fortune officially unfurled. The spiritual essence within the grand hall surged once more, enveloping the space in a dense mist. With the innate celestial aura becoming increasingly potent, Xuanji diverted his gaze, forming seals with his hands. Utilizing his half-step Deluo golden immortal cultivation, he invoked the supreme spatial Tao, swiftly contracting the cloud-topped cave heavens, concealing it amidst an ordinary white cloud somewhere in the North Sea. After ensuring that numerous avatars governed 49 grand halls, operating the three-layered formation of the cave heavens to guarantee utmost safety, the two finally set forth. The primordial starry void lies high above the nine heavens, resembling a transparent lid that encases the primordial realm, isolating it from the chaotic void. Billions of stars, varying in size, revolve slowly around the solar star, the lunar star, and the Ziwei star, forming an immense innate star formation. Occasionally, the descending winds of the void, infused with chaotic energy, are crushed by this colossal innate star formation. The hard bones are ground to powder, the tyrannical winds and chaos reduced to the essence of creation and innate spiritual energy. Larger fragments are captured by the stars, becoming the essence of the stars. Smaller remnants serve as nourishment for the primordial realm, drifting to the earth weakened by the vast starry void. This grand formation nourishing all existence left both Xuanji and Qi Xiao speechless. The benevolence of Pangu the Great. Without the innate star formation, the primordial realm would truly face desolation. In a sense, the primordial realm can be viewed as a complex grand formation, meticulously arranged by Pangu the Great using his own Tao and the 3,000 demons. The starry formation, the return of the four seas to the void, and the netherworld collectively draw nourishment from the chaos to sustain the central realm. Let us proceed. Xuanji reined in his reflections. Leading Qi Xiao onward, as they delved deeper into the starry realm, they were enveloped by the endless starlight emitted by countless stars. These stars, birthed during the era of creation, likely bore witness to Pangu's grand battle against the chaotic demons. Each star encapsulates eons of time, radiating ancient Tao rhythms. Xuanji and Qi Xiao, with their half-step Deluo majestic primordial spirits, expanded their consciousness, enveloping billions of miles, intimately experiencing the traces of the Tao of time imprinted upon the stars. The dazzling splendor across the heavens brought a profound tranquility to the primordial spirits of the two immortals, and one beast it is the essence of great tranquility, calm, serene, and enlightening. All existence will ultimately culminate in time. Xuanji murmured, "How beautiful! I wish to fashion them into a necklace to adorn my neck." Qi Xiao suddenly expressed with excitement, shattering the artistic reverie Xuanji was immersed in while gazing at the starry sky. "Oh, girl! Such a superficial fascination with shiny trinkets," Xuanji remarked, glancing at her neck, devoid of adornments, with certainty. "Are you certain you would wear it rather than toss it about?" "Of course I would," Qi Xiao asserted resolutely. "Would you?" Xuanji continued to doubt. "Wouldn't you?" Qi Xiao retorted, raising her little face. Xuanji raised his hand. Upon noticing the crystal bracelet adorning his wrist, crafted by Qi herself, a superior postnatal spiritual treasure made from the essence of the nine heavens, Qi promptly lifted her own hand. Unsurprisingly, it was emptied. I just didn't wear it. I really like the Thunder Pearl bracelet, Qi protested. See, I didn't forget to give Xiaobai a collar. Baichi, the large cat, immediately nodded vigorously, the collar around his neck jingling melodiously. Meow. This exquisite postnatal spiritual treasure, crafted by Qi, is adorned with 18 bells, categorized into 6 marvelous functions: wind, thunder, cloud, rain, sound, and ICE.IT is forged from the divine copper of Shouyang Mountain, along with other primordial materials such as innate gung metal and celestial gold, imbued with the profound insights of Qi. While it is classified as a superior postnatal spiritual artifact, its innate spiritual essence rivals that of a top-tier innate treasure. In terms of power, it may fall slightly short of the purple gold bell, which was meticulously refined by the Supreme Lord Laozi in the Bagua furnace. However, its functionalities are far more diverse. Baichi, the large cat, has taken a liking to it and has not removed it since adorning it. Relishing the playful mischief of Qi, who humorously fitted a dog collar on a cat. Chapter 60. The legacy of the glutton Xuanji shook his head. Qi's toys were always whimsically crafted, born from fleeting interests and spontaneous inspirations, leading him to tinker in the artifact workshop. Yet, there are indeed many fine treasures. For instance, the crystal necklace he possesses primarily serves to ward off winds and thunder, dispel dust, and offers the dual benefits of invisibility and concealment. Gazing at the endless expanse of stars, Qi abruptly shifted the topic. Xuanji, why don't we capture a few small stars to place in the Zhenhai Shinin cave heaven? In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, countless stars exist. As long as the main and auxiliary stars remain untouched, it would be trivial to pluck a few small stars without consequence. These diminutive stars lack the innate rhythms of the Tao, possessing only innate spiritual essence and chaotic auras, likely formed postnatally from the mingling of chaotic fragments and starlight. Among the 36 heavenly manifestations, there exists a technique for moving stars and changing constellations. Xuanji pondered before shaking his head. It was not appropriate. Even gathering a handful of soil from Kunlun Mountain required a portion of merit, so he was naturally unwilling to pluck stars merely to augment the Zhenhai Shinin cave with a few near-infinite energy bulbs. It was unnecessary. With a swift motion of the void sword, a rift appeared before them. In an instant, the trio found themselves in the void, millions of miles away, and then flashed again. Shadows flickered amidst the small stars, revealing the dark, cold expanse of the void. Soaring from the North Sea, their closest destination was naturally the constellation of the Big Dipper. Xuanji's first stop was the celestial hub, Tianshu. The Big Dipper is a prominent constellation, second only to the two greats and the three enclosures, and is one of the most significant architects of the cosmic order. It delineates yin and yang, establishes the 4 seasons, balances the 5 elements, shifts the seasons, and determines the cycles of time, all connected to the Dipper. The Dipper's handle points east, ushering in spring. It points south, heralding summer. It points west, bringing autumn, and it points north, signaling winter. The 7 stars are known as Tianshu, Tianqian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, each also referred to as Ganlang, Juming, Lushuan, Wanxiu, Lianjin, Wuqing, and Pajuan, governing the fates and fortunes of all living beings. Upon arriving at Tianshu, Xuanji casually selected a location rich in spiritual energy to sit down, enveloping the entire star with his consciousness to comprehend the innate Tao within. The 3 stars of the Killing Wolf are intimately linked to the fates of living beings in the primordial world, especially those born postnatally, whose destinies are largely governed by these 3 stars. The 7 killings signify slaughter and conflict, symbolizing bloodshed across the land. Pajuan represents war and power, indicating the disruption of great order. Ganlang is particularly unique, as it governs the desires of all sentient beings. Within the Big Dipper, 2 of its stars, Ganlang, Tianshu, and Pajuan, Yaoguang, are pivotal. The Ganlang star, associated with the element of Yangwood in the Northern Dipper, is also linked to water, thus regarded as the celestial body governing the peach blossom fortunes of living beings. A star of disaster alleviation. Alone, The Ganlang star signifies good fortune. However, when it intersects with Pajuan and the Seven Killings, it creates a formidable configuration, heralding significant upheavals in the mortal realm, drawing countless beings into calamity and despair. It can be said that the Killing Wolf constellation embodies a segment of the primordial destiny Tao. Xuanji found himself deeply intrigued by this star governing the peach blossom fortunes of sentient beings. He was not motivated by a desire to establish a harem but sought to understand the tributaries of fate within. Peach blossom luck is a form of auspicious energy, a branch of destiny. Destiny and karma are intricately intertwined with time, while the celestial mechanisms represent another branch of the path of fate. Having grasped portions of karma, celestial mechanisms, and the Tao of time, and having presided over the treasure basin for many years, Xuanji possessed a solid foundation in wealth, treasures, and auspicious energies. Soon, he completed his insights and began to connect the Tianshu star with the other stars of the Dipper, gradually aligning with the other 6 principal stars. With his hands forming seals, he planted a ginkgo tree at the heart of the star. He discovered that the configuration of the Big Dipper formed an innate killing formation, presiding over boundless slaughters. This killing formation of the Big Dipper was remarkably profound, concealing the Tao of slaughter, compelling him to pause and draw forth a strand of its essence, completely captivated. With Ganlang as the principal star, Lianjin, Luxuan, and Wenxiu represented the literary aspect, while Juming, Pajuan, and Wuqing represented the martial aspect. The convergence of literary and martial energies through Ganlang transformed auspicious energies into an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The transformation of auspicious energies in starlight was remarkably intricate. Enchanting Xuanji, this slaughter starlight was exceedingly pure, imbued with a heavy malevolent aura, requiring a formidable primordial spirit and a steadfast mind to master it without succumbing to its influence and losing one's sanity. Xuanji silently deduced that, with his current level of understanding, it would take him tens of thousands of years to arrange the operational model of the killing formation of the Big Dipper. Exploring its profundities, after countless optimizations, he devised a sword technique of slaughter that rivaled the manipulation of creation, by simulating the radiance of the 7 stars through immense magical power. They intertwined, forming a divine art of destruction capable of annihilating all sentient beings. Its sword light hinted at the terrifying might to eradicate the 3 realms, governing all forms of slaughter in the world. As his comprehension deepened, a manifestation of the Yin-Yang Xuanwu emerged beneath his feet. Intertwining and coalescing, as immense magical power circulated, revealing the formation of the Big Dipper, a fierce aura of slaughter surged from his being, piercing through the starry void and plunging into the chaotic sea of emptiness. The starlight of the sea was stirred by this murderous intent, and an immediate counterattack surged towards the Tianshu star of the Big Dipper. Qi Shao had initially taken Baiqi on a whimsical journey, but upon realizing that there was no meat to be found, Baiqi's interest waned, leaving it somewhat dejected, its meows lacking their usual vivacity. The starry sky was desolate, devoid of vitality. Baiqi felt it would soon grow thin again. The master had said that only a plump orange cat was adorable. Without meat, how could it possibly gain weight? Qi Shao quickly sensed the overwhelming aura of slaughter shaking the starry sky, and in an instant, silver light flickered as he appeared before Xuanji. Upon confirming that Xuanji was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. A plain white flag appeared in his hand, gently unfurling to release an endless sea of clouds. This white cloud sea gradually subdued the retaliatory force of the star sea, enveloping the murderous intent emanating from Xuanji, preventing it from further impacting the innate star formation. Silently, before the spiritual upheaval could even commence, it was dispelled without a trace. Poor Baiqi could only exert itself to keep up from behind. Just as Qi Shao was about to inquire, he noticed Xuanji still immersed in a state of enlightenment and promptly withheld his question. Moments later, Baiqi, who had hurried back using lightning escape, collapsed at Qi Shao's feet, panting heavily. Exhausted to death, this cat, Qi Shao exclaimed with a grin. Meow. Baiqi felt aggrieved. Did the master not realize its capabilities? How could one expect a cat to run swiftly without feeding it meat? Such logic was nonsensical. The poor creature remained silent, enduring its inner turmoil. Xuanji continued to refine his techniques, further improving the nascent sword technique. He was not concerned that his shifting energy would incite chaos in the external world. Despite Qi Xiao's playful nature, he was reliable when it came to important matters. Time passed swiftly. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. One day you'll surely become too plump. Upon opening his eyes, Xuanji beheld Qi Xiao stirring a pot of low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The thunder fire cauldron, with a jade spoon. Xuanji had completed the refining of the essence of the Tianshu star and integrated the insights of the path of slaughter into his own path of annihilation. After scolding Baiqi, Qi Xiao casually consumed several superior innate spiritual fruits. Alas, Baiqi could only partake in a hodgepodge meal, primarily composed of grass. After all, innate celestial herbs are still just herbs. This fellow, as ever, is notoriously double-standard. Xuanji remarked with sympathy. Just add a bit of meat. It would save it from looking so listless. Baiqi, who was spewing the true fire of samadhi, nodded vigorously. However, as it moved, the flames it exhaled began to swirl chaotically, resulting in Qi Xiao delivering a bolt of divine thunder. Crack! The sturdy Baiqi was jolted, trembling all over, smoke rising from its 7 orifices. Meow! Don't move around. If you do, this pot of 8 treasure porridge will lose its flavor. After calming Baiqi, Qi Xiao responded, it won't do. The starry sky is vast. If we linger here too long, with its voracious appetite, it will soon consume all my provisions. Better to let it eat grass, Xuanji sighed. Qi Xiao seemed to have matured, yet remained unchanged. From childhood, it had a penchant for food, and even now, it still prioritized the best for itself and Qi Xiao, leaving Baiqi in a pitiful state. Once a formidable beast, it had been reduced to a flying tiger, then to a little cat, and now it seemed to be on the verge of becoming akin to cattle or sheep. Poor Baiqi. After a meager meal of 7 parts grass and 3 parts seafood, it continued to trail behind its 2 masters, wandering the starry expanse. Chapter 61. Come into the bowl, Xuanji. What insights have you gained? Qi Xiao inquired with keen curiosity. The killing sword of the Big Dipper. A divine technique of slaughter within the sword path. Xuanji pondered for a moment before speaking. This swordsmanship is excessively infused with a malevolent aura, rendering it unsuitable for you. I can only merge it with the path of annihilation to refine the way of destruction. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to resort to it. Slaughter typically carries a heavy air of hostility, and the Beidou killing sword embodies a fierce energy capable of annihilating all life across the 3 realms. Its malevolence likely only surpassed by treasures of slaughter such as the god-slaying spear and the extermination sword. In the primordial chaos, those burdened with overwhelming hostility seemed to meet unfortunate fates. The chaotic deities, plagued by their own malevolence, were felled by Panga's axe. The ferocious beasts, too, bore considerable hostility, leading to their rejection by the great Tao, which guided the first batch of primordial beings to join forces and eradicate them. Many subsequent vicious figures, aside from Mingyi, who managed to survive, also met with grim ends that, of course, should true adversaries seek their lives. Xuanji would not stubbornly abstain from taking action. It would either be a retreat or a decisive strike to sever any lingering ties of causality. Even Hongyun, that perennial good Samaritan, possesses a sinister 9-9 scatter soul gourd for self-defense. Navigating human affairs is one matter. Wielding the sword of slaughter is quite another. Nonetheless, it is best to minimize its use. The teachings of the Tongtian sect master serve as a cautionary tale. Excessive malevolence can affect one's fortune. Qi Xiao contemplated the terrifying killing intent and nodded. Indeed, it does not align with our temperament. Baiqi sighed softly, reflecting on how both elders had fallen to the point of being unable to care for an adorable little pet. Where could their temperament possibly lie? A hint of melancholy crossed its mind. Upon hearing about the Beidou killing sword, its ears perked up. Meow. In the midst of their idle chatter, Xuanji turned his head. Do you wish to learn? Meow. Baiqi nodded vigorously. Its foolish eyes making it hard to believe this was the reincarnation of Qiongqi, one of the 4 great ferocious beasts. Qi Xiao's benevolent teachings had proven remarkably effective. Xuanji contemplated deeply. He and Qi Xiao had imparted much wisdom. And Baiqi had learned quite well, however. It appeared that it was still grasping the arts of slaughter. This was evident from its swift mastery of the sun and moon star annihilation divine light. Yet it could never comprehend the reverse, the sun and moon star creation divine light, and no matter how much it changed, its essence remained that fragment of Qiongqi's true spirit. A dog cannot change its habit of consuming meat, Xuanji mused, acknowledging that Baiqi's path lay in slaughter, and the path of slaughter, unless amidst the cataclysm of the primordial world, destined it to remain unable to attain the status of a Hunyuan Daluojingxian. He and Qi Xiao had done their utmost. Beyond this, they could offer no more assistance. Remember, you must become the master of the killing sword, not its slave. Upon witnessing Xuanji's grave warning, Baiqi's pupil sharpened, and it nodded earnestly. Xuanji flicked his fingers, transmitting his insights into the Beidou killing sword technique. The moment Baiqi grasped this sword art, destined to be the most fearsome in the three realms, it effortlessly comprehended the first layer of sword techniques. Experiencing a significant surge in cultivation, its eyes suddenly turned crimson, an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from its being, just as its instincts urged it to unleash a furious roar. Crackling, silver lightning illuminated the small star domain, and the air was permeated with the scent of charred flesh, a woo. The roar transformed into a cry of anguish. In the dark expanse of the starry realm, the lament of an unknown creature echoed. Accompanied by the earnest admonitions of a young girl, "Little Bai, Xuanji teaches you swordsmanship not for the sake of bravado. I did not say to close the door. You are not allowed to come out. Close the door and let Baiqi out?" Xuanji was momentarily taken aback, both amused and exasperated. As their group arrived at the second star of the Beidou constellation, Xuanji's avatar, channeling the path of creation, quietly took root in the essence of the Tianshu star. The avatar harmonized with the resonance of the greedy wolf star, gradually dissolving the myriad starlights, chaotic vapors, and errant spirits accumulated over countless eons. The Tianshu star harbored vast amounts of chaotic impurities and fragments, which fell to the earth and proved difficult for the cosmos to assimilate, thus being contained by the main star. Under normal circumstances, the Tianshu star would take an extensive period to assimilate these elements gradually. However, with the assistance of the ginkgo tree avatar, the process accelerated severalfold. A stream of virtuous merit quietly descended upon Xuanji. Upon completing the second star, he proceeded to the third, continuing until he traversed the entirety of the Beidou constellation. During this time, he extracted a thread of the Beidou star domain's essence, preparing for the future crafting of the Beidou killing sword. Though he possessed numerous innate spiritual treasures, they were not compatible with the Beidou's path of slaughter. Initially, he had intended for Baiqi to learn the sword crafting techniques alongside Qi Xiao, but that would pose a challenge for this herbivorous feline. Thus, he resolved to undertake the task himself. After all, the Beidou killing sword was born of his own insights, and crafting it would better aid Baiqi in comprehension and cultivation. As he journeyed, he performed great spatial translocations while assessing his reserves of spiritual materials and calculating the optimal methods for sword refinement. Xuanji's primary objective was to traverse the 365 major stars and 14,800 minor stars. The sheer number of celestial bodies in the star realm was overwhelming. A billion was merely the most basic unit of calculation. Even with Xuanji's mastery of spatial principles, one could only imagine how exhausting it would be for someone like Yang Mei to cover such distances. He did not need to traverse every path. It sufficed to cover the major and minor stars that formed the foundation of the innate celestial array, extracting a thread of stellar essence to incorporate into the Shanhua Sheiji map. The star realm was vast, rivaling the primordial land, if not surpassing it. While the primordial land was generally flat, the starry sky arched in a semicircle, with immense distances separating each celestial body. Relying on cloud riding and mist traversing techniques, one could not fathom how long it would take to fly through. Thus, he resorted to the divine art of close at hand, far away, frequently leaping across the starry expanse and shifting through the void. One by one, ginkgo tree avatars were planted, leaving traces of the two deities and one beast upon each star. Xuanji's understanding of the innate celestial array deepened, and his grasp of time perception expanded. The stars served as observers, chronicling the epochs of the primordial world. The days spent planting trees were monotonous, and the journey of enlightenment was long. After completing the Beidou constellation, he set his sights on the eastern stars. The primordial starry sky had been divided into 28 segments in later generations, known as the illustrious 28 mansions. Each of the 28 mansions had its own significant main star, along with 11 or 12 secondary main stars and numerous auxiliary stars. Between each celestial body flowed a chilling, omnipresent destructive starlight, chaotic winds, and chaotic energies, rendering the place quite inhospitable for visitors. For those below the golden immortal level, entering here without the protection of a mentor could be perilous. Yet for Qi Xiao, this realm was akin to paradise. Starlight? Delicious. The winds? Come right into my bowl. Chaotic energy? Let's roast it in the great cauldron and warm it up. Qi Xiao feasted on meat, while Xuanji savored the broth, and Baiqi continued to munch on grass. With Xuanji's cultivation, he could manifest his true form and digest chaotic energies. However, his fangs were not as formidable as Qi Xiao's, leading to discomfort when consuming them outright. Regardless of what he ingested, he remained indifferent to the chaotic energy. Chapter 62. The river-crossing pond. Xuanji's tree-planting skills had greatly improved. With his heightened cultivation, he could now plant avatars at the core of the stars, shielded by causality, space, and creation paths, making it difficult for even typical Daluojingxian to detect. Perhaps in the future, a Daluojingxian of the demon court might discern something. However, by then, Xuanji believed he could confidently say, "Give me some face." Could Emperor Jun and Tai refuse? Having acquired a new toy, Baiqi was wholly absorbed in contemplating the Beidou-killing sword. This newfound seriousness and stubbornness were unprecedented since its reincarnation. Even Qi Xiao, who usually relished teaching others, refrained from teasing it. While Xuanji was in seclusion, Qi Xiao rarely crafted a few elixirs for Baiqi, allowing its realm to rise and its magical power to replenish. Qi Xiao's alchemical knowledge stemmed from Xuanji. Though not as profound, it was undeniably flavorful, primarily emphasizing sweetness, which Baiqi adored. Ever since gaining access to the Beidou-killing sword path, this great cat's realm surged continuously, surpassing its previous speed, with an increasingly formidable aura emanating from it. Even though Qi Xiao intermittently imparted the teachings of benevolence, it could not stifle the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Baiqi. Xuanji had no choice but to request Qi Xiao to prepare materials for the killing sword. An instrument of enlightenment not only aids in understanding and performing the Tao but also assists practitioners in clearing, restraining, and suppressing their own spiritual insights. After traversing several epochs, they had completed half of the starry expanse. Both sensed a shift in the cosmic energies, simultaneously glancing downward. Xuanji, the South Sea has ceased hostilities. Qi Xiao, seated behind Baiqi, lowered his head, his divine sight piercing through the 9 heavens, directly observing the waning malevolent resentment in the southern part of the primordial world. This battle had dragged on for far too long. Xuanji felt somewhat at a loss for words. Could it be related to the lack of a grand formation with the Dragon Clan? If one were to study the Lich War, it would not take long for a minor skirmish to escalate into a grand strategic battle, decisively determining the outcome. Xuanji, having emerged later, could scarcely comprehend the complexities of the Dragon Clan's southern campaigns. He happened to witness the monumental clash between the 3 clans and the ferocious beasts. The Battle of the Northern Sea was a gilded contest, wherein the ancestral dragon deployed a select few elite warriors to assist his sons in ascending to power. However, the Southern Sea is a different matter entirely. Here, the aquatic tribes outnumber those of the Northern Sea by myriad times, with even numerous Deluo golden immortals present, along with a plethora of Tai golden immortals and other primordial beings. Over half of the unwilling Eastern Sea refugees sought sanctuary in the Southern Sea, allying with the local aquatic tribes to resist the oppression of the Dragon Clan. The resolve of these aquatic beings to resist is particularly fierce. Furthermore, the Phoenix Clan has yet to intervene, but the valiant forces assembled from the Southern Wasteland Volunteers and the Western Sea Aquatic Brethren form a righteous army. Particularly, many avian species adept at aerial combat are inherently adversarial to the aquatic tribes, focusing their attacks on the staunch loyalists of the Dragon Clan. These avians excel in assassination, swiftly retreating regardless of the success of their strikes. While the Dragon Clan possesses greater physical prowess than the Phoenix, they are at a distinct disadvantage in terms of speed. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Dragon Clan exerted considerable effort, repeatedly deploying grand formations to charge forth. Yet, the Southern Sea Coalition is not foolish. They resolutely abstain from direct confrontation, opting instead for guerrilla tactics. The Dragon Clan, left with no choice, can only pursue a divided campaign against the rebels. However, the other aquatic tribes show little commitment, the higher their cultivation. The more they prefer to fish in troubled waters. What a farce it is to expect me to risk my life for such paltry rewards. The Tai and golden immortals among the aquatic beings are not so naive. It matters not if their cultivation progresses slowly. As long as they remain alive, there is always hope for ascension to a higher realm. Yet, should they fall victim to the Phoenix Clan's experts, branded as loyalists of the Dragon Clan and struck down, it would be an unjust fate. Once dead, all is lost. In such circumstances, even the most devoted followers of the Dragon Clan must ponder the worth of their relentless sacrifices. As part of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan's central faction, they naturally enjoy abundant fortune and resources. However, this very privilege breeds a heightened desire for self-preservation. Once one begins to hesitate, the contagion spreads. And soon, one after another, they falter. One side possesses reinforcements and unwavering resolve in their homeland, while the other is fraught with internal discord, lacking a unified cause despite their vast power. Thus, this battle drags on interminably. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength ultimately prevails. Relying on their overwhelming military might, the Dragon Clan eventually crushes the opposition and secures victory. The Southern Sea has reached a ceasefire, yet the atmosphere of calamity has intensified, prompting Xuanji to recall the profound terror he experienced while on Kunlun Mountain. At that time, he was but a tree, with limited cultivation and awareness, merely sensing a looming peril above his primordial spirit. Unlike now, having ascended to the brink of Deluo and far surpassing the realm of Tai golden immortals in the Tao, his perception of the world has multiplied exponentially. He turned his gaze towards the Eastern Sea, with Qishao following suit. The column of fortune has grown even larger. Qishao gazed at the golden pillar of fortune in the Eastern Sea, nearly reaching the heavens, marveling at it, while her avatar periodically tended to the fortune of their cave abode. In comparison, it was akin to the stars against the bright sun. Grand as it may be, its foundation is precarious. Without the Phoenix and Qilin to resolve grievances and unify hearts, it is destined to collapse. Xuanji shook his head, inexplicably reminded of the fleeting Qin Empire. The Dragon Clan has consumed the three major seas of the East, South, and North, and has also claimed the Eastern Wasteland, establishing itself as the preeminent power in the primordial realm. Yet, this ascent has been paved with endless slaughter and conquest. Countless beings, divine and unwilling to submit, have perished beneath the blade. Mastering the path of causality, Xuanji can easily discern the multitude of dark threads. Karmic debts swirling above the fortune column, revealing many tragic scenes. Even those with foresight, who regulate the dragon offspring from recklessly plundering spiritual roots, treasures, and companions, find their influence severely limited. Every conquest is accompanied by a redistribution of resources, including the beings themselves, especially for primordial beings and divine entities who once roamed freely, now subjugated by the Dragon Clan and compelled to join their war machine. Where there is exploitation, there is bound to be resistance. Currently, the Dragon Clan's momentum is exuberant, akin to a raging fire. Yet once it has consumed all, the reckoning will inevitably follow. Tyranny does not endure. The Dragon Clan has engulfed the four seas and the eastern wasteland, casting its gaze upon the not-so-distant Kunlun Mountain, where the Phoenix and Qilin may soon find themselves unable to remain seated. The Crystal Palace of the Eastern Sea rests above the Dragon Abyss. It is the birthplace of the ancestral dragon and the Candle Dragon, akin to Kunlun Mountain for the Eastern Sea, where the spiritual essence of the entire Eastern Sea flourishes most profusely. The ancestral dragon, exuding an aura of bloodshed, sits alone upon the frigid throne, resembling a solitary figure. Though he is transformed into a primordial Tao body, he deliberately retains two dragon horns upon his forehead, silently conveying his pride as the progenitor of dragons. The entire Dragon Clan emulates this, choosing not to fully transform into primordial Tao bodies, intentionally preserving their dragon horns. Even the third and fourth generations of dragon descendants retain features such as dragon eyes and dragon noses, as if to signify their fervent loyalty to the noble lineage of dragons. Take the four brothers of the third generation, Aoguang. The ancestral dragon not only refrains from reprimanding this behavior but rather praises it, inspiring the entire aquatic tribe to follow suit. thereby maintaining a strong sense of aquatic identity. Does the ancestral dragon not realize that such actions might forfeit a portion of heaven's favor? He is aware, yet to elevate the status of the dragon clan, unite various aquatic tribes, and consolidate fortune, he feels compelled to act thus. There is no retreat. Within the vast palace, a low voice reverberates softly. Chapter 63. Ascension to Deluo. The Phoenix and Qilin clans can no longer afford to remain passive in the primordial realm. Idleness does not lead to victory. This is an era of great contention. Like the Dragon Clan, they face a path of advance with no option for retreat. This is not something the Yuan Phoenix or the initiating Qilin can simply abandon. The entire clan, along with its vassal tribes, has reaped the benefits of great fortune, and to expect them to relinquish the majority of it to the Dragon Clan is to cut off their path of survival, a fate more merciful than execution. The primordial beings possess fewer desires and a steadfast heart towards the Tao, a sentiment foreign to postnatal beings. The two clans frequently engage with one another, each contemplating further expansion of their territories, consolidating the fortune of living beings and maintaining equilibrium among the three clans. Yet, unlike the Phoenix and Qilin, the Dragon Clan, under the ancestral dragon's leadership, rejoices at the prospect of battle, exuding an aura of imminent world conquest. Their momentum akin to a rainbow, the Phoenix and Qilin, hindered by geographical constraints, have already missed their optimal moment. The Phoenix faces the southern Sea Dragon Palace, while the Qilin gazes toward the western Exalted Mountain, yet cannot expand. Their only direction lies to the north. The issue is that the northern wasteland has been ravaged by ferocious beasts, leaving little in the way of living beings, compounded by the presence of various anomalous creatures, such as the Sky Howler, Calamity Beast, and Celestial Dog. These beings are largely hybrids of feral beasts and primordial entities, lacking the intelligence to transform but endowed with innate extraordinary abilities, leading free and ungovernable lives. Expanding northward offers scant rewards in terms of living beings' fortune, while also facing retaliation from these aberrant beasts, rendering the endeavor scarcely worthwhile. Furthermore, even if Xuanji were to restore the primary ley lines, the spiritual essence there would still fall short of 60%, far inferior to their current territories, with the majority of their kin unwilling to pursue cultivation in such areas. Under these conditions, the two clans have abandoned the era of equality among the three clans and have quietly united. The triad is the most stable configuration. Yet, in the face of two powerful forces, conflict is inevitable. Many high-ranking officials from the three clans have already come to this realization. The Dragon Clan hastens to assimilate the spoils of the Southern Sea battle, dispatching dragons to probe the attitude of the Western Exalted Mountain, discovering that the latter holds little regard for the Western Sea, thus expediting plans for an invasion. Even though the Dragon Clan is thoroughly fatigued and yearns for a respite, none dare voice the need for rest in light of the ancestral dragon's tyranny. Ever since the dragon offspring Bayan opposed the southern campaign multiple times, requesting a ceasefire for recuperation, and was subsequently exiled to the primordial realm by the ancestral dragon, even the Candle Dragon refrains from speaking freely. Bayan, once the enforcer of the Dragon Clan's laws, was known for his strictness and unwavering integrity. In addressing the conflicts between the dragon offspring and the aquatic tribes, he acted with impartiality, rendering fair judgments that earned him the deep respect of the aquatic beings in the Dragon Palace. Even the ancestral dragon has frequently praised this son, holding him in high regard. If even he faced exile, it underscores the ancestral dragon's resolute determination. Song harbors some concern regarding this situation. He cannot help but think of Xuanji and his sister, whom he previously visited on Kunlun Mountain, yet can no longer find any trace of them. It seems the siblings are intentionally evading him. Roha's attitude seems off, Chinyo remarked with a furrowed brow. Sitting in the main seat, the Candle Dragon remained silent, fully aware of the nature of Rohu, a formidable cultivator whose Tao is steeped in darkness, even more tyrannical than that of his own elder brother. The refined Fushi said, "Father has already issued orders. Chaofeng, Yaji, and He all support this. The situation is beyond salvage." Fushi, with a penchant for literature, particularly enjoys various grand Daoic writings, making him one of the more unique dragon offspring. Chinyo, on the other hand, is fond of music and equally opposes bloodshed. The unending war brings him distress. Together, They represent a rare faction of moderates within the upper echelons of the Dragon Clan. Advocating for an alliance among the three clans and resisting violent expansion, then let us fight. The Candle Dragon spoke slowly. Their deaths are preferable to our OWN, and no living being desires death. The Phoenix and Qilin have begun to prepare for battle, forging various postnatal treasures and cultivating an array of spiritual herbs. Those innate beings who have awakened on their own, divine in nature, have chosen to temporarily vacate their abodes to evade the impending calamity, fleeing to the northern wilderness and the cosmos, away from the three clans. Some unfortunate souls have ventured to the more prosperous west, never to return. Xuanji and his companions have started encountering various divine beings and creatures in the starry expanse. The great calamity of Longhan marks a significant period for the emergence of innate divine beings from the primordial chaos. Esteemed figures such as the Three Purities, Zhuan Ti, Jiayin, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu, Nu Hua, Fu Shi, Di Jun, and Tai Yi, all of whom are celebrated in later generations, took form during this epoch. These late-emerging innate deities possess immense potential and are accompanied by spiritual treasures. Yet their cultivation remains comparatively low. Faced with the three clans gathering outstanding talents to bolster their strength, those with supreme treasures have concealed themselves, while those lacking superior spiritual artifacts and grand fortune have no choice but to flee. Endowed with the favor of the Tao, born of the authority of heaven and earth, they possess a heightened sense of crisis compared to innate beings, able to sense dangers from the west. With the northern wilderness equally unstable, while the starry sky offers a temporary refuge from the calamity. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elders. The elegant Dong Wanggong performed a respectful bow to Xuanji and Qi Xiao in turn. He too had faced misfortune. Having just emerged into existence, he was soon sought after by the Dragon Clan. Thankfully, the eastern wilderness is overseen by the Azure Dragon, who did not compel Dong Wanggong to swear allegiance to the Dragon Clan, but rather allowed him time to consider, assuring him that even if he chose to refuse, he would not encroach upon Dong Wanggong's abode. Nonetheless, Dong Wanggong remained fearful of being swept into the Dragon Clan's westward campaign. And under the cover of night, he abandoned his dwelling, taking his entire fortune to the skies. Xuanji found interest in his Shaoyang Dao, seeing it as a means to further refine his own Yang Dao. Thus, he willingly lowered his status to engage in discourse with him for several hundred years. Once their exchange concluded, Xuanji bowed, saying, "Take care, fellow Taoist." As he departed with Qi Xiao, he preferred to address his companions as fellow Taoists, not wishing to call them juniors, which would imply his own aging. With strength in his left hand and virtue in his right, he commanded the respect of all innate divine beings and creatures who came after him. Dong Wanggong held a Huang Zhongli in his hand, watching as Xuanji and his two companions vanished in the blink of an eye, his eyes filled with envy. The Huang Zhongli had been exchanged for a premium innate spiritual root, and it might prove life-saving in critical moments. Farewell, esteemed elder. Several millennia later, Dong Wanggong encountered another fleeing innate divine being. During their discourse, he casually mentioned Xuanji, recounting how this fellow Taoist had traded some innate divine gold for a Huang Zhongli, sharing his own experiences as well. Instantly, both held a deep admiration for Xuanji and Qi Xiao. Comparing the Dragon Clan with Xuanji, they marveled at the vast differences between the two esteemed figures. One was a paragon of virtue and fortune, while the other was a legendary figure of wind and thunder, tales of whom spread among the starry refugees. In truth, Xuanji and Qi Xiao had done little more than offer some inferior innate spiritual fruits, 100,000-year-old brew of celestial wine, and engage in discussions about the latest happenings in the primordial world, exchanging some innate spiritual roots, root seeds, and innate materials in a fair trade. The places Xuanji and Qi Xiao traversed were ultimately limited, yet their equitable exchanges yielded an abundance of resources previously unattainable. With the three light divine water, the nine heavens restoring soil, and the Tao of creation, Xuanji was confident in transforming the Yunding Cave Heavens orchard into the foremost concentration camp for innate spiritual roots in the primordial realm. Occasionally, in moments of good cheer, they would offer a casual piece of advice. However, their cultivation levels were too high, at least 2 realms above those fleeing innate beings and divine entities. Such a friendly and gentle demeanor left the latter astonished, especially considering they had recently lost their own strongholds. Without comparison, there is no harm, by relying on their relative shortcomings. Xuanji and Qi Xiao garnered favor from a wave of future influential figures in the primordial realm. Although the two remained indifferent to such accolades, the map of mountains and rivers began to reveal more stars. Xuanji's comprehension of the Tao of time and the innate star formation deepened. The sun represented day, the moon night, stars spun, and seasons turned. By stepping upon ancient stars, and with the map of mountains and rivers outlining the innate star formation, he quietly pondered the laws of time over thousands of years, integrating them into his own Tao of life and death. With time as the thread, causality as the net, and space as the carrier, he birthed creation before destruction. The transformation of life and death, ever-changing, meant that all living things would perish with time, only to be reborn through it in a dark and vast corner of the starry sky. Xuanji ascended to the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 64. Accumulation leads to eruption, blossoming 12 petals. This place is a rare lightless region in the cosmos, situated at the intersection of void and chaos, a juncture between the primordial world and the chaotic realm, embodying a unique, boundless space of eternal laws where the 3,000 Daos and the Taiji chaos evolve together. It lies beyond the 9 heavens of the primordial realm. It is also known as the heavenly outer realm. The primordial heavens and earth are boundless. Leaving the eastern world and entering the eastern sea leads to an unending expanse. The starry realm is similarly infinite, filled with boundless voids. To reach the ultimate heavens, one must possess a cultivation level exceeding that of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. By transforming his Tao body and primordial spirit into part of the 3,000 Daos, he transcended the tangible to the intangible, akin to a self-aware law of heaven and earth, thus departing from the primordial realm and entering the heavenly outer realm between primordial chaos. It is akin to a dimensional leap. This is the boundary between the primordial and chaos. By further delving into the Tao, one can leave the primordial realm and enter the chaotic world. Xuanji and Qi Xiao stand at the edge of the heavenly outer realm. A step outward into the Tao leads to the heavenly outer realm, while a step inward into the Tao leads back to the primordial starry sky. Here, there is no light, no substance, no spirit, only the relentless clash of boundless chaotic energy and void winds, stirring up waves of terrifying stillness capable of annihilating even an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. In this peculiar space, the Tao of creation manifests a fleeting reflection of the primordial realm, while the Tao of destruction swiftly descends. The reflection is reborn through cycles of destruction, only to meet destruction again after rebirth. The void trembles, the laws materialize, and endless Tao rhythms cascade down. After countless years of cultivation, Xuanji sought to encompass a portion of the 3,000 Tao laws within his Tao of life and death, melding creation, destruction, fortune, causality, time, yin and yang, and the 5 elements to form the foundation of his life and death Tao. Coupled with his thoughts, reflections, and insights, he forged a unique path of life and death. This moment, such a foundational Tao could no longer be suppressed. It was as if the Tao forbade the blossoming of 12 petals, propelling his essence beyond the realm of completion. Xuanji could no longer contain his vital energy, resulting in a fundamental transformation. The inadvertently drawn void winds and chaotic energies were effortlessly devoured by the Tao of destruction and refined by the Tao of creation, becoming Xuanji's cultivation resources. In his presence, time and space seemed to come to a standstill. Above him, 3 flowers bloomed, each with 10 petals. 9 is the limit of numbers, while 10 signifies completeness. An ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal might only see 3 or 4 petals, while a disciple of a saint might reach 6, 7, or 8. In later generations, it is rumored that figures such as Nu Hua, Di Jun, and Zhuan Ti possessed 3 flowers at the 8th grade, the 3 purities at the 9th grade, and ordinary chaotic deities at the 10th grade, with the likes of Hong Jun, Yang Mei, and Shi Chun being the best at the 11th grade. Only one who cultivated amidst the 36 grades of chaotic green lotus could achieve the 12th grade. This is likely a fabrication. Perhaps Pangu was of the 24th or even 36th grade. Yet, among the 3,000 chaotic deities, most emerged above the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, with none appearing as Great Luo Golden Immortals. The foremost figures among them were even Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortals. This rumor seems more like a later misconception. However, in the primordial realm, 3 flowers at the 9th grade are indeed nearly the highest achievement. The closer one approaches the 10th grade of the 3 flowers Tao foundation, the more one can sense the intense resonance of the Tao, making it nearly impossible to suppress one's breakthrough. A slight relaxation would lead to direct unity with the heavenly Tao, becoming a great Luo golden immortal. For Xuanji, relying on his premium innate spiritual roots as a foundation, he achieved the pinnacle of 10 blooming petals through his diligent efforts and self-restraint, which is already a remarkable accomplishment. For this day, he spared no effort in consuming vast amounts of time for comprehension and cultivation, traversing the extensive path of integrating the 3,000 Tao laws. But is 3 flowers at the 10th grade his limit? Certainly not. The Great Luo encompasses all and excludes nothing. To attain the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal, one must consolidate the past, present, and future selves, manifesting a world of birth and death at will, effortlessly evolving into the myriad realms. In the moment of his ascension, his past, present, and future selves converged. The myriad tree incarnations he had planted over countless years disregarded endless distances. Merging seamlessly with his true self's Tao fruit in an instant, he and the incarnations still residing in the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the primordial realm fused together. These incarnations absorbed the heavenly and earthly spiritual essence, continuously transforming into the source, enhancing the primordial spirit of each incarnation. Individually, each incarnation's highest realm might only be that of a golden immortal, with the lowest being that of a earth immortal. And they were all newly planted not long ago. Yet, such a massive accumulation led to qualitative changes. The essence, energy, and spirit he had gathered were far more than a mere dozen times that of his true self. The fusion of the essences and spirits of the incarnations caused Xuanji's Tao source to surge once more. Years ago, in a bid for self-preservation, he had not hesitated to sever his primordial spirit and true self. Today, this act became a tremendous opportunity for establishing the foundation of his Tao. The depth and richness of his foundation far surpassed that of other innate divine beings. After all, no one would recklessly mutilate themselves, continuously severing their own essence to forge millions of incarnations. With the aid of these millions of incarnations, the 3 flowers atop his head quietly sprouted 2 more petals. However, the 12th petal appeared somewhat malnourished. Yet, Xuanji's essence and spirit were sufficient, though the Tao had weakened slightly. The merits of the Tao, combined with my essence. As the mind stirs, the immense reservoir of virtuous merit accumulated behind him merges with the primordial essence. In a state of ethereal bewilderment, the divine consciousness of Xuanji, empowered by this boundless merit, transcends into a unique state of profound mystery, utilizing the extraordinary spatial laws of the celestial realm. It intertwines with the myriad paths of the cosmos, effortlessly enveloping the entire starry world, merging with the immortal spirit of the stars. In an instant, he comprehends the primordial stellar formation. At this moment, he becomes the sovereign of the star realm, capable of harnessing the infinite power of the stars. A fleeting imprint of the celestial path, woven from the myriad star spirits, momentarily coalesces into an unforgettable vision for Xuanji. A colossal being, towering above the heavens, with eyes like the sun and moon, and hair flowing like a mighty river, resembling the very embodiment of the great Tao, surrounded by an endless expanse of Tao. The giant lets out a thunderous roar, a single swing of its axe attempting to halt the multitude of chaotic deities that fall before it. That axe's radiance could both carve the heavens and the earth, shaping the primordial void, or obliterate existence itself, vanquishing all who dare defy. This is the true essence of the cycle of creation and destruction. Merely the remnant shockwave of that axe is imprinted within the immortal stars, persisting through eons. Drawing upon the traces of the celestial axe recorded by the stars, Xuanji's aura surges, elevating his Tao resonance. The 3 flowers and 12 petals, each flawless, manifest before him. An endless river, unseen at its terminus, appears at his feet. Xuanji bows his head, realizing he is but a mere droplet in this vast river. My esteemed one, is it only by transcending this place that the true beginning of altering fate commences? He muses to himself, exalting his own worth, as if confiding in some unseen entity. Perhaps this declaration is somewhat ostentatious. Before he could stand firm and observe the unfolding of his and Qixiao's destined future along the intertwined river of fate and time, an irresistible force propels him away. It is an awe-inspiring mountain. Endless in its grandeur, the moment Xuanji ascends to the great Luo golden immortal realm, the currents of time surge, and the river of destiny swells tumultuously. Yet, before the unyielding mountain collapses, suppressing all time and fate, before other powerful beings can trace the origins of chaos back to the source, tranquility descends once more. Damn! The overwhelming force sends Xuanji reeling, casting him out of the river, inciting a desire to curse. He had intended to glimpse the future fate shared with Qixiao, only to be unceremoniously expelled by the unyielding mountain. His rear end stings a bit. This is something he must not share with Qixiao. Xuanji, who kicked your backside? Qixiao giggles, covering her mouth. In a one. You must have seen it wrong, Xuanji replies earnestly. Is there a third person here? Qixiao nods, puzzled. So who kicked your backside? Qixiao, truly no one. I simply stood for too long and nearly fell. Xuanji insists with utmost seriousness. Lying is wrong. That's what you said, Qixiao retorts with a solemn expression. Qixiao's gaze drifts to the crown atop his head. It's truly a 12th grade one. Can I take it home and keep it in my water basin? Papa, you ravenous mouth. Xuanji taps her lightly on the head, saying, this is merely the manifestation of my vital spirit. It cannot be plucked. Xuanji, I have something to tell you, Qixiao says mysteriously. Speak, Xuanji responds, in a good mood. I am also about to ascend. Qixiao feigns difficulty. My divine prohibitive Tao is nearing its limits. Go ahead and show off. Xuanji glances at her disdainfully. Chapter 65. The underlying currents unceasingly, Qixiao's innate talent, forged through the reverse refinement of her own divine prohibitive Tao, manifests like a liberated entity, advancing by leaps and bounds in terror. Once she fully grasps the prohibitive Tao, her nearly chaotic spiritual root, an exceptional innate foundation immediately comes into play. Over the years, she has relied entirely on the prohibitive Tao to suppress her realm. This is significantly easier than Xuanji's reliance on spiritual treasures for suppression. As Xuanji ascends to the great Luo golden immortal, Qixiao, now inextricably linked to his Tao aura, can no longer contain herself. After speaking with Xuanji, the little girl begins her performance. The winds rise and thunder roars. An ethereal visage of the unyielding mountain materializes behind her, with a torrent of chaotic winds and divine thunder rolling forth, swiftly forming an immense sea of chaotic clouds spanning billions of miles. This is the direct effect of the unyielding mountain's ethereal visage exerting its suppression. Were it not for the constraints of the divine prohibitive Tao, perhaps even this boundless expanse of the celestial realm would tremble. Xuanji gazes in astonishment at this scene. How did even the unyielding mountain emerge? Counting on his fingers, he realizes with a shock that she is inherently a top-tier innate spiritual root, not inferior to the three purities endowed with the essence of Pengu and the merit of creation. Starting with the foundation of blooming at the 9th grade, she is even comparable to certain chaotic deities. Awakened early, she no longer bears fruit, wasting her primordial Tao essence. Accumulated over countless millennia, her foundation might now be nearing the chaotic spiritual root. A 10th grade base. Over the years, having additionally comprehended the prohibitive Tao and learned from Xuanji's teachings, showcasing his cultivation achievements, she has indulged in high-grade innate spiritual fruits like Huangzhong Li and ginseng fruits. All while believing Xuanji was oblivious. Her Tao foundation undoubtedly positions her at the 11th grade. Thus, with the support and guidance of the unyielding mountain, could she attain the 12th grade? The little girl seems to have latched onto a sturdy leg. Xuanji observes the visage of the unyielding mountain, feeling as though he has become a chosen caretaker of some ineffable entity, albeit without remuneration. He can only seethe in silence. Fortunately, he has managed to double his gains from Qixiao's endeavors. The fleeting joy he felt over the prospect of blooming at the 12th grade dissipates, realizing that if Qixiao truly navigates the prohibitive Tao to the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, she would indeed be impervious to all. This is the true path of Hunyuan, directly pointing to the infinite. Where blessings reside, calamities may also dwell. While the prohibitive Tao is a significant burden, it is also an unparalleled boon. With a light laugh, he waves his hand, shattering the chaotic sea of clouds, reverting them to winds and currents. The surrounding void becomes constrained, forming an isolated space that conceals all phenomena, in contrast to Xuanji, who requires numerous avatars and the merit of the Tao to coalesce the 3 flowers and 12 petals atop his head. Qixiao's success is all but assured. The visage of the unyielding mountain grows increasingly vivid. Its immense power, capable of suppressing all, creates ripples in the space around it, manifesting cracks. Xuanji has no choice but to summon the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Void Sword, employing its spatial Tao inscriptions to suppress the might radiating from the unyielding mountainous visage. Qixiao remains oblivious to the strain she has placed on Xuanji. Had she known, she would surely have exerted herself even further. Showing off her culinary skills, her crafting, and her cultivation is what she loves most. At this moment, her spiritual essence is enveloped by the winds and thunders of the Tao, her feet resting upon a divine mountain soaring billions of miles high. All that is the unyielding mountain vividly unfurls within her mind. Just as Xuanji briefly held the authority of the star realm, she now possesses a similar power. The unyielding mountain is Pangu's spine, a portion of his half-step Hunyuan Wajidian Tao manifested. Qixiao's spiritual essence aligns with the prohibitive Tao, momentarily merging with the unyielding mountain, entering a state of enlightenment akin to deciphering celestial texts. Time swiftly passes, yet only a mere 10,000 years elapse. In this remote edge of the celestial realm, a great Luo golden immortal Tao fruit comes into being. The previously tranquil time and the river of destiny once again become tumultuous, only to swiftly revert to calm. Several powerful beings, deeply engrossed in their closed-door meditation and on the brink of transcending into the great Luo golden immortal realm, momentarily pause in astonishment. Having previously endured the shattering blow of the heavens, they feel a familiar itch returning. The unyielding mountain? Hongjuan's expression is one of utter shock as he turns his gaze towards the unyielding mountain on the primordial earth, his crushed fingers restoring themselves. The suppressive rhythms easily shattered. What is happening? The heavens can nurture a blooming 9th-grade Great Luo Golden Immortal, but how has the unyielding mountain birthed a prodigy of the same caliber? The small ones among them are barely at the Golden Immortal stage. Who among them would ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal? After pondering for a while, he realizes the heavenly mechanisms are obscured. Unless the unyielding mountain is toppled, locating the target will prove exceedingly difficult, leading him to abandon the pursuit. A mere Great Luo Golden Immortal, even if blooming at the 9th grade, remains far from the reincarnated chaotic deities of their generation, requiring extensive time to elevate their cultivation. By the time they achieve the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he will undoubtedly transcend beyond it. Ascending to an even higher realm is far more crucial to swiftly sever the 3 corpses and break through the Great Luo Golden Immortal boundary. Having sufficiently deduced, he prepares to attempt the severing of the first corpse. A resolute expression crosses Hongjuan's face as he closes his eyes once more, his Tao resonance flawless and complete, reaching the terminus guided by the Tao. The path ahead severed. After exploring the primordial earth for over a dozen epochs and imparting countless teachings, he has gained nothing. It is only during the calamity of ferocious beasts, witnessing the rise of the divine and personally sending him to his demise, that he comprehends the principle of breaking to establish anew. Yet, this path is fraught with peril. Severing one's own spiritual essence would result in a fall in realm. Severing the 3 corpses is even more hazardous. Should he choose a wrong path, he will pay a hefty price, becoming the first failure among the chaotic deities vying for Panga's Tao fruit. However, this is his path. Time, with a visage awash in astonishment, gazed upon the altered currents of the river of time. A master of the way of time, he could discreetly traverse its depths a time or two, even beneath the oppressive weight of Mount Buzhou. Yet, he dared not make a commotion, lest he invoke the mountain's suppression. Each time, he could only furtively observe from the shallow waters along the bank, gleaning insights from minor factions while contemplating the vastness of the primordial landscape to deduce the future's trajectory. Witnessing the seemingly tranquil yet tumultuously roiling river, he was beset by a multitude of thoughts. Who could be bathing in the river of time? How had the banks of this river been thrown into such disarray? It was chaos, utter chaos, with his head drawn in, his diminutive form concealed within the voluminous sleeves of his celestial robe. He crouched beside the river, exuding an air of lewdness that belied his status as a supreme being of chaos, resembling more a lecherous old man peeking at a neighbor's wife in the bath. Amidst this delightful chaos, a tall and striking figure clad in green materialized beside him. It was the elusive Yang Mei. In contrast to Time, Yang Mei possessed a commanding presence, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, with brows like swords and eyes that sparkled like the stars. Chaos beings typically walked their paths in solitude, their relationships defined by rivalry. Yet, the bond between Yang Mei and Time was somewhat unique. Their paths aligned in such a way that they could mutually enhance each other's destinies. Time and space were interdependent. United, they were formidable. But divided, they were frail. However, both harbored ulterior motives, temporarily collaborating for a shared objective. "Have you located the one who disrupts the heavens?" Time inquired without turning. "That fellow seems to have gained some wits." "He has managed to elude even my grasp," Yang Mei replied, his expression peculiar. "A clever one wielding a blade is indeed a troublesome affair," Time lamented, his face growing increasingly bitter. Deceiving him was no longer an option. "What of Luo Hu?" Yang Mei frowned. Originally, they had intended to deceive the one who disrupts the heavens into taking the lead in confronting the equally combatant Luo Hu, while they stealthily collected the spoils. Yet, it now appeared that their grand plan, though enchanting in concept, was unfeasible in execution. Perhaps we could deceive Hong Jun instead. Chapter 66. The overbearing aura of Ziwei unbeknownst to the two, already influencing the grand scheme of things. They were currently enraptured in the exhilaration of the dual blossoms of 12th. "Xianji, I have spotted Mount Buzhou. He even gifted me a lamp," Qi Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he raised the treasured lotus lamp in celebration before Xianji. "Qi Xiao, do you think I am oblivious to your little trickery, tearing through space to secretly procure that lamp?" Xianji retorted, unimpressed, as Qi Xiao's feeble intentions were transparent to him. The ostentatious display was merely a facade to conceal something else. "Come clean. Did you steal it?" Qi Xiao looked up. "Xianji, the night is splendid," he declared, with a vast expanse of chaotic sea overhead, devoid of sun or stars. Xianji, momentarily taken aback, could not help but ask, "Did you truly pilfer someone else's spiritual treasure?" "In my excitement, I merely picked up a beautiful lamp that I stumbled upon," Qi Xiao insisted, attempting to justify himself. "Did you retrieve it from beside Nuwa?" Xianji replied, incredulous. "Absolutely not. I was miles away." Qi Xiao snapped back, a hint of indignation in her voice. "Is that not akin to thievery?" Xianji retorted, his gaze sharp. Given Nuwa's stature, even her abode at Mount Buzhou was a considerable distance away. "Moreover, I did not take everything, only one. There are still many spiritual treasures left," Qi Xiao added, her eyes darting mischievously. "Then why not take more?" Xianji shot her a disapproving glance. Nuwa was indeed a minor affluent figure, blessed with treasures aplenty, yet did they truly lack a lamp? "I wished for one, but I was discovered by a handsome fellow," Qi Xiao lamented, a look of regret crossing her face. Xianji glared at her. Exasperated, collecting spiritual treasures was one thing, but allowing others to witness it was utterly embarrassing. "Did you offer any form of compensation?" Qi Xiao grinned. "I passed on the intermediary transformation and 5 elements great escape techniques you improved last time to him. He was overjoyed and even thanked me for your guidance. The 3 great celestial techniques of the great Luo Golden Immortal, particularly those aligned with their paths, were worth more than a superior innate spiritual lamp." For Fuxi and Nuwa, this was indeed a fair exchange, especially as the great calamity of the primordial world loomed ominously, and they desperately needed to bolster their cultivation and abilities. "He, the illustrious heavenly Emperor Fuxi, addresses me as senior. Now that is more like it." Xianji nodded in approval. "You foolish girl, Xianji, you actually believed it." Qi Xiao laughed heartily. "This was my exchange with Nuwa and Fuxi." Xianji felt her patience wane. This girl was deliberately retaliating against her previous fibs. After all these years, did she still bear such a grudge? Nevertheless, her performance was commendable. She had mastered the art of deception quite well. "Why are you so fixated on that lamp? It's beautiful." Qi Xiao beamed with delight. Xianji observed the lamp in silence for 3 seconds. "Aesthetic value is truly terrifying. The lotus lamp, as the foremost of the 4 divine lamps, stood 9 inches tall, its body resembling jade and blooming like a blue lotus. Its form was that of a magnificent lotus in full bloom, akin to a grand bowl, with the lotus heart serving as the lamp's wick. In terms of mere appearance, it was indeed extraordinarily appealing. Xianji shook her head, dismissing such a superficial perspective. The true essence of the lotus lamp encompassed the 7 treasures of divine fire. Capable of restraining any being with the 7 emotions and 6 desires, making it a premium innate spiritual treasure, mere inches away from being a top-tier one. It cannot be merely about beauty. Qi Xiao, we should place the lotus lamp in the grand hall. That would enhance its splendor. Qi Xiao's eyes lit up, vigorously nodding in agreement. She believed that placing this lamp in the grand hall would elevate its status, akin to the prestige of the Jade Clear, hanging the Jade Void glazed lamp in the Jade Void Palace. Thus, the fate of the lotus lamp was joyfully settled between them. The two then continued their journey, spending a yuan meeting to further traverse the realms. The 28 constellations appeared within the map of mountains and rivers, bestowing 28 primordial divine patterns upon this spiritual treasure, forming a celestial path of 2 innate avenues. Afterward, Xianji proceeded to the 3 realms, Ziwei, Taiwei, and Tianshi. The 3 stars, along with the sun and moon, constituted the 5 most pivotal celestial bodies in the cosmos. Ziwei, also referred to as the Ziwei Palace, resided at the center of the 3 realms, with Taiwei and Tianshi flanking either side. Its pivotal star, the Tianshu, commanded the allegiance of all other stars, reigning supreme among the celestial bodies. Upon their arrival, the 2 immortals and a beast were greeted by an expanse of boundless purple energy. Xianji expanded her divine consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Ziwei's star in an instant. An adept in the flow of spiritual mechanisms and the creation of the cosmos, she easily identified a hidden primordial grand formation nestled among the stars. Contemplating briefly, she casually employed the map of mountains and rivers to establish a minor primordial formation. The map already possessed 24 complete path inscriptions, qualifying it as a superior innate spiritual treasure, forming a grand divine illustration encompassing Kunlun, Buzhou, the northern primordial lands, Wanshou, the northern sea, the blood sea, and the starry sky. While it lacked the capability to evolve into boundless realms or withstand myriad assaults, an endeavor only achievable by a saint, it could still withstand the full might of a typical great Luo golden immortal. As she entered seclusion, the restless Qi Xiao took by Qi to search for treasures. Less than a millennium later, they encountered Qi Xiao seated atop by Qi, a remarkably affluent child trailing behind. The child donned a purple robe of celestial attire, adorned with celestial rivers and ethereal beasts, enveloped in a halo of purple energy, exuding a magnificent aura. He was akin to a golden lotus of destiny, albeit lacking the solidity and the stabilizing spiritual treasures. This was the potential of a great Luo golden immortal. Clutching a stick fashioned from a top-tier innate spiritual root, the starry light within it suggested the presence of an entire starlit realm, brimming with boundless power. Though still in the late stages of the Xian immortal realm, he subtly drew upon the energy of the cosmos, his innate arrogance causing him to gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. Embodying the spirit of in 30,000 years, I shall rise as the Azure Emperor. What an overwhelming presence! Xianji recalled the brashness of Uchiha Hashirama, realizing why he had met his end at the blade. I am Xianji, and this is my younger sister, Qi Xiao. She is young and mischievous. Should she behave impolitely, I hope the young friend can be understanding. Xianji produced a ginseng fruit, offering it to the future Emperor Ziwei as a gesture of goodwill. This was a maneuver she had mastered. Young friend, you possess an extraordinary lineage. This ginseng fruit can enhance your cultivation by several millennia, solidifying your foundation. Consider it my gift. Upon seeing the ginseng fruit, a flicker of excitement crossed the otherwise proud visage of Ziwei. He was not yet the towering figure of the heavenly court. With ample resources at his disposal, he could command great Luo golden immortals with a mere word. However, having recently taken form, he was still in the late stages of the Xian immortal realm, gazing up in awe at mighty cultivators like Xianji. A single ginseng fruit could significantly shorten his ascent to the golden immortal realm. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xianji, Ziwei expressed his gratitude. He met his end without injustice, Qi Xiao whispered to Xianji. Xianji's address of him as a young friend seemed to have inflated his ego. Little one, you are merely an Xian immortal. What gives you the audacity to address a great Luo golden immortal as a brother or to directly accept the ginseng fruit? Chapter 67. The qualities of an Emperor. Xuanji cast a fleeting glance at ZY. The little lad was indeed remarkably adorable, prompting an almost irresistible urge to pinch his cherubic face. Particularly, the thought that this very child would one day ascend as a celestial emperor, holding a position second only to Haotian in the heavenly court, added a significant layer of imperial prestige. Should he eventually attain sainthood and boast to his disciples, a casual remark about having once pinched the face of Emperor ZY could certainly elevate his status. Garnering him a reverent gaze from his followers, however, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion as mere jest. One mustn't take such thoughts too seriously. What if ZY, in a moment of vulnerability, were to express a longing for a great master? Declaring, I have wandered aimlessly for too long, regretting not encountering a wise lord. If you do not forsake me, I would gladly take you as my adoptive father. That would certainly complicate matters. He was no fool like Qianlong. Perhaps it would be wiser for Dijuan to mentor this rather arrogant ZY. ZY, my friend. I perceive that the wooden stick in your hand possesses an extraordinary origin. Could it possibly be a supreme innate spiritual root? ZY immediately grew wary, retorting, This is merely something I picked up casually. Pray tell, where would you find the branches of a supreme innate spiritual root such as the stellar tree? You possess a modicum of cleverness. But it is hardly sufficient. A mischievous child indeed, lacking guidance from Xia Yuhe, clearly has gone astray. Xuanji inwardly scoffed, yet maintained a cordial demeanor, smiling as he reassured, Fear not, I have no intention of seizing your innate spiritual root. I have always been benevolent, engaging with others on equal terms, never resorting to bullying. I am of the same mind. Qishao chimed in. ZY stifled a roll of his eyes, though he dared not express it. Ahem. Xuanji shot a warning glare at Qishao, signaling her to refrain from interrupting. How about this? I observe that you possess neither spiritual treasures nor divine abilities. I shall offer you this medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Qianyuan sword, along with the techniques of cloud riding and the mastery of the dual thunder methods, in exchange for 49 branches of the innate stellar tree. What do you say? Exchanging a cost-free divine ability for rare and precious materials was a game Xuanji had mastered. One divine ability could be sold multiple times. This was a lucrative endeavor. I shall see what I can find, though I cannot guarantee I will come across so many branches. ZY responded with an air of self-importance. Very well, I shall first impart to you the technique of cloud riding. Once you procure the branches, return to me, and I will bestow upon you the spiritual treasure and the mastery of the thunder methods. Xuanji was unfazed by the prospect of ZY absconding. The entirety of the stellar realm lay within his dominion. He effortlessly inscribed the previous version of the cloud riding technique onto a piece of Kunlun divine jade. Even his last iteration of the flight technique was the result of countless improvements, far surpassing ZY's own comprehension by several magnitudes. Their minds melded with the jade for a brief moment. A rare smile broke across ZY's tense visage. Thank you, my friend. Please await a few years. He tucked the divine jade into his sleeve and turned, employing the slow cloud climbing technique as he reversed direction towards the innate array of ZY star. Qishao observed ZY's antics in speechless disbelief. Xuanji chuckled softly. If it were you, would you not immediately bow and refer to them as brother or sister, without knowing their character or background? Indeed, Qishao replied proudly. That is precisely how I acknowledge you as my little brother. Xuanji was momentarily rendered speechless. He had forgotten the lengths he had gone to, initially deferential to the little girl for the sake of consuming the celestial light. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. It was unwise to bicker with a child. After a few years of waiting, ZY finally returned with the 49 branches of the supreme innate stellar tree. Though he presented himself as arrogant, he demonstrated considerable integrity. The branches he brought for trade were all secondary branches, nearly as potent as the trunk itself, infused with boundless starlight. Xuanji was thoroughly satisfied, but wished to avoid any karmic debt. So he added another piece. This is the Qianyuan sword, and these two pieces of divine jade contain the mastery of the thunder and the technique of the external avatar. Please accept them. My friend Dangmem, Zy, clearly delighted, maintained his proud demeanor, refusing to utter a word of thanks as he rapidly stowed the spiritual treasure and jade away. With this matter concluded, my friend, may our paths cross again by fate. Xuanji concluded with a gentle smile, waving his right hand, causing himself, Qi Xiao, and Baichi to vanish in an instant. Zy scanned the area, finding no trace of them. I shall surely become this powerful one day. The formidable and enigmatic realm of Xuanji and Qi Xiao was precisely what he ardently anticipated. Zy first absorbed the information from the jade, initially thrilled, then somewhat perplexed. The mastery of the thunder was self-evident. As thunder techniques were inherently destructive, even Hongjun had practiced the renowned purple cloud thunder, regarded as one of the most formidable techniques of the thunder path. However, he found the external avatar technique to be curious. Xuanji's external avatar technique was far from the sophistication of the one qi transforming into three purities, and even less so than the exquisitely enigmatic three corpses severing technique. The avatars created through refining were contingent upon the strength of the spirit that the avatar was anchored to, as well as the power of the original. For most cultivators, splitting their primordial spirit was akin to self-inflicted harm to their cultivation. Furthermore, finding compatible innate materials to serve as an avatar was a cumbersome endeavor, with limited utility, the only advantage being that if the original body were to perish, the true spirit could escape into the avatar and continue cultivating. While the mastery of the thunder was indeed commendable, Zy mused, as long as I am sufficiently powerful, how could I ever perish? There is no need for self-harm to create an avatar. With his chin tilted confidently upward, he declared, I, Zy, possess the qualities of an emperor. In this lifetime, I shall never be inferior to others. Casting a glance at the infinite starry sky, he concluded that returning to his sanctuary to continue his cultivation was the wisest course of action. The outside world was fraught with peril. It was far safer to cultivate within the confines of home. This encounter with Qi Xiao had proven fortuitous. It was not a path of great calamity. He had narrowly avoided a dire fate. As his magical energy flowed and clouds formed, he swiftly vanished miles away. Throughout these years, he had mastered the cloud riding technique to a satisfactory level, thus coming to trust Xuanji's words. Otherwise, he would never have left the innate array. Little did he know that had he endured a few more years within the array, the Xuanji he had come to know would have transformed into a formidable adversary. Lacking sufficient strength while attempting to owe Xuanji a debt would undoubtedly result in an early encounter with the harsh realities of life, a veritable thrashing. Do you think Zy can evade two death tribulations solely with the external avatar technique you imparted to him? Qi Xiao inquired, observing Xuanji as he contemplated the properties of the stellar tree branches. Who can say? Xuanji casually replied. The path to survival has been provided, but whether he seizes it depends on his intelligence and luck. Moreover, being on the leaderboard isn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, he would be the second most powerful emperor in the heavenly court, overseeing the 28 celestial constellations and governing the fortunes of humanity. That is a significant authority. He even presented a ginseng fruit as a gift in the future. If Zy does not bestow upon him a few hundred millennium peaches to repay this kindness, he will surely find himself in dire straits. Qi Xiao chuckled. His arrogance makes it all the more delightful to tease him. Little Zy, brace yourself for the trials of the primordial wilderness to temper your excessive pride. Perhaps even serving buns for the West Baihu, Ji Chong, before the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon you. Ascend and become an emperor. Chapter 68. A wise man knows when to yield. Xuanji, holding the branches of the stellar tree, contemplated how to refine them into stellar flags, transforming them into a unique, postnatal spiritual treasure that would invoke the principal stars of the primordial wilderness, initiating a new round of reinforcement for the celestial array of Yunding Dongtian. Having traversed the stars for many years, he had not fully comprehended the innate celestial array of the primordial wilderness, but he was at least 80 to 90% proficient. The map of mountains and rivers had absorbed a fragment of stellar essence, allowing it to form a projection of the innate celestial array, capable of harnessing a portion of the celestial power. The combination of the stellar flags and the starry projection of the map of mountains and rivers would significantly enhance the great formation of Yunding Dongtian, endowing it with the formidable power to rival that of a fully realized Deluo Jingxian. However, whether it could withstand the might of a Hunyuan Jinxian remained uncertain, leaving him somewhat lacking in confidence regarding this quasi-saint level of power. When discussing the stellar flags, one cannot overlook the renowned Zhoutian star array, one of the most formidable arrays of the primordial wilderness. Dijuan had slain Zy, severing the branches of the innate stellar tree. The demon court extracted the essence of the stars, refining it into 365 great Zhoutian stellar flags and 14,800 small Zhoutian stellar flags. The demon court's 365 Deluo Jinxian wielded the grand flags, while 14,800 Tai Jinxian held the smaller ones, alongside countless gods and demons serving as the branches and leaves, collectively binding the power of the Zhoutian stars. The resulting Zhoutian star array could invoke the forces of the star realm, shaking the very foundations of the primordial wilderness. At its peak, it was said to possess a portion of the sage's power. Of course, the sages had not personally intervened. Otherwise, given their level of cultivation, they could likely have ended it with a single strike. Nevertheless, this illustrates the array's immense power and influence. Xuanji had no intention of crafting a purely lethal formation. Rather, he sought to create a multifunctional Zhoutian star array. It was imperative to further enhance the celestial light of Yunding Dongtian, fortifying both himself and Qi Shao, while also nurturing various innate spiritual roots. No deity would ever complain about an abundance of the three luminaries' divine water. After passing by the other two auxiliary Zy stars, he finally reached the sun star. In his heart, he felt a burgeoning confidence in refining the stellar tree. Upon arriving at the sun star, he did not seek out the Fusang tree or the Golden Crow brothers, but instead entered a state of deep meditation for 3,000 years to comprehend the path of the sun. Concerning the two Golden Crow brothers, Xuanji maintained an indifferent attitude. With Dijuan establishing the demon court and Hongjun having already ascended, either he had become a Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian or had fled the primordial wilderness, retreating into the chaotic void. The best outcome would be if Hongjun begrudgingly recognized both of them. The primordial wilderness boasted 3,000 demonic paths and the insights of Penga's half-step grand path, making it far more conducive for enlightenment than the chaos. Regardless of the path, the two Golden Crows posed minimal threat to him. After all, he was a 12-petal Deluo with 3 flowers. Such measures are insufficient to subdue them. After all these years of cultivation, would his efforts have been in vain? However, he did not seek an audience with Jin Wu. Yet 2 mid-level golden immortals of Jin Wu took the initiative to approach him and extend their greetings. There was no choice. Upon awakening, the Jin Wu brothers discovered 2 formidable seniors at their doorstep. They appeared so powerful that a mere finger could obliterate them. How could they dare to ignore such a presence? While ordinary deities and beings might choose to hide, Dijun and Tai, endowed with innate pride, harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, they bravely stepped forward to confront the challenge. Unlike the overly arrogant Ziwei, who had yet to endure a severe trial, Dijun and Tai, though possessing the pride of the heavenly emperor's fate, understood the hierarchy of Dao and knew when to bow their heads. They exhibited a remarkable awareness of the times. Dijun, Tai, it is an honor to meet the 2 esteemed seniors. Young friends, you are too polite. I am Qi Shao, and this is my younger brother Xianji. Qi Shao interjected eagerly. Upon catching Xianji's gaze, the young girl blinked, brimming with pride. Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Why, fellow Taoists, let us refer to each other as such. Xianji remarked with a gentle smile. Then, in the spirit of respect, please forgive our rudeness. Dijun, the elder brother, was the first to speak. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation shifted to the impending calamity of the primordial era. Xianji, aware of their unspoken inquiries, recounted the situation of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. How could it come to this? Dijun lamented, shaking his head sorrowfully upon hearing of the Dragon clan's southward campaign lasting thousands of years and the ensuing bloodshed. Qi Shao found the situation rather amusing, for this individual, in his quest to validate his status as a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, would eventually tread a similar path. Xianji is correct. When one is not in a position of power, their thoughts and actions diverge. The Earth Immortals aspire to become Celestial Immortals, the Golden Immortals yearn to attain Tai, while the Daluo Golden Immortals seek transcendence. Dijun, suspecting he had misspoken, inquired, Qi Shao, I noticed your laughter. Did I say something incorrect? No, your observations are quite accurate, Qi Shao replied, shaking his head. You two, born of the essence of the sun, enjoy unique advantages. I have always been curious about the path of the sun. Shall we engage in a discourse? Xianji, not one to shy away from his own realm, expressed his desire to debate with them on this subject. Indeed, we would be delighted. The brothers responded in unison. Their spirits lifted. Xianji's cultivation far surpassed that of the two, naturally benefiting Dijun and Tai. Yet, Xianji too gained from this exchange, while he held greater mastery over the path of the sun. The brothers, with their profound understanding of fundamental principles, provided him with significant insights. Moreover, Xianji later exchanged 9 huang zhongli for 9 fusa tree mulberries along with a segment of fusa tree branch, the latter serving as a token of gratitude from Dijun and Tai. For Xianji, trading common knowledge of cultivation for a branch of fusa tree felt like a worthwhile bargain. Upon departing, Xianji inquired, Qi Shao, what are your thoughts on them? I dislike them, Qi Shao replied without hesitation. They are insincere. Is that so? Xianji pondered. The brothers had told no lies and appeared genuinely friendly, devoid of any hint of the future arrogance of the demon court's master. Qi Shao tilted her head and scoffed. You are deceived by their deference. If they were stronger than you, would they treat you with such kindness? I find Ziwei to be more genuine. Though a bit foolish, at least he does not intentionally lower his status or betray his true self, but rather follows his heart and the path of cultivation. Sincerity is paramount. Why do I feel like you are criticizing me? Xianji retorted after a moment's reflection. Qi Shao chuckled. Have you ever betrayed your own heart? Of course, when I encountered that one, I had to swallow my pride. Xianji feigned sorrow. That was genuine cowardice, not a betrayal of your heart, Qi Shao teased. Nonsense. I am quite brave. I was fully prepared to wield the blade of destruction and charge from the southern heavenly gate to the purple cloud palace. Xianji boasted, his words somewhat exaggerated. In truth, you merely fled into chaos, Qi Shao remarked, unimpressed. She had little faith that Xianji would dare to challenge Hong Jun. Instead of risking a confrontation, it would be wiser to cultivate in chaos and seek the path of Hunyuan independently. Xianji opened his mouth but remained silent. His feelings for the primordial era ran deep, yet he could not risk his life for it. Such a notion was utterly unthinkable. Chapter 69. An unwelcome visitor. Qi Shao was right. Xianji had not betrayed his heart. Faced with the enigmatic and powerful Yang Mei, he genuinely saw no fault in temporarily bowing his head. He was merely a fortunate little shrimp seeking to please a formidable figure. Was there any shame in that? Not at all. When the situation called for humility, it was wise to embrace it. An overly rigid stance could lead to destruction. Try having another ancestral dragon address you as Zhongfu and see what happens. It has been proven that such an attempt could be fatal. Old Lu paid a bloody price for that. However, different individuals possess different mindsets, leading to varied perspectives on submission. The 12 ancestral witches would rather self-destruct than yield to the demon race. The Phoenix and Qilin would rather perish in battle than surrender to the dragon clan. For the innate beings of the primordial era, dignity often held immense significance. What then of Dijun and Tai? After some contemplation, Xianji remarked, those two are likely thinking. They can be replaced. Those who do not aspire to achieve Hunyuan are not worthy of being called good beings of the primordial era. The Jin Wu brothers' determination to attain enlightenment was undoubtedly on par with that of the ancestral dragon. Haha, Xianji, you have grown wiser. Qi Shao laughed at his insight. As they shared a light-hearted conversation, they arrived at the Tai-In starred. In contrast to the fiery enthusiasm of the Jin Wu, the jade rabbit appeared timid and apprehensive. They hid within the innate formation of the Tai-In star, cautiously observing the two unexpected guests through the branches of the innate laurel trees that adorned the star. Quite beautiful, yet too cold, Qi Shao murmured. Indeed, it has an air of aloofness, Xianji agreed. Choosing to sit beneath one of the laurel trees, Qi Shao tapped the laurel tree and, with an air of formality, asked, Dear little sisters, is this laurel tree truly unchoppable? Chang Shi and Shi He were startled but dared not speak. Unwelcome guests have arrived, and they wish to chop down another's fruit tree. What a peculiar inclination, Qi Shao continued. With so many laurels here, would it be all right if I took one? If you choose not to respond? I shall assume you consent, she added. Exchanging glances, Changshi and Shihi concluded that silence was the safest course of action. The pressure from these two was overwhelming, though Xianji and Qi Xiao had tempered their spiritual presence. The sisters, being born of the laurel trees and sharing the same exceptional innate roots, were acutely sensitive to the aura of their kind. Through the laurel trees, the sisters discerned that the seemingly ordinary golden immortal siblings before them were, in fact, exceedingly rare and powerful cultivators. Bai Qi, with a mischievous demeanor, glanced about, searching for the jade rabbit mentioned by the esteemed figure. Unfortunately, with his current cultivation, he could not perceive the innate Taiyin formation, nor could he unravel the array to glimpse the 12 adorable moon rabbits within. However, having followed Xianji and Qi Xiao for many years, Bai Qi had received countless pointers from Xianji and had been nourished with various spiritual fruits and herbs by Qi Xiao, significantly enhancing his cultivation to the early stages of Golden Immortal. His level of power was comparable to Changshi, though slightly inferior to Shihi. With amount of similar cultivation level, how much more powerful must be the master? This detail had momentarily eluded Xianji and Qi Xiao. While they possessed extraordinary cultivation, they deliberately concealed it, indicating they were not ordinary deities. Unbeknownst to Xianji, he had unwittingly obtained a card marked Bad Deity and continued to refine the essence of the Taiyin star, discreetly planting a clone within the laurel tree's crevices. To his delight, the laurel tree appeared quite pleased with this arrangement. This was a stark contrast to the Fusa tree, which, unlike the hospitable nature of Dijun and Taiyi, was overly concerned about territory and wary of potential intruders. After receiving a lesson from Xianji wielding the void sword, the laurel tree finally acquiesced. After spending several thousand years on the Taiyin star, Xianji and Qi Xiao collected a branch of a lower-grade innate laurel and maintained its vitality with the 3 lights divine water, along with employing spatial techniques to gather 12 premium innate laurel fruits. Xianji's actions startled Shihi and the others, who initially feared they might be robbed until they noticed the jade plate beneath the laurel tree, which held 13 ginseng fruits. Realizing that their intentions were not to seize anything, they felt relieved. Changshi wore a troubled expression as she regarded the 13 ginseng fruits, with the 2 sisters and 12 moon rabbits. The total came to 14, yet there were only 13 top-tier spiritual fruits. How would they divide this? This question is quite challenging, Shihi sighed, casting a glance at the 12 moon rabbits surrounding them, each of whom understood the immense benefits that fruit would bring. Naturally, they all hoped to receive one, for they too enjoyed fruits. Why is there only 13? Wouldn't it be better if there were one more? The elder sister of the Taiyin star, Shihi, felt a hint of frustration. Hihi, Xianji, you are quite wicked, Qi Xiao teased as she noted the deliberate withholding of 13 ginseng fruits. She was well aware of the significance of the number 13. With a cheerful smile, Xianji replied, "This is what we call fairness and justice. Now, let us return home." Homeward bound, farewell. Qi Xiao waved goodbye to the laurel tree, gently patting Baiqi on the back. Baiqi lingered with reluctance, having already discovered traces of the moon rabbits at play. Alas, the opportunity to partake in their delights had slipped away. The two departed from the Taiyin star, making their way first to the cloud summit cave heaven left behind in the North Sea. Within the Kunlun divine palace of the cave heaven, the 3 lights divine water pool shimmered with the radiance of 5 auspicious golden lotuses. Qi Xiao placed the refined treasure lotus lamp in the center of the pool, where it floated, emitting boundless divine light, enhancing the splendor of the grand hall. The hall grew increasingly mystical. Xuanji casually planted branches of the fusang tree and laurel in the orchard, sprinkling 10 drops of the 3 lights divine water. They took a detour through the northern borders, flying toward Wanshou Mountain. As they approached the Wuzhuang Temple and entered the Great Formation, they were immediately met with wails from within. "Xiao Yu, Brother Yuan, please let me have just a few more ginseng fruits." "Just one, I promise, just one." Xuanji and Qi Xiao wanted to be angry. After all, there are plenty to go around. Xuanji's expression turned peculiar. He sensed he had stumbled upon a secret. How exhilarating! Would he be silenced? They seemed incapable of defeating him. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. The gluttonous hunger was insatiable, utterly lacking in restraint. Such decorum shattered beyond repair, rendering even a Deluo golden immortal unable to piece it back together. "Hongyun, you are doomed." Xuanji mentally sentenced Hongyun to death. Qi Xiao had long claimed the remarkably sweet ginseng fruit as her own. She was indeed a natural sweet tooth. Hong Yun, you thieving vegetable snatcher, how dare you steal the fruit meant for Xiaoyu? Come out, I promise not to kill you. Qi Xiao employed the wind thunder escape technique, transforming into a streak of wind and thunder, effortlessly passing through the grand entrance and directly into the courtyard of Wuzhuang Temple. Such suffering! Hong Yun felt a jolt in his heart, nearly collapsing to his knees. It wasn't that he lacked diligence, but as a golden immortal facing the immense pressure of Qi Xiao, who had already attained the status of Deluo Golden Immortal, he found it utterly unbearable. The difference of two major realms was insurmountable. Not even a surge of vitality could bridge such a gap. Daoist Qi Xiao, please do not be angry, do not be angry. I didn't give him any. They're all right here. Zhen Yuanzai quickly stepped forward, hoping to save his fellow Daoist's life. So many, Xiaoyu, you are too kind. Qi Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly rewarded Zhen Yuanzai with a good person card, swiftly whisking him away to safeguard the ginseng fruits from her gluttonous friend. Observing Hong Yun's pitiful gaze, she reluctantly produced one. You can share it with Zhen Yuanzai. Before confiscation, he shall be called Xiaoyu. Once the fruit is taken, he shall become Zhen Yuanzai. Xuanji helplessly looked skyward. He could no longer bear to witness such a sight. In matters of consumption, one cannot expect a glutton to spare any fruit. Ha ha ha! Zhen Yuanzai laughed heartily. Long before he successfully transformed, Xuanji's avatar had ceased to gather ginseng fruits. Zhen Yuanzai was grateful to Xuanji for imparting teachings that allowed him to emerge a Yuan meeting early, with an exceptionally solid foundation. Thus, after consuming several, he found them ineffective for himself and decided to reserve them all as gifts for Qi Xiao, who obviously relished ginseng fruits. Xuanji gazed at Zhen Yuanzai, secretly admiring him. Indeed, he was Zhen Yuanzai. No wonder he had successfully navigated through multiple calamities. His path was broad indeed. Such a benefactor, he had secured a bond. Chapter 70. The first fruit farmer of the primordial era. In truth, when Hong Yun encountered Zhen Yuanzai, he had already consumed 2 ginseng fruits after his transformation at Wuzhuang Temple. However, for a glutton, the medicinal properties were secondary. Taste was paramount. Come, let us savor this one, and I'll want another. Xuanji did not impede Qi Xiao from accepting the ginseng fruit that Zhen Yuanzai had stored for a Yuan meeting. If it was truly given to Hong Yun, it would be a waste of a fine delicacy. Better to use it for alchemy. He had amassed quite a bounty on this outing, having acquired 9 perfect innate mulberries and 12 exquisite innate laurel fruits from Dijuan and Tai, sufficient to entertain them. Qi Xiao had consumed a few and stored several, while Xuanji still possessed 3 mulberries and 3 laurel fruits. The innate Fusang tree and laurel tree fruits, unlike the peach and Huangzhong plum, were akin to celestial apricots, each embodying a principle of innate solar and lunar laws. Consuming them could lead to an ephemeral comprehension of a law and the corresponding divine ability. Congratulations to both of you on your transformation into innate Dao bodies, with prospects of attaining the great Dao. Xuanji used spatial techniques to manifest tables and chairs crafted from Kunlun jade, along with 6 perfect innate spiritual fruits and a portion of the ripe high-grade innate spiritual fruits from the Cloud Summit Cave Heaven. Additionally, he produced celestial wine that had been stored for over 1,000,000 years. This was brewed from Huangzhong plums, and Xuanji had infused it with numerous Kunlun elixirs. The wine jars absorbed the rich innate spiritual energy of the Kunlun Divine Palace, creating a wondrous spirit. Even Xuanji, upon drinking a jar, could increase his magical power by 1,000 years. This was magical power of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. The higher the realm, the greater the amount of magical power refined each year. A Deluo Golden Immortal could accumulate 1,000 years of magical power, enough for a Tai Golden Immortal to cultivate for over 100,000 years. Daoist Zhen Yuanzai, once my alchemical path reaches fruition and I refine the golden elixir, 1/3 shall belong to you. Zhen Yuanzai was willing to offer it freely, but Xuanji preferred not to take without offering. Friends should engage on equal terms, fostering lasting connections. Offering 1/3 was hardly a slight to Zhen Yuanzai. The path of alchemy itself was a branch of creation leading to the attainment of the great Tao of Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. In Xuanji's classification, the alchemical transformations progressed through stages, first to Earth Immortal, then to Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Xian Immortal, Early Golden Immortal, Late Golden Immortal, Early Tai Golden Immortal, late Tai Golden Immortal, and finally to Deluo Golden Immortal. Currently, he was at the 6th transformation. With a stroke of luck, he might be able to refine 1 or 2 golden elixirs suitable for Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. The 9-turn golden elixirs were not merely for inflating magical power. They also enhanced the primordial spirit and comprehension of corresponding Great Tao principles, with minimal restrictions on the user's Great Tao. This was the fruit of Xuanji's years of research and consumption of vast quantities of celestial apricots. Tio fully harnessed the medicinal properties of the ginseng fruit. One must advance to the 7th transformation, necessitating Xuanji to elevate his own path of creation, experimenting with various medicinal and material combinations to determine the optimal ratios. This was arduous work. Furthermore, refining elixirs required numerous materials. Taking 2/3 of the elixirs would only yield modest profits for Xuanji. Alas, Zenyuanzai had provided far too many ginseng fruits. A little extra gain, when accumulated, amounted to a substantial sums for whether he would encroach upon Taiching's alchemical path. That was of no concern to him, who told Taiching to be lazy and not emerge sooner. Walk another's path, and let them weep. Zenyuanzai immediately rose from his seat, clasping his hands and saying, Daoist Xuanji, how can this be? Xuanji motioned for him to sit down, stating, It is only fitting. A deity must not be overly greedy. Let this be settled. Such fine treasures, upon seeing the 6 perfect innate spiritual fruits. Hongyun immediately rejoiced, promptly sitting upon the jade stool, eager for the feast to commence. In matters of food and drink, Hongyun was particularly enthusiastic. Xuanji distributed the spiritual fruits, 2 for each person. These were the spiritual fruits of the Fusang tree and the spiritual fruits of the laurel tree, each containing a principle capable of directly enabling one to attain Tai Golden Immortal status. You should store them for now. Only consume them after you have ascended to Tai Golden Immortal. Thank you. Daoist Xuanji, both Zenyuanzai and Hongyun expressed their gratitude simultaneously. For them, the ginseng fruit held less significance compared to the mulberries and laurel fruits. And I, during this journey, have also found quite a few treasures. Just in time for you to savor. Qishao produced a giant lobster measuring 100 feet in length, along with various other seafood. As the frozen lobster was unveiled, both Hongyun and Baichi bore expressions akin to eager pets awaiting their master's feeding. This was a sea demon from the North Sea, at the late stage of Xian Immortal, who had committed numerous atrocities, burdened by karma. While plundering a weak water tribe, the Cloud Summit Cave Heaven happened to drift by, and Qishao, desiring seafood, had casually sealed him with a stroke of dark wind. Had it not been for the presence of a large crab at that moment, they would have been eliminated by Qishao and Baichi long ago. You are in for a treat. I specially preserved this with the dark ice essence. It's as fresh as if just caught. Reserved exclusively for Xiaoyu. Thank you, thank you. Hongyun repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Isn't Xiaoyu just for him? Zenyuanzai wished to clarify that he was not particularly fond of meat. He was a vegetarian. However, seeing the eager expressions of Qishao and Hongyun, he refrained from expressing such an unhelpful sentiment. Thinking he could merely sample a bite later, Daoist Xuanji, the lobster eyes roasted yet. Shall we have a drink first? Hongyun gazed longingly at the jade wine flask, drooling with anticipation. Hongyun, if you are thirsty, you may drink first, Xuanji replied with a gentle smile. Really? Hongyun exclaimed with delight. Thank you, Daoist. He poured himself a cup and downed it in one go. Good bang, truly. A one-cup wonder. Xuanji and Zenyuanzai exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! The celestial wine capable of elevating Sioux, New Jersey for a millennium is far beyond the capacity of Hingyan, a mere early golden immortal. Even a single cup would overwhelm him with the wine's profound spiritual essence. Hearing the hearty laughter of the two, Hingyan could not react in time and, flushed with embarrassment, he exerted all his effort to suppress and refine the immense spiritual energy within him. At Wuzhuang Temple, a seafood feast featuring the specialties of Baiming was held, where Sioux, New Jersey and CH11O offered guidance to Nyunzi and Hingyan, after the four had finished a pot of wine. Nyunzi and Hingyan retreated into seclusion once more. Given their extensive backgrounds, it was imperative for them to digest the rich spiritual energy they had consumed and completely refine it. The two returned to Yunding's Cave Heaven, where CH11O was retained by Sioux, New Jersey. while he himself discreetly dispatched a Lu Golden Immortal Avatar, utilizing spatial techniques to infiltrate Kunlun Mountain and enter Hu Ngzh in Cave Heaven. After such a lengthy period, the Avatar had successfully harvested a considerable quantity of Hu Ngzh plums. The Hu Ngzh plum requires 10,800 years to blossom, another 10,800 years to fruit, and yet another 10,800 years to mature. Thus, it takes a total of 33,400 years to yield 9 plums. For postnatal beings, acquiring such fruit is akin to waiting until the flowers wither. However, for Sioux, New Jersey, several tens of thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. After a brief excursion to witness the vast world, he could reap the fruits of his labor multiple times. Kunlun Mountain remained tranquil. Although numerous dragon descendants were present, mining resources, cultivating celestial herbs, and gathering spiritual fruits, there were no significant conflicts with the local beings. This was largely due to the presence of Bien, the 7th prince of the dragon's 9 sons, who was stationed at Kunlun Mountain. Bien, having repeatedly advised the ancestral dragon against waging unjust wars, was cast out of the dragon palace in anger and relegated to Kunlun Mountain, where he oversaw all matters concerning the dragon clan. This dragon prince, with his dragon horns and tiger's body, was inherently altruistic, courageous in speaking out for justice, and possessed a keen discernment of right and wrong, ruling with fairness. Coupled with his status as the progeny of the ancestral dragon, he commanded great respect and authority, effectively maintaining order among the various dragon descendants. His actions garnered unanimous praise from the myriad beings and deities residing in Kunlun Mountain. The dragon clan's heritage runs deep, with the 9 sons of the dragon embodying a diverse array of talents, scholars, warriors, statesmen, and artists alike. This diversity prompted Sioux, New Jersey to reflect. Considering that Bien had abstained from the conquests and slaughters, he began to harbor doubts. Was the ancestral dragon preparing a contingency plan? Chapter 71. The initial encounter with Ngzh with fingers outstretched. The essence of his true self transcended infinite distances, as the Lu Dao fruit augmented his avatar. A beam of 9-colored divine light shot forth, enveloping the Hu Ngzh plum entirely, including its roots deep within the earth's veins. The Hu Ngzh plum instantly shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a rainbow. Having cultivated the 9-colored divine light for many years, Sioux, New Jersey possessed an unparalleled mastery over the 9 energies. The divine light encompassed 2 layers, with the inner layer not only sparing the Hu Ngzh plum from harm, but also generating a harmonious flow of 9 energies that transformed into the essence of creation, enhancing the plum's vitality. Meanwhile, the outer layer of divine light dissolved the hard stones of Kunlun Mountain, akin to a lubricant, preventing damage to the spiritual root by dissolving the binding stones. With a gentle tug of his right hand, the 9-colored divine light drew the spiritual root upward, gradually liberating it from the earth's embrace. The moment the Hu Ngzh plum detached from the earth's veins, the 9 superior postnatal ginkgo trees Sioux, New Jersey had planted at the core of the cave heaven extended their roots into the earth, assuming the role previously held by the Hu Ngzh plum. The 9 avatars alone could not replace the plum's function, so the 2 yin-yang avatars of the innate Taiji formation also joined forces, forming a cohesive arrangement with the 9 ginkgo trees. After several yuan meetings of cultivation, the 2 avatar ginkgo trees absorbed the innate spiritual essence and the aura of creation from the cave, successfully advancing from true immortals to early golden immortals. However, due to their status as avatars, their innate origins were insufficient, necessitating a longer period to achieve higher realms. The 2 golden immortals govern the yin and yang, maintaining the innate yin-yang formation, while the 9 Sunexian controlled the 5 elements, time and space, creation, and destruction. Between them, a small celestial configuration of yin and yang above and the 9 luminaries below emerged. The golden wheel of merit behind Sioux, New Jersey radiated hundreds of beams of golden light, which descended upon the roots of the Hu Ngzh plum. Sioux, New Jersey channeled the path of creation. He mitigated the excessive destructive stellar forces within the celestial array, hastening the integration of the Earth's veins and the formation in less than a year. This node adapted to the 9 ginkgo avatars that replaced the Hu Ngzh plum. Their function henceforth would be to safeguard this node of Earth veins and suppress 36 spiritual veins, my friends. I appreciate your assistance. 11 avatars of the divine essence emerged, each raising their hands. Su New Jersey quietly departed Kunlun Mountain, returning to Yunding's cave heaven with the Hu Inji Plum. On his way back, two Taoists appeared seemingly out of thin air. 1 donned a green Taoist robe, his form present yet not confined to this space, as if existing beyond the realms of heaven and earth, a mere illusion. The other, adorned with a jade disc atop his head, was enveloped in the aura of creation, exuding an interminable essence of the Tao, with the whispers of 3,000 pathways faintly perceptible. Though their appearances and attire were entirely different, they shared a singular trait. They stood, albeit subtly, above the laws, transcending the myriad beings of heaven and earth. Asy manifested. He did nothing but conjure an array with a mere thought, isolating this landscape from the primal chaos, creating a realm of its own. Su New Jersey was inwardly astonished yet maintained a calm demeanor, greeting them with respectful decorum. I am Su New Jersey, paying my respects to YNGMI and HNGJN, esteemed seniors. HNGJN's expression remained placid, his gaze silent, yet a fleeting flicker of intrigue did not escape YNGMI's notice. Inwardly, YNGMI was also taken aback, realizing that with his level of the mixed element golden immortal, he could not penetrate the profound foundation of the Tao behind Su New Jersey's avatar. This was indeed remarkable. Young friend Su New Jersey, you are impressive. In such a short time, you have ascended to the Di-Lu realm. It was you who manipulated the currents of time and fate last time, correct? I wonder how your blossoms have fared. Su New Jersey smiled and bowed, saying, I beg your pardon, esteemed senior. My humble innate foundation is hardly worth boasting about in your presence. You two are the true masters of the Tao. How could I dare to display my meager skills before you? Modesty is indeed a virtue. Observing his unassuming demeanor, tranquil aura, and pure merit, HNGJN's impression of him improved significantly, especially in contrast to the Dragon Clan's prideful nature. The ability to influence fate and the currents of time marks you as a leader among the myriad beings of the primal chaos. YNGMI praised, and seeing Su New Jersey's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. We have come to seek you for two matters. Please, esteemed senior, Su New Jersey replied sincerely. He had not studied the self-cultivation of an actor, but had lived long enough to become an old monster, adept at controlling his expressions. Policies abound, yet countermeasures exist. YNGMI chuckled lightly, stating, rest assured, I will not place you in a difficult position. The first matter concerns the impending unification of the four seas. A civil war among the three clans is imminent, and I hope you will refrain from intervening. If they damage the Earth's veins, do not rush to repair. Let it wait until the calamity has passed. Su New Jersey was aware that these chaotic deities had been clandestinely uniting to cause trouble and likely had many spies among the three clans. However, he was surprised that YNGMI would disclose his tree-planting endeavors to HNGJN. Yet, observing HNGJN's impassive demeanor, it was evident he was indifferent to the matter. After all, he had yet to merge with the Tao and was not in a position to meddle in such affairs. Yes, I understand, Su New Jersey replied. YNGMI turned to HNGJN, saying, HNGJN, see, young friend Su New Jersey understands the importance of discretion. He will not allow his ties with the Dragon Clan to sway the larger tide. HNGJN nodded expressionlessly, remaining silent. YNGMI paid little mind to HNGJN's demeanor, recognizing that most of the 3,000 chaotic deities were similarly uncommunicative, having spent countless eons in solitary cultivation, becoming accustomed to their own isolation. The second matter is to request your presence in the west to plant trees. Upon finishing, YNGMI glanced at HNGJN. From HNGJN's being, 3 paramount treasures emerged, 24 sea calming pearls, a 12th grade merit golden lotus, and the central Wuji Huang banner. These 3 items are fated to be yours. Su New Jersey was momentarily taken aback. Truly, the wealthiest individual of the primal chaos was indeed beyond compare. The first treasure, a superior innate spiritual treasure, when combined with the 12 sea calming pearls in Su New Jersey's possession, would create an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, if cultivated into a vast world, with the support of 36 celestial realms. It could potentially aid Su New Jersey in forcibly breaking through to the peak of the mixed-element golden immortal realm using boundless magical power. Whether or not this would succeed was uncertain, yet it undeniably represented a path of power to attain the Tao. The latter two treasures were indisputably exceptional innate spiritual treasures. The 12th grade merit golden lotus spun continuously, darting back and forth between HNGJN and Su New Jersey. As if hesitating, Su New Jersey's merit had amassed significantly, while HNGJN, in his quest to break through, had expended considerable merit. This disparity was enough to entice the merit golden lotus to defect. As for the central Wuji Huang banner, it was one of the innate five-directional flags, a manifestation of the Tao of Earth. Furthermore, it possessed capabilities akin to the Earth Book and the map of mountains and rivers, allowing one to command the vast lands of the primal chaos, suppress and mobilize the forces of the earth, making it highly compatible with the map of mountains and rivers, thereby exponentially enhancing its power. These three spiritual treasures were indeed exceptionally fated for Su New Jersey. Chapter 72. The unfathomable HNGJN suppressing his inner turmoil and pang of loss, Su New Jersey replied earnestly, "Esteemed senior, my desire to plant trees in the West was already my own aspiration. There is truly no need for your generous rewards. If it is due to the opinions of the two individuals that one ventures to the West to plant trees, perhaps the merits gained from such an act will be assessed by the great Tao, resulting in a division of these merits, a portion of which may be allocated to the two. Thus, this statement is not intended for the two, but rather for the great Tao itself. Although it does not lack in merits, it seeks not to hasten the cultivation pace of the two. Even if this modest merit may seem trivial to them, Xuanji believes that any delay, however slight, is still a delayed as for the spiritual treasures. Aside from the 24 sea calming pearls, there is no urgency regarding the other two items. Moreover, they are likely to deduce part of the reason behind the tree planting, so it would be more forthright to express it openly, thereby garnering the favor of the two deities. No, I am not referring to the future, but to the present. Yang Mei declared solemnly. Luo Ho has set up the Annihilation Demon array within the Western Earth veins. We hope you can discreetly enter the West and unravel the formation he has laid. Hong Jun, in a rare moment of agreement, nodded at Xuanji, indicating his need for assistance. Despite their differing paths to enlightenment, their destination remains the same, the attainment of the Tao. For the native beings of the Honghuang, achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal is already a remarkable fortune. Yet, for those who once stood as great Luo Golden Immortals, this status is merely a beginning. Reaching the realm once held by Pengu, truly transcending the great Tao, is their heartfelt desire. However, this realm is exceedingly high, several levels above that of the Confucian sage. Even Pengu did not succeed. Even Yang Mei, along with other outstanding individuals, feels a sense of powerlessness. Thus, seizing the Tao fruit of Honghuang and absorbing Pengu's half-step great Tao becomes their swiftest route. With aligned goals, whoever advances more rapidly must be collectively hindered by the rest. Previously, the chaotic divine demons were exceedingly difficult to slay. Even the most formidable champion of chaos, wielding the axe of creation, could not entirely vanquish their finest. However, with several chaotic divine demons having fallen, their true spirits reincarnating into Honghuang, their realms and origins have now dropped below the great Luo Golden Immortal, making them relatively easy to defeat. The Beast Emperor Shun and I was the first to step forward, plunging Honghuang into endless chaos, inciting the great beast calamity, with hopes of being the first to achieve the status of a chaotic golden immortal. Hence, he met his demise. Luo Ho seeks to establish a world of demonic chaos, instigating the Long Han Great Calamity, employing every means possible to disrupt the grand flow of Honghuang and comprehend the supreme demonic path, advancing faster than others. Thus, his end is imminent as well. Yet, the demonic array set by Luo Ho ensnares them within the western lands, causing Yang Mei and Hong Jun some distress. This is also a moral coercion array. They fear not the karmic consequences, but they prefer to minimize them. Karmic entanglement affects their ascension, which is of utmost importance. They cannot afford to be delayed. However, they cannot refrain from battling monsters, as doing so would equally hinder their progress. The question of how to better combat and level up now lies before Hong Jun and Yang Mei. Initially, they intended to share the burdens of karma, but Yang Mei discovered a seemingly better solution. Unfortunately, they could not locate the elusive Bingtian. If the main target cannot be found, they would seek out the subordinates. Xuanji wields the Blade of Annihilation and possesses a treasure-gathering pot to conceal his own aura. Thus, finding him is indeed no simple task. However, Yang Mei has a strategy. His long legs allow him to circle around a few times. Now, Xuanji expressed his concern, I should comply with the senior's request. Yet what if Luo Ho discovers me and jeopardizes your grand ambitions? For the first time, Hong Jun spoke. It matters not. With the central Wuji apricot yellow banner protecting you, Luo Ho will surely be unable to perceive your presence. Xuanji found both faith and doubt in this statement. He believed in the profound mystery of the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, which, hidden beneath the earth, indeed poses great difficulty for a great Luo golden immortal to detect. Such exquisite innate spiritual treasures excel in this aspect, and the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, as a defensive treasure, merges with the earth veins, enhancing its concealment and defensive capabilities beyond that of ordinary top-tier innate spiritual treasures. With the protection of the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, it is true that a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to ascertain his existence. A great Luo golden immortal is not equivalent to a great Luo golden immortal of the highest order. Nor are they sages who govern the realms of Honghuang, rendering omniscience unattainable. Nevertheless, he harbors doubts regarding the integrity of the two. If they possess any, he has not forgotten how Hong Jun, Yang Mei, and the Yinyang and Qinkuan quartet once joined forces against Luo Ho. While they succeeded in slaying the monsters, their fate was far from favorable. How did Hong Jun become the world's foremost? A chilling thought indeed. What if, while planting trees, he were to be intentionally betrayed to Luo Ho by the two, only to be pierced by Luo Ho's spear, igniting a conflict between Luo Ho and Bingtian? That would be most unjust. Were he in their position, he would undoubtedly prefer to sit aside, enjoying the spectacle, allowing the two professional assassins to contend, while he reaps the rewards. Senior, Luo Ho is no ordinary formidable being. I truly cannot take the risk. Yang Mei sighed inwardly, recognizing that this junior, though seemingly ordinary, has outsmarted the likes of Ancestral Dragon and Yuan Feng by a considerable margin. He indeed feels a strong temptation to sell Xuanji out. The allure of profit stirs the heart.